the bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He, if you are watching on the YouTube and Twitch, is the great Brandon Scott. In for Seth Payne today. Seth out today, back tomorrow. B. Scott kind enough to step in for the next 4 hours. B, what's going on, man?
That's right, man. Just keeping the seat warm. You know how I do.
You do well.
Always glad to be here, especially in the morning with you. So it's an honor and a privilege. Yeah. Glad to do it, man.
We got a lot to get to, man.
Yes.
Today's franchise tag day begins. We got that to get to. Little hoops to get to last night over at Fertitta Center.
Yes.
The Stars were out again last night.
It's like our Laker game now. The U of H game has kind of got like a local. Fertitta Center's got a local Staples Forum feel to it. You know?
Like it, and and now that it's in the Big 12, which Houston is kind of a rarity in the Big 12, and that it's a big city. Because you got a lot of like smaller college towns in the Big 12.
Yeah.
So
college basketball period.
Yeah. So we might be the one city that can kind of, in the Big 12 at least, that can kind of create that Laker atmosphere. You got a great team.
Yeah.
You do have a lot of celebrities that do live in the city. Right. It's not L.A. or New York, but as far as college basketball goes, pretty damn good. I like that.
Yeah.
The Showtime Cougs.
Yeah, exactly. And then the timing of it with, Tank Dell being an alum there and having a big rookie season, his tie with C.J. Stroud, their relationship, him being both at the Texas, which I was at, by the way. Shout out to Bill Powell and the good folks at U of H for getting me tickets to that U of H Texas game.
Oh, on Saturday.
Yeah, I was there Saturday, and then I'm watching the game last night, and I'm like, damn it, I went to the wrong game. So, but it was all good.
It was good. It was fun last night, man. There, as the highlights roll here on TV, that was like the big story on SportsCenter last night, was the battle for the top of the Big 12.
Yeah.
They're stressful to watch, and I mean that in a nice way, the Cougs. Yeah. Like, I watch them, and the way they play defense, like, I get stressed out watching them play defense.
You know what they remind me of?
They're hectic.
I think I was making this point on Saturday with somebody just after watching them, and I think that was my first time this year watching them in person. Obviously, I followed them for all of these years throughout the Kelvin Sampson run, and it's been like this, but it's really like this year. They play basketball like the football team just ended football season and went and joined the basketball team. I know this as the guy who played basketball and didn't play football, and then when the football guys would come through, you'd be like, man, y'all are a little too strong and aggressive, and like they feel like a basketball team full of football players whose football season just ended.
Yeah. And it's always guys like that on Kelvin Sampson's team, man. It's been that way since he got there.
Yeah.
That's fun. Number 2 in the country. They win, by the way, last night, 73-65. I had the under in that game. Under was 132.5. Boy, I was styling at halftime.
Yeah.
51 points scored in the first half. I'm like, whew.
Yeah.
I go to bed. So I do go to bed, but I don't fall asleep, and I'm checking my phone, and I see threes getting knocked down. I'm like, I got to go back out and watch this game now.
Yeah.
And I lost. It went over. They scored 87 points in the second half, the two teams.
Yeah, apparently I wasn't following the bet line exactly what this tied to, but there was apparently a bad beat at the end with a couple of free throws that messed up some kind of line.
Spread was 8.5.
Yeah, okay, so the spread was 8.5. Okay. See,
there was some weird stuff going on at the end of the game.
I thought I'd seen it at 7.5, so I was kind of confused why people were upset, but that would make more sense.
8.5 where I looked.
So those unnecessary free throws at the end.
So there was that. So CJ and Tank were courtside with the Fertitta. Looked like with the Fertittas. They're either sitting next to the Fertittas or they're with the Fertittas, one or the other, because Tillman was sitting right there chopping with CJ. Let me ask you this, as long as we're on CJ Stroud here.
Yeah.
And we're going to get to Mike Evans in about 10 minutes or so, 10 or 12 minutes, because he might be out there for the Texans. But I want to ask you this. So C.J. Stroud and Amber Rose, big topic over the weekend, big topic yesterday. Yes. I think a topic still with legs today. At the toss yesterday, John Lopez seemed adamant that something happened between the two of them, to the point where he was just making assumptions that he went back to her room. John almost made Seth's head explode because he was treating C.J. going back to Amber Rose's room as if it had been reported by Adam Schefter.
Well, not just like that, but then after the fact, him and Landry both treated y'all, you and mostly Seth, like he was actually John.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, they took me literal. Well, yeah, we're taking you literal. We're using words.
You said back to her room.
We're saying, are we saying what we mean or not? Yeah. No, John Lopez took, hey, give me a ride to my hotel.
Yeah.
As, hey, let's go back to my room, which are not the same sentence.
No, they're not. They're not.
They're not the same. Now, that it doesn't mean that one thing couldn't lead to another.
Sure.
And that a ride back to the hotel couldn't lead back to a invite to the room. But those are not the exact same.
Right. Okay. So that was a topic on their show after. I didn't get to hear it.
A little bit. Well, they were kind of making fun. They were upset that I was like, nah, I think the joke's on you guys.
Yeah. So at any rate, it seemed like John, at least, I don't know what Landry's take on it was, that something happened between the two of them. John clearly thinks something did. The guys on the drive clearly think something
They
did.
seem to want. I know Ron for sure. They seem like they want something to have happened. I don't know if it's for CJ or if it's Ron wanting to live vicariously through CJ.
Yeah.
I don't know. They were talking about what they would have done if they were 22.
Okay.
So, yeah. So there was a lot of that.
Am I naive here? Like, am I the only one? Like, I think he dropped her off back at the hotel and might have gone home to play Madden with Tank Dell. Like, that's what if you're asking me to handicap this thing, did something happen? I drop her off at the hotel is at the top of my odds board right now.
Yeah. Yes. CJ Stroud, for a number of reasons, whether it be age, whether it be his personality, some of the things that he talks about religious-wise, does not strike me as the type of guy who's just going to straight up seal the deal off of not met a woman before, a couple of hours ago or a few hours ago. That's not to say it couldn't happen or it wouldn't happen, but it would surprise me a little bit. I think there's a little bit of projecting here with what people would have wanted to do themselves and just how they view Amber Rose. Mm-hmm. And so since she is probably over-sexualized, she's a former stripper, video vixen, has got this sexual reputation.
It's like slut walk.
Yeah, she's got the slut walk, which, by the way, is supposed to be a female empowerment thing. It's supposed to, stop people from slut shaming. It's funny. Yeah. What it actually did was made us slut shame her even more.
Well, anything it's got the word slut in it, you assume.
Yeah. And it's them owning it as well.
Oh, sure.
But it's like, hey, part of me just thinks, or most of me just thinks, hey, CJ Stroud, even if he wanted to, I'm not saying that he didn't look over there and that boy's blood ain't red.
He's a man.
I get it. He saw Amber Rose. He's not blind, but I do have a hard time believing that he was just gonna see, even if he wanted to, that was going to be the night that it was going to happen. Now, did they set the stage? Will the next time they meet, the next time they see each other, will they be able to use that excuse of, oh, we don't know each other, we just met? Nope, they won't be able to do that. But this particular night, I think it was just, hey, drop her off. It just be a glorified Uber, an Uber XXXL.
Can we dig into your other theory as well?
Yeah. Oh, dude, this is totally a setup. This is totally a PR stunt by you're talking about that one. So two things. This is a PR stunt by Amber Rose.
Yes.
Okay. I do not think that.
You think she was at the heart of this thing.
Yeah, man. She's got contacts over at 97.9. She knew who to call. Make sure you got your camera out when it happens.
Right.
So, I think it was in part a PR stunt by Amber Rose, but also I am disappointed in this station, okay, my teammates, that through all of this discussion, from Friday to yesterday, Monday, all of the discussion that we've had on this, and I have yet to hear anybody, okay, and there's been, I won't say a lot of slut shaming, but there's been a lot of commentary about this, and at no point have I mentioned or heard anybody mention the biggest red flag with Amber Rose.
Which is?
The woman's got a tattoo across her forehead. I don't care about her body count. She's 40 years old, so I assume that anybody by that age has had a partner or two or three or five or whatever it is or more. But she's got a tattoo across her forehead.
Does that make her a bad potential partner for C.J. Stroud or a bad potential partner for people in general?
I'm not going to say it makes her a bad potential partner at all. It just makes her untrustworthy. I don't know. I don't know what kind of partner she is, but I'm saying this, and to all of you listening, if you have a head tattoo, this is not personal. I think you might even agree to some degree. You know yourselves. Right. If you've tatted the top of your forehead, okay, you've tatted something across, not a a sort of conspicuous neck tattoo here or there, something like that that's kind of harder to notice. You got to really be looking at. But the first thing that I see when I see you, okay, when I look you eye to eye, is I have to go up and look at the top of your head, and there's something going across it. Yeah. To me, you are untrustworthy. Right. Because at the very least, you made a decision at some point to do something that was questionable.
Yes.
You know?
Very questionable and pretty much permanent.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I know it can be reversed, but that's quite the process.
Yeah, and even if you reverse it, it's being reversed on your head. You know what I mean? Like, most of the tattoo removals happen in places where people aren't seeing. Like, if you're having it removed,
that's true.
I don't necessarily. Sean, you could be having a tattoo removed on your chest right now. I would have no idea.
Zero ink.
But I wouldn't know.
Right.
But if you put it up there on your dome,
no, you're right.
I'm going to see the tattoo, and I'm going to see the removal. I'm going to see the whole journey.
See it on YouTube and Twitch, the whole thing. Hey,
that's untrustworthy.
Were you intrigued by the fact that our hotel in Vegas had a tattoo parlor right at the bottom of the elevators?
Yeah. I thought that was them exploiting and playing on people's bad decision making at night.
Well, all the shopping is there. I mean, they got expensive stores. I mean, all the shopping at a casino is exploiting the decision making that goes on in a casino.
I mean, I told you I paid $20 for a pack of cigarettes, and it exploited my decision to ever start smoking as a teenager to begin with.
Right.
It's like if I could go back to 18-year-old me, I would never do this again.
Were you at all surprised? Like nobody, I'm not super surprised nobody from our crew came away with a brand new tattoo. I don't know how many people in our crew have tattoos to begin with.
That's a great question. I know me and Ron both have them.
Okay.
Tyler wasn't there.
Oh, Clint's got one. Clint's got one, at least one on the inside of his arm. I know that.
Yeah, I don't think.
Tyler's got a bunch, but Tyler wasn't on the trip.
I think that out of the folks that were there, I would have been most likely to do it, and there was no chance I was doing it.
Okay.
So yeah, no.
So that's the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Right
so
there.
the rest that the rest of you didn't do it didn't surprise me at all.
Who of all of the non-ink people would have been most likely to do it?
I don't.
Boy, no. You know who?
Maybe Landry. I guess.
No. Lopez would have done it, and it would have been something to do with one of his grandkids.
Oh, okay.
He would have got like the birth dates of his grandkids, like on his scapula or something like that.
Yeah,
on his shoulder blade.
I was thinking something related to fishing. I don't know what a good fishing tattoo would be.
It would be a fish with the birth dates of his grandkids inside the fish.
There it is.
There you go.
That's the one.
For all the times they're taking him fishing.
That's the one.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth today. Hey, we're giving away Hank Williams Jr. tickets twice today on the show. 7 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour. So make a note of that. Be listening in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours for your chance to win. All right, so free agency gets started here in a few weeks. Franchise tag day starts today. The 2-week window for the franchise tag starts today. Big name. Looks like it's going to hit the market, and I know this is going to excite a ton of you. Do the Texans do it? We'll have that for you next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the owner, Ryan O'Kane, the
Bill. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Appreciate you tuning in. Giving away rodeo tickets, Hank Williams Jr. in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, so stay tuned for that. Diana Rossini of The Athletic tweets this yesterday. Today is the day that could save the Bucs some money by re-signing all-pro wide receiver Mike Evans. However, that deal won't happen today. Look for the two sides to continue to negotiate in good faith as they work towards the start of free agency. So what does that mean? Without getting too contract nerdy, and there were a few Texans that fell into this umbrella yesterday, when these contracts have these voidable years where teams are parking cap money to save money in the short term, credit card paying in the long term.
Yep.
Yesterday was a day where a lot of these contracts void, and the cap space that teams have been tucking into future years comes back into this year.
Yep.
Now, a lot of that's already accounted for in all these salary cap numbers that you see out there because most of these contracts just void. But Mike Evans was one of those guys yesterday, so it didn't happen, so they're going to keep working. The general consensus seems to be that Evans is going to hit free agency. He's not going to get a franchise tag. Today would be the first day the Bucs could do that. And naturally, based on, I suppose, need, maybe not acute need, but need, and geography, Mike Evans is the apple of a lot of Texan fans' eyes.
Yeah.
And as a result, maybe, of that, not so much actual, not much the actuality, but the fact that, hey, he's from Galveston and the Texans have a bright young quarterback and are maybe viewed as a dark horse Super Bowl team. The Texans are listed as the betting favorite right now, ahead of the Bucs.
Yeah.
To have Mike Evans on their roster next year.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit.
Are you buying that?
It surprised me a little bit because I've been on the air advocating for Mike Evans because it's not my money. It's not my headache to deal with the cap, trying to figure out how are you going to pay Mike Evans and then all the other players that you're going to ultimately need to pay sooner than I think we realize, So I've been there spending other people's money a little bit.
It kind of is your money, though, when you're a fan, because the cap is what is used to put your roster together.
Yeah, but it's also
not like baseball.
Yeah, but the thing about it is I'm viewing it far less rationally than Nick Caserio
there you
is.
Go. He's got to figure out the issue. Yeah.
I do not need, and Nick knows this already, but we do not need Nick Caserio thinking about this, going through this exercise the way that I do. Okay, because I'm like, shiny toys, Mike Evans.
I am too.
We've got C.J. Stroud. Every time we have a conversation about this, I'm like, sign the guy and let's go win the Super Bowl. Because I felt like, based off of the landscape of the AFC last year and based off of C.J. Stroud's ascension, having D'Amico Ryans, I feel like they are a couple of pieces, a piece or two like that, like Mike Evans, like a Saquon Barkley. You name your favorite free agent. I feel like they're that type of piece away from actually being able to win a Super Bowl or at least compete for one. So, but it does surprise me because when we were talking about this in the break a little bit, reality sets in and you think about what's actually feasible, and it's hard for me to really imagine them being able to pay Mike Evans, say, what's the numbers that are out there? 4 years, $80 million,
the guys on the drive the guys on the drive were kicking it around yesterday, and they were throwing $80 million over 4.
So the guarantee on that's got to be what, 50?
50 or 60, something like that.
Yeah. So that worries me a little bit. I'm like, okay, I don't know how they're going to make that work, and they got all these different guys that they're going to have to pay pretty soon, more likely than not.
Well, especially if one of them's Nico Collins, and now you're talking about the same position.
Yeah.
And the phrase that Nick Caserio uses quite a bit, allocation of resources, is having two of your, I presume once Nico gets paid, if the Texans are the ones to pay him, tippy-top guys, be at the same position.
Yeah. And we talk about it here.
You mentioned Tank Dell coming down the road, too.
And unfortunately, that's 2 years. That's not going to be but 2 years after Nico. So that's a little bit further down the line. But we talk about it now with the Texans. We talk about it with the Astros, the decisions that they've got to make. Do you want to make decisions now that could handicap you in the future, that could impact the decisions that you make in the future? And the answer responsibly is no. But this betting odd to me, or these betting odds to me, really come down to a couple of things. C.J. Stroud and the proximity. That Mike Evans is not just from the Houston area, from Galveston, but also went to Texas A&M and is seen here often. We know that he lives here, or at least spends a lot of time here, seen a lot at the Rockets game.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that if he comes here, he would be playing with an elite quarterback.
He reps the H as much as anybody on the current Houston Texans does.
Yeah.
And that's not disrespect to current Houston Texans. That's respect to Mike Evans.
Yeah, he's from here.
He rocks the Astros jersey.
It's home.
Yeah. So
I can see it, but it would be a wild thing to pull off, to pay a guy at that position when you got some other guys that you think you might pay at that position eventually.
It's a go-for-it move.
I love it.
If they do that move, it means they think they can win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
And I think they can win a Super Bowl this year. And like if they don't sign Mike Evans, I think they can win a Super Bowl this year. I don't think that's the harbinger for that kind of thing. I'm looking at so here are the odds board.
But the question is, do you want to use a credit card to do it?
Yeah, and trust me, I say this all the time on stuff like this. I always picture the Schefter tweet that comes out to break the news on something like this. And in my mind, if there were a Schefter tweet that were to come out first day of free agency that said the Houston Texans have agreed to a deal with Mike Evans, 4 years, $82.5 million.
Yeah.
$51.5 million guaranteed. I would be excited about.
I know you well enough. I know you cuss, but you cuss in excitement, not in frustration.
I would cuss in excitement. Okay. Yeah. I would know. I would be. Let's go. I mean, training camp all of a sudden has an extra layer of juice. His training camp already is going to have juice. Got an extra layer of juice with Mike Evans there.
All right.
I think on something like that, there's probably another move coming after it.
Yeah.
Like if you're in that type of mode.
I mean, how miserable would we be as fans if this were to happen and we were like, oh man, but that damn credit card, like that would be, I think, lame on our part, even if it would be reasonable.
Well, he can still play. That's the thing. Mike Evans is there's not much you can set your watch to in the NFL. Dude gets 1,000 yards literally every season.
Yep.
Every season of his career, he's between 1,000 and about 1,300 or 1,400 yards, and he might be coming off his best season.
Yeah,
his season he had this past year. About 80 catch. His numbers were almost identical to Nico's.
With Baker Mayfield as his quarterback.
With Baker Mayfield,
no disrespect to Baker, but I think CJ's better.
With Baker Mayfield as his quarterback, led the league in touchdowns, and here's the most important: played all 17 games.
Yeah,
that might be the biggest thing with Mike Evans is he's never played fewer than 13 games in his career.
To make a cross-sport reference, he's a bucket. If this was basketball, that's what basketball players would say. That's what they say about a guy who can just score. He's a bucket.
He gets buckets.
He's a damn bucket.
He is a bucket. Yeah. Texans 3-1, Buccaneers plus 325, so 3.25 to 1. Chiefs 450 plus 450 it means you risk 100 to win 450, so 4.5 to 1. Bears 7.5 to 1. Titans 10 to 1. Panthers 15 to 1. Ravens 20 to 1, and then the field, which is everybody else, is 7.5 to 1. I would say there's certain teams on this list, Brandon, where. If Mike Evans goes there, they just means they money whipped him. The Bears, the Titans, the Panthers. Now the ones I think this is fun because the Texans I think are now in a category. I'm not saying they're the Chiefs or the Ravens, but they are above the line of teams where you're having to money whip a guy to come in, and especially Mike Evans, who is from here.
No, that's back to my earlier point. I think that they are so they're not the Chiefs, they're not the Ravens. We understand that. But where they are in the same boat with those guys and what separates them from that other, that other bottom of the barrel group that you were talking about, the Panthers and the Bears and who else?
Titans.
And the Titans, they got the quarterback. So,
yes, sir.
We're going to put Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, give them the respect that they deserve. But C.J. Stroud has entered the chat of being in that, at least in that group of guys, even if he hasn't done enough yet to be considered better than either one of those.
Without question.
But he's with them.
Text message, you have 4 years of money to spend before CJ's extension cap would start to really balloon. And that's the whole text. And I think what the texter, he or she, is saying is do stuff like this now. Here's the thing. I think they're going to.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're going to. The question is, do they do it at wide receiver? Do they do it on Mike Evans? If I had to guess, I would say that a Mike Evans deal does not happen for the Houston Texans. I think DeMeco Ryans, gave us a little bit of a window into what he believes are the things that they need, A, to improve, and B, just to have in order to be a good team. Like, everybody's got to have a code.
Yeah.
DeMeco's code is running game on offense, defensive line on defense.
Yeah.
And I think that's, if you're looking in free agency, when free agency starts in a few weeks, I think you're looking at DNs. I think you're looking at D tackles, maybe linebackers, and running backs.
Yeah. And based off of the season that the Texans just had, and we'll talk about Nico Collins, I imagine, later on, but when you just think about it, outperforming the expectations, just the magical ride that was 2023 Texans. Why not? I could see at least why they would have a certain level of confidence that they might be recreating a Mike Evans right here, right now with Nico Collins. I'm not saying that he's going to be Mike Evans. Mike Evans is more than likely, I think he's a Hall of Famer, perennial All-Pro, all of that kind of stuff. So, like, Nico Collins is already off to probably a slower start to even be on that projection. But based off of how he played and the fact that you do have a quarterback to pair him with, I don't see why, if I'm the Texans and we had the season that we just had, that I don't have the level of confidence in these guys and some of these players that even outsizes what fans and prognosticators might have about these guys.
If there's a belief in Nico Collins in the building over there's a much greater chance they pay Nico Collins than go and dip into free agency and sign Mike Evans. I'm just looking at behavior.
Yeah.
Look at the offensive line last year.
Yeah.
They gave out, and I'm not saying all those extensions were the right thing to do, but they are things that the Texans did.
Yeah.
And
they found Tank Dell in a later round in a draft where like 4 wide receivers went consecutively at the end of the first round, and he was better, or arguably, maybe not better, but at the very least on par with, if not better than most of those guys.
Yeah, and if you trust your evaluations, and to your point, their evaluations at wide receiver in the third round have been good, Nico Collins and Tank Dell of late.
Yeah.
This is supposedly a deep wide receiver draft.
Yeah,
exactly. If you're trying to find solutions and you've got X amount of dollars to allocate, and they've got a lot of guys they need to sign.
Yeah.
Guys they want to bring back. I'm not saying bring them all back. I'm not saying run it back, bring the band, but get the band back together. But there are guys they're going to want to bring back.
Did y'all have John Harris on a couple of weeks ago from the Senior Bowl?
We did.
So it was that segment.
Yeah.
John Harris from the Senior Bowl got me thinking that they could find 10 Mike Evanses in the draft or something.
In the third round.
The way he talked about those guys had me thinking about that.
Yeah, big time. Now, Jameis Winston had an interesting theory on Mike Evans.
I'll be here for Jameis.
I love Jameis Winston. This was Jameis Winston on, I think it was on Pardon My Take, right? It was a Barstool podcast he was on.
Oh, yeah, I think it was.
He is selling this theory on Mike Evans. Man, are you sold, Brandon Scott, on this theory from Jameis Winston about why Mike Evans is such a dog?
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. It doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's going to take you wherever it goes.
Yeah.
So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different. I don't classify him as like the regular Texas receivers.
So was the original take the Texas receivers are somehow soft?
Yeah, it came back because it seemed like it was going to be that, hey, man, Texas receivers are different. But, when they say different, they normally mean that in a positive way.
Sure.
But then he made Mike Evans seem like, like he was an alligator or something.
Independent of the comparison to other areas of Texas, solely in a vacuum, Mike Evans being near water, are you buying Jameis Winston's theory that if you grow up near water, you're built a little bit different because the ocean and water has no soul? It will take you wherever it wants to take you.
This is what's crazy about it. There are hints of truth in what he's saying, but his overall conclusion and point is ridiculous. Like Galveston, just in a vacuum, is a tougher and rougher place than I think people realize because most people just think of it as the beach. Not a great beach, but think of it as the beach.
Yeah.
When some of the grimiest, hardest people that I know are from that area. So that part of it is correct. the relation or connection to being born near water, as if like Mike Evans' mom did a water birth, or like I'm confused. Was he born on a boat? No. Like what? I don't
guess
get and water. I do agree that water doesn't have no soul.
Yeah.
But what exactly that has to do with being born on an island?
He makes it sound like it's a prerequisite that you have to get in the water every day or something
it's like
that.
Or they teach you how to swim before they teach you how to walk.
They teach you how to swim in the ocean. Yeah, something like that. Jameis is a gem, man. I'm here for Jameis' scouting reports on everybody.
Yeah.
Like, I'm guessing he's scouting tight ends based on what movies they're watching.
So he's played in 2 cities, right? Tampa and New Orleans.
Correct.
I don't know how I would be a radio host in that city. I don't necessarily follow their radio scene that heavily, but I don't know how I would be a host in that city and not be trying to organize a Jameis Winston weekly segment.
Oh, yeah.
It could be as serious or unserious as we want it to be.
Oh, we need him here so badly.
Dude. Oh,
emergency quarterback.
Yo, Case is getting older.
Yeah, man.
Davis might want an opportunity somewhere else.
I don't know if I want Jameis near CJ.
Yeah, maybe we arrange that where we bring Jameis in, but dictate that he can't be around CJ.
Can't get near the starter.
Or only with supervision.
Right.
You can only be around CJ if Gerard Johnson is
it's the opposite of
very
Case
much
Keenum.
directly.
We want Case like riding home with CJ every day. Jameis, we just want you for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
All right.
Funny theory, though.
Brandon Scott. Jameis is awesome. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. It's Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, let's get to headlines. Kyle Tucker met with the media yesterday. It's his turn for a contract. This contract talk is going to be the death of me. We got that. We got free agency talk. Cougs win last night. A firing in the NBA that has a direct ripple effect on the Rockets, too, that I want to get Brandon Scott's thoughts on. We'll go through headlines coming up next. But first, my headline,
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
This guy comes to play every single day. He's a winner. He knows how to win. And when he comes in here with that approach, that mentality, that mindset, we know what he's capable of doing.
That's Joe Espada, Astros manager, as we get into headlines. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's talking about Alex Bregman, primed for a big year. Breggy met with the media earlier this week, talked about what great shape he's in, was asked about his potential contract extension, said that he's letting his agent work on it. Joe Espada asked about that yesterday and says, we don't think the contract will be a distraction.
I expect Breggy to come in, get ready to play, and do what's best for this team. And when he does that, he's going to be a really productive player.
We've been down this road before. We're going to hear from Kyle Tucker in just a second. He's yet another one whose contract is a topic. I was saying this to Seth yesterday, Brandon. Like, the good news is that we as fans, but I think also the Astros as a team, they're used to being in this situation. They're used to playing with all-star caliber players who are in the last year of deals and where free agency is a highly likely possibility, and it's never been a distraction before. I mean, it's been a topic, but never a distraction to where it's derailed a season or anything like that.
Yeah, no, it's kind of standard procedure. It really sort of crystallizes how many stars have either come through here or remain. Mm-hmm. In this case, Alex Bregman. Mm-hmm. Like you mentioned, we'll talk about Kyle Tucker as well. But, I mean, we've got a list of guys here now that are part of this conversation. Bregman, Tucker, Framber Valdez is going to be on this list at some point as far as guys that we're talking about that are going to be expensive at some point. But then we think about all the guys that have come and gone from Dallas Keuchel, Garrett Cole, George Springer. I'm leaving out guys. Obviously, Carlos Correa. This is just the standard procedure for the Astros to have an all-star, top 3, top 5 caliber guy at his position that you're going to have to make really tough decisions about.
Dude, thank God they got Jordan locked down.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine if Jordan was in this mix as well? Because he was on the same track, I believe, as Tucker.
But has that not been key? Like Jordan as maybe the best example of them, and maybe Jose Altuve to a degree. Those two is the prime examples. They have done a good job of at least trying to extend the guys while they're here before they get too expensive, buy out arbitration, get ahead of the extension, get ahead of free agency. And they've been able to do that with guys like Jordan, with guys like Altuve, with guys like Bregman the first time around.
Yep.
But how long can you do that? With how many guys can you do that? I think that's what they were trying to do with Christian Javier, and he just didn't perform as well last year.
Yeah.
But they have tried to spend their money in a smart way by getting ahead of the ridiculous market that is free agency.
For sure. And they try. I'm sure they tried to do it with Kyle Tucker. Maybe still trying to do it with Kyle Tucker, obviously. But Kyle Tucker met with the media yesterday, said no extension offer made yet.
Maybe a little talk, but not like, like a hard offer or anything like that. But, I mean, like I've always said, just, we're always open to have those conversations, whether it happens now or a little later, whatever it may be. But, I'm always around here. So, I'm always open to having those conversations and just talk it through.
I like how he makes it sound like Dana Brown just walks up to him in the clubhouse and starts making contract offers.
Yeah.
Like he's buying a boat from him or something like that.
Which would be awesome.
That would be amazing.
Like if that was how it works, that would be really, really cool.
Yeah.
It's not. But that
Kyle, I've been thinking about that boat.
Yeah.
Let's talk over here.
See,
where Altuve can't hear us.
And see, I actually took that as a kind of a small pat on the back, like, hey, just so you know, I'm always here. I'm always around.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I'm hard to find.
Right.
Pay me, Rick.
Right.
That was the vibes.
Dana. All right. So Astros spring training is underway. Contracts, big conversation. We just got done talking about Mike Evans, Bucs wide receiver. Looks like he's going to hit free agency, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.com did a piece yesterday where he puts all 32 NFL teams in tiers as to, where they are on roster construction and so forth, kind of what direction the future is headed. And the Texans are in a category called headed on the right track, along with the Green Bay Packers and the Cleveland Browns, Jacksonville, teams like that. Teams that aren't quite at that Super Bowl level, but they can see it from where they are, that sort of thing.
They're not a teetering contender?
They're not a teetering contender.
Because that's the one right above it.
Yeah.
Teetering contenders.
Yeah.
I feel like he shortchanged the Texans a little bit then because they should be teetering.
I don't want to be if they're teetering, I would like to be pushed to the side where they are contending for a Super Bowl. I think teetering means that this could go the wrong way.
Going the wrong way.
Yeah.
So I guess in my mind, just to explain that, in my mind, I'm thinking sort of
could be a contender.
Yeah. So I view teetering.
It's the Bengals and the Eagles. So I think, especially the Eagles, is a team where you go, okay, man, this could 11-6 could go to 6-11 in a minute on the Eagles.
All right, I'm back now. I got it.
So as far as the Texans go, this is what I think will get a lot of Texan fans excited. Very first sentence of his synopsis: if Houston is one player away on offense, make it an exciting tailback option such as Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry. There's buzz league-wide that Houston could try to improve at running back to help second-year quarterback C.J. Stroud. I don't think that's a big surprise. That's one of their weakest rooms on the team. And if Devin Singletary leaves, it just got weaker.
Yep.
So I don't think it's a surprise at all that people around the league are taking a look at the Texans saying, boy, they need some running backs. I think the key is two things. One, does Nick Caserio feel the same way? And D'Amico Ryans. And two, are they shopping in that aisle? The Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry aisle? Although I think Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs are in one aisle, and Derrick Henry is maybe at a stand at the end of that aisle.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think that, as we talked about earlier with Mike Evans, a Mike Evans signing would excite me but shock me. A Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, I don't want to hear about scheme fit. They could figure it out. These guys are elite. And then Derrick Henry actually is a scheme fit, would be a scheme fit. So between the three of those guys, none of them would shock me, and all of them would excite me.
Yeah.
So, and I agree with the point that you made about running back and really just the running game overall being one of their, weaker spots, weaker room, the running back room, and then just overall the production from the running backs, not as good. You get a better running back, to me, you need your offensive line, but a better running back makes that offensive line better. And obviously you just need to upgrade that room overall because you did not sign Devin Singletary last year to be your main guy.
No, and he turned into that.
Yeah, and credit to him for being able to at least somewhat carry it and to shoulder that. But I think that it is almost certain that they will want to upgrade that position, and what better way to do it with one of those
Boy, that'd
guys.
be fun. That would be some sizzle too, no doubt.
For sure.
Cougs beat Iowa State last night 73-65. Battle of two top 6 teams. Iowa State was 6 coming into that game. Cougs get a little bit of revenge for a loss earlier this year to the Cyclones. 73-65 final score. Stars were out. C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, courtside last night, so that was cool. Hey, real quick, before we get to the end of headlines, the Nets fire Jacques Vaughn yesterday as their head coach. They're 21-33 on the season. Apparently, he was way too invested in Ben Simmons being the focal point of the offense. He didn't realize that Ben Simmons just doesn't play basketball anymore. Ben Simmons played 12 games this year.
I was going to say, where has he been for the last 3 years?
Yeah, and apparently that didn't sit well with Mikal Bridges, the star of the team.
Yeah.
The Rockets own the Nets' first-round pick this year in 26 and swaps in 25 and 27.
Yep.
This James Harden trade has a potential. I'm not breaking any news here, but if it's a team that's firing their coach and they're saying they're going to build around Bridges, who to me is he's like a third guy on a good team.
Yeah,
man.
At best a second.
The draft now. I think the Rockets need to start moving some of these picks for some guys pretty soon.
This is the point I was going to make.
Yeah, but that was a. I mean, you're H-Town Hoops guy.
Yeah,
Scott. I mean, you got to be excited about this.
I'm really excited about it. I think that the draft odds improve with this move by the Nets because, effectively you are the Nets. In turn,
talk about the lottery. Yeah,
your lottery odds.
Yeah.
I think that effectively when you want to think about lottery and draft, you essentially are the Nets. Mm-hmm. Okay, the Rockets are the Nets since you own those picks. So to me, it's an obvious good thing. But the point that you made is an important one. They are already reaching a point now where they've got what they're calling a core 6. Those are the remaining 6 players that they've drafted in the first round over the last 3 years.
2 each year, yep.
Yeah, 2 each year. And they're going to have to make some decisions about which of these guys are here for the long haul and which of the guys that they're going to have to part ways with at some point. And I think we know probably who the main one is where we're like, man, that guy's got a lot of talent, but he doesn't seem to be like a winning basketball player. That's Jalen Green. To me, it's two things. It's a logjam of draft picks, and you got to figure out what to do with them. But it's also like, hey, we can afford to admit that we might have missed on the number 2 pick a couple of years ago, and it doesn't have to be this catastrophic thing because now we got all of these other picks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's some good and some bad because you got a lot of decisions to make, but I feel like at least one of them might be easier because of what the future has in front of you.
Yeah, you're at least dealing from a position of strength on all this.
Yes.
You know, you got a lot of assets, so that's good. That's good. Assets that seem to be improving by the day. At least draft assets improving by the day. Jalen Green's a whole separate topic in his improvement.
You would like for your number 2 overall pick to pan out and to show up to be a frontline guy. It's unfortunate
we'll see.
that has not happened.
I got to ask you about Udoka's decisions he's got coming up here. We'll do that later on in the 7 o'clock hour. We've given away rodeo tickets as well in this hour, so be listening. Hank Williams Jr., that should be fun. You get old school with Hank Williams Jr. Which player, let's circle back to the Astros. Improvement may have to come from within. They signed Josh Hader. I don't know that there's any moves left to improve the team. Which player do you give the best chance to recapture the magic? You got 5 names. Which do you give the best chance? I'll bounce this off of Brandon Scott, who's in for Seth Payne, and we'll do it next.
Bayway Ram. There's always reasons to get excited about that. Like
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ooh, they're playing tag or no tag on ESPN right now.
I like that game.
We'll do that in the next segment when it comes to the Texans. I've got 3 names that I think you can at least have a conversation about with a franchise tag. So we'll do that in the next segment. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you've got the day off yesterday. Hope you're relaxed driving into work. And you got the smooth stylings of me and B. Scott until 10 a.m. today. So Astros spring training underway. And I think, look, what'd they win last year? 90 games? So they were down from something like that.
Yeah, right around there.
Right around there. It was not your classic Astros 103, 105 win season. They want to get back there, obviously. The main thing is they want to get back to the World Series. They made the Josh Hader move, which I think surprised a lot of people because it pushed them over the competitive balance tax threshold, which is cool to see. You know, Jim Crane willing to invest in the team. Does Josh Hader get you back to that level of team? I don't know. You probably need some more stuff. He's not worth 10 wins or whatever it is, but it's a really good move. I think some of the improvement is going to have to come from within.
Yeah.
Guys that we've seen do things before. Nothing we're not asking guys to do that they haven't done before, at least in spurts. But recapturing the magic. I've got 5 names here, B. Scott.
All right.
What are the chances, or which player do you give the best chance to recapture the magic? Jeremy Pena, let's start there, there was video of Pena that surfaced yesterday of his new swing. His less bouncy, more calm swing. He looks just as jacked as always. He looks huge. Before I get your thoughts on that, let's get Joe Espada's thoughts on Jeremy Pena's swing.
You know what? I actually seen him for the last couple of weeks in Houston, and you know he looks comfortable in the box. He looks athletic. I think he's using the whole field, hitting the ball in the air more with power, and I really like where he's at early in camp.
All right. Did you see the videos of his swing yesterday?
I did see the videos.
Did you feel as excited
swing.
as Joe Espada feels?
I'm curious.
Okay.
I don't know if excitement is the word.
Thanks, wet blanket. Jeez.
I just became really disappointed with my guy not being able to hit a slider to save his life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it is. If that's going to be better, then I'll be a lot more excited about it. I don't know if it's the bounciness in his swing that was the problem. I don't know if it was his eye, if it was the coordination, if it was a combination of the two, or what role exactly his mechanics in his swing played in it. So I need to see a little bit more. I'm intrigued, and I would say the intriguing part of it is exciting. But I wouldn't say I'm out of this list of 5 guys, I'm most optimistic about him recapturing the Magic.
You're not most optimistic about him.
No, I wouldn't say so. I would like to see it, and I'm glad for what he is. Like if he's going to be an elite defensive shortstop who's just sort of maybe not if he can just be a little bit better and be something at the back end of your lineup, I'll take that. I'd like for him to be better, but I'll take that. I need some of these other guys on the list to absolutely be better.
Okay, we'll get to the other 4 guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody looks like Jeremy Pena, like if somebody looks and has a physique like Jeremy Pena,
yeah,
and he's offensively some slap nut at the back of your lineup that gets the occasional base hit.
It's disappointing.
That's a major disappointment to me.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And I was disappointed.
I was too. Hadn't hit a home run since July 5th.
Dude,
that's crazy.
We were talking in the break about nerd numbers. I know I'm in for Stat Nerd, Seth.
Yeah.
The stat nerds or the nerd stats for Jeremy Pena are unforgiving. Like he doesn't hit the ball hard. He doesn't hit the ball well.
His expected batting average sucks.
All of his expected stats are, so think red good, blue bad.
Yeah.
All of his expected stats are in the blue.
Yes.
So it's not good.
All right.
I don't know how I feel good about it.
Second one. So Pena, you're not super optimistic about.
I wish I could be.
Recapturing the Magic.
I'd like to be, but I'm not.
Yeah, I think he's a fine player, and as long as the defense is there, like he's worth having in the lineup.
Yes.
But I think that postseason really recalibrated people's expectations.
Yes,
including Taquerias Arandas, really recalibrated their expectations.
Yeah, like man, what do we pay for?
Yeah.
No.
All right. So Jose Abreu, healthy back.
Yeah,
he may have been playing with a bad back last year. Got better let me say this right now. I'm going to stand up and say this.
I was going to say you.
Nobody was more critical of Jose Abreu than Sean T. Pendergast last year. So for me to come in here and maybe rationalize a little bit and take up for him is a major step for me. This is a big area of growth. This is with no therapy either. Healthy back, better second half of the season. Had some surprising stats with runners on base as far as his batting average goes. So, Jose Abreu.
Hey, let's stick with the baseball theme and puns here, and I'm going to throw you a curveball.
Okay.
I view this, I might even push back on the idea that we need to recapture the Magic. I feel like he did what this segment is intending to accomplish. I feel like he did that mid-season or during the season at some point. Maybe not mid-season.
Magic recaptured.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's my thing on Abreu.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe he just is what he is or is what we saw him as last year. Maybe a slow starter, maybe a guy who just takes a while to get going.
Boy.
But look, he can't be as bad as he was for the first couple of months of the season. Like that's inexcusable.
That's not a slow start.
No, that's abysmal.
That's hibernation.
And it makes me think that there had to have been more to do with health than anything.
Yeah.
A combination of being a slow starter and the health.
Yep.
But I feel like if you get a little bit better of the start that you got from Jose Abreu, but something closer to what you got toward the end, I'll take that. So I'm good with Jose Abreu being something similar to what he ended up being last year.
Okay.
As wild as that sounds to say.
Okay, so Pena, not super optimistic he recaptures the Magic. Jose Abreu, you feel like that saying he needs to recapture the Magic might be mislabeling it a little bit. Like he's already what he was in the second half of last year is what he's going to be.
Yes.
All right. So now we're down to pitchers.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez, who, by the way, second on the odds board for the Cy Young. So his janky-ass second half that he had last year, where not starting the All-Star game seemed to be some sort of trigger event for turning into some schizo lefty starter.
Got to be kidding me, man.
Yeah. Like he throws a no-hitter, and then he goes out and gives up 6 runs, whatever it is. Back to his OG hairstyle.
Mm-hmm.
So no frills.
Yeah.
Looks to be in good shape, too.
Yeah.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like he looks like he's
leaner.
in better. He looks leaner.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at with Framber Valdez? And by the way, recapturing the magic for Framber is the magic was major for Framber.
Yeah.
We're talking about a Cy Young caliber season that bled into a first half of a season where he might have been the best pitcher in the American League.
Yeah, this is the one for me.
18 months of magic.
Out of all the guys that we're going to talk about, he's the one that I think is, at this point in his career, the most talented, has the highest ceiling, can recapture the magic. The question that you got here, which one has the best chance?
Chance, B. Scott.
Framber Valdez is the answer for me. Best chance to recapture the magic based off of his talent, based off of his previous production, based off of, I don't know if I want to call it an anomaly last year because it did happen, and I think it was real. But I think he's got the best chance just based off of talent alone. I like the fact that as somebody who knows how heavy, dreadlock ponytail is, I did not like that for him on the mound.
Physics is.
Hey, man, look, if you haven't been pitching your whole career like that, I don't see why you would want to start in the middle of your Cy Young ascension. So don't do it. Go back to how it was. I'm giving Framber Valdez the very best chance to do this thing.
He's mine too.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to benefit.
They need it too.
They need it. They need it from him. I think he benefits too from having Justin Verlander on the staff in a weird way for a whole season. Like that. I just think it tweaks down the pressure a little bit. Framber can be a little up and down. Mentally, and I think the new rules kind of affected him a little bit last year,
no doubt,
in terms of his ability to gather himself, step off the mound, like all those things. We didn't see the old Framber at all in 2022 with the old rules. With the new rules last year, we saw it pop up a few times, like him throwing at guys, him pitching fits.
This is a guy who, in certain moments, you need not rush him.
Yeah.
Like, he needs not to be rushed. He needs to be able to at least have the freedom to take a moment and gather himself, collect his thoughts, and take a deep breath.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I think anything that tamps down that exterior pressure a little bit, and I think Justin Verlander does that. I don't think he's somebody who looks at it and goes, I'm not the ace anymore. Yeah. No, I don't think he looks at it that way.
Yeah, I hope not. I kind of look at it a little differently from the Verlander perspective of, hey, they're going to be relying on Justin Verlander, but then this news of Justin Verlander being a couple of weeks behind.
Yeah.
We know how old he is. So, I agree with your point, but I'm looking at it from more of the lens of, hey, I just don't know how reliable. Like, it's not Justin Verlander of 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. It's Justin Verlander of today. I need Framber to be Framber of 2 years ago.
Yeah, yep.
to help compensate for that.
Christian Javier.
Oh.
Recapturing the magic. Here's the thing. The magic with Christian Javier might exceed the magic of all these other guys we just, including peak Javier is freaky alien stuff.
Yeah, but it's also the peaks and valleys, though.
No, dude, I'm not optimistic. Don't get me wrong.
He's going to be somewhere closer to the Jeremy Pena, but just to me, a more talented guy. Mm-hmm. But somewhere in the Jeremy Pena feel of it. I don't know, man. I was so disappointed off of last year, thinking that you were going to get a lot more. For the price, for the cost, I think it'll still be good. If Javier is your third, or similar to your comment about having Verlander helps Framber, I think there's a residual effect all the way down the line. It could help guys, and even more so the higher up you are the food chain, and Javier is somewhere right behind those guys. So I think that will help. But as far as recapturing the magic, I am hopeful. I would say I'm moderately optimistic.
Yeah, the problem with Javier last year is even when he was pitching for him last year, he was at 101 pitches by the middle of the fifth inning. His pitch count got so high so fast last year. You can't have that. Like, he's not getting paid a ton now. He's making $13-14 million a year. But they've got a pitching staff where they got Verlander, who's expensive, not as expensive as he should be for the Astros because the Mets are paying part of it. But they're for what Javier's getting paid, he needs to go 6 innings. He needs to be more efficient than he was last year. Let me just put it that way.
The pertinent question for Christian Javier, and I don't know the answer, but it is, for me, is the invisible ball still invisible? Or is it one that most can see now? Mm-hmm. And that is the part that I don't know. That's the part that I'll be intrigued by watching.
He's skinnier now, too. Let me declare that.
Yeah, it looked like they all been a part of the same Weight Watchers program.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they went
soda weight loss.
SodaWeightLoss.com.
Yeah, I hope they did.
You never know.
Yeah.
Last one, probably the least important of all these, especially in light of the Josh Hader signing. Kind of minimizes this guy now even more. But Rafael Montero. I've got no clue on Rafael Montero recapturing the Magic. I was shocked they gave him the deal they did last year. I didn't think he was good in the 2022 postseason when they won the World Series. The 1 year he had, his contract year, is a total outlier for his career.
Yeah.
What he was last year was closer to what he's been.
Yeah.
He might just be a big $11 million dud that eats up innings in blowouts one way or the other.
Yeah, it's pennies in the grand scheme of things when you think about the guys that they're going to have to make decisions on, guys that they may or may not pay. You know, we're just talking about $11.5 million here. But however much, I'm just going to track the $11.5 million per year and think about the guys that they lose and be like, man, you took Alex Bregman's money or Kyle Tucker's money or whatever. And I know that's not completely rational, but that's how I will view it because they didn't have to do it at all. So the fact that they did it, and this is going to be a low leverage guy, like somebody that they're going to pitch when they're up 7 runs or down 7 runs. Yeah, no, I don't feel great. Like the answer with him is no. He doesn't have the best chance of recapturing the Magic because he should not be in any position where he's pitching high leverage innings.
He's allowed to recapture it.
No, why? Like if he is in a position to be recapturing the Magic, that means somebody's hurt or like something bad has happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Joe Espada is pulling a Dusty. Like, yeah, we got to trot Montero out there. Got to trot him out there.
Yeah, but see, even when Dusty would do it, it would be at times when the bullpen would be taxed. Their starters weren't going deep enough in the games. Like, if we get some weird stuff where we're trotting out Montero, we're going to have some serious conversations with Espada, and I feel like our heads are going to explode.
To be fair to Dusty, he would be pulling like an April, May, June Dusty. Dusty figured it out.
Yeah.
Eventually, like, okay, we can't pitch this guy anymore.
Dusty was old, but he wasn't blind, crippled, or crazy. Like we all could see with our eyes that Montero was not nobody's high leverage guy.
Blind, crippled, or crazy.
He was none of that.
Dude, I could watch those one-on-one pitcher hitter videos that they had coming out of spring training yesterday. Like Yainer Diaz batting against Ryan Presley.
Yes.
Alex Bregman batting against, Josh Hader. I mean, these are things, if you go find the video, Brian McTaggart and a bunch of others, I've never seen this before on social media where their guys are filming, like basically intra-squad at-bats.
Yeah.
Well, it's fun as hell to watch.
Well, the only thing real close to it, obviously I went to spring training 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So I was in West Palm Beach, got to see a little bit of it. It does feel like we're getting a little bit more of it on social media.
I've never seen it on social media before.
I think also, though, so it could be an access thing, but we did also do in the COVID, so this was not long after spring training when I was there, the COVID year, we would have some of those intra-squad scrimmages at Minute Maid with no crowds. You know, so we got to see a little bit of that fun then, but yeah, to see it in spring training with and let's be honest, man. Some of those guys that they had at that time were not necessarily like they had Noli Paredes and guys like this. Like these guys feel better.
It's just cool. It feels like
team.
It feels like these are matchups that we can only make on a video game. Like, oh my God, Josh Hader's pitching to Alex Bregman. This is so cool.
Yeah, no, it's dope.
I would drop a few bucks just to watch that for a couple hours. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Astros batting against Astros. That's badass. It was really, really cool.
Yeah, real cool.
All right. Franchise tag. Tag or no tag. They were playing it on ESPN earlier this morning. We're going to play it with the Texans. Tag or no tag. I've got 3 names for potential franchise tags that the Texans could hit as the franchise tag window opens today. That is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is a problem.
Turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Hey, be listening. This is a segment. We're giving away Hank Williams Jr. tickets. So today's franchise tag day. I tell you what, it's so nice, Brandon, that I call them tiny little signs of progress. And there's a couple that just hit me, boom, right in the face on franchise tag day. Like smack, pow. Looking at the TV and watching the ESPN talking heads ranking the top 5 quarterbacks in the draft and debating which teams need to move up and draft a quarterback. You know which team's not going to come up? The Houston Texans.
Yeah, they're not there.
You know who has 2 thumbs and doesn't care about the top 5 quarterbacks right now? This guy right here, yeah. I mean, I'll care eventually, and they're fun storylines, especially this Bears thing, which is supposed to play out over the next couple weeks. That's super intriguing to me.
That's one of the top storylines in the league right
Yeah,
now.
but I can be dispassionate about it. Like, it affects the Texans zero.
Yeah,
you know?
I am dispassionate about it.
Yes.
I just find it fun and interesting.
I do too.
You know? And it's like watching a fight or like, you know, rubberneck. We're rubbernecking.
We're rubbernecking the offseason. Yes.
I'm with it.
I like that. The other tiny little sign of progress that hit me in the face, the Texans actually have people that I can bring up as franchise tag candidates and not sound like a complete idiot. Not a complete idiot.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Maybe just a partial idiot.
Yeah, you know.
All right?
Let's do it.
Today's the day. Today is the day that the franchise tag window begins. Little franchise tag 101. It's 2 weeks long. Teams can franchise tag one player. And the tag, the dollar amounts, the 1 year contracts that come with the franchise tag, the dollar amounts are pretty much set. It's the top 5, average of the top 5 salaries at each position. So for some guys to get hit with the tag, they're like, cool, I'll take it. Remember Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll gladly take whatever it was at the time, probably $25 million.
Yeah.
I was a 4th round pick. I never thought I'd make $25 million. Sure. Some other players, it's not as enticing. It's not as, it can be contentious.
Yeah, offensive for some even.
Yeah. Now, little history here. The Texans have only used the tag twice in their history.
Okay.
2009 with Dante Robinson. Mm-hmm. That was very acrimonious. He wrote "Pay Me Rick" on the back of his shoes. Mm-hmm. That was ugly. That got ugly.
Yep.
He eventually left.
Yeah.
Became a Kansas City Chief. Jadeveon Clowney in 2019. Also ugly with Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. Didn't sign it.
Never signed his franchise tender.
Yeah.
I traded for a 3rd round pick and Jacob Martin and Barkevius Mingo, and what a day.
That was actually right around when I arrived here.
Late summer 2019.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right around there. That was my introduction to working at Sports Radio.
Welcome to the show, kid.
Was Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah.
Not signing the franchise tag, and then, of course, the Laramie Tunsil trade, which all happens very close together.
Same day.
Yeah, right.
Same day.
Yep.
Tunsil trade, Clowney trade. I think the Carlos Hyde trade was that day. They were going to cut Martinez Rankin.
Yeah.
And they ended up trading him for Carlos Hyde.
Oh, what a time.
I think Keon Crossan might have walked through the door that day for a 6th round pick.
That's right.
I remember it well. Swap Meet Saturday is what I called it.
Right.
It was a Saturday afternoon.
My goodness.
All right, so, it's all burned into my brain.
Jacob Martin's played here twice since then.
Yeah. When nobody was yapping more than Jacob Martin at training camp last year. He was talking mess to the offense. It would have been cool if he made the team.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, so my 3 candidates for franchise tags for the Texans. Right. And I don't think any of these are the favorite is no on all 3 of these. Let me just say that right now, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yes is on the board, I think. Dalton Schultz, the tag would be a little over $12 million. Dalton Schultz is a guy who built a lot of chemistry with C.J. Stroud this year. Tight end market, not that great in free agency. Tight end draft, not that great, unlike last year, which I think is why Dalton Schultz might be a Texan right now, because the market last year was flooded with some young tight ends that were really, really good. Franchise tag for Dalton Schultz, $12 million a year. What kind of chances do you give that?
Yeah, I think that the chances for all of these, to kind of reiterate what you just said, are low. But if I had to handicap it, I'd put him at the highest, or at least in terms of priority for a lot of the reasons that you just mentioned. The market, I don't think that they could afford to let Dalton Schultz go without an adequate or comparable replacement for Dalton Schultz.
Yes.
And I don't know where that comes from.
Same.
I'm not able to manufacture that in my mind right now. Where are they going to get comparable quality tight end play to Dalton Schultz. And I didn't necessarily love Dalton Schultz. I thought he was good. I thought he was fine. I thought he was pretty good and far better than anything that they've had at that position, certainly since I've been around, and in a long time. So I would say
CJ likes him. I think that's important.
That's important. He's a smart dude. I think he's good for a young quarterback. CJ's spoken to that. So Dalton Schultz for $12 million for 1 year, I would do that.
I think I would too. It's not optimal. I don't know what the market's going to be for him as far as average annual value goes. I'll just rattle off some of the names on the market for tight end free agents: Hunter Henry, Gerald Everett, Mike Gesicki, Noah Fant, Austin Hooper, Robert Tonyan, Irv Smith Jr. I mean, there's no world beaters out there.
Yeah.
$12 million, I think, especially since all 12 of it hits the cap this year.
Yep.
There's no spreading out a franchise tag. It's a 1 year deal.
Right.
Fully guaranteed.
That's the sell right there on it.
Yeah.
For him as opposed, because I think every name that you just mentioned and Dalton Schultz are all somewhere along the same tier of serviceable tight end that you would rather have than have no answers at tight end.
Yep.
So I'm good with that. But the selling point for the franchise tag to Dalton Schultz as opposed to those guys is exactly what you mentioned. It's this year. Know what you're getting. Just do it.
This next one is the one that got brought. I heard the franchise tag get brought up the most with during the season without anybody looking to see what the cost would be for a franchise tag.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Yeah, go ahead with it. Yeah, I'm
Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah.
Jonathan Grenard, who had by far his best season. Randy Mueller of The Athletic, former GM for the Dolphins and I believe the Saints too, did his top 150 free agents. He has John Grenard 11th. He has him as the 11th, but not 11th best defensive end.
Yeah.
The 11th best free agent.
I like
period
John.
Out there.
Yeah, I think John's good. I like him. Now,
if he's the 11th best free agent, now the franchise tag for defensive ends is $23 million and change.
Yeah.
You have 60 some odd million in cap space. Again, that on a franchise tag. I think if you're doing it with Grenard, you're doing it with the idea of we're going to work out a long-term deal.
Yeah.
It's a little more cap friendly than that. The alternative is you let him hit free agency and see where it goes, and you find another defensive end in free agency or the draft.
Yeah.
So I ask you, Brandon Scott, would you do a franchise tag in the next 2? You can only do one of these guys, by the way. You can't do multiple. Would Grenard be your? Would you give him the franchise tag rose?
No. I would actually want to try to work out some type of deal with Jonathan Grenard if I could. Not saying that you can actually do it. But this franchise tag figure, this $23 million, if that's the number, I'm out on that.
You're out.
Now, would I want to pay him 12 to, probably 12, closer to 12 than 15, but 12 to 15 per, and maybe keep the guarantee something reasonable and just get a reasonable deal done with Jonathan Grenard? I'd absolutely be in. I'd be more interested in doing that, a long-term deal or a longer-term deal than the franchise tag with Jonathan Grenard than I would with Dalton Schultz. And more interested in doing the franchise tag with Dalton Schultz than I would be with Jonathan Grenard.
If Grenard,
I'm the opposite on the two guys.
Yeah. If Grenard had the season he had this year, also the season before, if this had been 2 seasons of him doing this, then I think he does start to get into that $20+ million range.
Well, he would have to.
Right. So I guess my question would be: is the hesitation for you with Grenard in getting beyond that 12 to 15, because I think some team's going to get stupid with Grenard.
Yeah.
Is your hesitation the fact that he may have been just put up a big year in a contract year, or are you worried about the medicals with him that he gets hurt quite a bit?
I'm really more so.
Combo, maybe?
I think I'm more so worried about just all the money that needs to be spent elsewhere, and maybe even the possibility of either getting younger at that position or maybe D'Amico Ryan. You have a defensive-minded head coach who is very much invested in the defensive front. So maybe thinking that he could figure out a cheaper or more affordable solution than that. Maybe it's a trust D'Amico part. But as far as Jonathan Grenard in a vacuum, I really like him as a football player. I'm willing to pay for Jonathan Grenard. I think that for his size, he's really good in the run game. Really disciplined for the most part. There's some exceptions, but for the most part. And what you saw from him when healthy last year, to me, is what Jonathan Grenard actually is. I don't think it was a one-hit wonder. Now, the health question, to answer your question, if there was anything, it would be the medicals.
The health.
Yeah, because that to me is the only thing that's really held him back.
This texter points out Dante Robinson went to the Falcons. That's true. He finished his career with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what was in my brain.
Whoa, they will actually you on that.
They will actually me on where Dante Robinson was. It was just one person. They will actually me. They're right.
That is right, though.
They're correct.
Now that they mentioned it.
I was incorrect, yeah.
I do remember it that way now.
Wild card franchise tag. Somebody's got to stick up for the little guy. Cam Johnston, punter.
Man, listen.
$5.8 million.
Listen here, man.
He's one of the best punters in football.
He is. And as the midday, as in the loop calls him, a weapon. He's a weapon.
He is a weapon.
And I agree.
$5.8 million weapon.
But, man, you telling me you can't figure out a deal with your punter? Like, this is...
We haven't yet.
No, I know. I get it. I can understand. And I don't want to let him go. Let me be clear on this. I do not want to let Cam Johnston go. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it would bother me if this is not what GMs are made of. Being able to come to terms with your punter. Please be able to make that happen so you can go franchise a tight end or a defensive end or something like that.
I'm very tempted to make a bet. Not with you, unless you want to take the bet. I'm very tempted to make one of those bets like about Cam Johnston getting the franchise tag where like if they don't, then I've got to take you to, like, Avalon Diner or something like that. Like a nice breakfast at a Greasy Spoon.
Yeah.
But if they do, you've got to take me to, like, an elite steakhouse or something like that.
I could do that.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. It means I get to break bread with Brandon Scott. That's all I want.
And also, this bet could not have happened 4 years ago. I'm doing a lot better.
You're doing better now?
I can take it. I can take it to
I don't order a lot of sides.
Yeah, no, I can do it.
I don't order a lot of sides. I'm on the lower level of the wine list.
It's cool.
It's all good. All right.
I could make it happen for one night. Yeah,
good,
for sure.
good.
Yeah,
I think you just got a free lunch. Is my guess. All right. Ben, write that down in the big book of bad wagers that Sean's made. All right.
But we're both big Avalon Diner fans.
Huge. Oh, it's a win-win.
So we come out ahead if we end up at Avalon Diner.
Huge Avalon Diner fans. We enjoy each other's company, so it's all good. Let's give away tickets to the rodeo, by the way. Hank Williams Jr. We've let Hank sit long enough.
Yes.
Call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Hank Williams Jr. live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, March 4th. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We're going to do it all again in the final hour of the show. Doing it all day today here on Sports Radio 610. So be listening. Calls are rolling in. Caller number 5 on the way to the rodeo. All right. Ime Udoka said something after the loss to the Grizzlies before the All-Star break that basically forecasts a big move of some sort here. I think it does at least. What is Ime Udoka's big move going to be? What do we want Ime Udoka's big move going to be to jumpstart these Rockets? We'll get to the 8 at 8. Headlines, ton of headlines to get to at the top of the hour. Stay there.
If you do not like the direction you're going at,
SportsRadio.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Seth back tomorrow. A lot of stuff to get to here. We'll get to the 8 at 8, top of the hour. 8 stories to get your day going. We call it the Ocho. So, definitely curious to get your take on this, Brandon. Ime Udoka, the money quote following their loss to Memphis before the All-Star break, which was the final score was less embarrassing than the actual game was. They were down, while I was watching, I think they were down like 46-23 at one point.
It never felt like a competitive game.
Bad, and they're bad. Memphis is bad. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Ime Udoka, who it's been challenging the last several weeks. After that 13-9 start, I think they're 11-21 since then, something like that.
Yeah.
Said this, maybe I have to look at the rotation and the lineup I have out there starting and try to have 5 competitors out there at one time. I'll look at all of that over the break, look in the mirror at myself, and figure out the best way forward to get us off to better starts, end quote. Now, this we know. The one person who ain't going anywhere is Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
He has, I would imagine, license to do whatever he wants with the lineup.
Ultimate job security.
Yes, over everybody, other than the owners. So a lot of speculation as to what this means. I don't think it can't mean nothing. He can't trot the same 5 guys. He can't be doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's been too inconsistent and at times embarrassing. So the big speculation is, what does this mean for Jalen Green, I think, for a lot of people? Is Jalen Green headed to maybe not getting tethered to the bench, but a role off the bench, which at this point in his career, he might be better suited for, quite honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think Jalen Green will take too well to it if that's the case, but I'm curious your thoughts. What do you think the move will be? What do you think the move should be for Ime Udoka?
Yeah, so which are 2 very different and distinct questions, because I think the move should be, at the very least, he's got to be considering bringing Jalen Green off the bench. I think that should be the move. Whether this is a move that they actually can make, because you got to remember, and we all know this, egos can be fickle and brittle and all of these other types of things. Jalen Green was anointed way too soon, way too quickly as the number 2 overall pick for a franchise. Obviously, if you're picking number 2 overall, as we know with the C.J. Stroud situation, your franchise is not in a good space. But it's also another thing to just anoint said guy who you picked number 2 overall to be the future of the franchise. I think he was given the keys to the franchise way too soon, way too early, long before he actually earned it. And turns out here we are in his 3rd season and he still ain't earned it, right? And so how do you reverse it? How do you go backwards? Boy. How do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? And I don't feel like I don't know if you can. Maybe you can. But so my question here, this is a long-winded way of saying, if you bench Jalen Green, and this would be a Jalen Green problem. Let me be clear about this.
Yeah.
But if you did that,
I know what you're going to say.
Would you lose Jalen Green?
Lose him, yeah.
Do you lose Jalen Green because he doesn't view himself as a 6th man, doesn't view himself as a bench player, had eyes on becoming – I mean, remember when this guy was drafted, and this was off-putting at the time, but like, oh, cute, it's funny. It's some, little 19-year-old kid saying that he wants a max contract and wants to be All-NBA and All-Star. But he said that the night he was drafted. Max contract.
Yeah, that's
NBA.
a red flag to me.
This was a quote. We doing it big.
Yeah.
That was the night he was drafted.
Yeah.
And so does a guy go from thinking that when he's drafted to a couple of years later, after year 3, thinking that he's a 6th man? I'm going to say no.
Right.
So I think the right move would be to bench Jalen Green, and I say bench, bring him off the bench. I think that he could actually.
That's different than benching him.
Yeah, I think he can be a spark for you off the bench.
Yeah.
He can be a volume scorer for you off the bench, and maybe you have a little bit more of a structure, maybe even a little bit more energy to start the game with, say, an Amin Thompson or if Cam Whitmore's ankle or whatever it is right by then. Like whatever you decide to do, maybe you can get better out of that first unit and better out of that second unit by benching Jalen Green. So I think that's the right thing to do. That's the thing that they should do. I don't know if that's tenable.
I said to Seth yesterday, Jalen Green needed Ime Udoka 2 years ago. he's saying the things he said on draft night, as you just pointed out, and then he got to the building and nobody checked him. You know what I mean? Like, nobody said, "Hey, man, like, how about?" At least I don't think like it didn't look like an operation that was checking Jalen Green in any. No. It looked more like an operation that was enabling Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And so I'm with you. I love Amen Thompson's game, by the way.
Yeah.
I think he feels like, I know he's not a good shooter. I feel like he can get better at shooting. We've seen it happen with other players.
And if he was, by the way, this would be a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he was, he's probably not sitting there at 4 for them to draft in the first place.
There's that. That. I agree with that.
Yeah. So I think Amen Thompson does winning things out there. I don't think Jalen Green's a winning basketball player. I cringe when he gets the ball and he ISOs these days. He seems hesitant now. Like, he was an inefficient player to begin with, but at least he seemed decisive. Now he's indecisive. He's turning the ball over. He's not He's not a good creator, I don't think, for others.
Yeah, what's weird about it is there was a stretch, and I would include their 13-9 start or whatever it was, when it looked like, hey, the Rockets are turning a corner here. Jalen Green's overall numbers still weren't eye-popping and like, man, this looks like a frontline guy. But for a time, it did seem like he was doing some of those things early on in the season. And I don't know. Let speculation abound. Like, you can speculate on all you want on what might have happened to Jalen Green or why things turned or changed. But something did change with him at some point this season where he wasn't or isn't always making the right. Like, he was making good reads and making decent decisions with the basketball, even on the nights where his shooting was inconsistent.
Yeah.
Because he just doesn't have a consistent jump shot. But now it doesn't seem like he's doing that. And so, yeah, and he absolutely has to be for somebody that's going to have the ball in his hands as much as he really actually has to in order to be effective. So
I think you got to change his role to jar him, if nothing else, and then see how he reacts. And if he reacts and you lose Jalen Green, then you lose Jalen Green. Then you trade him in the offseason for whatever.
Yeah.
And you move forward with the 5 other guys that you have that you drafted, and Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and whatever additions they make beyond that in the offseason, because it's just, this can't be, you're making moves now where it can't be, this is Jalen Green's training academy. You know what I mean? Like, he's got to, it's year 3, man. Like, you got to wake up or just, get off the pot here. So I think you change his role, you jar him. Maybe he embraces that role and it becomes better for the team. You start winning some games, you get into the play-in, and then you see where you go from there. And I just think, what you also benefit from, and this is a credit to Rafael Stone, is that while it's looking like you got the Jalen Green pick wrong at this point, looking that way.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith Jr., we'll see. He's been up and down. Amen Thompson I really like, but it's early. It looks like the other first-round picks where you were picking outside of the lottery are potentially really good basketball players. Like, Şengün is a potential all-star. Tari Eason, when he's healthy, is a potential really good player. I don't know what his ceiling is. The Cam Whitmore pick has, in spurts this year, looked like you got a steal at 20.
Yeah, he's who I wanted it for, by the way.
Right,
which would have been a terrible decision because he was available at 20.
Because he was available at 20. But he's,
it shows you why.
He's shown flashes as to why he probably shouldn't have been there at 20 in the first place.
Yeah.
So I think that does provide you a bit of a soft landing if you're Rafael Stone to maybe be a little more realistic looking at Jalen Green.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating storyline.
Yeah. Well, with Jalen Green, it's fascinating because he's got so many qualities that you can't teach, which is what is interesting about him. Makes you want to draft him at number 2,
right?
And feel like maybe he could be the frontline player. But then it's those things that you do need to teach and one needs to learn that don't seem to be registering with him. And so it's like, okay, so what do you do with that? Because it's one thing to have qualities that you can't teach, but what if I can't teach you all of these other necessary things? What do I do with that?
Traits-wise, he's the guy you tanked for.
Yeah.
They openly went into a tank. They basically outright said it. I don't think Rocket fans had a problem with it. You know, you lost James Harden, you traded him for all those picks. And we knew what it was going to be for a few years. And now they're in what they call phase 2. That was phase 1. Now they're in phase 2. It's just crazy that the one guy on paper, at least in terms of the qualities that he had, physical qualities, that this is the guy that might not work out of all.
Yeah, because I don't think that they have a guy on the team that can put fear in a defense the way Jalen Green can if he's right, or if that jump shot ever developed into actually developed into something, which it has not. So, like, they don't have another guy that's like that, who it's like, oh, I'm nervous about this guy downhill or with the ball in his hands and, splitting double teams. Nobody on the team can split a double team and dunk the ball like Jalen Green. But it is the repeatability of it. How can he do it again and again and again? And the answer is like overwhelmingly no.
Not yet. Yeah. Ocho says, B. Scott, can the Texans somehow package Jalen Green for Chris Jones?
Man.
Be sweet.
Yeah. Boy, who says no?
Jalen Green.
Jalen Green. And whoever's getting Jalen Green back says no.
Yep. Adam Silver. I'm not an Adam Silver fan. I'm not a big fan of where the NBA is right now. Like when you have a league where the big thing that the commissioner's trying to do is get guys to play basketball or try in the All-Star game, that's not a great place to be right now. I was a fan of Adam Silver's backhanded compliment of the Eastern Conference the other night after they won the game. Here is the NBA commissioner congratulating, air quotes, the East.
And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, congratulations.
I mean, well, he's pissed. They made him look so bad. Oh, yeah, they're going to try. Yeah, there's going to be defense in this game.
Hey,
sure there will be.
Don't write checks that your ass can't cash.
No.
He couldn't go out there and try for him.
He had to be, like, how many seconds into the game did Adam Silver say to himself, oh, crap?
Well, I think that...
Or do you think he knew going in?
Well, see, you already know going in that it's going to start like, horrible the way it does. Right. But you're hoping that it is, they're letting each other score, but the score itself is actually competitive, and at the end of the game that it picks up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it wasn't until the end of the game when he realized, or toward the end of the game when he realized that the score is not going to be close, so there's not going to be a reason for this game to become competitive, and in which case this is going to be our result.
Did you like the playground rules where guys pick their teams, like Team LeBron versus Team Giannis? Did you like that better than East versus West?
So I feel like I'm becoming a kind of a prickly old guy, old man in a sense.
Yeah.
Because
we get together on Saturdays at 3. Yeah.
Hey, I don't like relearning things. Like
okay.
I've been to school.
Yeah.
I have a job that I'm trained for. So I feel like I've done all of the training and learning for the most part that I want to do, especially when it comes to my sports. So I don't want to learn a new thing. I thought the in-season tournament was probably better than the folks that hate it, but also not nearly as good as the folks that love it, But I didn't personally want to learn it. So same thing with the All-Star game. Let's just roll the ball out there, East versus West.
Okay.
And let's play until the time runs out.
Okay.
That was easier for me to digest.
Yeah.
Even if I can concede that maybe the picking your own teams, whatever chip on that shoulder that gave you, and also the point total thing at the end, maybe that added some juice to it. I didn't need that.
The point total thing was stupid.
I didn't like it.
The last thing you want to do is make the game harder to understand for people.
That's what it did for me.
Nobody's complaining about having 4 12-minute quarters.
Yeah.
Like you're fixing something, air quotes, fixing something that doesn't need to be fixed.
Yeah.
I like the picking sides thing.
I liked it from a dramatic standpoint.
I like the public draft. I like that James Harden was a storyline every year with that draft. That was fun to me.
But see, I like it when you pick it, the exercise of it, televising it.
Yeah.
Giannis on one side,
Same.
LeBron on the other. Like, I like that part of it. But,
right.
But by the time we get to the actual game, I don't commit to memory who picked who. And so I prefer to just know, hey, that guy plays for a West team, that guy plays for an East team. I know that they're on opposite teams.
Here's what I've seen so many proposals to fix it, and at this point I'm not about fixing the All-Star game. I'm not about that as a topic, fixing the All-Star game. To me, the topic is everybody trying to fix the All-Star game. Back when I was about trying to fix the All-Star game in my previous life, when I had a national show, and I'd get in on a Sunday, and I'd say, okay, let me go to my book of national radio show topics here. Oh, this is fix the All-Star game week.
Yeah.
My solution at the time, and it kind of lined up perfectly based on who the older players were and who the younger players were in the league, I think you'd get the most juice in a game getting like the 12 oldest All-Stars versus the 12 younger All-Stars. If I've learned anything as a guy who's gotten older, the one thing that can really polarize a lot of people, other than politics, now that would be funny too if they played like Republicans versus Democrats.
That would
they might have a hard time filling one of the rosters.
There's like one guy on one team,
yes,
playing 1-on-5 out there.
Right.
That would actually be great.
Yeah, but age. We'll just call it the thanks Boomer All-Star game or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that would have been our best chance at getting some juice in that game. Like the 20-somethings versus the 30-somethings.
Yeah, because that you would have had
or politics.
Or politics.
We're having a hard time filling out this roster.
You've just got like Michael Porter Jr. against the entire NBA. Or what's the other guy, Jonathan this would be really, really tough. Old guys versus young guys. So you'd have like LeBron, KD, Damian Lillard, and Stephen Curry to start. And Anthony Davis probably is like 30 and up guys.
Right.
Against the Tyrese Halliburtons and Tyrese Maxeys and Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders of the world.
Man, I mean, that's your best shot.
Yeah.
That's your best shot.
You do have a tweener section, though, of the, Giannis isn't 30, but he's also not a kid, so like you have established old guys, established young guys, and then let them pick the tweeners. Maybe you have a draft for the tweener guys, the guys that are 27 and 28.
Yes.
Yeah, that would intrigue me, and also I could commit to memory who's young and who's old.
There you go.
I follow the league close enough to do that. Yep. So I could be down with that.
Okay, yeah,
I'm down with that.
Spitballing,
but it still comes down to, does that make the game more competitive? Or are they still out there just skip to my Lewin?
I feel like it's their best shot. I feel like it's their best shot. All right, you're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. The 8 at 8, the Ocho. Here we go.
1. This guy comes to play every single day. He's a winner. He knows how to win. And when he comes in here with that approach, that mentality, that mindset, we know what he's capable of doing.
That's Joe Espada talking about Alex Bregman. I think Bregman is primed for a big year. Contract year for Bregman. He's in great shape. I think most importantly, B. Scott, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today, he has put together 2 extremely healthy seasons. Like, I think that's the biggest thing for Bregman. Like, he has become a guy, knock on wood, that you can say, okay, we know we're getting 150-plus out of this guy this year.
Yep.
And I think that's the biggest thing he's had to display the last 2 years, more than his glove, more than the bat, more than putting together great performances in the postseason. I think showing he can stay on the field. And I think Bregman's going to have a huge year, and it might hurt come this time next year if he's playing in another uniform. But whatever, if it helps him get to a World Series, so be it.
Yeah, and I think he's very clearly auditioning for another team, more than likely. Like, I don't think that the deal that he's going to be in line for is going to be a deal that Jim Crane is apt to pay. Like, it's going to be, just forget the number, the actual $1 million number, hundreds of $1 million number. Just think about the years. I don't think he's going to settle for anything less than a 7-year deal, and it's probably going to be more than that. So this is more likely than not Alex Bregman's final season as an Astro.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side of that is a big payday somewhere. I don't know, and Alex can't know, to be honest, if that payday is going to be somewhere that's going to be anywhere near as competitive as what the Astros are on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah.
Like, this could be not only the end of us with Alex Bregman, but it could be the end of Alex Bregman perpetually competing for a World Series year in and year out. It could be one of those sell your soul, and it's not, I don't mean it that dramatic, but sell your soul for the money, go get the $300 million, but also go play for the Toronto Blue Jays and maybe be a wild card year in and year out and not compete for the World Series.
Right. Like Springer and Correa are the 2 that I think of.
Yeah.
Like where, okay, like it had to have felt weird for the 2 of them. Like, okay, I'm not playing in the ALCS this year. I play in the ALCS every year.
Enjoy the Twins.
Yeah.
Enjoy the AL Central.
Yeah.
Or just being another competitive team in the AL East.
Yep.
Have fun with that while the Astros continue to, I guess until last year, dominate the AL West.
2.
All right, Mike Evans should be out there in free agency. Diana Rossini of The Athletic said that the yesterday came and went with no contract for Mike Evans. Yesterday was kind of a key day because yesterday was the voiding of his contract, which triggered some salary cap effect in Tampa Bay. the Bucs had some incentive to get a deal done yesterday with Mike Evans, and they were unable to do it.
Yeah.
So now we look ahead and we ramp up for free agency in a few weeks. The franchise tag window opens today. I don't think Evans is getting the franchise tag from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll see. But a lot of Texan fans, B. Scott, very excited about the possibility of the Texans courting, maybe even signing Mike Evans.
Yeah, I'm excited about the possibility. I'm excited about the conversation, the idea. Now, do I think it's wise or smart or likely? Not really. Not really.
What's the number you do it at? Forget about years, just like average annual value.
Well, so average annual value, I do think that Mike Evans is a $20 million a year player.
Yeah.
But the way I try to think about it, Sean, is in terms of guarantees.
Yes.
And I'm going to give the number. I would go ahead and guarantee Mike Evans, and this is an unrealistic number, but my number is $35 million.
$35 million, okay.
And maybe make the deal be something close to $18 to $20 million a year, but the guarantee is $35 million. Let's go try to win the Super Bowl now in 2024 and revisit the conversation next year on how we're going to finagle our cap figures and numbers and how we're going to pay a guy.
Yeah, I think that's what people – I mean, it's a reminder we give people all year, and it's not the most radio-friendly thing, but it's the guaranteed money that matters. Like, you're going to hear or see numbers for guys. 4 years, $80 million. Oh, man. Boy, year 4, I don't know about it. I don't know about paying him when he's 34, 35. You don't have to.
Yeah.
In most of these deals. If it's 4 years, 80, it means probably 50 of it's guaranteed.
There you go.
You can get out of it. It's not painless, but it's not super painful to get out of it after maybe a couple, 3 years.
Yeah, and 50 is probably a more realistic figure. I'm just being
That's your number, though.
35
is your number.
35
is your number.
That'd be my number. I don't feel like that would be Mike Evans' number.
No, it's definitely not.
3.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.com says there is a buzz around the league that the Texans could be seeking a running back, okay? Word could is key here. I get it. It's not a report. But he does name Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry as 2 possible targets for the Houston Texans. We had somebody ask this earlier. I'll bring it up here in the Ocho here, B. Scott. If you could sign, let me add parentheses here, knowing full well the price tag is different on each of these things. If you could sign an elite free agent running back, which to me means Saquon or Henry or Josh Jacobs, or an elite free agent wide receiver, which to me would mean Mike Evans, T. Higgins. Maybe I'm missing somebody.
Yeah, I feel like, Calvin Ridley's on
Calvin Ridley on the list, yeah.
I
don't know if he's a Texans kind of guy.
Yeah.
Which would it be for you? Elite running back at that price, at a running back price, or elite wide receiver at a wide receiver price?
Yeah, and I've done this before. I tried to think through this. It's very much easily the running back, which is wild to me because I feel like in today's NFL, the wide receiver is a more valuable position, or at least viewed that way. But for the Texans specifically, for what they need and for what this market looks like I look at Saquon, who is just, I think is special and unique and different. So I think we're having a different conversation about Saquon than we would about most running backs. I think Derrick Henry is also very specific in terms of what he can offer you and what that deal would look like. Josh Jacobs is just very good, also very good. So for what the market looks like and what the Texans need, to me, it's very much easily running back.
I'm with you.
Because honestly, I would actually sign pretty much any of those running backs at their market value, at their sticker price.
Saquon scares me a little bit just with the injuries, but similar to the Mike Evans thing we talked about earlier, that dynamic, like when my exercise. I envision the Schefter tweet.
Yeah.
And I go, what would as I envision this in my head, Adam Schefter tweeting, the Texans have signed Saquon Barkley, 3 years, $27 million or $30. How much do you think Saquon's going to cost?
Yeah, that's the great question. It's got to be.
He was injured again last year for a little bit.
Yeah, but man, he's so
whatever
dynamic.
it is, whatever it is.
15 million per?
Whatever. 15 per?
Or 12, I'm sorry, 12 per.
12 per 12 sounds
per.
a little closer.
Yeah, 12 per for a running back.
15 per, I blocked Schefter.
I got into thinking about wide receivers. About 12 per.
Yeah, I think 12. I mean, that's what the franchise tag is for a running back.
Yeah,
12 per.
Yeah.
So if I envision that Schefter tweet of a Saquon Barkley signing, the sizzle in the moment feels good. Now, his first soft tissue injury, it doesn't feel quite as good.
Sean.
Yeah.
4 years ago now?
Yeah.
Almost?
Yeah,
or maybe, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
These guys paid 9 or 10 or 12, something like that $1 million for David Johnson.
Not these guys.
No, I'm just
other guys.
But we are still the guys rooting for the same franchise.
I know,
and
but I'd like to think that better people have infiltrated the franchise.
But here's what I'm saying. If somebody was willing to trade DeAndre Hopkins for an expensive David Johnson, who was washed and had shown himself to be washed, a more reasonable person should also look at the team that they have in front of them and what Saquon Barkley is and say, hey, I'll give him David Johnson's money to come join C.J. Stroud and these up-and-coming Texans. Like, I don't want
to factor David Johnson on the Texans into anything.
I don't want to be the guy that roots for the team that paid David Johnson $10 million but then looks at Saquon Barkley and is like, 12, 13, I don't want to do it. I don't want to be.
That's true. David Johnson was washed. At least Saquon can still play.
Yeah, and I hate to do the drive-by on David Johnson, who actually also still lives in town and is a great guy, great family guy. But what the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell, man? If you did that, go get Saquon or somebody like him if you can.
4.
Cougs win last night. Big one. Battle of top 10 teams. Cougs led throughout against Iowa State. Jumped out to a nice lead in the first half. Tight defensive struggle in the first half.
Ugh.
Much to the chagrin of underbettors like me, it was offensive fireworks in the second half.
Yes.
Damn it. But the Cougs win 73-65 over Iowa State. So they split with the Cyclones. They get revenge for an earlier loss this season. And more importantly, take control of the Big 12. Cougs, a former non-Big 12 outsider coming in, and they're doing what they do. They're just out here winning leagues.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a Power 5 or whatever. It's the Cougs, man. They're leading the Big 12 right now.
They had Rodney Terry, the head coach for the University of Texas, over the weekend talking about how, hey, we're just not tough enough to play with those guys, which was a shocking admission in public. I couldn't believe he said that, but that's effectively what he said. And this game last night, man, I'm watching it. This is how good the Cougs defense is. And maybe this is also a testament or a knock on college basketball at large, but also a testament to the Cougs defense. 10 minutes into this game, Sean, Iowa State had more turnovers than points.
Yes.
They had 6 turnovers and something like 4 points.
Dude.
In 10 minutes into the game.
I was laughing.
It was nuts.
I'm like, I bet the under on a game where a team's got 4 points 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah. And college basketball can be slow in the scoring. It can be a race to 50 or a race to 60 sometimes, and that just might be the night that you're in for. But a lot of that last night had to do with this U of H defense playing basketball like it's football.
Yep.
5.
All right, the Nets fired Jacques Vaughn yesterday after we got off the air. 21-33 on the season. Why am I bringing up the Brooklyn Nets firing a head coach here on a Houston radio show? Well, because the Houston Rockets pretty much control the Nets draft capital from now until the next presidential election, literally. They have the Nets' first-round pick in 2024 and 2026. They have the right to swap with the Nets in 2025 and 2027. And despite all the things we said about the Rockets about 12 minutes ago, about what a mess it is right now, how inconsistent they are, how Jalen Green is red arrowed down right now. I would buy stock in the Rockets before I bought stock in the Nets right now.
So I know that the Rockets are kind of on a downslide, and we've talked a lot, of course, about the Texans and their improvement over the last year. So overall, as a Houston sports fan, let's call it for the last 6 to 7 months or so, I've been tunnel vision on in season and then just, hey, what moves can we make to improve said team and all of that. All of this to say, I've been so tunnel vision, I have not done the exercise of, okay, who might the Rockets be able to get in the draft next year? Now I'm going to actually start maybe at times looking at some NBA mock drafts, which I admittedly have not done this year.
Going during the break to NBAdraft.net.
I haven't done any of that this year. But this is indicating that maybe you will be able to move on from whichever of the draft picks that have not worked out so far because you got some more down the pipe.
That's fair. Yeah.
So hey, if Jalen Green is not working out, while there's no rush to necessarily trade Jalen Green, you could, maybe you don't, but it's not like you're like, oh man, I can't believe I'm having to part ways with this pick because you got more.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Houston Texans select Keyshawn George.
Wait, the Texans?
The Rockets. The Rockets. My bad.
The Texans take it and trade for Jalen Green.
I blame Ocho. He's got me crossing streams here with the sports. With the 8th pick in the NBA draft, according to NBAdraft.net, the Houston Rockets select Keyshawn George, small forward, Miami.
Okay.
What do you know about Keyshawn George, small forward?
I've watched Keyshawn George play. I can't say that I've watched him play enough to say how his game is going to translate to the NBA. So yeah, I'd have to do a little bit more research.
There ain't a Wemby in this draft. I'll tell you that right now.
There ain't a Wemby, and I'll be honest, I don't necessarily think that Keyshawn George is better than some of your other options that you already. I feel like you might already have a Keyshawn George on your team.
Possibly.
So
6.
Justin Fields did the thing that you do when you are trying to show a team that maybe you're just not in for being on their team anymore. And to be fair to Justin Fields, the Bears, or maybe to be fair to the Bears, they agree with Justin Fields on this. Justin Fields unfollowed the Bears on social media.
Yeah.
This appears to be the beginning of the end. This appears to be the harbinger for the direction the wind is blowing on the Justin Fields saga. Caleb Williams will be the quarterback for the Chicago Bears in 2024.
This is one of those where it's really easy to both sides of the argument. Like, if I'm the Bears, I'm moving on from Justin Fields, and I'm going to go draft Caleb Williams. That is not complicated at all to me. Like, I don't see controversy there. Also, though, if I'm Justin Fields, I'm ready for a new start.
Sure.
The Chicago Bears ain't never developed a quarterback, at least as long as I've been living, and even before that. So hard to think that, or hard to be surprised that they didn't do a good job of developing him. I think part of it is him, but I think part of it is also his situation. If I'm Justin Fields, I am wanting to go to a better situation or get a fresher start and see if I can somewhat resurrect my career elsewhere. So yeah, this seems like it fits best for both sides. Go move on from Justin Fields, and Justin Fields move on from them damn Bears that don't develop quarterbacks.
Bears are going to own the draft this year, man.
Yeah.
They got the first pick, which is Carolina's pick. They've got the ninth pick,
yep,
which is their pick. They're going to get whatever picks they get for Justin Fields. I don't think they're getting a first-rounder for him or anything like that.
But whatever they get is just, cherry on top.
I think they'll get a day 2 and a day 3 pick for him from somebody. Steelers, Falcons, team like that kind of thing.
Those are my top two of teams. Well, I guess until the Russell Wilson thing happened, I feel like he factors in a little bit now. I don't know what team wants him, but I could see the Steelers saying, "Hey, I'd rather Russell Wilson over Justin Fields." For example, and the Falcons too, for that matter.
7.
Quick note here: the NBA salary cap, according to Mike Florio, set to be as much as $243 million per team at first, but maybe more. Florio saying that he followed up with a source that said the salary cap is going to be closer to $250 million. So cap keeps going up, up, up. I guess the thing they're trying to determine with the players' union right now, B. Scott, is there's so much money flowing into the league with gambling, new media rights. The COVID losses are starting to slide off the books, that they're trying to prevent something from happening that happened with the NBA a few years ago where Kevin Durant wound up with the Golden State Warriors. They're like, wow, look at all this money.
Yeah.
Let's give it all to him in 1 year.
Yeah.
I don't know that there can be a similar effect in football that there is of a Kevin Durant going to a 73-win team in basketball.
Yeah, nah.
But they're trying to keep they're trying to work with the union to make sure the money kind of trickles into the salary cap as opposed to going, hey, here's $300 million to go spend.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Would the equivalent be like Mike Evans to the Chiefs? Which I think somebody just suggested.
Yes, the Chiefs are 4.5 to 1 to get him on that board. Yes, that is what it would be.
That feels like
an elite team getting to basically get a free roll with some elite free agent.
Yeah, and especially if Kelsey's not retiring like his brother did, and if he's going to come back and try to play.
That's the analogy. You nailed it.
That's probably it. That's probably the closest thing.
Yep, that's it.
8.
Last one, Steve Sarkisian's new deal. No salary cap on coaches in college football. Do you see this? $10 million plus per year through 2030. 2 cars, country club membership, full use of a private jet. And I'm telling you right now, if I had full use of a private jet, I would spend at least 1 day a week just going up in the air and circling the campus. Just flying around it, the campus, maybe even pulling one of those long banners that says Sark's plane, Sark's bird, something like that. But I would use the ever-loving hell out of that private jet.
This is why we can't allow you to have nice things, Sean.
No, for sure.
Because you're going to exploit it or mistreat it in some abuse it in some kind of way like this.
Yep.
Now, I just remember this made me think about a few weeks ago. Crime.com does those articles of so-and-so's house is for sale or whatever it is. And Steve Sarkisian was having he had his house for sale for let's say $8 million, but he had to mark it down to 5.8. it was like, oh, but it was because he had just bought another new house for like $10 million somewhere else. And I'm like, I don't understand any of this.
Yeah.
What do you mean you had to mark your house down to $5.8 million?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The markdown. Dude, when you're marking something down,
Yeah.
5.8 million, that's you're in a good spot.
And it was a beautiful, beautiful
I'm
home,
sure.
of course.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. Good job, Sark. All right. Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Again, we're giving away rodeo tickets, Hank Williams Jr. in the 9 o'clock hour. So make a note of that. Up next, a little former linebacker on current linebacker violence. When one linebacker calls another way too sensitive, get off social media. You will not want to miss this. That is next. You will not want to miss the great deals that are going on at West Point.
SportsRadio20.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Appreciate you tuning in. Man, I think the audience is ready for free agency, I can tell. Sometimes you look at the text page, you look at the group chat. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. The who do you go get at running back and wide receiver seems to hit big with people. Small sample size, but people are into the running backs, man. People want new running backs on this team.
Yeah, it was the first time in a long time where it's felt like free agency could actually significantly change the trajectory of your season. Like the last few seasons has been about like just filling in some pieces here, filling in some pieces there, and really just throwing at the wall to see what sticks. But now it seems like, okay, you've got the foundational pieces. What are you going to do to supplement that?
Yeah.
Like we haven't felt that way in a really long time.
This is the first free agency they've had C.J. Stroud. They had DeMeco Ryans last year, and I think DeMeco Ryans probably played a big role in the, sort of the stopgap is maybe a little bit too insulting of a term. Like the 1 and 2 year guys, the glue guys that they got. Dalton Schultz, Devin Singletary, Sheldon Rankins, all those guys. The 1 year guys, 1 and 2 year guys they brought in. I think DeMeco probably played a major role in their ability to shop in a different aisle than they'd been shopping in the previous 2 years. Similarly, I think C.J. Stroud allows you to now shop in any aisle in the store.
Yeah.
And, there's no free agent that the Texans could pick up the phone and call that doesn't entertain that conversation.
Yeah, and
on either side of the football.
And don't you feel like the term stopgap or the concept of stopgap also had to do with where we viewed the team itself just as much as those
2
players.
years ago you're talking about?
2 years ago, and even last year with DeMeco, like not knowing what kind of team this was exactly, or at least not yet feeling like it was a winning team or a playoff team per se.
Yeah.
That stopgap was just as much about where the team was as it was the actual players that they were signing. Now, these players that we're talking about now, Mike Evans, Saquon Barkley, guys like that, are better than the guys we were talking about before. But it's also the team and the players that make it less stopgappy.
Yeah, and put simply, they can shop for guys now that would start on any team in the league.
That part.
As opposed to shopping for guys that are cool with starting for the Houston Texans, which is what it was, and definitely in 21 and 22 for sure. All right, Bart Scott was on Get Up yesterday. Bart Scott had a hell of a day yesterday. Get Up had a hell of a day yesterday. Because we got one other cut. One of the craziest takes I've ever heard about the quarterback position. We'll get to in just a second. Bart Scott, the look of disgust on his face when Micah Parsons got brought up by the panel.
Yeah.
I mean, they focused in on Bart Scott, and Bart Scott rolled his eyes. He is not a fan of Micah Parsons, and he thinks Micah Parsons needs to go to leadership school.
I'm talking on that defensive side because that's who didn't show up. Like, I don't expect Dak to get in defensive players' face and say, not today. If you're going to be that generational player, if you're going to be that Lawrence Taylor player, like, listen, I played around great players that, Michael Parsons is supposed to be that. Ray Lewis ain't letting no team show up and lay no dud. Ed Reed ain't letting no team show up and lay no dud. Darrelle Reeves ain't showing up letting nobody lay no dud. He going to perform and play with such an energy that's going to make everybody else play. So that's what I'm talking about. He's lacking leadership, right? He doesn't understand what winning in this league is all about. Is he a great player? Yes. But just because you're a great player don't mean you're a great leader. He needs to go to a leadership school and learn how to lead by example and quit talking so much and being so damn sensitive.
Okay, the best part of the video of that clip, two things. Bart Scott rolling his eyes in the 10 seconds before he started talking, and the look on Dan Graziano's face when Micah Parsons at the end there said he's too damn sensitive.
Yeah.
Like Dan Graziano looked like, do I need to get off the set here or something like that? Like Micah Parsons was going to run on the set and punch somebody.
Yeah. Which I would get off the set if Bart Scott and Micah Parsons were about to go at.
Oh, I'd let it go. Yeah.
I'd get out of the way.
I would at least get out of the way. Yeah. I'd probably stay on the set to watch.
Oh, I'd get my phone out.
Yeah.
But I just wouldn't be close to it, close enough to it to get touched.
Let me play one more on Bart Scott. So that's Bart Scott saying Micah Parsons needs to go to leadership school. He's too damn sensitive. He also says, get off the social media, kid.
You're a linebacker. That's supposed to be a tough guy spot. He's the most sensitive guy I've ever seen. He responds to everything. Get off of social media. Quit tweeting. Quit talking about responding and go about your business, man. That's how you change the culture. That's why Emmitt Smith came out and had something to say. That was directly to you, bro. So instead of responding to what Lawrence said, respond to what Emmitt Smith said and maybe sit down with guys that know what winning is about in this league.
Micah's sensitive. Micah responds to things. Micah takes it a step further, too. And he's had tweets where he's implied, like, yeah, maybe I'll go play in Seattle with Dan Quinn if he goes there as the head coach. Like, he stirs the pot, too. Like, he's somebody who better be getting 15 sacks a year if you're going to put up with all this crap.
This may be irresponsible of me, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Do it.
And it's not going to get any of us in trouble. It's just my feeling on it.
Okay.
I feel like Micah Parsons is missing, is not right. Like something, and I'm not in a position to diagnose him, but I feel like something is off about Micah Parsons. It could be a personality thing. It could be ADHD. I don't know what it is, but you ever just be around someone or pick up on someone and be like, you know what? They're either missing something or have too much of something.
Something's a little off.
But something is off.
Yeah.
He strikes me as that. I think Micah Parsons, to me, is off. However, I actually agree with the overall points that Bart Scott is making, specifically the one, like, I don't know, I can't really speak to his leadership and how much he gets in guys' faces, how much he holds his teammates accountable. I don't know anything about that. But the social media thing, like, guys, all of you young guys, this generation of athlete, do yourselves a favor. If you can't be on social media without, like, restraining from responding to everything, then you do need to get off.
Yeah.
You don't need to be on there responding to every single little thing. I even have to teach myself this as somebody who's a decade older than all of these guys. Like, you can't respond to every little thing that gets on your nerves, and you'd probably just be better off to just let it ride.
Yeah.
I think he could stand to do that, but as far as the leadership standpoint, I don't know, man. Like, if Micah Parsons can just be Micah Parsons, I don't know if I need him to necessarily be the leader. That's what coaching is for. You'd like for him to be, but if he can be Micah Parsons, that part is good enough for me.
It's a tricky thing. I think in the NFL, it's a real luxury when your best players are also your best leaders.
Yeah.
I think Kansas City has some of that, with Mahomes and some of the guys on that team.
They've got Lawrence on there, or
they got the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got other guys. I think it's a real luxury when your best players are your best leaders. If I can localize it a little bit, I would say I think this is something the Texans are prioritizing in who their best players are going to be. I don't know what kind of priority that is for the Cowboys when they're vetting guys.
Yeah.
They may just look at it and go, this guy's a dynamic player, 10th pick, let's take him. I think there's a reason that Nick Caserio paid what looked like a premium to go up and get Will Anderson.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason they love C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I think there are other guys on the team who have that sort of. I think most of the guys on the team for the Texans. I think with the young guys on this team particularly, I think D'Amico and Nick have done a really good job of sniffing out that characteristic, especially in the most recent draft class.
Yeah.
Maybe in some of the free agents they brought in too. It's a real luxury when a guy like Micah Parsons is also your best leader. I think you just gotta look at the balance sheet and go, okay, he's going to cost us $30 million a year when it comes time. This is who he is. We can't change how he's wired. Maybe he dials it back on social media. Maybe he doesn't. He just better get us 16 sacks every year.
Yeah.
He better be Micah Parsons. I'm glad that the Texans do seem to prioritize that. I'm glad that Will Anderson does seem like a lot more like the guys Bart Scott was naming as guys Micah Parsons should aspire to be than he is like Micah Parsons.
Yeah. 100%.
Very thankful for that.
And I'll say this as somebody who at the time going into last year's draft was not particularly interested in the defensive players. Like, I remember that when there was a discussion about, Tyree Wilson versus Will Anderson Jr., I was like, go get me weapons.
We did that segment a few times.
Yeah, I'm good on either. Go give me weapons. And then I met Will Anderson after they drafted him, and I was like, oh, okay, so like he's a beast on the field, but he's also like this magnetic personality, infectious personality, all positive energy. I get how you might watch that guy play football and then meet that guy in person and want him around your football team.
Yep.
So, yeah.
One more from Get Up yesterday. Mike Tannenbaum was one of the guys on the panel there with Bart Scott. And
the hell is wrong with Mike? What are you doing? What are you smoking, Mike?
Mike Tannenbaum, former GM for the New York Jets, had a crazy idea about Russell Wilson. Now, Russell Wilson, it looks like, is probably going to get cut by the Broncos. Unless they find a trade partner, he's going to get cut. And he's guaranteed a bunch of money. So he can sign with a team, not have to worry about the financial part of it.
Yeah.
Maybe take a look and see, okay, what's best for Russ, big picture at this point. This was Tannenbaum's idea.
I think he would actually be a great fit with the New York Jets, and here's why.
Oh, my gosh. Why you want to Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson?
Absolutely. Pay him $1 million and let him resurrect his career. I actually have experience with this. Vinny Testaverde got cut by the Baltimore Ravens. We signed him in June and went to the championship game that year. So if you're Russell Wilson and you don't get
early, Mike.
Hey, Bart, where else is he going to go? He has to resurrect his career. So if you have to sit for a year, why not sit behind one of the greatest of all times and then be a free agent again? It's when I was reasons. Guys, where is he going to go? He's 36 years old. No one's going to hand him a starting job. He's going to have to be a backup somewhere.
The Florham Park would be like the Real Husbands of Hollywood. If you have Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson.
You would have to put them back on Hard Knocks.
You would have to. You would have to.
Where,
my goodies.
You want to take this one?
Yo.
So the part there that you can't see from the audio, obviously, is Bart Scott looking at Mike Tannenbaum's coffee mug to make sure it's not spiked with some type of alcohol or illicit drug, because it sounds like he might be on drugs for suggesting, hey, Jets, we know that you got in bed with one quarterback on the wrong side of 35. Why don't you do this? Here's a great idea. Get in bed with two.
Dude, well, and it's not just the age. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a bit much. Russell Wilson is a bit much.
It's a bit much.
It's like you're concocting. It's like Oppenheimer for Diva, like a nuclear bomb of Diva.
Well, hence the Hard Knocks sequel idea that they mentioned. It's like, oh, well, that means that they had him on the wrong year. This is what we want to see.
Why are you doing this to Robert Saleh? Saleh just had to go through Zach Wilson for a year with Aaron Rodgers lurking the whole time.
Yeah, which in and of itself was awkward enough. Hey, you got your number 2 overall pick that you've probably given up on, but it's still there, and you're going to bring in Aaron Rodgers to be ahead of him. Now you're going to go to you're going to ante up on that and just bring in Russell Wilson.
Dude, this we know. Tannenbaum, no way he's campaigning for a GM job again.
No,
with that take.
No,
he's leaning into his TV hot takery.
That's definitely one of those takes that you keep to yourself.
Oh, my God.
I feel like we all got that filter, that self-governor a little bit. Yeah. And it should have kicked in there. Don't say that out loud.
Franchise tag window opens today. That's Brandon Scott. He's in for Seth Payne. All right, let's go through this. The names to keep an eye on. Franchise tag 101. If you missed it yesterday, we're doing it again today. Names to keep an eye on over the next 2 weeks. Got to keep a checklist. May have to cross off some of these names as teams start applying franchise tags. We'll get to that next. Nobody franchise tag Dr. Ben Salento. I need him. He's my sleep doctor.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you tuning in. Rodeo tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. If you're a fan of Hank Williams Jr., 9 o'clock hour is your hour. Oh, by the way, congratulations, he's still listening, to James and Conroe a little bit earlier in the show. Why are you chuckling, Ben? Because I got to that an hour too late?
Oh, no, I was laughing because Brandon Scott just came in.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right on the dot.
Yeah.
I made it.
I'm here.
He was on time. He was on time.
Never in doubt.
He beat the buzzer.
Never in
It's
doubt.
all good.
And shout out to Conroe, too.
Yeah.
Former home of mine. I got love for Conroe, man.
I do, too. It's nice up there.
Very beautiful.
Yep. All right, so today is today's a big day. If you're a fan of free agency, if you're a Texans fan, franchise tag window opens today. It's fun to have a team that actually has, I would say, franchise tag-worthy players, maybe. If I had to guess, if you had to guess, not a player, yes or no, do the Texans use the franchise tag? Safe bet's always no, I guess, because they've only done it twice in team history.
Yeah, I'm going to lean toward the numbers there, the probabilities, and say no. I think that, to your point of having franchise-worthy players, they do have some, but they don't have a guy where it's like, man, you got a friend. Like, if I was a Giants fan right now and just, like, buzzed in on us and other markets that maybe have some Saquon Barkley lust, I'd be worried as hell. Because to me, if I'm a Giants fan, Saquon Barkley is the only thing we really got going for ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, it's not like they got that level of player to franchise tag. We're not talking about that. But the guys on our list, I think, are franchise tag worthy players, or we could at least make credible arguments for them.
We could. When we talked about this earlier, Schultz and Grenard, and I threw the punter in there as just an oddball, as the three possible Texans.
He's a weapon.
Looking, who says that, in the loop or the drive?
Specifically John Lopez.
John Lopez says he's a weapon?
Yes.
Okay. I can get with that, John.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing.
No, he is a weapon.
He's a weapon. Is he a $5.8 million weapon? Remains to be seen.
Hey, look, whenever they've had to substitute their special teams guys, whether it's Kaimi Fairbairn or even Cam Johnson to some extent, you see the difference.
It's not gone well.
You see the fall
They had to
off.
do it for both guys this past year.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Johnston to Zentner.
Yeah.
And Fairbairn to, what was it, Manicotti? Amendola.
Yeah.
I had Manicotti on the brain.
Amendola, but with fewer M's.
No, more M's.
Or more M's.
Yeah, he had two M's in his. Yeah.
My bad, yeah.
I had him as a plate of food, so you were close.
And I forgot Zentner. Tyler?
Ty Zentner.
Ty Zentner. Yeah, I'd forgotten that name.
Yeah, he was really bad at football.
Yeah.
So as far as the franchise tag goes around the league, let's rapid fire these.
All right.
I think if the Texans are going to go luxury shopping, I think that it's going to be at one of three positions. And sorry, wide receiver's not one of them. We'll get to Mike Evans in the next hour, though. Defensive tackle, defensive end, running back. And I've got three names that I am going to have a checklist for sitting next to me at all times in the next couple weeks. And as they get franchise tagged, I will cross them off my list. But I'm going to give you the three names at each position and then react. Defensive tackle, I've got Justin Madubuike, Baltimore, Christian Wilkins, Miami. And then I suppose the pipe dream, I don't think it's happening because his franchise tag is $34 million.
Yeah.
But I'll throw Chris Jones because he's the best. He might be the best player in this free agency class.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So which of those three do you think is most likely to still be sitting there for the Houston Texans?
So not franchise tag.
Not franchise tag. Jones, Madubuike, Christian Wilkins.
Yeah. I guess I would say, if I've got to choose out of the three, I would say Wilkins. To just directly answer your question, if I'm somewhere between answering your question and being hopeful, I'd say it's Madubuike.
You both, yeah.
So, yeah, I'd say Madubuike in that space.
That's who you'd hope for.
That's who I'd hope for, and I think that there is at least a chance there. I don't think there's a chance in hell for Chris Jones, and I don't think that's wise either way to pay a non-quarterback $30-something million.
Yeah, I think it's stupid on both sides to. Yeah. Like I think it'd be silly for the Texans to chase Chris Jones. And I think it'd be silly for the Chiefs to let Chris Jones go.
I agree with that.
I think he's at that stage where he's in a perfect spot.
And obviously from Chris Jones' standpoint, which I think we've heard a little bit of between the parade and the post Super Bowl win and all of that he would like to stay with the team that he's won multiple Super Bowls with.
I think he did. I mean, we need to test his blood alcohol, but I think he was pretty adamant about it.
Yeah.
All right, defensive end. These, to me, are the three biggest names that could get franchise tagged. Brian Burns, Josh Allen. I'm going to throw Danielle Hunter in. I had Chase Young. I just don't think there's any chance the Texans go chasing Chase Young. So I'm going to throw Danielle Hunter in instead. Danielle Hunter, Minnesota. Jacksonville's Josh Allen. Carolina's Brian Burns.
Yeah.
Who do you think is left over, if any? Who are you hoping is left over?
Yeah, I got a hard time believing that Josh Allen is left over. I feel like they'd be good. It'd be a good decision for the Jacksonville Jaguars to hold on to that. Brian Burns feels like he's been on the trade block forever, like for eternity. I'm going to go Brian Burns on this one.
Did you sign Brian? Brian Burns is rated the number one free agent on Randy Mueller's top 150.
Yeah, the number, what's the number on Brian Burns?
I don't know, but the franchise tag on a defensive end is $23 million.
Yeah,
I'm sure he thinks he's better than the top 5 defensive ends.
Yeah, so at $23 million, in a vacuum, yes, I would sign Brian Burns.
Yeah.
Like, I would like to have a player of that quality to pair with Will Anderson. That is along the vein of sign Mike Evans and let's go win the Super Bowl. Like, I would feel that way about it.
Brian Burns at $25 million a year,
man,
or Jonathan Grenard at $18 million a year.
Ooh, these numbers. I'm going to go with Jonathan Grenard at $18 million. Yeah, no, I like Jonathan Grenard. Jonathan Grenard as a player. These defensive end numbers just get me. But, yeah, I think the drop-off.
Sacks get stacks.
Yeah, the drop-off between whatever it is, between Brian Burns and Jonathan Grenard, I think is not as significant as the $7 million would indicate.
I got 3 running backs here, but I think there's almost zero chance that one of these gets franchise tagged. I think there's a low chance that any of them do. But maybe. Josh Jacobs, Las Vegas, Saquon Barkley, Giants. I'll throw Austin Eckler in there because I think he's probably the third most productive running back overall out of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Although he sucked in fantasy this year. But at any rate, Jacobs, Barkley, Eckler. Who do you think is left over? Who do you hope is left over?
Yeah, I hope Saquon Barkley is left over.
He's your guy in that group.
That one's an
That's who
easy
you
one
want. You're a
for
Barkley
me.
guy.
The one that I think out of the 3 most likely to be left over is Josh Jacobs. Like, it seems like the Raiders are having to do a whole, they're going with Antonio Pierce as their head coach, but it seems like they're starting a new era. They seem the most likely or the most like the ones to start a new era. I figure that the Giants are headed that way too, but it's so obvious and clear for the Raiders. I think that Josh Jacobs is the one that's most likely to be left over. Austin Eckler is probably most likely, but out of the guys that I want and most likely, if I'm doing the bridge in between thing, I'm going Josh Jacobs.
Who do you think the Texans want the most? Who do you think the Texans would like the best out of those 3 guys?
I mean, it's got to be. It's got to be the order in which we said it: the Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, then Austin Eckler. I know the text line has wanted us to throw Tony Pollard into the mix as well.
I'm not a Tony Pollard guy.
I don't need Tony.
Yeah.
Give me like if you're telling me that Josh Jacobs and or Saquon Barkley are possibilities, I'd rather one of those guys.
Yeah, I think Jacobs. In my opinion, I think Jacobs. I think they're right there with each other. I think Jacobs would be higher up their list, in no small part because of where he went to school. They love Alabama people.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And Jacobs has been. I got to look, but I feel like Jacobs. My gut tells me, without looking at their Pro Football Reference pages, that Jacobs has been a little more durable than Saquon has.
Yes, I think that's fair.
And I think that's going to factor in. I think peak Saquon is probably the most dynamic out of all 3 of these guys.
Yep.
Any of them would get me excited over what's in that room right now.
I look at, and it'd be great if they could replicate exactly what the Lions did last year, but I look at potentially signing Josh Jacobs as a better version of what the Lions did last year and bringing in David Montgomery and drafting Jahmyr Gibbs and completely changing the makeup of their backfield.
You though cited the John Harris conversation that Seth and I had a few weeks ago when he was at the Senior Bowl.
Right.
How excited it got you about the wide receiver position in this draft.
Yep.
I think similarly, it probably, I would think, deflated your enthusiasm for the running back class.
Yes.
Johnny was making it sound like there might not be a guy taken till midway through day 2.
That is
the
true.
Running back position.
But
Doesn't mean there won't be good ones. There always are.
But it's also, this reflects a little bit of the conversation and point I was making before of, hey, I'd much rather pay these guys, these running backs. It's a weird year where I'd much rather pay the running backs than the wide receivers in a year in which wide receivers are more plentiful in the draft than running backs are.
Makes sense.
The market balance of that just works out.
Makes sense. All right. B. Scott's biggest thoughts on the biggest topic from over the weekend. And do we have a Showtime Lakers situation here in Houston? We'll explain next.
Bayway Chevrolet, it's busy for them right now in February.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. So, big win for the Cougs last night over Iowa State. They get revenge on Iowa State. Quite the atmosphere. I'm going to the Kansas game in a couple of weeks. The regular season finale at Fertitta Center. I'm very excited.
I think I'm going to be there too, doing some side work. Doing some freelance work there, some writing. So yeah, we might run into each other.
Very stressful. It's I get stressed out watching Kelvin Sampson's team play defense. They're all over the place.
Yeah, well, in
a good way because I'm rooting for them,
in a good way because I've made this point I think last night watching the game, and I've made it a ton of times over the last several years watching them play, and they feel even more like that this year. I made the basketball or football analogy before. But they truly do feel like it's 7 guys out there. Like the way that they play
it's crazy.
Defense, you're like, are we sure? Like you want to do the pause the game and count the people on the court?
Yeah.
Like, do they have 12 men on the field? Do they have 6 or 7 guys out there playing defense at a time? Yeah, it feels like that.
I bet the under last night because of the defense, and it didn't work out because both teams just started shooting the lights out in the second half. I'm going to start betting unders on them in the first half. It feels like, especially at home, like the teams have a tough time maybe getting their legs under them with the crowd into it. Yep. That's a loud crowd. That's a loud crowd that is the new Showtime Lakers crowd of Houston sports.
Yeah, I made
stars come out for Coug sports, man.
For sure. I made this analogy earlier in the show. It is like our version, somewhat of a lesser version because, it's not the Lakers, but it is like a Showtime-y feel, a Forum, Staples Center. I'm never going to call it crypto, but, it has that vibe of it for the Fertitta Center. And I thought, curious what you think about this, even before now, when it became this, that the Fertitta Center, since it's been around the last several years, has been in the argument for best local sports venue, like best place to watch a sporting event. It has somewhat to do with the quality of basketball, or the quality of the team that the Cougars have, but also the Fertitta Center, a nice, cozy, and obviously new sporting venue. I like going there.
We have good venues here. It's the thing about the Fertitta Center that's unique to it is, one, it's a college atmosphere, so you're not going to get the same late arriving crowd you get to NRG Stadium, Minute Maid Park,
that's true,
and Toyota Center. So the general atmosphere of the crowd going to the game helps that place. It's so cozy and tight.
Yeah.
And I think that's as far as like the atmosphere of being somewhere like, man, this is electric in here. That place is electric, though, like the percentage of times it's electric. It is the highest percentage of electricity, maybe.
Yes.
And maybe even include in Minute Maid Park, because the fact of the matter is, like, the regular season games for the Astros are fun.
Yep.
But they don't get that level of juice. The playoffs do.
Yeah.
And the important games do, and Ranger games do, and things like that.
Yeah. Playoff Minute Maid Park, postseason Minute Maid Park would not only rival it, but would outsize it easily.
Right.
But just, random Saturday, random Monday night, go to a game. For my money, and obviously it's the coziness of it.
Yep.
It's so small. Minute Maid Park, you got to navigate through a big venue. I love going to the Fertitta Center for events.
Do you think that Texan fans that were concerned about C.J. Stroud leaving Minute Maid Park with Amber Rose last Thursday have been relieved to see him show up Saturday and Monday courtside with his best buddy Tank Dell? As opposed to showing up with Amber Rose courtside at either of those games, or as opposed to not being there at all. And Tank just sitting there by himself wondering where's CJ at.
Yeah, I think the relief part of it to me has to be that, hey, at least we don't feel like that's all CJ Stroud is doing with his time.
Right.
Like without knowing exactly the degree of which this encounter developed. We don't know what's going on or what's not going on in C.J. Stroud's personal life. His public appearances, and this could be a different conversation later on depending on how things play out throughout the season, right? If we're, a year from now or 6, 7, 8 months from now, 9 months from now, whatever it is, questioning, hey, did C.J. Stroud, did he stretch himself too thin in the offseason? Like, we'll see how he plays and whether this conversation resurfaces. But in the immediacy, in the right now, it has to make everybody feel better seeing him courtside with Tank Dell on Saturday and Monday, right? To see, right after the celebrity game, there he is just taking in sports, having a good time with his bros, not not somewhere buried. I was going to say buried in Amber Rose or buried with Amber Rose. Not the pun I was looking for, but none of that. None of that.
Right.
I think we all feel better about this.
For sure. Are you and I okay? So you know I'm of mine. I think that CJ, call me naive, I think that CJ actually drove her back to her hotel, dropped her off, and then he went on about his business. She went back up to her room or did whatever she does once she gets dropped off at her hotel. It's their business, whatever they do. But I do think that that's what happened. I think you're of the same. Am I right that you believe that as well? Or
Yeah. So
Okay.
so not only that, I got 2 layers to this.
Okay.
I agree with you that more likely than not,
Yeah.
even like who's to say what was in the imagination, what he's thinking about? Because
Sure.
I'm looking at it like C.J. Stroud is born in the early 2000s. Amber Rose, she rises to fame and prominence around 2008, 2009.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is to say, C.J. Stroud was a little boy when Amber Rose was first becoming a sex symbol, or like a national pop culture sex symbol.
Right.
Which is to say, she's been a sex symbol for as long as C.J. Stroud has known what that is. Okay, so to me, a guy that age is probably sitting in the car with Amber Rose with some ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that the red-blooded man didn't have no ideas. I'm sure he did. But the likelihood of that turning into much more than that, I think, is pretty low. But I also think, and I don't know what kind of game C.J. Stroud has.
That's my question.
I don't know.
That's my question, because here's my feeling, not to interrupt.
No.
That was a question I have, too, because I think the fact of the matter, I think a lot of what makes C.J. Stroud really cool is, 1, he's super friendly.
Yeah.
And 2, he's a football player.
Yeah.
And I think outside of that, like, I think if you remove football player from it, he's kind of nerdy.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as an insult. Like, I think he, like, maybe not naive is the right word because he's seen a lot of stuff, obviously. Yeah. But I don't know that he's the guy that, like, to your point, just, like, spits game at girls.
Yeah, he feels more of like a tunnel vision, hyper-focused type of athlete. Like, he seems to understand the level of focus that it takes to arrive in the place that he's arrived, in his career so far. But, and maybe this is wishful thinking on my part, but I also think the other layer of this for me is, I don't know if it's think or hope trafficking, but I would like to hope that C.J. Stroud has a level of focus to where he understands the proper level of balance of distance and connectivity to Amber Rose. And I hate to do this because I don't want to like slut shame Amber Rose, but I feel like he, like whatever kind of game he has, he does know what purposes and how, in what ways Amber Rose could serve him, and I think he understands that like my girlfriend or my long-term significant other or anything like that is not it.
Yes.
So which is that's a long winded way of me saying I feel like if he does have game, he knows what to do.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He understands the assignment.
I think he evaluates everything with what impact does this have on my football career.
Yeah.
I think that's the prism he looks at it through.
Which is also
I think he's impulsive like that.
Well, but also why I feel like this was kind of a setup.
Yeah.
By the folks that are more media savvy and viral moment savvy, like an Amber Rose, like a radio station like ours, 97.9 The Box doing like, to me, this was more manufactured than it was real.
Yeah. Now, as far as other hosts at the station, John Lopez basically assumed that he went back to her room. He was saying yesterday, when you go back to somebody's room, and I'm like, oh, whoa.
I need a movie or a documentary on the John Lopez pre-Jan days. Like I need to know how many times was Lopez
John partied, I think.
Yeah, I just
got stories from the road. I'm sure.
Want to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah. So John definitely thinks something happened. Both guys, all 3 guys on the drive, I think something happened for sure between the 2 of them. As you pointed out, Ron is hoping something happened.
Yeah.
Well, begging for something to have happened.
Yeah. Well, those guys are perverts. So I mean, and I'm close enough with them to I'd say it to their face.
Right.
All of them, all 3 of them, perverts.
Yep.
Perverts. Just complete perverts. They've had long discussions about this sort of topic without it happening before. That's their thing.
I'm on my walk yesterday and I'm listening to them, and Clint is going, man, he was carrying her bags out to the car. And I said, those didn't look like bag. When I think of carrying a woman's bags, I'm thinking of like roller bag or a suitcase or whatever. And I'm like, man, CJ's got like a Nike bag over his shoulder and a Nike bag in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, those are his athletic bags.
Yeah.
So I text Clint. I'm like, dude, those are Nike bags. And Clint's like, those were handed out by the Cactus Jack people at the event. They were, I forget what the label was he used for. Basically, they were given, they're swag bags. They were given to the celebrities as a gift for going there. So he's carrying two of them. One of them, I guess, has to be hers. I'm like, dang, Clint, you did the research on this. I'm going to stand down right now.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just being a gentleman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't even think that means like you're trying to get laid or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that carrying Amber Rose's bags is kind of like if you're going to volunteer to take her to a hotel, I don't think it's a bridge too far to go the extra mile and carry her bags to the car.
If I see a female coworker who's struggling to carry multiple things into the building or around the building, I offer to help.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what.
Damn, Clint.
That's what any of us.
You know who the big loser in all this is? Lauren Stoerner, who clearly never gets her bags carried for her.
Well, and only gets them carried. So
She's trying to get in her pants.
Yeah. I mean,
exactly.
I feel like they're being open about that.
Dude, I've had a few people send me this clip from the LSU Vanderbilt women's basketball game. I don't know when this game took place. Must be last night because this is floating around the internet. Okay, so let's take a listen to this. I'm not going to say anything. All right, it's 51-37 LSU over Vanderbilt. They're in the whatever. Women's basketball goes by quarters, right? It's like they're in the third quarter, something like that. Coming out of a timeout, and you've listened to this, B. Scott. Who is the color analyst on this again?
This is Carolyn Peck, one of the more popular women's basketball analysts.
She's very good, right?
Yeah, she's very good. Shot blocker, 6'4".
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're coming out of a timeout, and this is Carolyn Peck saying what she would be saying to her team if she were the coach.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ballgame. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
Okay, now here's the thing. When you first hear that, then play the beginning one more time.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ballgame.
Okay, there you go. I mean, you're so jarred by the fact you think she said the B word that you don't listen to the rest of what she said. Like, did she? Is that? I'm looking at tweets and people are going, someone's getting fired.
Does she know she's on the air?
Does she know? Is that a hot mic? Yeah. So what she was saying, if you listen to the rest of her content there, and some of you have figured this out probably, she was saying bench.
Not bench.
Not bitch.
Yeah, no, but she's from Tennessee.
She is?
So that's her accent.
Okay.
That's how she sounds. That's how the folks out there sound sometimes.
Okay. So that's what I have to look for. My daughter lives in Tennessee. If she picks up an accent, that's what I've got to look forward to.
Hopefully she doesn't come back to that. My bench.
Yeah. Right.
My bench wasn't good.
Where do you want me to sit, Judy?
On the bench.
Go sit on the bench. Wait, what?
Yeah.
So play it one more time, Ben.
Accent's going wrong.
Yeah. Play one more time.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ballgame. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
Okay, that's the tell right there.
Yeah.
Because she could potentially be telling a bitch to stay enthusiastic and stay excited.
I like it better if she was.
But the part where she said, doesn't matter if the officials are telling you to sit down. I like how she would encourage her team to just risk a technical foul.
Yeah. Well, we also have to consider, and this is why I thought it was in play, as ridiculous as it sounds, women over time have sort of reclaimed this word. And it's a word that they use amongst each other in a way that if you or I were to use it to them would be very much different and inappropriate.
Oh, yeah.
So I do actually see a scenario where a female coach, a woman coach, could talk to her women players and call them bitches without it being an issue.
Right.
You know, like just this is how we talk to each other.
Right.
It's just that once you translate that to your game commentary, it doesn't resonate the same.
Yeah.
Even if that's what you were to say.
Yes.
So
all right, so we determined it was definitely bench, she was saying. So any of you that saw that or you're passing it around on social media like she's going to get fired, what did she just say? How could she be so disrespectful? She's just talking to her bench.
Yeah, we got a text from 832.
Yeah.
They spell it B-triple-I-N-T-C-H.
Yes.
So combining
That's
the words
exactly
literally,
right.
phonetically, and in spelling.
That's exactly right. Text message, I still don't know or care who Amber Rose is, but then I'm a 55-year-old white guy. A, so am I. And B, if you are a Texan fan, you should at least, I would say, like 5% care who Amber Rose is.
A little bit.
What percent do you need to care who Amber Rose is right now?
Tell me how much you care about the Texans.
Well, I care about the Texans 150%.
Well, I mean, for this texter specifically,
Yeah.
like if you care about the Texans, it's beyond the point if you understand or know what Amber Rose is
So you
famous
should care because
for.
it's a non-zero chance there's something there.
The texter should look it up.
Okay.
Go and do some research on it. And I think we've done a good job at the station in illustrating or trying to provide to you who she is and give her a background a little bit. But go look it up. And that would explain to you why it's an issue, why it's a thing, why people are talking
Done
about
our best, but nobody can do Wikipedia's job quite like Wikipedia.
it. Yeah, she's Googleable.
She's
She
very
is.
Googleable.
She's Googleable. You can find this. She is not obscure to the point to where you can't find out who this is.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
God,
Pictures, literature, it's all there.
Yep. All right. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. All right. The bit of news that got a lot of Texan fans excited yesterday. And do we think this is a move that Nick Caserio has in his bag that would undoubtedly help C.J. Stroud and bring some serious sizzle to next season? We discuss next.
Kirk Holmes, spelled K-U-R-K. Kirk Holmes was just awarded the Southern Living 2024 Builder of the Year award. This is not a surprise to me.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth back tomorrow. Hey, we're giving away Hank Williams Jr. tickets this segment. So be listening. Your chance to go to the rodeo and go see Hank Williams Jr. Should be a whole lot of fun. So it looks like Mike Evans is going to hit free agency, which I know hits the sweet spot for a lot of Texan fans out there. Diana Rossini of The Athletic tweeted yesterday that she said, today is the day that could save the Bucs some money by re-signing all-pro wide receiver Mike Evans. However, that deal won't happen today. Look for the two sides to continue to negotiate in good faith as they work towards the start of free agency. So all of the smoke seems to lead to Mike Evans hitting free agency. It doesn't mean he won't be back with the Bucs. I don't think the Bucs are going to use a franchise tag on him, if I had to guess. Today is the day they could do that. Today begins the 2-week franchise tag window, as we've talked about a number of times on the show today. So Texan fans are naturally at the very least intrigued, some very enthusiastic about the possibility of Mike Evans becoming a Houston Texan. So if we do pros and cons on this thing, B. Scott, on the Mike Evans situation. Pros are you can, at least in Tampa Bay you could. I don't know that there's a more consistent player in the NFL, period, than Mike Evans, at least at the wide receiver position.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 yards every single season he's been in the league. Plays at the least amount of games he's played is 13 games. Most seasons he is a 16 or in this case 17 game guy.
So we're talking ability and availability.
Availability,
he checks both of those boxes.
Ability, those are two huge pros. Like the history tells us that he's going to be productive. Now, what that looks like with Nico Collins and Tank Dell, he's been productive, and that's been with Chris Godwin out there with him and other receivers through the years and so forth, and at times with not great quarterback play.
Yeah.
Here he'll have a potentially great quarterback. He's also from here, and he's a great dude. Those are all big-time pros. The one minus is he's going to be 31 years old when the season starts.
Yeah.
And that's about the age that wide receivers begin to drop off. That's the balancing act right now. Well, and the expense, obviously.
Yeah.
He's going to be commanding, one would think, maybe not tippy-top dollar, but dollars that make you really have to – dollars that turn the wide receiver room moving forward into a bit of a puzzle.
Yeah.
Right now it's easy if you want to keep the wide receiver room intact. You extend Nico Collins. By the time Nico Collins is, a couple years in, then you can look at extending Tank Dell.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You're drafting a receiver this year, probably, if you don't sign one in free agency, and you're mixing a couple veteran guys in. That's the easy recipe. That's a recipe where you're taking whatever free agency puzzle is going on and applying it to some other position.
Yeah. Or if Nico Collins is a franchise tag candidate next year, or whatever.
Yeah.
What year is that?
That would be that'd be next year. Yeah. It's the last year of his deal coming up.
Yeah, not ideal, but multiple ways to attack that problem if and when it comes up.
That's right.
When you find yourself having to attack that problem. So it would be an issue, I think, but it's an issue of kicking the can down the road and maybe having a plan for it right now, but also fully figuring it out a little bit later. I don't know, man. For me, it's like this is what it comes down to with Mike Evans. Even if you have some trepidation about what that deal looks like on the back end with a receiver on the wrong side of 30, do you have confidence that you would get a level of production from Mike Evans and that would translate into a level of success for the Texans that it would justify having to make those tough decisions in 2 years or 3 years? So like if 2 or 3 years from now, Mike Evans is giving you his very best, the best of him that you're going to get, and he's got to be a cap casualty, or you're looking at it and you're like, oh, man, we paid all this money to Mike Evans. He's not worth it anymore, whatever. You got to figure it out. Will the front end of that deal justify having to deal with that issue? And my knee jerk, and even when I think about it after a while, my reaction or thought or response is yes. Yes, it would be worth it.
Yeah.
I would be more inclined to want to do it.
You would. Yeah, I think the money can be better spent in other places with the Texans.
I agree with that.
I think that if they do this, it's an all-in move that says we think we can win right now. If your splurge is Mike Evans, in a way, it's a referendum on so many things. One, it's a huge referendum, I think, on C.J. Stroud, that you think, like, okay, this is the guy that can take us to being, like, greatest show on turf type stuff.
Yep.
If we just get him this wide receiver.
Which I think they believe.
I think it's a referendum on the offensive line in a way, because if you're spending there, depending on what they do at the running back position, then if Mike Evans is your splurge, then in a way you're saying, like, we think some of the things that ailed us in the running game last year are going to get better in year two.
Yeah.
We don't have to, we're going to be healthier. We don't have to throw resources at it. Again, I got to see what the other moves are. I do think a splurge at wide receiver probably means there's no splurge on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And that would shock me, given the head coach, what he has openly said about the defensive line. He's a defensive head coach. He's a former linebacker. That's why the move would shock me. Don't get me wrong. If they were to sign Mike Evans, I don't even know if I need to look at what the numbers would be for it. It would be freaking really exciting. And I said this to you before the show. I don't put anything, after the Will Anderson trade last year, I don't put anything outside the realm of possibility with the Texans anymore.
Yeah.
Like, as far as making moves where people go, whoa, granted, that's a move with draft capital, not salary cap dollars. Those are two different assets, and they age and they function differently. But I think the one thing we can say about Nick Caserio that maybe surprises some people is he's got big moves in him.
Yeah, it's interesting the way you position that, of if you splurge on Mike Evans or just wide receiver in general, but let's keep this one to Mike Evans. If you do that, what's the impact on the defensive side of the ball? When I've more so thought about it as, hey, it's Mike Evans or something like that versus Saquon Barkley or something like that. Like, I've focused strictly on the offensive side of the ball, but haven't thought much about, if you splurge on any of those guys, what is it going to either allow you or not allow you to do on the defensive side?
Yeah, cap dollars are position agnostic.
Yeah.
They apply the same
right.
everywhere.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just math.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, I get that. Hadn't thought much about it, but I guess for me, and this is a little bit of hope trafficking, but for me, I feel like you need more pieces on offense, and in the Luke calls it the D'Amico pixie dust. I don't know if it's exactly that, but I trust D'Amico Ryans with whatever defensive pieces they find themselves with, whether it's the bargain bin shopping that they've been doing before, or if it's in the draft or whatever the case may be. I feel like you put some defensive guys out there with the foundation that they have already, right? Will Anderson as your defensive end, Christian Harris emerging as what seems like a plus linebacker. And, of course, Derek Stingley, I think, is going to be an elite cornerback while he's healthy. As long as he's healthy, maybe they can piece the rest of it together with D'Amico Ryans.
This is the battle. This is the tail of the tape as far as, like, okay, which side are we allowed to maybe minimize a little bit because of the elite traits of a particular person? It's the D'Amico pixie dust versus the CJ raises the level of the receivers around him.
Yeah.
It's that's the balancing act. Like, do we need to go get Justin Madubuike on the defensive line? Or do we need to go get Mike Evans on this side? Like, which is the and some of that will be determined by the actual players themselves. It's free agency.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying. Yeah, so it's both sides of that, right? It's what you just said, but then it's also, okay, who are just the better players?
Yeah.
And much love to Justin Madubuike, but the best defensive player available is not one that you feel like is attainable in Chris Jones.
That's right.
So if we're not getting Chris Jones and we're talking about splurging here, what are we splurging on? And to me, if you were to give me a wish list of splurges, they would all come on the offensive side of the ball based off of what this market looks like. That's, Saquon Barkley, Mike Evans, Josh Jacobs. Those names would be higher than any of the non-Chris Jones defensive names for me.
Yep. Jameis Winston had an interesting take on Mike Evans. Are you more sold on Mike Evans after listening to Jameis Winston on why Mike Evans is different from any other wide receivers from the state of Texas?
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, like, you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. It doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's going to take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. they're one with water. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston, Galveston is known for, you know, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different. I don't classify him as like the regular Texas receivers.
Let me just say, in that video, about minute of footage right there, Jameis Winston didn't crack a smile one time.
He was serious.
He is dead-ass serious about that take.
Dead-ass serious about that.
Water has no soul, and that's why Mike Evans is built different.
He's got some truths in there. There are some truths in there. Water does not have a soul. I feel confident saying that. I don't know. It's hard to know what all has soul, what water had, but I don't feel like water has a soul. It certainly does not discriminate. But I don't feel like, first of all, I don't have any information that Mike Evans is a water baby. That you know, his mom did a water birth, or he was born on a boat or anything like that. Like being from an island specifically, I don't think makes you tough. Now, being from Galveston, okay, and if you don't know about Galveston, it's hard to necessarily know this, and maybe Jameis knows a little bit more about it than he thinks. Even though he should know Barry White, and maybe history should have taught him at some point that that's where, you know, the slaves in Texas found out that they were free and all of that. Like the Galveston's got some stuff that you should know about
history,
it. But if you don't know, it can be a rough place.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's got nothing to do with water, okay?
No.
But just isolated in a vacuum.
Rough. Yeah.
If you're from Galveston, I have yet to meet a sucker from Galveston.
Right.
I'll put it to you that way. I don't know no suckers from Galveston. Shout out to Galveston. I think he's right about that. His logic and how he arrives to that point, I think, is a little shaky.
Yeah.
But he does make some points.
Text message.
Oddly enough.
Text message. He always makes points, Jameis Winston. They're just, you know, they're Jameis points. Text message. Mike Evans is Aquaman. Not exactly. I don't think that's where Jameis was going. Although, well, I take it all back. That actually does sound like where Jameis was going. Jameis made it sound like Mike Evans spent all day in the water.
Yeah.
And he was battling against whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever will the water had to do with Mike Evans, and yada, 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 he's still here.
Yeah, like he's one of those.
Beat the water.
Like he's one of those underwater Wakandans. In the second Black Panther, they had this whole like underwater Wakanda that's part of the comic books or whatever. But those guys are like, you know, basically Wakanda underwater, and it's like he's an underwater superhero of some kind. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, man.
They're one with water.
They are one with water.
They are one. Water has no soul. It's good analysis by Jameis. I'm told on the text page that the entire Jameis interview is gold. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
It's Jameis.
Yeah.
B. Scott and I made a campaign earlier in the show when we played this audio for the Texans to get Jameis, but just not let him near C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Sign him as the backup quarterback or the emergency quarterback, but just don't let him near C.J. Stroud.
Not without supervision.
Just send him to the podium every day.
Don't leave him alone with C.J. Stroud.
Right.
If they're around each other, there needs to be actual adult supervision there.
Yes, but make him available to the media every single day.
Specifically this show.
Give him his own podcast. Specifically this show. Give him his own podcast. Take one of your Channel 13 properties and either add one or you got to convert one of them. Sorry, Drew. If they got to convert Texans extra points to jamming with Jameis or something like that.
I'm just thinking of the
winning time with Winston, whatever it is. Sorry, you're out.
I'm thinking of the extra element, extra dynamic that it would add to y'all's Nick Caserio interviews. It's like, hey, you know, we had Jameis on earlier in the week and last week.
And God, I hope they sign Mike Evans.
And he said that Mike Evans is one with water.
Did
hope that factor into your decision making?
I'm not even joking. If they sign Mike Evans, we're going to play that Jameis audio for Nick and say, how much did this factor into your scouting report?
Nick, in recruiting Mike Evans, did y'all throw him into a pool and see how he reacted?
Let's take it a step further and take a look at how many Texans players actually grew up near water.
Yeah.
And take a look and see.
Yeah.
God, Jameis is the best. All right. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth's back tomorrow. Payne and Pendergast with you here. Oh, let's give away the Hank Williams Jr. tickets. That's right. Yeah. Told you we would. Call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Hank Williams Jr. live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's March the 4th. It's a Monday. That's caller number 5. 713-572-4610. Keep listening all day to win tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. 2 more chances at Hank Williams Jr. tickets during In the Loop, and then 2 chances at Jelly Roll tickets during the drive. So be listening during both of those shows for a chance to win tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Go for it. Caller number 5. Cap casualties. We're going to start seeing some of them. Who is the most likely Texan to get discarded as a cap casualty? I think there's one name that feels like they're in first place right now, and we will tell you who that is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Why do people hate Joe Buck? Everybody in every city thinks Joe Buck hates their team.
I don't like the way that he looks on camera.
So it's just he's got a face that you want to punch.
That is Joe Buck. He has maybe the most punchable broadcasting face ever.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture on Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, this is brought to you by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Looks like we do have a pretty serious wreck. I-610 West Loop southbound, a little bit south of Hallmark Drive. Several vehicles involved. Looks like that right lane, maybe center lane blocked as well. So it is starting to stack up. It's 57 degrees. Drive off in a 24 Chevy Equinox for as low as $347 a month, only $347 a month. Ron Craft Chevrolet in Baytown, I-10 next to Buc-ee's. Find new roads to RonCraftChevrolet.com. I'm Lori Houston, Sports Radio 610.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds, and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400, and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Andro 400, the natural way to increase testosterone, lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel great. Try Andro 400, the safe, effective, affordable way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this Air France radio announcement. Our very best 90th anniversary fares have just landed. From now until February 21st, enjoy our very best prices during the Air France Rendezvous and benefit from our 90 years of experience in design, comfort, and fine dining. Book your rendezvous with Paris with daily flights from Houston starting at $1,435 round trip, taxes included. Elegance is a journey. Air France. Round trip purchase required. Advertised fare not available on all flights. Additional restrictions apply. See terms and conditions at airfrance.us.
We can skin a buck and run a trot line, and a country boy can survive.
Houston, let's rodeo with Hank Williams Jr. Monday, March 4th. Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Uniquely different. Like our effortless buying process, you'll never feel uncomfortable during your purchase experience. Over 1,000 vehicles available, including certified pre-owned Lincolns. Find one that fits your budget today at West Point Lincoln on the Katy Freeway and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a new Samsung Galaxy A15 for just $99. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah! Good talk.
Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. In-store activation on single Silver Unlimited plan or higher required. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or 2. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Live from the
shed some guys here as they got to get under the cap before free agency starts. Teams do. So we're going to, while we sit here and scour these lists of like the 50 best free agents or the 150 best free agents or however many, there are going to be other names that get thrown out onto the market that are going to be maybe not as enticing, maybe some more enticing, who knows? Because if you're a salary cap cut, there's usually a reason for it. Maybe you're a distressed asset and you're a little bit cheaper. I guess if there's a Texan, there's an article on The Athletic that lists one likely cap casualty for each NFL team. You and I both guessed that one for the Texans within about a second and a half. Robert Woods.
Yeah.
Texans have an estimated $65.4 million in cap space, so they're in good shape. Only 3 teams figured to have more than Houston. Their top salary cap hits are Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Malik Collins, and Robert Woods.
Yeah, these are the names we went over. Yeah.
Biggest cap hit. Well, when you got a team with a bunch of one-year guys and a bunch of rookies on it, or guys on rookie deals, that's how you get $65.4 million in cap space. Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah.
3 years from now, it won't be this way anymore.
Majority of the guys on the team are free agents.
So
there's not even a long list of dudes to pick from.
We're on the team. Right. Article says, while Woods has been regarded as a reliable veteran, his production has declined in recent years. Last season, he recorded only 40 catches for 426 yards and a touchdown in 14 games.
More than I remember.
Let me stop right there. Exactly. It feels like 30 of those were in the first 6 weeks.
Yes.
He did nothing after the second half of the season started. And he was banged up. And by all accounts, he did provide good leadership in the room.
Oh, they revere him in that room.
They love him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thought on Robert Woods in-house is way different from the external thought. And they love the guy.
And to that point, if they were to cut him, and, here's says the looming cap hit on Woods would cause the Texans to deem the soon-to-be 32-year-old expendable. I would agree with that. Releasing Woods would come with a $4.75 million dead cap hit. So you got about $5 million in dead money, but you're picking up about $5 million in space versus what it would be to have him on the team. I would say this. I would think, based on what you said about that wide receiver room, that the Texans will have felt like they got out of Robert Woods what they wanted to get out of him.
Yeah.
The first couple years that Nick Caserio was here, it was very evident what they were doing with veterans that they were bringing in. These were not guys that were going to take them to a Super Bowl, especially the first couple years. A lot of them are guys barely hanging on, but they were guys who could at least show some of the young guys the ropes. I think this past year they were doing something similar with the veterans. They were just shopping in a different aisle in terms of the quality of player.
Yeah.
And I think Robert Woods was that for a wide receiver room. And now you look at it and you go, man, you got Nico Collins and Tank Dell, both guys who are great dudes coming out of that room. And I got to imagine that the team at least looks at the leadership of Robert Woods as part of the reason why we feel like we've got two really good assets in the receiver room. Got to go get more.
Yeah.
But so Robert, bottom line is, I wouldn't be shocked at all if they cut Robert Woods in the next week or two.
Can the impact? Well, no, I've been saying for a while that every wide receiver that is left over on the team that's not named Tank Dell or Nico Collins should be fighting for a roster spot.
Mechie, Hutchinson,
all of them.
Yeah.
Or, in this case with Robert Woods, be a cap casualty.
That's right.
If he's not a cap casualty, which makes you think, like, okay, if you could have saved money on the cap, like, he should be fighting for a roster spot at this point. But the question, I think, is, does whatever leadership impact that he left on not just that room, but on that team overall, like everybody, like specifically to the room, obviously, but just overall, the team, C.J. Stroud, like everybody who's anybody on the team looked at Robert Woods. Sheldon Rankins fell along these lines as well. It's just guys who were seasoned, wise veterans who you could go to in a private moment if you needed to, could come and speak in front of the team if that was what was needed. They were those kind of guys. Has the impact of those kind of guys rubbed off enough on the younger guys who are definitely going to still be around to where they can carry some of that load, and maybe that $5 million that you free up by cutting Robert Woods is $5 million that you can put toward paying, say, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or what? I just inserted the name there.
Yeah.
But whoever your favorite name is, can they use that money to go get that guy?
The $18.7 million on Titus Howard, man, just bat you right between. And I hope the best for Titus. Hope he recovers from the knee injury. Hope he plays right tackle this year and not left guard.
Titus Howard is the most mismanaged Texan of my life that I can remember. And you're a better Texan historian than I am, so I would actually rely on you to check me on this.
Yeah.
But this is just my feeling. The fact that the guy, they paid him, but they only actually play him at his position every other year. Think about this, Sean. He comes in 2019, drafted in the first round. Some felt probably overdrafted out of a small school and wasn't even always an offensive lineman, developed into that in college. And he plays a little guard, plays a little tackle.
Yep.
And they went out and traded for a tackle. Like that,
Laramie,
like before that season started. But that whole offseason was we drafted a tackle in the first round, played him at guard, and we went and traded for a tackle, a bunch of first-round picks.
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing? Different regime. But then since then, every other year he's played guard, tackle, guard. You know what I mean?
And somehow managed to get an extension through the whole thing.
Yeah, and then that is part of the management. Like, how do you even know to pay a guy that you haven't even consistently played at one position at a premium position that you're going to pay him for?
Now he's in a new scheme.
Yeah,
that's very intense for offensive linemen, I would say. Just in terms of the learning that goes on with it.
He has been, I'm not going to say chronically, he has been criminally mismanaged.
Well, I think a lot of people out there would say, mismanage me and give me $18.7 million a year.
It's good for him.
Good for him. You're saying that's from a team's perspective.
Yeah, we're the ones that are like, okay, because like I listen to these guys, in the loop, they're gonna whenever they talk about Titus Howard next, their conversation is he good? Well, there's no excuse for that. To pay a guy, and guys who watch the team every day aren't even sure if he's good. I think he's good. They're not sure.
Right.
But the fact that it's even a question, and it's only a question because you won't leave him at one spot.
Yeah, and he'd have been hitting free agency this year.
Yeah.
Right, because they exercised his fifth-year option. Last year would have been his fifth-year option.
They definitely paid him too early.
Yes.
For sure. They did not need to or have to. And, good for you, Titus. generational wealth and all of that. Happy for you and your family, but they didn't have to do it.
Paying him early was a miss. We'll see if he as a player is a miss. Man, I'm looking at this cap casualty article on The Athletic that we just pulled Robert Woods from here. They've got one for each team. Dude, I might do some shopping off of this article if I'm Nick Caserio.
I would.
Running back, possible cut, Browns, Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb.
Coming off a knee.
Come on down. Sign me up.
Coming off a knee. Here's what it says.
I would have to know the medicals, but
yeah,
just in a vacuum, the player. Let me hear.
Browns want to keep Chubb and hope he can be an effective fourth quarter closer for them in the back half of the season. But he's recovering from 2 surgeries on his injured knee. He's due to carry a large salary cap charge of under $16 million. I don't care about that. The Browns would only take on around $4 million in dead money if they cut Chubb. Okay, so they pick up about $12 million in cap savings. Now, keep in mind, this is a team. Boy, this is where, in a weird way, if Chubb were to be healthy and you sign him,
you're benefiting from the Deshaun Watson trade all over again. It's almost like you picked
up Nick Chubb in the Deshaun Watson trade.
No, I see
at a discount.
I was picking up what you were putting down.
Because part of the Deshaun Watson trade was that damn contract.
Yeah.
That is going to choke these guys out over the next 3 years.
And part of the reason why they might have to make this decision is because, well, we gave all of this money to this lemon of a quarterback.
You got 3 first-rounders, a couple third-rounders, a fourth-rounder, and Nick Chubb 2 years later. Nick Chubb is a player to be named later on a cheapo deal.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. Now, I need to know more about the medicals, look under the hood a little bit.
Yes.
Like the 2 knee surgeries, that's not ideal. You know, is Derrick Henry a healthier version of that? You know, like if we're just talking about a guy that you can hand the ball off to in the cold and rain or whatever it is, they feel more like that. Whereas, you know, Saquon is more of a shinier object.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be very intrigued by this.
Yeah, healthy Chubb and Derrick Henry are more workhorses than Saquon is.
Yes.
Saquon is, there's a lot of, I've used this word a few times today, but there's a lot of sizzle that comes with Saquon. It feels like Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb are more steak.
But what they've all been is the like the main feature of their offense, which wouldn't be the case for any of them if they came here. C.J. Stroud's the guy here.
Yeah.
So now, Chubb or Henry, but Chubb or Henry, either one would be, in a way different role than what they're used to in Cleveland. Like, it's not like, hey, we're going to hand the ball off to this guy 30 times a game.
No, the pay will be according to that, though, too, for them. Nick Chubb ain't making $13-14 million a year anymore.
Yeah.
So there's that, too.
Yeah.
Text message, can we land Mike Evans and Barkley or Jacobs? If we can, will you do it? Mike from South Park. They can do anything they want to if they want to do it. They've got the cap space to do it. I'm going to tell you right now, they're not doing that.
Yeah.
They're not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing that.
They would do anything for love, but they won't do that, as Meatloaf once said.
And if you're asking me how I would spend somebody else's money in the name of the team that I root for being
we've been
good,
doing all day?
Yeah. Yes.
You would do it.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I would do it, but I'm irresponsible. I'm irrational. I am emotional, and so no.
That's where Landry drops at EA Sports.
No, I would EA Sports the hell out of that. Yes. Yes, but is that feasible? Is that doable? Is somebody who's tasked with making rational decisions for your team, is that something that they would do?
Yeah.
No.
Text message, Lamar Miller's the only guy in Texans history who can compete with Titus Howard for mishandled, mismanaged Texan. Great point, B. Scott. Yeah, Lamar.
That's interesting.
They signed speed back Lamar Miller, and then Bill O'Brien runs him like he's Christian Okoye or something like that. Like just 30 times between the tackles. You got this, Lamar.
It felt like, too, though, the only difference here is that Lamar, it seems like he wanted that. Like he wanted to be taken more seriously than just being a scat back.
Really walk back up the ramp by December.
But it just wasn't a good idea. I don't get the sense that Titus Howard has ever wanted to play guard.
Yeah.
They're just like, hey, we ain't got no more guards.
Yep.
We need your big ass to go play.
What's up, Lopez?
What's up, boys?
How are you?
I'm good. On the deal you just made as far as like signing Mike Evans and who?
The texter said Mike Evans and Barkley or Jacobs.
Just
one of the two running
Get your credit card out and just charge it.
And you said you don't think they will do that. I don't know what they're going to do, but you can do that. I don't think that's irresponsible.
They can, no, I get it. They can do anything, and I'm not saying I wouldn't get excited about it. I don't think they're doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
But like B. Scott was saying, any rational I think it's perfectly rational.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because the running back's going to be on a short-term deal. Mike Evans is not going to get a 6-year deal.
I love Lopez here, where I'm doing the irrational thing, and then he's over here.
That's rational.
He's the devil in my ear. That's like, hey man,
that's rational.
Hey man,
I'd have to see what the numbers are for it first, but
yeah. Hey, take that fourth shot. Take that fourth shot.
I tell you what, if you do
three's
those,
your limit.
If you do those moves, you're probably not left over with a ton to do on defense.
Correct.
Spending money, yeah.
Correct. No,
I think we're on the same page, Lopez, and actually being okay with that.
Yeah.
Because we're on the you and I. I'm not speaking for you. You're sitting right here, but we're on that D'Amico Ryans pixie dust train, right? So where like you can figure out defense,
and plus I think
spend that money.
Plus, I think with what they have on defense, they've got some aging guys that still have a little left in the tank and have had some of the best seasons that they've ever had under D'Amico.
Yeah.
So you can I think you can mix and match there a little bit.
I just feel like from everything I've read, look, there's still a lot of time between now and the draft. Like this feels like wide receivers going to get addressed through the draft, and with lower level guys than Mike Evans, the Schefter tweet announcing a Mike Evans deal would get me super excited.
Of course,
for sure.
Yeah.
Saquon too, any of them, So that's what we've just been spending the Texans' money all day today. What's going on, Landry? How you doing?
Yeah, you seem pretty frugal with it.
Yeah,
you seem pretty frugal with the
maybe
bread
more
a little
than
bit.
more than you guys
seem a little bit frugal.
Well, no, what we've been talking about is offense. Like I'd like to see them address the defense as well. Like that's.
Oh yeah, they definitely got to address the defense.
Yeah, so I mean, Mike Evans has been the big topic. I'm like a 5 on Mike Evans, whereas I think you guys.
I feel there's still a lot of PTSD in this city, including in this room.
Oh wow.
No, I'm
we'll
not
get right into that.
No, I'm not.
We'll get right into that.
I'm not picking on anybody.
That's a lead right there,
Sean.
baby.
But all I'm saying is, it's like we still have that mindset of, oh no, you can't afford that. Yeah, they can. Yes, they can.
Right? No, I can crunch the numbers.
Yeah.
I know they can afford it. But I'm wondering if it's the best use of resources. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not an endless credit card, John. Somebody's got to pay it at some point. Okay.
See what I mean? See what I mean?
Frugal.
Yeah.
Hey, but give me Saquon and Mike Evans. Tell me about that credit card bill.
No, dude, it would be.
Talk to me later.
I don't think it's as expensive as
That's what
we're making it out to be. Like I really don't.
Saquon will be 2 or 3 years,
especially with the quarterback on the rookie deal, and you got an edge guy that's on a rookie deal. I really don't think it's that expensive.
I don't know if you guys can tell or not, but I don't need to be sold. Because I'm down. I'm with it. Let's do it.
Radio host in me is down. Texan fan in me is like a little cautious about it. That's all. But it would be exciting as hell, no doubt. All right. B. Scott, thank you for coming in today. Appreciate you. That was a lot of fun. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT HD2. An Odyssey Station. In the Loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
Why are you talking about PTSD, bro?
Because it's out there.
What's your problem?
What's your problem?
What's your problem?
What's your problem?
What's your deal? What are you talking about?
problem?
What are you talking about PTSD?
I had a little bit PTSD episode last night.
Oh, did you?
I did.
What's that?
And it's embarrassing.
What's that?
And I don't even want to say it out loud, but I will. So I saw that Kirk Cousins is going to be available. And like I defaulted to Lovie Smith, David Culley, like immediately, and then I caught myself after like 1 second. But I went, oh, Kirk Cousins, hey, oh, wait a minute, we have a quarterback. And that's kind of what I was talking about with Sean earlier. Like, we are just beaten down.
Are we?
How'd you get a black eye?
Like
I fell on a doorknob.
I feel like I'm thriving. I feel like you should be over this.
No, I mostly am, but it's like back there.
I feel like you're creating problems, man. I feel like this is a great time right now.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't help how you feel, and we've been beaten down. And
you can help.
We try.
You probably need some help.
I need a lot of help. I need a lot of help. But as soon as I saw Kirk Cousins, I went, oh, wait a minute. No, we don't need that guy. Like, it's just like you're just conditioned. Maybe that's the right word. You're just conditioned to get these.
I'm past it.
Mostly I am. I thought I was. But it's like I just have this condition of like, oh yeah, scrap heap quarterback, bring him on. Let's go compete with Davis Mills. Let's go.
I can real quick just defend myself in this PTSD. I said during our show that there's not a free agent out there who will not take the Texans phone call this time around.
Thank you.
Yes,
that's exactly right. 100%.
Yeah, that's
100%.
all I'm saying.
Yeah. You?
I don't know why you're still on this.
I don't know why
How
either.
Is this not like have you not had enough of a body of work to get past this crap?
Yes, but it's in there somewhere.
It's got to go.
It's a default.
You got to get over it, man.
I'm trying.
You got to get over it.
I'm trying.
Between this and Sean mentioning Christian Okoye, like I don't know what the hell's going on right now. I mean, I feel like I want to go play some Tecmo Bowl or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys are driving me nuts. We're supposed to be sitting here talking about Saquon Barkley and Mike Evans
and yes.
windows and all this type of stuff. We're talking about PTSD, Lopez.
Yes, I can't help it.
Figgy.
I'm confessing
What's
here.
wrong with this weirdo?
I'm confessing here. I was just conditioned to, Kirk Cousins. Oh, wait, no, we're good on that position.
I tell you what, you come in here and just take beatings from the morning guys. When you come in here.
I beat them back today.
You come in here just get smacked around, man. Goodness gracious.
I sat down and said, wait a minute. I don't agree with that.
What did the five fingers say to Lopez's face? Smack!
No, man.
He comes in here getting roughed up.
I threw that counter hard right. Right at him.
What? Why?
Right over the top. With your shoulder.
When I hear this discussion about, how to spend and all that and fixing the defense and stuff, sometimes I don't know that we're fully grasping that for the next few years, C.J. Stroud is going to be on his rookie deal. Like, I don't know. That doesn't, you can sign Mike Evans and you could sign a crap ton of other guys.
Yes. That's why
the salary cap keeps going up, too. Like, the NFL business is thriving right now, so the salary cap's going up.
That's why I threw that counterpunch, because I said, look, there's somebody's like, can you sign Mike Evans and Saquon? Yes. Yes, you can, and it's not going to be like you're not mortgaging the future, You're not all of a sudden in cap hell. You're still going to have cap space. You will still have cap space. Now, the counterpoint that Sean made, well, what about the defense? Yeah, what about the defense? I think
you can figure out the defense.
Yeah, there are things to do there. Where's the priority right now? Offense and C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, and I also think whichever one you focus on in free agency, you can focus on the other one in the draft.
Yes.
And I think the way that this draft is playing out, it seems like it could be shaping up to where, whether it's a linebacker, whether it's a D lineman, whether it's a safety, not necessarily a safety, where it's a corner or something, it's setting up to where you can be shopping pretty high at a pretty high level of those. So if you focus on one, you can move over to the other. The other thing about it on the defense that I think is something that needs to be kept in mind, and I guess there's a little bit of this on offense, but with defense you have arrows pointing up with the Stingleys, the Will Andersons, and the Christian Harrises. Now you have needs at every layer of the defense, but on the D line, at linebacker and at corner, you have players who are perhaps knocking on the door of being elite and elevating their play at a significant level that can be just as impactful as bringing in a big-name free agent.
And it also comes down to where is the mother lode of talent in the draft? Cornerbacks and safeties. I'm high on safeties. Not very many other people are. I am a high on safeties, and I understand that I'm on an island on that. But cornerbacks? Dude, there are 10 cornerbacks ranked in the top 60 of the draft, according to Pro Football Focus. 10 cornerbacks in the top 60. So there's one of your answers. Well, what are we going to do on the defense? Well, there's one right there. You can get them in the second round. You can get them in the third round.
First,
or
you might have your crack at the first one.
Yeah.
With the way that this draft is shaped up.
Yeah. So you spend the money, get rid of the PTSD. I admit that I had a little flashback last night. And
get over it.
I'm trying.
Move on.
I'm moving. Get your Mike Evans. Get your Saquon Barkley, and then you got cornerbacks, defensive tackles in the draft. But cornerbacks are high in the draft. I was looking at them, and the number one ranked cornerback is that kid out of Iowa, man.
The white guy.
Yeah, number one.
White guy.
Yeah.
White corner.
How does that make you feel?
Not good.
Why? Why not?
I want to go.
Race car.
I don't want a white corner. It doesn't seem like a recipe for success, if I'm honest.
I mean, he's ranked.
I'm good on a white corner.
Why?
I'm good on that, especially from Iowa.
Yeah.
They even get thrown on last year?
No, because of him.
Okay.
Cooper DeJean.
He's shutting it down, man.
I'm good. I don't need the white corner.
He's got those Big Ten quarterbacks.
Give me the brother at 2 or 3.
Well, that's a race card.
You can hit the race card all you want.
Race car.
I don't want a white corner.
You want the next Jason Sehorn?
I do not want a white corner.
He had those Big Ten quarterbacks on lock.
Oh, that's tough.
They didn't even want to look his way.
Oh, good job.
Maybe they were confused. Wait a minute. That guy's white.
Wait, that linebacker's fast.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Cooper DeJean, baby.
We're giving away Hank Williams Jr. tickets in the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hour. Rodeo is officially upon us. Figgy's in the spirit. He's got his denim on.
Oh, Figgy.
Figgy's got his denim on.
Oh, this ain't rodeo yet.
I
this
saw
ain't
you
rodeo for me yet.
I saw you were doing some shopping.
I'm going to get dressed up, man.
He's in the denim. There you go.
I can't wait to see Figgy's pictures.
Of what?
Of him as a cowboy.
Oh, he's being a cowboy?
He went shopping.
I'm going to dress up, man.
Yeah, he went shopping for rodeo
I never
clothes.
did it, man.
Oh, wow.
He's in, baby.
Okay.
Did you get boots?
I'm getting boots. I'm going to go today.
All right.
Okay. Cavenders?
Nah.
Wranglers?
Wranglers? I might.
Why aren't you going to Cavenders?
I don't know. I got another place.
Okay.
You got to get Wranglers. Don't post a picture without Wranglers.
What was Walker, Texas Rangers sidekick's name?
I don't remember.
Oh, the black dude.
Yeah, what was his name?
Race car!
I should have been here for Halloween.
What was his name?
Oh, my God.
Walker, Texas Ranger sidekick.
Jimmy Trevette.
Jimmy Trevette.
Yeah.
Figgy Trevette.
Figgy Trevette.
Figgy Trevette. Coming to Rodeo New Year. Are you going Saturday? Is that the...
I'm going Thursday and Friday.
Oh, look at you.
Former running back for the Dallas Cowboys. I had no idea.
Two-piece combo. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Figgy was a running back.
Okay.
Yeah. Jimmy. Little Jimmy.
Learn something new every day. Are you hitting cookout this weekend?
Me? No, I can't go. I'm off Friday. I'm leaving town. I'm going to finally go fishing. I haven't gone in 2 weeks. Well,
when you've gone, you haven't gone either. Let's be real.
I've caught lately.
Yeah, I haven't been catching much.
But I gave a buddy of ours some tickets.
Okay.
To the Friday cookout.
Okay.
You know him, Figgy. You're gonna see him out there.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
You don't like cookout.
When was the last time you went?
It's been about 4 years.
He's always got something.
No, I used to go every year.
Remember last year he had to cut the grass.
He is the king of something coming up.
Remember last year he had to cut the grass.
Yeah, last year he might have to cut the grass.
All right.
He's the king of getting out of cookout. It's okay.
I got two confessions.
If you've been once, you've been many times. I got you.
Two confessions.
But, yeah.
All right? Real quick. Two confessions.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Confession number one. I used to go every year. I love cookout, but I am the leave early guy of cookout now. I can't hang with the wild bunch after about 9 o'clock. 8 or 9 o'clock, I am out of there. So I would go again. I'm just that scene has left me. I'm out of that scene, man. Confession number two.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I actually was offered VIP wristbands for the Bull tent for Friday night, and I said I'd like to, but let me give you back the VIP. Figure you were there when I did this. Let me give you back the VIP because it's probably going to be for my son, and I don't want anybody else to say, why did his son get in there? And you know what I mean? Because they thought it was going to be for me. So I got regular wristbands. Now I find out they probably want who's going to go in the VIP tent because my son couldn't go. So Gerard and a buddy of mine and a buddy of his are going. So Gerard, just you got to get Gerard in the VIP, man. I gave him to Gerard and my buddy.
So
Mark.
you rather him be in the VIP than your son?
Well, I think he's more of a VIP.
Here's
you
me
know what
with,
I mean?
Here's me with rodeo now. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Franchise tags. We got some really good news for you.
You're probably in my boat.
When it comes to the franchise tag.
I like going, but I'm out of that.
I need something. I need some sort of entertainment form to focus, or I need to be able to move around. Like if you tell me I'm going to the carnival and I'm going to wander around and I'm going to be doing all that stuff, that's cool. If you tell me there's a concert, I'll go to probably 6-7 concerts each rodeo.
Yeah.
Just sitting in a tent with a bunch of drunk ass people, not moving around, is not fun for me.
Yeah,
it's actually hell.
Yeah,
I mean, like if we're watching a game or something, if a game's on, that's fine. But just some loud ass honky tonk music, sitting in a damn tent, wandering around, drinking. Like I don't. It doesn't do it for me. I'd rather just walk around the carnival or something like that.
Figgy is still in that era. Shout out.
No, I'm not.
To Taylor Swift. Well, you're still you're closer to that era than I am.
Hey, so how's it going?
Yeah.
How long y'all been out here?
Yeah.
Oh, what you drinking on? Oh, okay. It's over there. All right.
See, I'm not a fuddy-duddy. You're in the same boat as me.
No, I need something. I need something front and center. Like, you gotta give me a little something front and center.
No.
Plus, everybody's so worn out
and wasted.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to be the most washed.
I'm washed.
Oh, man.
We got to be the most washed.
I'm a washing machine, man.
You take me to a bar or something. Let's
And
pour
chill?
up. Let's chill.
I'm all about
let's
the
get
chilling.
on it. Let's walk around, concert, anything.
Like
But
some of the best fun I
sit
had all
around
year.
and cook.
Keep in mind,
Man, if it's a work if it's a work night, I'm looking at my watch the whole time. Like, all right, I got about 8 hours of sleep
Sitting around
left.
and
yeah, you count the hours of sleep.
All right, about
That's what I
7.
do. I need at least 6. No, 7 would be better. So keep in mind, I went to most all the Texans games at home. I went to the game in New York with you guys. Some of the best fun I had watching a Texans game this year was chilling with Figgy at the bar at what's it called?
Ailey Sports Club.
Dailies.
Yeah.
It was just chilling.
No, I love that.
Watching. B. Scott was there. Listeners were there.
Yeah.
I had my feet up at one point on a bar stool. I was like, this is perfect.
Yeah. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Like watching a game. But we're just sitting around listening to music.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. How washed are your In the Loop hosts?
You're dressed in this gear right here.
We are washed.
And Figgy's dressing up for it, man.
Yeah, man.
Well, he's still closer to that era. See?
Yeah, if I could be home by 9 o'clock, I'll be good.
Don't let us rain on your parade. You were all excited for this.
No, you ain't.
See, I think we're rubbing off on you.
No,
he was all pumped up. He's going shopping. He's going to lay his outfit out, and now he's trying.
I'm still pumped.
He's trying to get down.
As long
to
as
our
I'm
level.
home by 9 o'clock, I'm good, man.
Stay on your high level.
That's me, Figgy. That's me.
I'm good, man.
Don't get me wrong.
Stay on your high level.
And I got to work the next day too.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't get me wrong. I love cookout. Obviously, it's barbecue. That's right in my wheelhouse. Hanging out with friends. Love that.
Is barbecue a big deal here?
Yes.
Dude, but we eat it all the time, man.
Yeah, but this is
like
the-
everybody's
this is the
making
cookout.
barbecue.
This is the cookout.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of barbecues all lined up together.
Compare and contrast.
You're smelling like tents that you're not
You're
even
damn
going
right.
in.
That's the best smell. No, I'm all about that, but I'm with Figgy. Count how many hours of sleep I'm going to get and be home by 9.
Especially on a work night.
Yeah, man.
News out of the NFL. It looks like Saquon Barkley unlikely to be tagged. This courtesy of the Post. Antoine Winfield going to get tagged, perhaps by the Bucks, which means Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley they're heading towards being on the market for the Houston Texans. Should the Texans sign either one of those guys, Mike Evans or Saquon Barkley, Jeremy Fowler, I tell you what, that guy, man, he knows how to bring the reports.
I saw your.
This guy.
Let me hear it.
We've been talking about the Texans needing running backs all year long. This is Jeremy Fowler, man. He is in midseason form. You see this report from Fowler, Fig?
I didn't.
Man, this made the rounds on the football aggregation. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, quote, "There's a buzz around the NFL that the Texans, wait for it, you know it's coming, could try to improve at running back position to help C.J. Stroud."
They could.
All right. Mentions free agents. They could pursue Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, or Josh Jacobs per Jeremy Fowler. Again, could.
Breaking.
They could.
That means they could not. That means they might not.
You said y'all ain't catching me slipping.
That's right.
This effing guy. Last year, it was the Texans could take C.J. Stroud, or they could take Bryce Young, or they could take Will Levis, or they could take Anthony Richardson.
Or they could trade it.
Or they could
Or
trade
they
the
could trade
pick.
it. Yeah.
This effing guy. Shout out, seriously, though, shout out to all the people getting ready at Rodeo. There's a lot of work that does go into that. I'll give them the respect they deserve there.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Man, a lot of work, man.
A lot of work.
Get me home by 9. I'll be good.
Hell of a lot of work out there.
They building the hell out of that tent, too.
Oh, I saw it. I've been keeping up.
Yeah, I know when we say tent, you think of like a little flimsy tent.
No.
Stresses me out,
This is
man.
wood. They painting it.
Yeah.
All these tents stress me out.
How?
Because it's just a lot, man.
It is a lot.
Just
It
the
is
hall.
definitely a lot.
Just the hall down there is a lot. There's a lot going on there, man.
I'll tell you what, though. To be fair, when you're there and it's the evening and it's not too packed, it's hard to beat. It's pretty good.
It's easy to beat. I promise you. It's very easy to beat. I can promise you.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's like your opinion.
Send me to
man.
Kirby Ice House or something. I'll be there.
All right.
It's hard to beat.
It
What do
is
you
hard
mean?
to beat. It's hard to beat.
You know all that smoke and crap on you.
You
and
said Kirby Ice House.
Just send me somewhere.
Screw cook-off. Let me go to Kirby Ice House.
Just send me to Kirby Ice House. What food trucks we got here?
Steak night.
Yeah, okay. There you go. I'm good right there.
Yeah.
Coming up, we got to investigate something. Did John Lopez get schooled by the morning guys yesterday?
Come on, man.
Did this happen? And you won't believe what the internet, in many different ways, had to say about CJ and Amber. In the Loop continues next.
How did Andre Johnson react to being named?
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
The most interesting scouting reports about perhaps the Texans' main target this offseason. That's coming up in 15 minutes, and it is interesting. We'll hear that shortly. But C.J. Stroud had the internet going nuts. Before we hear different demographics weighing in on the C.J. Stroud Ambergate, I posed the question to the loophole. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Embrace debate. Did John Lopez get schooled by Sean and Seth yesterday? That is the question. Do you have anything to say for yourself before we hear this?
Yeah, I didn't get schooled. I set them straight. I did again today, by the way. I did the same thing today.
All right, well,
yeah.
Let's go to the tape. Here is John Lopez, Sean Pendergast yesterday, along with Seth Payne, discussing the notion that C.J. Stroud took Amber Rose to the hotel.
Do you believe that he just was basically a glorified Uber for her and gave her a ride back to the hotel?
Well, here's what I believe. It's more of an Amber Rose thing. When was the last time she said, "Hey, can you give me a ride to my hotel?" And then they opened the door and said, "All right, see you later." All right, Amber. I guess I'll see you later.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm going to go up and have a dessert in my room by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you were there. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
exactly how it
no,
went down, I think.
no.
Oh, come on.
When was the last time any of us were invited to a hotel room and it was just, see you later?
Well, wait, where's the hotel room coming?
No, because she said he gave her a ride to her
the
hotel.
hotel, yeah.
Oh, okay, right. I know, but you're like also, yeah. I mean, like you're asking, but you're adding the room in there. Like that's different. Like
John's assuming he got invited back to the.
All right, there you go. So did Sean and Seth set Lopez straight?
No,
713-572-4610.
Now, I said hotel, and then I said hotel room, and that was just misspeaking. But of course, Seth said, room? What room? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. No, I stand by what I said.
Biggie, did they take Lopez to the woodshed?
Nah, I would say no. I felt like I did feel like John misspoke, but they were kind of getting actually on there, saying
Exactly.
the room type thing.
But
so.
because I said hotel first, then I said hotel at the end. In the middle, I said hotel room. Just whatever, misspoke. But I mean, the gist of it is, yeah. When was the last time Amber Rose said, "Hey, take me to my hotel"? And it was like, all right, well, enjoy the rest of your evening.
I would say anytime she gets in an Uber, but I would say even an Uber driver with Amber Rose has a 22% chance.
So what are you doing the rest of the night? Are you off?
So this was some of the reaction to the C.J. Stroud thing. So there were some shorts on YouTube, and shout out to all the people on YouTube right now. These were different demos. The first one is a young white dude. This kid can't be over 17. I don't know. And then we're going to transition into the African-American, probably millennial, and then the African-American Gen Z. Is that what we're in right now, Gen Z?
I think it's A now, isn't it?
Whatever like 22-year-olds would be.
Yeah.
Like, so we're going to go from the white Gen Z to the African-American millennial to the computer graphic to that.
Yeah.
The C.J. Stroud reaction on the internet, courtesy of YouTube Shorts.
I'll be completely honest. I don't know why I'm making this short at all. I saw this on my Instagram, and I was like, you know what? Let's make a little short about this. Let y'all know. But Amber Rose and C.J. Stroud were seen together, leaving a softball game. They were together. And, yeah, it looks like another brother has fallen for Amber Rose. Another athlete, another celebrity. This is the same woman that was with Wiz Khalifa, was married for like 4 years with him. And that Amber Rose is like 40. C.J. Stroud's like 23. wild age difference, in my opinion. But that's maybe just my opinion. Another man has fallen for Amber Rose. I don't see the hype. My eyes, my white person eyes. Maybe he sees something. I don't know. But another one has fallen for her again. What has she got that just no one else has? I don't know.
Oh, wow.
My white person eyes?
Oh, my gosh. You probably shouldn't have done that. You probably just
Probably
said
shouldn't
that
have
one
said
out.
You should have set that out, man.
You got to have an opinion on this.
That's the prime example of everybody talking about it, so let me talk about it.
You got to have an opinion. If you want to have an opinion on it. I did a short.
And he started off saying, I don't know why I'm making this short.
I did a short. It was just like, hey, what the hell is going on?
That's all you need to say.
Horniness.
What the hell is going on?
We got a horniness taking over this place. All right, here's the next one. As we go through the internet reaction from CJ and Ambergate.
Okay, so Amber Rose is trending for being seen with an athlete half her age, quarterback CJ Stroud. As she liked the long hair and the long because she was like, if I can't have Wiz Khalifa, I'll have something like it. Okay, yes, there's a double standard. Men do it all the time, but it's equally as disgusting, even though women take more scrutiny. Okay, at this point, predatory women gotta be their own type of athletes, because they're definitely out here chasing and catching. Also, where are the young thoughts? Like, how do y'all keep losing to these 40-year-old ex-it girls? Like, Ruby Rose and Ice Spice wasn't available? It's even funnier, this was like an all-star celebrity game, so you know half the men there know Amber Rose. Just take her to a steakhouse, son. Don't take her to a game with all her exes. Amber Rose wearing all black like we can't see her. We see your blonde ass. Looking like a store mannequin.
Looking like a store mannequin.
See, that's how you do it.
That's pretty good.
Now we're just going with the internet technology. Reaction to Amber Rose and CJ Stroud continues, courtesy of the YouTube Shorts.
Quarterback CJ Stroud was seen leaving Travis Scott's celebrity softball game with Amber Rose, which is hilarious because when she turned 18, CJ Stroud had not even been born yet. Well, the funniest part has to have been their conversation because he is super religious. So when she asked him if he had protection, bro pulled out the All-22 tape and showed how good his offensive line was this season.
Is CJ on his way to blowing his whole career?
Can't get up. Hey, yo, I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up. Hey, yo, I'm slipping.
I saw that Texans Bill had put that joke out there. Whips out the iPad All-22. I don't know who deserves credit for the joke first.
Who had it first?
Yeah. Well, I just don't like. Does Amber Rose really asking? Do you have protection? Like when you're Amber Rose, I'm not trying to. She's carrying condoms, bro.
Yeah, or she has.
No, she has. Protection. She's carrying condoms. I've known guys who went to hook up with chicks back in the day, and they go to like the girl says, "Hey, I have condoms in my drawer."
Mm-hmm.
It's like a damn buffet.
Yeah.
There's like 26 different types.
Mm-hmm.
Amber Rose has condoms.
Let me see. What are you? Okay, this one shouldn't work. I'll save that one for later. Dude, that's a sign.
Yeah.
She either has that or she has.
Amber Rose is hot and ready.
Yeah,
like she's ready to go.
Yeah. She might have some built-in protection.
Yeah, she's not gonna let that stop her.
Yeah.
Here's the final piece of reaction from CJ Stroud and Amber Rose.
CJ, what you doing, bro? What you doing? You a young man. Look, you can have fun and have your life, but you got to understand what's going on out here. These people are hunting, man. They hunting for real. You can't be so oblivious to say, oh, it's not going to happen to me. I'm too smart for that, and da-da-da-da-da. This person likes me for me. Bro, you need to wake up. Look at Jalen Green. Look at Marcus Jordan. These things are high stakes, man. You got to be aware. You got to be really, really careful. Great luck.
All right.
That is the best advice of all that you will hear. Like, I don't mean to be harsh or crass, but it's true. There are people out there. I'm not saying Amber Rose necessarily is one, but I'm not saying she's not. That hunt.
Well, you're washed.
That hunt.
She's washed, and she's trying to stay in the limelight. What better way than to go get you a 20-year-old?
That's what I would be telling my kid if he was in that situation. I'd like, there are people out there. Now you might find some that are fine, but they hunt for this.
They're hunting.
Yeah,
it's a new trend.
That's a great piece of advice. I hope CJ listens.
Cougar hunters.
I hope CJ listens. to
CJ
that.
was at the U of H game again yesterday. Shout out to the Cougs, by the way. First place in the Big 12.
I think they clinched, right?
Yeah, they clinched. Who said that the Cougs benefited from being in a bad conference?
Nobody.
Shout out to them.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah.
How about that?
That was big. That was big. And that's our Cougar discussion.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very
It was
much.
deserved.
It was deserved.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
March Madness coming up shortly. Coming up, one of the toughest losses in Houston sports history that doesn't get enough attention looks even worse because of perhaps too much honesty, plus a scouting report on one of C.J. Stroud's potential targets that I don't think makes sense. Lopez does, though.
One near you at mensteaclinic.com.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, this is a scouting report. Mike Evans looks like he's going to be on the market. This is a scouting report from his former teammate, Jameis Winston. Now with the New Orleans Saints. He could be with the new team relatively soon, too. He was on PMT, pardon my take, on Barstool. And this was his scouting report. And
Love
Nick
it.
Caserio, hope you're listening. D'Amico Ryans, I know you are crunching tape, figuring out if Mike Evans fits, figuring out if it's a financial fit. Here is some more resource for you. A scouting report courtesy of the great Jameis Winston.
I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, like, you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. You know, it doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's going to take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different.
John, that makes no sense.
He's not wrong.
John, but that makes no sense.
He's not right.
Well, what he just said made no sense.
Okay, the second part didn't make a lot of sense. The first part about being from around the water, people are different. People are different.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Jameis is.
Well, neither does he.
Well, he didn't know about the Galveston because he'd never been there. But people who live and grow up around the water are just a different type of personality.
Yeah, what's that got to do with football?
I think what he's saying is he's not your everyday run-of-the-mill big city receiver, recruit, player, whatever.
Well, he used C.D. Lamb as an example. C.D. Lamb's from Louisiana.
Yeah, I think he said he's from Dallas or something like that.
Well, he said because he plays for the Cowboys, but
he's not.
C.D. Lamb's from Louisiana.
But,
he's at him to Jamar Chase and Jefferson and all that.
I'm going to defend Jameis here, man. I think he's right. People
right about what?
About people who grow up around the water are just different. Maybe in some ways they're a little more laid back, a little more chill. Hey, C.J. Stroud from the coast, man. I mean, that's a good example right there in a different kind of way. People that grow up, you can disagree. I don't care if you disagree. That's fine. All I'm saying is I agree with Jameis. I really do.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Figgy?
I guess we need to go to Galveston and get more football players then.
I'm talking about this. Yeah, just got people, their personality is just different. Chill. I don't know about the whole oil and beaches thing. That he lost me on that, but that's Jameis.
I don't know how he ever had you, honestly.
No, he had me on the water. Like, you're around the water, you're just a different kind of guy.
How do you feel about chili and burgers?
I've never really been a fan.
Yeah,
I've had a couple
what's
here
the
and
deal
there.
with that?
Chili on burgers?
Yeah, like chili cheeseburgers.
Yeah, it's kind of been a thing.
How you feeling about that?
Nah, I thought you were talking about sloppy joes.
Now that I love.
Nah, yeah, you can give me a sloppy Joe all day.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, you can give me a sloppy Joe all day. Give me some pickles and onions on that.
Heck, that's exactly how I eat it. Exactly. Yeah. Pickles, onions, and the sloppy Joe. But chili, it just first of all, it doesn't really go together.
It's too much, man.
Yeah, it doesn't really go together.
It's a lot, man. I think burgers are getting out of control right now. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Mike Evans going to be on the market. New York Post reporting that Saquon Barkley be on the market as well. We'll react to that. I think these burgers, like these stacked-ass burgers, are getting out of control.
So I'm a big fan of blue cheese. I hate blue cheese burgers.
Well, you should.
Because they just don't go together. The flavors don't go together. Kind of like chili. That's what made me think of it.
Yeah. I
the flavors are good separately, but together they don't go together.
The egg, I guess you can get down with. I don't know.
I'm so
I don't know about
it explodes.
That
it's kind of
I don't even like eggs on enchiladas. That's like a big breakfast thing now.
Whack.
Doesn't go together.
Yeah, whack.
Mm-hmm. Give me enchiladas or give me eggs. Don't give me one, both of them together.
Like chili cheese dog, yes. Please.
Yeah. Man, that's my weird. I love chili cheese.
Please.
I love chili cheese.
Give me that chili cheese.
I eat them at least, maybe, I was going to say once a week, maybe not that often, but once every 10 days, I have to get a chili cheese.
I'll save it for confessions because I'm looking forward to something. I'll save it for confessions.
All right.
This is kind of sparked.
What's it have to do with food?
Kinda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get to that a little later. So for me, like you talk about the biggest heartbreaking losses in Houston history. I know that there's a lot of people that will talk about the '86 Astros against the Mets. Some people will talk about Buffalo and the Oilers game and all that. For me, the most heartbreaking by far is the 2019 Astros. And I say that because that's the best baseball team I've ever seen.
Yeah. Astros.
Best baseball team I've ever seen, period.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but I'm just clearing it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best baseball team. And,
Yeah.
and if you look up like the war of all that team and all that, like they had Garrett Cole, Justin Verlander, they had the top 2 Cy Young candidates. They had Zach Greinke as their third.
Yep.
Their bullpen was nails. The lineup was creme de la creme.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing to the Washington Nationals. Now, we remember what happened with A.J. Hinch on the back end. We won't rehash that. But for me, that one sucked more than the Oilers because the Oilers still had some work to be done.
The Oilers absolutely
They still had a few more wins. Like I know we look at it and we say, well, they could have been in the Super Bowl against the Cowboys, could have been an all-Texas Super Bowl. Yeah, but they would have had to win a few more games.
Even the 79 Oilers.
Yeah.
They had another game, but they probably would have won. But still.
But they had the
79, 93. You can talk. Yeah, I agree with that.
And then the Mets, that one sucked. I mean, that one sucked.
I do think they would have won it.
No, I do too. I mean, yeah, and the Mets, the Mets admitted that if they'd faced Mike Scott in Game 7, they would have lost.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they literally said that in their Hardo documentary on ESPN.
Yeah.
But I do look at that Mets team almost as like a team of destiny. So I think it's easier to get over.
Yeah.
Because the Mookie Wilson, Bill Buckner crap.
Right.
That Astros one, you guys notice, you guys know me, like there's probably 3 times a year where I just get triggered by the thought of the 2019 Astros losing that World Series to the Washington Nationals.
Yeah.
Yesterday was one of those times because one of the key contributors to that loss, a man from Lamar High School, Anthony Rendon, now with the Angels.
Rice, right?
He doesn't even freaking like baseball. Listen to this guy yesterday. The Astros, the best team that I've seen in my lifetime, best ball club, they lost to a Jamoke who doesn't even freaking like baseball.
Top priority for you?
That's never been a top priority for me. This is a job, so I do this to make a living. My faith, my family come first before this job. So if those things come before it, I'm leaving.
Is it a priority?
Oh, it's a priority for sure. This is my job. I'm here, aren't I?
Do you want to be here?
I don't want to talk to you guys at 7 in the morning or whatever time it is. So,
do you want to like be here playing baseball?
I have answered your question. So why do you keep picking at it?
Oh, yeah, you technically answered it.
Thank you.
Hit home runs in Game 6 and 7 right here. Anthony Rendon. They not only lost to an inferior ball club, they lost to a guy who doesn't even like freaking baseball, John. How honest is too honest? What do you think of Rendon going up there and saying what he's saying? Because he's getting kind of jumped on right now.
I actually appreciate it, but he probably shouldn't have said it. And you've heard me say this before. I think there's a high percentage. I think most fans would be surprised at how high a percentage of people that play for their favorite team aren't really big fans of that sport. They do it because they're really, really good at it and they can make a lot of money. Like I've had, off-record discussions with players in every sport. One recently, was like, I do this because it's a living, but they don't want it on the record. Like they're not even big fans of that sport. Yeah. So I appreciate his honesty, but don't be honest in this case.
Well, the thing
nobody needs to hear that.
The thing for me is I think this is why the NBA and the MLB are in interesting spots, and this is why the NFL is an actual business. You actually have to earn your keep. He's got a guaranteed contract. He's getting money no matter what, so he can go in there and say that crap.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be saying that crap if he were someone who could get canned and then have to figure stuff out afterwards. I think it's he earned it. I mean, he earned it with his ability, but I think it's just kind of symbolic of the guaranteed deals and all that. I mean, I think there are certain situations where you get a guaranteed deal. I could see CJ getting a guaranteed deal, just because kind of like that. But I think this is just kind of symbolic of, why baseball, on top of the magnitude, why baseball and why basketball are just kind of in a different spot than the NFL, because the NFL functions more so like the real world.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of basketball players that
they don't care. You think Jalen Green cares about
because
basketball?
They're tall and they're athletic. They've been kind of pushed in this direction from a very young age.
It's a lot of players that don't care.
Yeah, I would say the majority of NBA players don't.
Well,
I agree. They won't say it.
Yeah, no, they'll never say it.
Yeah, Jalen Green doesn't care about hooping.
But when a player loves
no sleep.
When a player loves his sport, like truly loves it. You know those guys.
Oh yeah.
And then the guys that are like, well,
I think the Texans have a team full of them.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's why they're on the right track.
Yeah. Jalen Green's a good example.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He's been pushed in this direction.
I think Dylan Brooks cares.
Dylan Brooks cares a lot.
Van Vliet cares.
You know it because you can see it.
Jabari Smith cares.
Yeah, in the NFL, there are a lot of players that they're really, really good, and they've been playing football their whole life, and they make millions of dollars. They're going to play it, but they don't love this sport.
Yeah,
it's kind of
but
weird.
They earn the right. They earn the right to do what they do. So I'm not hating on them. I'm not saying you have to have a certain mindset. Your skill set allows you to do that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
If it's Instagram and manicures over hooping, more power to you, my friend. Coming up, I don't know how Jalen Green got astray here, but he did.
He did.
Coming up next, we got some news about the Houston Texans that could have you dreaming big, plus a report from Mr. Obvious. Next.
In the Loop.
I am.
Saquon Barkley not going to be tagged.
Let's go.
It looks like per the Post. So Saquon could be on the market, as could Mike Evans. Now, Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott, and a lot of listeners. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Appreciate y'all for weighing in on YouTube, Twitch, and on the text line. There seems to be a healthy amount of let's go get these guys versus, I don't know about Saquon Barkley. I don't know about Mike Evans. Where do you sit on either one of these guys? I know that you're open to either one, but which one are you the most hesitant on? Would it be Saquon or would it be Mike Evans?
Boy, that's a good question. I would have to say Saquon just because of injuries. But I want to say this, and I'm talking to you people. As you like to say, yes, I do mean you people. Why is there an inferiority complex still in this city?
I don't think there is. I think that's a straw man by you. Honestly, I think it is.
I think there is. It's like, Sean exhibited it.
Yeah, but Sean's being weird.
That's an example.
He's just being weird. I don't know what the deal is with him. I don't know if he's just spent too much time around the 40-minute man and he's overthinking stuff. But Sean's being weird about this. But, his free agency approach is weird to me.
Well, my point is,
y'all are both weird.
No, I'm not.
I'm
weird.
Surrounded by weirdos.
I'm a very solid human being.
I know that, but you're weird.
But I'm using that to prove that it's not a straw man. It's not only an example that's out there. It's an example that's in this studio. And I don't pick on Sean Pendergast just because. What I'm saying is this thought of, they're not going to do that. That's an inferiority complex. They can't get both those guys. That's an inferiority complex. That's a lot of money against the cap. Yes, they have a ton of money on the cap. It's just like, is it little man syndrome? It's not little man syndrome because that means you you have higher expectations of yourself. I think it's something of an inferiority complex. I
don't think it exists.
/ PTSD.
I'll be honest, I don't think it exists.
Well, I just gave you an example, and there's more out there. If you just search, and maybe I'm
search.
over.
What do you mean search?
Google is your friend.
Go on the internet.
Yeah. Maybe I'm overstating it, but I feel it. And my answer is, why is there that when you can get both of them? Well, do you want Mike Evans or Saquon Barkley? The answer is yes. Yes. I want them both.
It's a rolling thing. Yeah. You have a lot more money. You have a situation that's favorable in the long term, in the short term. I'm not opposed to either one of these guys. Furthermore, I have a unhealthy amount of. I'm the opposite of you. I don't know. You seem to have this imaginary friend known as Texans PTSD. I don't even remember that anymore. I'm so far along in this process. I have blind faith in the organization at this point, which is a dangerous place to be. It's a real dangerous place to be. We could get a year down the line and, us talking heads are sitting here saying, what the hell were they doing with that money? They should have been smarter. But I have a blind faith towards this organization to where I can entertain the possibility of each and every one, and whatever D'Amico, whatever Caserio, whatever Slowick decides, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, no, look, I by and large have moved past that, and I'm the one that says spend
as long
money.
as they get a running back.
I'm the one that,
damn it,
even before you hopped on board, I was like, spend the money. You got a lot of cap space. Don't think small, think big. So I've moved past it, but every once in a while, like the Kirk Cousins thing, I was like, man, I get a little bit of a flashback.
You start thinking about old stuff.
Yeah, I get a flashback.
I feel like Sean thinks they have $14.
Exactly.
He's going to be so mad at me. I'm going to get a text. But I feel like when he talks about this cap space, it's like, dude, a Mike Evans deal for 2 years or 3 years is not the end of the world. It's nothing.
Yes.
In this situation, it's close to nothing. It's with how the cap expands. Yeah, you got to get players on defense, but if you focus on offense and free agency, they're still going to sign some guys and stuff. I don't know who they're going to fall in love with. I do think that the impact players that you're thinking of, a lot of them, I don't know that they're going to hit the market. I don't know that Brian Burns is going to hit the market. I know damn well Baltimore is not going to let that mid-20s SOB hit the market. That doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Well, let me give you an example here. One of the teams, CBS put out the 5 most likely teams for Mike Evans, and it was well done. It was done by one of their NFL writers, so I'm not downplaying it. but one of the teams that they had on the list was the Kansas City Chiefs. They have to do something with Chris Jones, do something with Jadarius Sneed. They have to rework Pat Mahomes' contract, and they're in the Mike Evans stakes. And the Texans have 3 times as much cap space as the Chiefs. So don't be telling me, oh, they don't have the money. The Chiefs are in the hunt for Mike Evans.
Could it be that people feel good about the receiver position? Like, could that be it? I know that there's some loopholes. Shout out to loopholes if you listen, you are one. There's some that are talking about, well, the draft is stacked at receiver. I get down with that. Mm-hmm. Hell, if you sign Mike Evans, I'm not opposed to drafting a receiver too. I'm not. Yeah. There's no limitations for me on this squad. There's no set puzzle. There's just stockpile talent and figure it out. Yeah. Because if CJ Stroud elevates his play from year 1 to year 2, Will Anderson elevates his play, Derek Stingley elevates his play, Christian Harris elevates their play. Sure. And those are guys where the arrow is all pointing out. I didn't even mention Nico Collins and Tank Dell. The sky's the limit for this.
But see, the
club.
other thing I see a lot of people saying is, oh, so-and-so don't play the slot, or that's not a slot receiver.
Who doesn't play the slot?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Evans plays the slot a little bit. Move these guys around.
One of his biggest touchdowns of that long
touchdown. You can't
touchdown.
put Tank Dell in the slot, and
that's fine.
That long touchdown that's making all the rounds of his 78-yarder or whatever this year, he was in the slot.
Yeah,
he was in the slot for that. Tank Dell can play anywhere. I mean, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear any of that stuff. Garbage.
They can figure that out. If that's the reason that if you're not going to sign Mike Evans because we got to put slot, when is it? Doesn't it seem like whenever you start worrying about, all right, well, this guy's a slot, this guy, let's go put this guy in the slot, let's put this guy in the slot. At what point do people become dogs whizzing on electric fences and realize that silliness along with this positional value stuff is made up? Learn from your mistakes, okay? Learn from your mistakes because. You remember when Justin Jefferson was coming out? Yeah. Oh, all he did was line up in the slot at LSU. Dude, 5 receivers went ahead of him. 4 or 5 receivers went ahead of him. You know why? Because there were a bunch of morons sitting there saying, oh, you can't play him in the slot. Or all he can do is play in the slot.
Yeah.
Same thing with Jackson Smith and Jigba last year. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, now all that guy can do is play in the slot. Did Seattle give a damn that they already had DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett? No, they went and got JSN too. And at the end of the season, it looked like that was the right move.
Yeah.
Don't quit making stuff up. Let's get rid of this slot stuff.
No, I agree.
So the Saquon Barkley thing is interesting, though, because there's other elements of this that I don't want to say you would have buyer's remorse with Saquon Barkley before he even stepped on the field. But I am saying that there's a possibility. I'll tell you why in 15 minutes, because there's a new element to this offseason that we haven't even really been looking at that could come into play shortly before the Texans hit the field for training camp. Jeremy Fowler is reporting the buzz around the league is that the Texans could be in on running backs.
They could.
Okay. Yeah. They're going to be in on running backs.
Why is he even reporting that? That's the most casual fan knows that. If they listen to our show at all, they know what the running back situation is. Yeah, or look at the roster.
Or watch the game, any of the games.
Mm-hmm. But they could.
Who do you think, just based on their personality, who do you think, because it might be 3 different opinions, who do you think Caserio likes at running back?
Let me think about this for a second. I would say someone that has 3 years in them. So Jacobs or Saquon.
I think he liked Jacobs.
Yeah.
This is all guess. Who do you think who do you think D'Amico and Bobby like? I think they like Quan.
I think so. I don't know, Jacobs, man. I think either.
I can see Caserio liking Eckler.
Come on.
I can see that.
Why?
I don't know. He seemed like an Eckler guy.
He seems like an Eckler guy.
Great player.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? So we've been talking about this offseason, and we've been leaving out an interesting element.
And that is?
So we have the franchise tag period begins today. The combine begins next weekend. Then the franchise tag designation ends on March 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Then free agency begins March 13th. then new uniforms, and then the draft.
Yeah. No, I've been keeping an eye on
Texans are going to have new uniforms in the next 2 months.
Less than 2 months.
Yeah, 2 months. They're going to have new uniforms.
The draft is April 15th.
You saw they had that blowout sale the other day, 60% off everything. They
Yeah.
just had it in the Methodist Center.
Yeah.
Did you go buy it, Figgy?
I didn't. I wish I could have.
No, man. Less than 2 months. Because the draft is April 15th. So I'm thinking April 12th, 10th, somewhere in there.
I thought they were going to do it the week before the draft.
Yeah, that's the 10th or the 12th. The draft is the 15th.
Nah, brother. The draft's always at the end of the month. Where you been, man?
What do you mean?
Come on, PTSD.
I thought it was the 15th. Is it
Come
the
on,
25th?
brother. Come on, PTSD.
Yeah,
I think
it got to be around the 20th.
It's the 25th.
It's always like, come on,
It's the
PTSD.
25th.
What are you, a casual?
Well, I'm not. I'm
Goodness
just doing it off the
gracious.
top of my head, man.
You shouldn't have to. It's always at the end of April. What the hell's wrong with this guy?
I was thinking 25th, but I said 15th. So either way, 2 months, you're going to have the uniforms. So I'm thinking maybe the 20th.
I think they're going to do it. They might do it
2
the day
months
before
from
the
today.
draft. They might do it the day before the draft.
No, I think they want some buzz. They'll do it a week before.
Sell the shop?
Yeah.
Are they going to have like a runway?
They want the uniforms at the draft.
Are they going to have a runway?
That's what's going to happen. I think they are. No, I absolutely think they
They're
are.
going to have CJ and Will
Yes.
come out there in the
Yes.
jerseys, the
Yes.
uniforms?
Absolutely. So I'm thinking.
Would you feel weird?
No, it's cool.
Going out there in the uniform in front of everybody?
No, that's very cool. They're gonna
That's
do
local
They're
TV.
going to do the Instagram poses.
That's
you know,
local
going up
TV
the
porn,
age
by the way.
and all that. Yeah, that's golden. I think 2 months from today, the draft is the 25th. So they're gonna want people at the draft party in the new gear. So that'll give you 5 days to scoop up the new gear. Yeah, 2 months from today, I'm calling it.
Do you think Do you think these are going to live up to the hype? Are you worried? We'll be honest about it. Do you think these things are going to hit?
I think they're going to hit, but I think that's a different question.
Like how do you think?
Are you confident?
How much do you think these uniforms are going to hit?
These uniforms are going to hit, but are they going to live up to the hype? My answer is going to be no, but only for this reason. I think Amy Adams got to the NFL. He always comes back to her, and is going to prevent the Texans from having the H-Town blue actual.
I'm glad
uniform.
about that. I'm glad about that.
I love it.
I'm glad about that.
I love
you
it.
You sprinkle a little bit in there. I'm good with that.
I think it's going to be sprinkled in, maybe around the collar, maybe down the pants, whatever. But like as a dominant color on the jersey, I think it's going to be sold. That H-Town blue jersey is going to be sold.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much you can think these uniforms are going to just completely blow your mind, blow them out the water?
10. But in terms of live up to the expectation of having that jersey as a home jersey, 6. I don't think they're going to have. I don't think Amy Adams Strunk is going to allow them to have that jersey as a home jersey. But you can sell anytime. Just so people know, any color on your uniform you can sell in your shop as an alternate jersey. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to wear it on the field. You know, like that H-Town blue, they're going to be able to sell an H-Town blue jersey. But are they going to be able to have that as one of their main primary jerseys on the field? I don't think so.
So because they're not going to have the H-Town blue, that's going to impact your
In terms of the expectation was to get that.
You think they're going to hit, Fig?
I'm a little nervous, man, because like John said, I think Amy Adams stepped in, and I think you can't go half-ass, man.
Yeah.
I just hope they don't try to settle.
What if they look similar, man?
Similar?
What if they look similar to the ones now?
Well, I think you can't help but look a little similar, right?
No, what if they look like just borderline like identical?
I wouldn't count on.
What if it's like the same thing?
Like that's new. I wouldn't count on.
They did that a couple times.
I wouldn't count on the logo changing much.
No, they're not going to change the logo.
I wouldn't change the logo.
Yeah, leave the logo.
Yeah,
you can't just change your whole logo.
Yeah, you can, but they're not going to. I mean, several teams have changed their logo multiple times.
It's going to be the same jersey, man.
No, it's going to have the H-Town blue. I feel it in my bones.
Just a little?
I'm thinking like maybe down the pant or maybe on the collar, something like that.
Yeah, just a little sprinkle.
Sleeve.
A little something. Not
Yeah.
the full thing.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, not the full thing.
See how it goes.
I'll be very interested to see how fans react.
I think they'll be pumped. They've needed a rebrand for a while.
Yeah.
It's not a rebrand, but it's a new look. They need a new look.
Yeah, they do absolutely.
It's about that time too.
It's
a good time to do it.
It's a great time to do it. You imagine if you didn't have the quarterback, it wouldn't be as cool.
Right.
Like if they had just waited and not gotten C.J. Stroud and not gotten Will Anderson, they'd be like, "Oh, cool.
It's
the
kind
uniforms, thanks."
It's kind of like a completion of
Come out here and model it, Davis.
Yeah, it's kind of like a completion of the transition. Now they're fully transitioning to a new era.
And then
They're fully transitioning.
Okay.
To a new era.
And then you ain't want to do it when the team was bad because then when you see the uniforms, it's like, that was the rough era.
Can we not say transitioning anymore?
What do you mean?
Is that like?
What do you say? No, you just said
no. You just pushed a button.
What did I do?
You did it.
The hell did I do?
The YouTubers picked up on it.
I'm sitting this one out.
No, you're not. Go back to YouTube.
I'm sitting this one
Figgy,
out.
Go back to YouTube.
No,
I'm laying out a good solid point here. It's like you're completing they're fully transitioning to the new era.
Okay.
And you gave me a look like transitioning.
I didn't.
Can we not say transitioning
No, you can
anymore?
say transitioning. I just had to gather myself. Hey,
the video doesn't lie.
Nah, but I was trying to follow along.
Yeah.
With you. So they're transitioning to the new
era.
The new era, okay.
Yeah.
That's a buzzword, I guess.
Why what's going on? Why not you? I'm just saying in general.
Hey, I was just gathering, man.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of arguments about that. I don't know. I just transitioning to.
So if I say the Texans are transitioning.
No, well the word transition means from like one side to the other.
Right. Well, one era to another.
But I don't know that the Texans are transitioning because I feel like I don't feel like they need. I feel like they're in good shape right now.
Well, I said it completes.
Yeah, whether they had the new uniforms or not. Like when you say the word transition, I think it's like a big change.
Yeah.
I just think it's a rebrand-ish thing, but I don't look at it as like a transition.
Yeah, what I mean is it has been a big change, and this is completing the transitioning.
Yes. Okay. I got you. Landry Locker, John Lopez.
There you go again.
Figgy Fig with you. I'm chilling, man. I just see you staring at me.
The video doesn't lie.
I don't know what you're getting at.
If you're watching on YouTube, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, you do.
I got you, man.
Yeah.
I got you. There you go. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Franchise Tag Day is upon us. Now, we've talked about potential signings. Could the Texans end up having buyer's remorse about their biggest signings before those guys even step foot on the field? I'll explain next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. All right, so we've talked about potential signings. Saquon Barkley has a lot of people excited, as does Mike Evans. But there was a piece on NFL.com that just had me thinking, could there be some buyer's remorse for the Texans before training camp? These are like potential cuts, potential post-June 1st cuts. Mm-hmm. NFL.com did this list. I'm just going to throw this at you, and you tell me how you would feel about the possibility of these guys joining the Houston Texans. Let's start in Cleveland. A guy who was actually selected with what was originally the Texans' first pick, or second round pick, Nick Chubb. He's coming off his second major knee injury of his playing career. He carries a $15.8 million cap hit in 2024, third highest among running backs. And the Browns currently project nearly $20 million over the cap. They could use the $11.8 million in savings and would do so by cutting Chubb. He should return. This is from the piece. He should return to play somewhere in 2024, but barring a major contract restructure, it likely won't be Cleveland. Nick Chubb on the market. Now, keep in mind he did have the knee surgeries.
Yeah, a couple.
But Nick Chubb on the market.
No, thank you. And the reason is this is a player that the Texans might have rolled the dice on before they became a team that clearly is going to be a contender. I think it's too risky, basically, when there are other options out there. You know?
All right. Joey Bosa or Mr. Mack from the Chargers. Chargers are $45.1 million in the red when it comes to effective cap space. A starting point could be the defensive edges, where Bosa $36.6 million and Mack $38.5 million carry an absurd $75.1 million against the cap on their own. Bosa has struggled to stay healthy over the last couple of years, while Mack just posted a career-high 17 sacks in 2023. He's about to be 33 years old, though. The ideal scenario might be to restructure both deals to maintain the tandem at a reasonable price tag, but given the team's defensive struggles and new management, don't be surprised if at least one of these QB hunters hits the open market.
I feel like Khalil Mack would be outstanding.
I mean, you put him opposite Will Anderson. You give him a short-term deal, a couple years.
Restructure, as they said there.
Yeah. I mean, he would hit the market, and then the Texans would be able to
give him a contract.
Pay. Yeah. I would say either one of these guys, honestly. Like
I just feel like Khalil Mack has D'Amico written all over him.
He's 33, though.
I know. No, there's no question. But boy,
he does know Bosa's brother very well.
And he still was productive.
Yeah.
At a high level.
Yeah. But he does know. He also knows Bosa's brother. I think either one of these guys would be interesting if the Texans don't, go after, some of the guys like Brian Burns on the market. Like I think these guys post June 1st, bringing them in on short-term deals.
Yeah,
keep an eye on that. Tre'Davious White with the Bills, man. This dude, I feel terrible for him. He's had a couple of significant injuries. They're talking about him potentially being a post-June cut. This would basically be a situation where. And I don't know how aggressive the Texans are going to be in the corner market, but we saw them last year. They brought in Shaq Griffin after the strong stretch of signing guys. Maybe this could be a Steven Nelson type replacement, although that's a lot of injuries. Xavier Howard with Miami. He is a likely cut candidate, and I'm not going to lie. With their cap situation, with them having to pay Tua, Xavier Howard would be an interesting guy to keep an eye on. I know he's kind of been linked to here for a long time. That would be someone to keep an eye on. And then this one's interesting because I know you like safeties. It looks like the prime safety on the market. We're going through potential June 1st cuts that might make financial sense here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons, it says he's much more likely to be extended, restructured, or even traded. But it could be one of the more surprising cuts of the offseason if Denver can't figure out a deal. And they have cap concerns, and he has an $18 million hit. If Justin Simmons is out there, let's say that you've gone through, you haven't addressed the safety position, that would be the one that would make the most sense here. because I think you're going to be in the running back market. So, Nick Chubb and all that, as cool as that sounds, and Alvin Kamara and Aaron Jones are the other two running backs listed. It seems like you're going to be in that market, so you're already going to have a guy. But I could see them not getting in the safety market, and then all of a sudden, much like they got in with Dalton Schultz last year, all of a sudden it makes sense with Justin Simmons if he's out there.
I think the three interesting ones that you just mentioned, on Tre'Davious White, I'm going to say no. He had an Achilles and an ACL, and that's just – see, I just feel like the Texans are in a different market now. They're shopping in a different store. I've said that before. They're not at Aldi anymore. They're at Central Market, and I think – all due respect to Aldi, but I think Tre'Davious White has a few too many question marks. Now, Xavier Howard and Justin Simmons, I would definitely want to kick the tires on that, especially Simmons, especially if you're thinking we need to upgrade at the safety position, which I do. I think Simmons would probably be my first choice there. How do you feel about Kamara?
Alvin Kamara? I mean, he's coming off – he was suspended, so – he's, I feel like he's good. But I don't know if he's like a guy that you hand the ball to 20 times. I don't want to say he's like a complimentary guy. I don't know how he fits in with what they do.
He's interesting to me. I don't know what you're going to end up getting from him, but he still had, a decent season when he was on the field, and it was a very mediocre team.
He's got a lot in common with In the Loop.
How's that?
Alvin Kamara.
How's that?
Sure. He likes to act a fool at the Cromwell, man.
He's been there?
Oh, that's where it was?
That's where he jumped the guy, man.
That's where it was?
Yeah, right there in the Cromwell, right there in that elevator.
Oh, is that who you were talking about when I was in the back, and you said that's where such and such happened?
Yeah.
That was there? Yeah. Well, now I really want him. That's not a bad mark. That's a good mark. I love that place. It was good to me. I didn't know that you were talking about Kamara when you said
he was
that.
At that club upstairs. Yeah, he went a little bit crazy at the Cromwell.
Okay. I'm not going to hold that against him.
You seem proud.
I'm not going to hold that against him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of slimy.
It's a little bit, but it's
what's
okay.
done is done.
Yeah.
What's done is done. But I say all that to say, there could be more opportunities for the Texans. I don't know if that causes them to keep the powder dry. I don't know how Nick Caserio looks at this. Do you keep some cap space in anticipation of being an active player? By the way, Hank Williams Jr. tickets coming up in the next 5 minutes, so be listening. We're going to get you out there to see Hank Williams Jr. at the rodeo, as the rodeo is returning sooner rather than later. I say all that to say, does Nick Caserio keep a stash around and keep the powder dry a little bit just in case, all of a sudden there's a Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack on the market?
And I think they're keeping their ear to the ground. I think they'd be foolish not to keep a stash, and they have to anyway, just because you don't want to just as I said, spend willy-nilly is the term I keep using. But yeah, I think you have to.
If you get a Joey Bosa and put him opposite Will Anderson or a Khalil Mack years after you made the Clowney decision instead of Mack, basically you look at it as last year it was Jonathan Grenard or Jerry Hughes on the opposite end. So you're basically replacing those guys with guys that at certain points in their career have been elite, like beyond elite. I like the Joey Bosa possibility.
I like Mack.
Just because of the Bosa history with D'Amico. I like either one. It's going to be either or. I don't know how Harbaugh keeps both of those guys. I also wonder if it impacts the draft too, where maybe they're going to go a little younger at that position because they got some old guys. They got some aging core guys. They got Mike Williams at receiver. They got Keenan Allen at receiver. Chargers are going to have to make some tough decisions.
They're also going to give you some hints in free agency and especially the draft as to what they're going to do with these guys. There might be some hints out there that you can read and maybe act if you get the
Joey
chance.
Joey Bosa's crazy too, by the way.
He's a bro, right?
We got to have him on.
He's a bro.
Remember him yelling at the Eagles fans?
Oh yeah.
Oh, what are you gonna show your buddies on Snapchat? Now we got to have Joey Bosa. Man, the myth, the legend.
That connection with D'Amico might come in handy. He knows him.
He has a lot of connections.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah, it'll be interesting. The June 1st thing is something to keep an eye on. The franchise tag period is officially upon us, so teams can franchise tag players. The news of the day, Saquon Barkley doesn't look like he's going to get tagged. T. Higgins could. Antoine Winfield. Josh Jacobs still up in the air. And the Texans, Mike Evans not going to happen, so there's a lot of possibilities for the Texans. Let's get you to the rodeo.
Let's go.
It's rodeo season. How about that? Nice little rodeo season going on.
Good shows, too.
Hank Williams Jr. How about that? That's a good one.
That's a great one.
Caller number 8, 713-572-4610. Caller number 8. You're going to see some good old-fashioned country music. This ain't Nashville.
This is beer drinking
music. We give away
music.
some Nashville.
This is beer drinking music.
They're running out of beer this day. Hank Williams Jr., caller number 8, 713-572-4610. You're going to see Hank. Coming up, the biggest news and something new for the Astros. So the Astros ready to pay even more money than they already have this offseason. The hits are lit next.
Yep, right now, La Michoacana. That's my place. Always end up going over there and picking up.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're going to go through some deaths, good deaths, and a near death at noon. But one of those deaths is going to be Titus Howard. He says he is only a right tackle. He put it on his Twitter profile. He put it in all caps. Titus Howard struggled at guard. Maybe it was for need, whatever you want to say. But Titus Howard is making it very clear that he is only a right tackle. That's good. That's good.
I would hope so.
Wait to training camp.
Yeah, I'm curious. Why did he feel compelled to put that out there? I guess whatever.
I mean, just making it clear.
Making it clear.
He's only a right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him, man.
We'll see.
Franchise tag period has begun. Saquon Barkley not expected to be tagged. Neither is Mike Evans. The Texans could be active in the market. Free agency begins in less than 3 weeks. So business is about to pick up. CJ Stroud could have some nice weapons added to his supporting cast. He sat down with Cam Newton. Cam Newton actually had some advice for CJ Stroud. This was during the Super Bowl. This is what Cam Newton had to say to CJ Stroud, little advice he would give him.
If you no longer can play this football game, make it be because of the reasons why I'm not playing. And it's because somebody feels as if I'm not adequate to play. It's not I ain't slap a chick. It's not gang violence. Right. It's not DUIs. It's not I punched somebody in the jaw I kept the main thing. I had an unbelievable team behind me. A lot of quarterbacks that I looked up to was going out. Michael Vick was going out. Donovan McNabb was going out. So I had to fend for myself. You got Justin Fields, you got, Kyler Murray, you got Lamar Jackson, you got Dak Prescott, you got so many, Patrick Mahomes, you got so many quarterbacks now that you can say these are all resources for me. Right. But I don't want you to feel that you're in this alone. Because that's not the case. Because way before there was Cam Newton, there was Randall Cunningham. Right. There was Donovan McNabb. There was Michael Vick. And even Jamarcus Russell for the sake of mentioning, Vince Young for the sake of mentioning. These guys allowed me to be who I was. Right. And you owe a due diligence now as my son is starting to play. You're going to be the guy that he's looking up to. Right. Daddy, I want to play with CJ. You don't know no damn CJ.
All right, there you go.
It's good advice.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Good wisdom. Cam.
Okay, it is. Cam was the hit of Radio Row, and that's good advice for him. I want to talk about this Saquon Barkley thing that you mentioned.
Okay.
I think this is going to be my new pound the table thing.
Are you going all in on Saquon?
For the next weeks? No, what I'm going all in on is anyone who thinks you can't get Saquon and Mike Evans.
I mean, come on. That's common.
I think that's silly.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
You would think everybody would know that. Think big, think bigger. Think like you haven't thought before in this city.
But
really?
I would rather have Saquon, though.
If I had to pick one, I would rather have Evans. Saquon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and really.
What do you want to do, motor and DP? Or
no, you still work on running back.
Okay.
But between those two, one or the other, Evans, only because of injuries. That's really the only thing. I mean, Evans is I would take either one in a heartbeat. But if I had to have one, it'd be Evans because of the injuries with Saquon. That's it. They don't scare me, but if I had to pick one, it would be that.
Figgy, where you going? Saquon or Evans?
I'm going Saquon. I feel like the running back position was a bigger need, and they really got exposed last year not being able to run the ball. And plus, I think he could catch out the backfield too, man.
Well, he can do that. He definitely can do that.
I would be so in on Saquon, it would be ridiculous.
So you're Saquon?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. Well, I am. I'm just saying if I had to pick
I wanted them to trade for him last year at the trade deadline.
I'm so in on Saquon.
Yeah.
Astros getting ready to play some baseball. Anthony Rendon broke the internet yesterday. The local product by way of Lamar High School. Home runs in Game 6 and 7 of the 2019 World Series. Anthony Rendon had this to say yesterday during a media skirmish, and it has the baseball world going nuts.
Top priority for you?
That's never been a top priority for me. This is a job, so I do this to make a living. My faith, my family come first before this job. So if those things come before it, I'm leaving.
Is it a priority?
Oh, it's a priority for sure. This is my job. I'm here, aren't I?
Do you want to be here?
I don't want to talk to you guys at 7 in the morning or whatever time it is. So,
Do you want to like be here playing baseball?
I have answered your question. So why do you keep picking at it?
Oh, yeah, you technically answered it.
Thank you.
It's funny that he had a good time with the reporter there, but I think more and more people with that kind of security might be more willing to admit the reality. I don't hold it against him. I don't think this is a bad thing. He's being honest. He's being honest. That's it.
I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do. I mean, he's getting a little bit.
He's getting roasted,
right now.
and I think that's kind of unfair.
Unfair?
Yeah.
You wouldn't if Alex Bregman said that, you wouldn't roast him?
No, because I think most people don't realize how many athletes truly don't love the sport, and a lot don't. I respect his honesty. He probably wouldn't have said it. I mean, he shouldn't have said it, but he did, and I can respect that.
He was the guy who said that he wanted the season to be shortened.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yep.
Might have been onto something there. I respect the honesty. Hey, he's earned the right to have whatever mindset he has. He's going to be a rich man no matter what. He's been a successful ball player. Seems like a good dude. We ask for honesty. He gives it. But I can understand where fans would kind of roll their eyes at that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've heard me say this before. We ask our athletes or the people that we're following and are fans of to give us honest answers. Well, don't be upset when they do.
But they also got to understand that that's the reaction to it. Like, it's a two-way thing. It's not. You just don't completely shut down the people that are upset by it, because that's part of it too.
There is an effect. But what I'm saying is, like, I just wish he would be honest. Well, he was honest.
Yeah.
So what are you complaining about? You know, I probably shouldn't have said it, but I'm not going to complain about him being honest.
There's just a lot of layers.
Yeah.
Like, it's not an either or on this.
Yes.
When it comes to how you do or do not feel.
Yeah.
How much you like to play, how much you don't. Like, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different. Especially these days, it's a lot different. Alex Bregman, he loves baseball. He loves Houston. Will he be playing baseball in Houston much longer? He was asked about his contract situation by the great Brian McTaggart. Here's what he had to say.
You don't want to gain weight and be slower and kind of stuck in the mud. You want to be ready to roll.
Dana Brown said last week they're going to make you a contract offer. Where does that stand? And do you have any timelines as far as wanting to get that done before the start of the season?
I mean, we're listening to everything that the team has to say. And, just letting Scott and the Astros do that together and handle that for me, so that way I could be fully focused on baseball, my teammates, winning, and the things that I love to do, playing ball for this great city.
A lot of angst amongst fans. I'm sure you. I know you're on social media. You must see it. So.
No. I've absolutely loved every single second here. Being able to put on this jersey has been an absolute honor, a dream come true for me as a kid. So, as when it comes to the contract, I just let Scott do that. That's why I have an attorney working for me. Just like all these guys have agents and attorneys. So let them handle that. And
Talk to my lawyer.
I mean, Ray Allen just hired Johnny Cochran to go over the paperwork. Gave him like $75K.
What?
You didn't have to pay an agent. I mean, if you're a max NBA player, it makes sense, right? Unless they're doing. You have a manager, but as far as like the agent, Ray Allen, I think this was when he was with the Sonics, like a long ass time ago. I mean, Johnny Cochran was still alive. He just basically sent over the contract. Johnny Cochran looked over it. Johnny Cochran got $75K, and Ray Allen got paid what he was going to get paid no matter what.
Yeah, but I'd trust Scott Boras more than anybody when it comes to the.
But Scott Boras is negotiating.
I'm saying because there's a negotiation. It's not like a.
But there's no negotiation in the NBA.
That's what I'm saying. That was different.
Yeah, at that time.
But in this one, he's trying to get
years
and money.
A lot of these NBA players.
That's smart.
This is why Ray Allen's like such an OG, genius to me, because there's no negotiation. I'm a max player.
Yeah.
But some of these athletes, like back in the day, it's like you're still giving them the 3-4%.
No,
it's like,
no.
You didn't negotiate a damn thing. He's a max player.
Yeah. That part I agree with.
I saved a lot of money because I would have had to give somebody else a chunk.
Yeah.
And I just paid somebody $75K.
I think he still had like a business manager who handled his endorsements, and you get a percentage of that and stuff. So Ray Allen did that, but he's like, agent?
Yeah.
I'm a max player, homie.
Yeah.
Johnny. If the glove don't fit,
look out for me.
Just make sure it's cool.
That was brilliant to me. I mean, that was
that part I agree with.
I always admired Ray Allen. I admired Ray Allen for that, and then I admired him when I was running around the court after a Bucks game, and he was sitting there with like 25 chicks behind the basket, like in the section like that.
Well, that's admirable.
With his, I mean, he looked like Ray Allen. He got game. It was like close to that.
Looked like Hugh Hefner.
Nah, literally. Had a bunch of groupies around him and stuff, and Sam Cassell was like getting so frustrated because he was ready to leave. I think they were going to eat or something.
He said, "Let's go."
Sam Cassell, let's go, Ray. Ray's like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Ray, damn it, let's go. Man, Sam, I'm chilling. F you, I'm going to have a beer.
Good, he should have.
You imagine Sam Cassell as your wingman?
No. No, I cannot. That guy needs a head coaching job.
Sam Cassell?
Yeah. No, he needs a head coaching job.
Well, I mean, they're giving him out like freaking.
You would think he would get one.
peanuts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he should have been here, but he needs a head coaching job.
Didn't Kevin Ollie just get one?
He got promoted. Yeah.
Kevin Ollie just got a head coaching gig.
Mm-hmm. Jacques Vaughn got fired.
Kevin Ollie.
You think if let's just be honest here.
Mm-hmm.
You think if Sam Cassell looked like Ray Allen, he'd already have a head coaching job?
Yes. I mean, what's your next question? I mean, it's true. That stuff matters, man.
Remember the Sam Cassell interview where they like quote Cassidy or whatever? The Cougs yesterday, speaking of good hoops, Kelvin Sampson, speaking of good coaches, they beat Iowa State yesterday 73-65. They clinched first place in the Big 12. What can we say about Kelvin Sampson that hasn't already been said?
Not a lot. I mean, what a job that guy did. Comes right in, takes the conference, leads the conference.
Such a hard ass too,
and
he is such a hard ass.
Watching him from courtside,
he is just the man, dude.
I highly recommend if you haven't seen, like, obviously, these things cost money, but if you haven't seen Kelvin Sampson coach from the lower bowl or near the bench, you got to do it. You have to do it.
He is so intense.
Yep.
And he is just preaching physicality.
Mm-hmm.
He's just getting the most of his players. Like, if he had Texas's roster, they win the conference.
Well, he doesn't have a bad roster.
No, I mean, it's a good roster. I'm just saying, my point is, it's not to say that Houston doesn't have the best roster. I'm not saying they don't have the most talent.
But you're saying Texas would have won.
If he was at a bigger school or something like that.
I'm just saying that he's going to coach up any roster that
the old Bum Phillips thing.
Yeah, if we switch
like you
players.
Said, yeah, like you said about Don Shula.
Yeah.
He could take, I'm not going to say exactly what he said, but he could take yours and beat his, and he could take his and beat yours.
Yes.
Yeah, that is Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, I think that's 100% Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah.
I think Kelvin Sampson, I mean, he's just the man, dude. Just the absolute man. Shout out to him. Congratulations to the Cougs on coming into the Big 12 and just completely wrecking shop.
And an RIP to, it's been reported multiple places now, to former Houston Rocket, very beloved player. He's been broadcast. He was broadcasting Robert Reed. Robert Reed passed away, according to multiple reports. Big time popular player.
Total legend. Coming up next, there have been some, this is an interesting transition you just left me with, John. There have been some interesting passings / deaths around here. Not real deaths like the one John Lopez just threw out there in the midst of this tease.
Man, it's vibes.
But there are some deaths, some good deaths, and we will talk about them. There was also a near death.
Awkward.
Next.
Payne and Pendergast. Houston, insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, we got some deaths that are happening around here. 3 deaths. Two deaths and a near death.
All right.
And it involves 2 out of 3 of the major teams in town. Of course, the 3 major teams in town. I'm talking about the Texans, the Astros, and the Cougs basketball. 2 out of the 3. It involves death number 1. Death number 1.
Okay.
Titus Howard at guard. He said it yesterday on Twitter, and John Crumpler picked up on this. Shout out to Crumpy. He is a only right tackle for the Houston Texans. No more guard for Titus Howard. So he has made it very official that he is a full-time right tackle. So let's pour one out. We got to pour it out for it. Titus Howard at guard. He's dead as a guard. Here lies the worst guard that we've ever seen. And we've seen some bad ones. Who could forget Zach Fulton?
Good Lord, Zach Fulton.
Xavier Su'a-Filo.
Mm-hmm.
Titus Howard was worse than all of them. Kendrick Green played fullback and came here and was better than Titus Howard at guard.
True.
Juice Scruggs, straight off the IR to the football field, was better than Titus Howard at guard. And now we say goodbye to the worst damn guard these eyes have ever seen, Titus Howard, and back to his natural position of right tackle. Would anyone like to come up and say a few words about Titus Howard, the guard? J-Lo, come on up here.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand. Yeah, I'm going to need to see the body. I don't believe this.
I think he's ready, man.
No, I know he's ready.
I think he's ready to play some tackle. I'm about to buy in on Titus.
Get out of here.
100%.
Get out of here.
Best tackle duo in the league.
I'm not out on Titus, but I'm not about to buy in until I see it. I'm going to need to see that. Figgy, you buying in?
I'm not, man.
Me neither.
Because I know as soon as an injury happened or something like that, they're going to put his ass right at guard.
No.
Cody Stoops going to tweet out, here's the lineup.
Oh, here's the lineup at practice.
Titus Howard at guard?
No, he's done.
I don't believe
he's paid. Now that he's paid like an elite right tackle, he's staying at right tackle. So y'all think he might go Undertaker and wake from the dead?
I think he might. Okay. I need to see the body. Did you see his first tweet after changing his bio to all caps right tackle only? I just made a Rust community server. When should I drop it? I didn't know what a Rust community server was.
What is that?
I looked it up. So you see this, Figgy?
Nah, I didn't.
Did you know what it is?
Nah.
Apparently it has to do with gaming. Help us out, Loopholes. That you create your own server, your own portal for gaming. So he said he just created a Rust community server, and he's going to drop that at some point.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know. like his own little, I guess, network. Help me out again. Help me out, because I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend to know. But it has something to do with the gaming industry. So I think he's pulled in a lot of different directions. I need to see this before I believe it.
Okay.
Sorry, didn't mean to dump a bunch of cold water.
No, it's fine.
On your hot take there.
It's okay.
It wasn't a hot take.
It's okay. Sometimes you got to be brutally honest at funerals.
Yeah.
You got to let people know.
Yeah.
That was whatever you think, you got to go up there.
Yeah.
Let them know.
You do.
Next funeral.
Okay.
Here lies skinny ass Alex Bregman. He has apparently put on 23 pounds. So here we say goodbye to skinny Alex Bregman. 23 pounds seems like a lot of weight, especially when you're normally like in the 180-ish, 85 range. But here's Alex Bregman, no longer skinny, talking about his new body.
Best offseason I've ever had. I feel incredible getting here. Was able to spend a ton of time with my wife and son, and body feels in incredible shape. Swing feels better than ever, and looking forward to a great, healthy season. Feel incredible being able to hit as much as we did this offseason. Feel really prepared coming in here to camp. I lost a little bit of weight over the course of the season, so from where I came in, probably like up 23 pounds. Yeah.
All right, 23 pounds.
It's hard not to believe that because you can see it.
Would anyone like to talk about skinny-ass Alex Bregman? Are you a little concerned about this? 23 pounds is a lot of weight.
Just wait for confessions. I do have a confession about that with a couple of receipts.
So those are the two deaths. Mm-hmm. Now we have something that was going to die, but Cam Newton saved it from dying. I did not know C.J. Stroud was thinking about doing this. I am very glad that he talked to Cam Newton, because apparently C.J. Stroud was thinking about killing the squabble.
Mm-hmm.
The touchdown dance, yes.
It's a little too soon for that.
And trying to do something new.
Yeah.
He brought this up to Cam Newton when he spoke with him in Las Vegas. And here was Cam Newton. I think CJ will listen to this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Here was Cam Newton's advice to CJ Stroud when it came to perhaps killing the dance that swept H-Town in 2023.
Every time I've been young, I've always seen like players celebrating. You know, when you get to the league, like you want a certain celebration, everybody know you for it. But like all of them are like Southern dances. Like, you know, I'm not from the South. I'm from Cali, so like
you put it on.
Yeah,
but you did
me and the homies, bro. Like we've been doing this dance since like 6th grade. So like I got some more stuff I'm gonna pull out next year.
Don't change it.
Oh, you talking about don't change the squabble?
No, don't change it, because that's where I messed up.
Right.
After the 2015-2016 season, I was just so inundated with like, bro, everybody dabbing.
Right.
I didn't dab afterwards. I was like, the dab is dead, and I did not lean into it. Just keep doing it, bro.
Yes,
it's gonna like, so now when you walk places, like folks gonna just
they be killing me with it, bro. I can go anywhere. They like, hey, squabble up.
I actually think that Cam did the right thing, killing the dab, because like it was too 90-year-old women were doing it. It was like too much. But yeah, he shouldn't change. He shouldn't change the squabble.
CJ said yes, sir.
Of course he did. He always does that.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
To Cam. So he didn't kill it. I think he's got to do that for like his entire career.
I don't know about the entire career, but
entire
don't
career.
kill it just yet.
Entire career. Did Deion Sanders kill his dance?
Oh man, that was so good.
Did he kill it?
No.
Yeah, he kept it.
Did
Michael Irvin get rid of?
Not many people could do it.
Did Michael Irvin get rid of his touchdown spike?
He did not.
Did Billy White Shoes change his dance?
He did not. Gronk?
Okay. Did Gronk stop spiking?
Did not.
No. When you find something, you keep rolling with it. Don't change it up.
Maybe.
You're not Chad
But definitely don't change it already. Keep it going at least another year.
Nah, keep it going for the remainder of your career.
Did Deshaun change? Wait a minute.
Slime season? I think
he still do that, too.
I think he still got slime season.
I told y'all he was still going to keep doing that.
He is doubling down on that.
Yes.
Deshaun's throwing in March, by the way.
Saw that.
Yeah, so he's going to start tossing the rock.
Good luck with all that.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Good for Deshaun. Good for CJ. I'm glad he's not killing that squabble, and I'm glad Titus Howard is only a right tackle. Very much so.
In his opinion.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nah, he's not just going to say it on his own. They're going to have to.
Of course he is.
What do you mean, of course?
I could see him saying it on his own.
What is this gaming that he's doing? So he's building things?
Yeah, I guess it's a server. Like he can have his own little platform or whatever for gaming. That seems like a lot. You have to be very serious.
It seemed like it's something like a platform where he could have other people join that platform, and it could just be like a community.
Yeah,
like Twitch.
His own.
Kind of a gaming version of it where you could jump in and play against him.
I have seen some people online being weird.
I'm not sure what it is.
I have seen a lot of like Texans Twitter on like, hey, Titus, let's play Madden.
Yeah.
Play me in Madden.
Mm-hmm. I think they use that voice too.
It's like I've seen like 8 different people say, hey, let's play Madden, Titus.
Yeah.
Titus, let's play Madden.
Mm-hmm.
Please. So I'm still confused by
Help us out.
I'm not sure what it is either. I'm just spitballing, but it seemed because you said community, like a little network community.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing that's kind of his own where people can jump in and play with Titus.
Yeah.
So what is he playing?
I guess all kinds of different games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
0061 has an opinion on this.
Of course he does.
He says, I'd rather eat those fake-ass wings at Whataburger than see Titus at right tackle. I like how Whataburger is embracing the boneless chicken nugget debate in their commercial.
Yes.
And I think they would be fine. I mean, you're just dipping them in sauce. It's just their chicken bites. It's just their Whata chicken bites with sauce. I mean, I ain't driving through a Whataburger and ordering it.
I don't know how good they're going to be compared to others, but I know Whataburger's going to do it right. I mean, it's not like they're just going to throw some wings out there and say, yeah, we got wings now, you know? Apparently, Rust players, it is one of those things. It's like a server where you can have your own community. And
I thought they already had that.
I guess, but he wants his own.
So he made his own?
And he's going to, I'm guessing you can monetize it somehow. Rust players only mostly sound like that, but not all of us.
He's going to monetize it?
Instead of text. I'm guessing he could.
No, I that's more of like, hey, Titus, please play video games with you. I'm not making fun of any of your hobbies. I'm not a slime ball.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the gaming community is something that is way too intelligent for me. I'll just be honest.
They make a lot of money, too,
it got too hard, man. Like Madden, like in the EA Sports days, that's all I used to do. We would smoke bowls and play Madden or NBA Live or EA Sports and 21 Skunk, and I'm talking like 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
All the things. It got too hard for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to kick it in gear eventually. But I mean, that was fun. It's too difficult for me. You guys are way too good.
When they brought the internet to the game, then that kind of threw me off.
Y'all are crazy at that.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are damn good.
Do you talk to other players when you play?
Me?
Like online?
I don't play online. I don't have a system. I got rid of it.
Nah, I never played nobody online. I did play a game online one time, and I didn't know what the hell what was going on. I was playing GTA.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I heard like a 12-year-old cussing me out.
That's what I'm wondering.
And I didn't know what was going on. I ended up getting off. I'm like, I don't need no 12-year-old cussing me out.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying NCAA 25 is going to be cool. I don't know. Like, I used to love NCAA. Like, I remember there was I might be aging myself, but I would put all the players' names in at first, like use like an Athlon sports magazine. And then there was a website, ps2rosters.com, where you could pay like $40 and they'd send you a memory card with all the names. It was sick.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have that, and then you could like transfer it to your Madden, all that. I don't know that I would like to play NCAA now.
Man, my
the option, man, you used to be able to run that option like a motherfucker, man. Cheating. That flag route, cheating.
A texter said that he's going to be able to do things on the server that you can't do on others. The official servers moderate the rules, etc. So he is all in on this. Like, that's
so Titus
big time.
is going to like make up rules.
He's going to be like more in than Dalton Schultz, it seems like.
How many people's wives? I know there's a lot of wives that are understanding. Is there not a lady? 713-572-4610. Shout out to all the lady loopholes. Is there like not anger with these
and playing the game
these
all day?
Married ass men gaming all day? Because I know Titus is married.
Yeah.
Like, is there not like a little bit of frustration?
Is it any different than like your husband golfs or fishes? You're still
I don't know. The game always had like a bad stitch to it, man.
Well, I think now gaming is more common with older dudes, but there is still a portion that's like, you're just playing a damn game right now.
Yeah,
it's a lot of people that's like that still.
So is it worse to be a gamer than to go play golf every Sunday or Saturday or whatever, or go fishing on a Saturday?
346 says his wife plays. Shout out to you. Good for you.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would think maybe because they're there, your husband is there, or whatever, and you still can't drag them away. Whereas when they're gone playing golf,
But I feel like the video game, playing the video game for 2 hours, they gonna roll their eyes no matter what.
Exactly.
Because shoot, I played maybe an hour.
Yeah.
And my wife started rolling her eyes a little bit where I'm like, all right, let me get off.
All right,
but if I was out and about playing golf, she wouldn't have a problem with that.
We got loopholes. Titus Howard starting a gaming community. 979 says you could put different weapons, different kinds of ammo, different stuff in the game, okay? 281 says women like alone time too. My girl reads while I play. 832, I work my ass off. I'm 43 years old, and I'll be damned if my girl's going to take away my off time. That's for damn sure. This guy.
Yeah.
Let me read this again. Let me read this. Let me read this again.
He is lying.
I work my ass off. I'm 43 years old, and I'll be damned if my girl's going to take away my off time. That's for damn sure. You think that's the same amount of bass in the voice when he's at the house?
No. Honey, can I just play 15 more minutes?
Well, there's a lot of Russ folks around here.
He is lying his ass
Yeah,
off.
nah, that ain't flying in my household. My off time should be with her, according to her.
So Rust is like an open world survivor type thing. Collect resources, build cities, defend your territory, that kind of thing. What does that mean?
Okay.
So what do? I get a hammer nail out, and then all of a sudden when someone comes, I shoot them?
Yeah, I'm still lost.
What is the difference between binge watching a TV show and playing video games? That's an interesting question from the 713.
Well, binge watching a TV show you can do with her.
See, that's the key. If they're into it, then it's fine.
Yeah.
But if they're not into it, then they will have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Because you could be binge watching the show they don't like, and they'll have an issue with that.
Yeah. Like when I go fishing and I leave usually, let's say on a Friday afternoon, come back Sunday morning, Saturday night, whatever, she knows I'm gone. So she schedules accordingly. But if I'm playing games, that's almost not on a schedule, and you're sitting right there. So it could be a little more frustrating, I think, if you're a gamer.
And then it's like, why? I mean, how is this productive?
Yeah, exactly.
In your life.
Exactly.
281, night shift, so I get the nights I'm off to get on the game. Just got to fill her cuddle meter before 11. There you go.
Her cuddle meter.
Cuddle meter.
I like
huh?
that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of gamers. Like I'm saying, it's normal. It's a thing.
It's
hot.
Yeah.
I'm not frowning upon it at all. Like I said, I'm not smart enough, and I don't have enough of imagination for a lot of stuff you are talking about.
And here you go from the 314. Titus Howard, focus on your day job. Master your position.
He will be getting, if he plays poorly, he is going to start getting criticized for the.
Yeah.
Because you're on the game too much.
He's on the game too much.
Yeah. I don't know. This is like so far over my head.
I want to go to Cidercade. I want to go play some old school arcade
Now
games.
that I'm down for.
Play some old school arcade.
Yeah.
I won a couple weeks ago.
Space Invader, man.
Did you like it?
It was amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Space Invaders.
It's the
I'm all in.
best.
Rust is
I was
an
playing
open.
Cruising World.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Man.
Rust is an
Cidercade's
open world game,
incredible.
post-apocalyptic style.
Let's go to Cidercade.
It's real time. You can build things, steal stuff away. It's way over my head. Way, way, way over my head.
Out of sight, out of mind. If you're fishing or golfing, you're not there to piss your wife off.
Exactly.
That's
a more succinct way of saying what I just did.
Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. Does it count if it's via sound? And something I'm looking forward to that I'm almost scared to admit. Next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about.
Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. But we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
New college football playoff format has been approved, and I absolutely love it. I was a little bit curious how it would play out. They're calling it a 5+7 format. It's official as of today. But here's what I love about it. The top four conference, Power 5 big conference champions ranked are going to be 1 through 4.
Okay.
Then just the 5 through 12 is going to be the highest ranked teams. So in other words, some conference champion that's ranked 12th won't be automatically the number 5 seed. It could be like the second best team from the SEC or the Pac-12.
And then the top 4 get buys?
And the top 4 get buys.
That's
I really like this.
That's
I know
good.
you're not a big fan of the 12.
No, I'm warming up to it.
Yeah.
I'm warming up to it, especially with all the money that's going around.
And I was thinking about Georgia.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, they would be the one probably.
Like Georgia probably would have won the championship had they
They
not
would have
lost
had a
their
shot
conference
for sure.
championship.
They would have
Yeah.
definitely had a shot.
They would have definitely had a shot.
The thing that I'm becoming more open to it because the players are getting paid now. Like I thought it was a lot to ask.
Yes.
First of all, I like the magnitude, so I was kind of like a BCS guy, but I don't like asking players to play extra games.
Yeah, for whatever.
But now that they're getting paid, sure, and it'll be exciting.
Like let's say Texas is ranked 6th.
They're not even a factor.
Or let's say Georgia is
they're
ranked.
nothing.
Let's say Georgia's ranked 6th.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to have a home game. By the way, yeah, the higher seeds have home games in the first round.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I think this is going to be
How long will it take for A&M to get in this?
Next year. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I have a question about my wife. And I want you to tell me if this is fair or foul.
Okay.
Now, technology is to be embraced, right?
Of course.
Embrace the technology. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
My girl's in a book club.
That's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
She's in a book club.
Yeah.
But she listened to the book, man.
Oh,
audio version.
But now look, she has a lot going on. She's with the baby. The baby, she does the heavy lifting of the baby. She does work at home. So it's not like she's just sitting there listening. Like she's multitasking. She's changing diapers. She's getting bottles. She's working. She's doing all this stuff. She's doing the audio version. Does it count? Can you say that you read a book if you listen to it? I gotta confess, I'm on both sides of this.
I have a question. I need a little bit more information. Is she hosting the book club this week?
No.
Well, then she's got to read the book. I get it. Like I'm hosting. I can't be.
But she's gotten all the information. Like she can recite it to you. Have we transitioned? That's the word of the day. Have we transitioned into a society where we can now accept that listening to the book is the same as reading the book? Because we've made a lot of changes technology-wise that we probably never would have seen coming.
Here's the thing. I think what you're saying is correct. If you don't want to read a book, you buy a book and you're interested in it. You don't want to read it, so you hear the audiobook. That's fine. But here's the thing that you know, I think the world of your wife. But here's where I would say she's making a mistake. The spirit of a book club is to read the book.
Well, she's not the only one, though.
Well, then don't call it a book club.
But it's a book. It's an audio book. It's new age.
Man, I'm with audiobooks, no doubt.
Yeah.
If you just want to get the gist of it, you want to hear it, but you don't have time to read it. But if book club is like a very unique thing.
No, I know. I get it.
Yeah, book club is we are reading the book. What if interpreting the book, talking about the book?
I'll tell you this: if you told me that I could get credit for reading a book, and I could go around telling people I read the book and I just did the audio version, I would listen. I would listen to more because I'd love the credit.
That's fine.
Because every time someone says I read a book, like Seth will read a book and it's like his whole philosophy in life for like a month.
Yeah,
he'll quote a book and
goes with whatever
he'll
he's
preach
reading.
to you and tell you like everything about your life based on some book he just read.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. But I'm kind of envious that he actually sat down and read the book. Now I assume he did. He might have done audio, but. If I'm going to get that type of credit,
I don't disagree with that either.
Mofo.
I don't disagree with that either.
But I do say the mom.
It's a
but having a 6-month-old makes it a lot more difficult.
Well, sure, but you know when you're in a book club like Jerry Maguire, they're sitting in the circle, they're talking about the book, they've read it, they've got the books.
They
out.
hate men.
Yeah. So she would actually have to have a prop. Like if she goes to a book club and she heard the audio book, she'd have to buy the book to actually hold to act like she read it.
Now that would be funny.
It's gonna get to a point where that do count though. The audio part do count.
I think it might count.
Yeah, because we had this conversation with the people that was buying like the book on the iPad or the stuff like that. People was complaining about not actually having a real book, like a paperback book.
And I like having the book. The other thing though about the audio book is sometimes I think it allows you to have like more like of a context of what the tone of the writing is.
No, I'm not anti-audiobook. I'm anti-audiobook when you're in a book club.
Well, this one's kind of like the from what I gathered from like hearing the book, it seemed like it's a lot of like life lesson type stuff. I think that in an audio book is okay. I actually think that might be more effective. Like it's like this guy telling
like
a story.
How to make money or something like that.
How to it's about habits. So the book is about habits. So it's going through. I actually think the audio book format might be more valuable there. Now, if you're reading like an old school thriller or something like that, then I don't think the audio book format is valuable. But if it's like if it's like an advice or self-help type thing, I can see it.
Yeah, because that's more like a podcast.
Yeah. When are they going to read Taking Flack or Landing on My Feet?
Do you even have an audio version of that?
They got the audio version?
Yeah, go to Amazon. Yeah.
Is it you reading it?
No.
Okay, well then screw that, you lazy ass.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's called Confessions for a reason. I'm a little worried about Alex Bregman gaining 23 pounds.
Okay.
I have a point of reference here. It's one thing to look, I gained 23 pounds of muscle. Okay, that's fine. First of all, 23 is a lot. And I go back to the year 2000 and one Craig Biggio when he gained about 25 pounds in the offseason, came back very muscular, bigger than he's ever been, tore his ACL that year. Just was a different player. No, I'm just saying you become a different player.
It's a lot of weight.
It affects your swing more. I know he's got smart people around him and all that, and maybe it's not going to be anything. Maybe it's going to make him a better player. 23 pounds is a lot.
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of gaining all of that weight, though?
Yeah. Well, he said he lost weight during the season and wanted to be able to sustain it a little longer and all that. 23 pounds is a lot.
Hell of a lot.
A little worried.
Hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am excited for my daughter to start eating.
Is she eating solid food now?
Yeah. No, not yet. Not yet. She's got some rice cereal.
Yeah, soft stuff.
But I'm getting excited for her to like eat chicken nuggets and SpaghettiOs and all that crap because now I can eat them with an excuse, man.
Well, sure. That's what Jacob does.
Now I can get on me some SpaghettiOs.
He makes those Cheeto Puffs.
Oh.
Cheeto.
No, those are cool. Babies love those.
Yes.
That's like baby crack.
But
that's baby crack.
I don't know about those though.
Yeah, Jacob makes like spaghetti, and she just destroys it. My granddaughter.
Yeah.
He made quesadillas yesterday, and they sent me a video. She's just destroying a quesadilla, man. I mean, you're gonna love it. A quesadilla.
Quesadilla.
A quesadilla.
Who?
A quesadilla.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've been all in on Gabe Davis as one of my primary targets for the Texans.
Yeah, you're in on him.
But did you see what he did yesterday?
Did not.
He posted a 7-minute video. 7 minutes is a long time saying goodbye to Bills fans. Come on, man.
What?
A 7-minute video?
7 minutes of him talking?
Of highlights and him talking and people talking about him. And then at the end, the last page of his video was all his stats where he ranked on all these things. I'm like, dude, why don't you just put a resume up there, man? 7-minute goodbye video? Andre didn't even put a 7-minute video up there.
Pretty good numbers, though.
Oh, he ranks high on a lot of that stuff. Yeah, but
pretty good numbers.
I don't think the Bills fans care.
7 minutes? That's a lot. I kind of did an eye roll.
You get the bottom of this. You get the bottom of this video. Gabe Davis.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to do that.
So, I'm. This is lunchtime confessions.
Of course.
I'm kind of. I want to punch Joe Buck in the face out with the promo that's going on with Area 45.
It's been up there a while.
I'm kind of over the wanting to punch Joe Buck in the face thing.
Yeah. I've said that about our own promos. Like, hey, let's move on from that one. It had a good run. It had a good run.
They got a lot of hot takes. I listened to them yesterday. They covered the Astros top to bottom. I think we can. Figgy, can you get in that rotator and get that I want to punch Joe Buck in the face out of it?
I actually took that out.
Thank you.
I took that out today. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I got my wish. How about that?
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I did come to a realization earlier in the show that needs to be a confession. When it comes to the barbecue cook-off, I'm washed. I'm washed.
Oh, I'm washed too.
Yeah, I'll be there. I love it. It's awesome to go to. I highly recommend it. You should go. The work that our crew, led by the big boss Sarah, is doing.
She busts her ass,
dude. It is awesome. But I gotta get out of there by about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Those days are gone. I can't run a 40-yard dash anymore. I can't hoop anymore. I can't hang at the barbecue cook-off past about 8 o'clock, 8:30. Can't do it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know this show is called In the Loop, but I feel really out of the loop right now.
Regarding?
Tyler Milner put up a picture of, like, it looks like a jersey, and it has his name on the back, and it has, like, a number, and it says soon with eyeballs. And I asked him, I said, what is this? He said, what does it look like? I said, a customized jersey. And then he did the Shannon Sharp gift that says, no. What is it? Help me out.
Does he know something we don't know?
Like, what is that?
It looks like a sweater.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah.
Is it because it says soon. It seems like it looked like a uniform tees. It looked like doesn't that look like a customized jersey?
It does. But look at the material. It's like a sweater material. Almost.
What is it, a towel?
Like could be no, it has his name on it.
Is he making like a Tyler Milner towel collection?
I don't know. I love the look.
We'll find out soon.
Is it a flag?
Does Tyler Milner know more than we do when it comes to the jersey?
I don't know I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what
I'm looking at it
is
right now.
Help me out. What is it,
Figgy? What is it?
It looked like a
looks like a jersey.
It looked like a sweatshirt.
Yeah, but made out of that cotton sweatshirt.
So
material.
it's a sweatshirt?
Yeah, customized sweatshirt.
He's shaking his head.
Or a screen. I thought it was a screensaver.
Is it a screensaver?
Oh. Well, why is that?
What does that mean, soon?
Come on.
It says soon. What does that mean?
Talk about a bait and switch. That is the definition of a bait and switch. Soon. Like it's going to be a jersey. No, it's just my screensaver.
No, I think there's
Come on, Tyler. You're better than that.
There's more to it than that.
He's better than that.
There's more to it than that.
Yeah.
I think I'm just out of the loop, man. You're listening to Out of the Loop here on Sports Radio 610.
And the loop coming up next.
Landry Locker, John
At 2
Lopez,
o'clock.
Figgy Fig. We'll try to get back into it here in a sec. Coming up next.
It's a baby blanket.
Oh. Is it a baby blanket?
It's a baby blanket.
Hey, is that a baby blanket?
I think he turned us off. I think he turned us off.
We're going to have to dump this.
Oh, we're going to have to get to the bottom of this. Dude.
Dump this. That was clever then. That was clever.
Saquon or Mike Evans? Next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
1038. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Saquon or Mike Evans, if you had to choose one. I'm not saying you do, John, but if you had to choose one.
I'm not sure I like the way you said that.
Which one would you? I was trying to sound like Sean. I'm not trying to say you do, John.
Whatever, dude. Mike Evans. It's a 1 and a 1A, really close 1A. But I have to give health and 10,000-yard seasons in a row to Mike Evans, whereas Saquon is electric and can absolutely change things, but he has had injuries.
I got to go with the Quan, man. I got to hit him with the Quan. Saquon Barkley all day. Give me Saquon. He can add so many elements. I think he could be a Christian McCaffrey-like element. He improves your offensive line, which you're kind of stuck with, for lack of a better term. He improves your receiving game. He improves the run game. He's got that star power. So I would have to go with Saquon. I do find this interesting, though. You mentioned the Gabe Davis video that he just put out.
Starting to get a lot of run now.
Yeah, he put out a 7-minute. It was basically a highlight video. You made it sound like he was like talking into the camera.
He did talk. I heard the whole thing.
He narrated.
Yeah, but he was like talking about.
But when you first said it, and I was
it was a farewell
video. He made it seem like he was just rambling for 7 minutes, like 50 Tyson.
No, I said he put forth a almost 8, but 7+ minute video. He had quotes from Josh Allen and then
Muhammad Ali.
Then Muhammad Ali talked about the Buffalo Bills fans and the Mafia and all that. And then he ended it with all his stats.
Yeah, which is interesting because I'm bringing those stats up here.
Okay.
Tell me.
Some of them are really a reach.
All right. Well, I just want you to tell me if it's a reach or it's something that makes you intrigued to Gabe Davis, okay?
And I'm a fan.
This is from 2020 to 2023. 78.9% first down rate, first in the NFL.
I think that's relevant.
17.8% touchdown rate, first in the NFL.
Also relevant.
16.3 yards average depth of target, first in the NFL.
Not relevant. That's his role, to stretch the field.
17.3 yards per reception, first in the NFL.
I think that's very impressive.
45.4% explosive reception rate.
Tell me what that is.
33 total touchdowns on 336 targets, 10th in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
15.8% target rate, 47th in the NFL.
Now he's taking a shot at Josh Allen.
Now he's basically saying, hey, I did all this and I didn't get. But a lot of these are based on not getting a lot of targets.
Yeah, he's 47th in the league in targets, so of course some of your stats are going to be inflated.
26 touchdowns from 2020 to 2022. Most TDs ever in first 3 seasons for a day 3 drafted wide receiver, past Tyreek Hill.
Who's left-handed. I don't know. I mean, like all the qualifiers he's putting on that. And he started out 20 to 23, and now this is 20 to 22.
There's more.
Oh, I know. I looked at it. I watched the whole damn thing.
56.8% of receptions are for first downs or touchdowns, first in the NFL.
I can go with that, although he changed the years. It was from 20 to 23.
Oh, now we're going 20 to 22.
Yeah, exactly.
Every 3.5 catches are touchdowns.
That's just a different way of saying what he said earlier.
21.5 yards per reception, first in the NFL.
Impressive.
2.53 yards per route run, 6th in the NFL.
Explain that to me.
Now we go back to 2020, 2023.
See, now he's back to 2023.
Wide receivers averaging 800-plus receiving yards, 8 touchdowns, and 17-plus games per season. CeeDee Lamb, DK Metcalf, Gabe Davis.
Impressive, but why are you crafting...
And he has the targets highlighted, too.
Yeah, that's impressive. Don't get me wrong. But why are you crafting the numbers at 8 and 17? But he's almost doing it like to craft himself. But you know what? I'm a fan of Gabe Davis. And I want the Texans, if they can't get someone like Mike Evans, to get to Gabe Davis. But
that kind of tells me that they're not going to have a chance at him.
Really? Why?
Because he's highlighting targets. I'm starting to wonder, does he want to go somewhere like New York or something where he's going to get a lot more targets?
Well, that's fair.
Or is he just doing it to lay out what his production is? I don't know.
That's fair, but I think his role is going to be significantly different here than it would be in Buffalo. You know?
We have an Instagram update. This is from James Roy on Twitter. Saquon Barkley is now following on Instagram. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Tank Dell and Brevin Jordan.
Don't do this.
What?
It's that season now, man.
Don't do this.
It's that season.
We're doing this.
Saquon like CJ Stroud post.
Oh God. This is you don't even like these things when people do these things.
It's that season now.
Hey, brother. It's Instagram following season.
It is.
Justin Fields just unfollowed the Bears. You don't think there's a little something to that?
You know what I think this is people like Justin Fields and Saquon doing that on purpose to just kind of create this whatever buzz or whatever it might be. They know that people like who was it? Roy? Somebody Roy?
James Roy.
James Roy
He's a good aggregator.
Are going to jump on that.
How do people figure this stuff out?
What
Are you just like reloading and seeing what's going on there? I play with it, so I'm not above with pause, but I'm like, I'll play around with like the information. But how are you finding this?
A lot of people, they go to their page and they go through their followings and they search the name to see if they
do you
follow
do that?
or not. No,
I do not do that. I don't know how difficult it is, but it doesn't seem easy. Like
that's how they could tell if somebody unfollows somebody.
Yeah.
Especially like with couples, celebrity couples.
Yeah. Hey man, hey Figgy, hold on. Get that dramatic music ready again. Landry Locker is now following Ty Dolla $ign.
Man, you don't need to put that information out there, homie. That's a controversial follow right now.
Okay.
Ty Dolla $ign, really?
Come on, man.
That's why I'm saying
I might have just listened to a new album, man.
Yeah,
I don't want people knowing I'm bumping that.
And Bring the Juice podcast. Landry Locker is now, he's cheating on you.
Bring the Juice is a football podcast.
Oh, I thought it was a...
Yeah, the guy was at Radio Row. Mustache.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So who Ty Dolla $ign got an album with? Kind of curious, man.
I'm not sure. I thought I accidentally heard it. I don't know. I was just check it out. Hey,
you put it out there. This is public information.
The views expressed in any album do not reflect my views. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll just listen to some music.
This is public info. Oh, Figgy, get it ready again. We might have controversy. Landry might like someone other than C.J. Stroud. Landry Locker is now following Chase Daniel. What are you saying, Landry? What are you doing?
I think Chase Daniel's hustling his ass off in the media game. I like Chase Daniel. I think he's doing an excellent job. I think that Chase Daniel does a good job, man. I think he's working his ass off.
How good?
I think he maximized his God-given ability in
You want him to replace CJ?
Nah, I don't want that.
Landry Locker is now following 97.9 The Box.
Which I'm surprised I wasn't before, because I follow a lot of people that work there.
That's how rumors get started. You leaving us?
I didn't.
You going to be a DJ on 97 The Box?
No, they're very well set there.
Yeah.
No, they put out the video, and I was surprised I wasn't already following them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I already follow my people who work on that morning show.
Yeah. See, this is what
Playing
happens.
Some mixes on 97.9 The Box.
This is what happens.
Yeah. We're getting it now. Now the Texans aggregation is picking up on this now. Storm's got it now. Storm's bringing it up. James Roy was the one I saw with it. Do aggregators have to credit each other, or is it just fair game? In the aggregate game, you can just say.
No, they just
they
just
don't
post it.
James Roy put it, and then everybody else is just putting it.
Yeah.
I just quote tweeted him because he's the one who said it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Are you going to
Saquon
the
Barkley. Saquon Barkley, the box. Are you going to the box? When's the last time you went to Jack in the Box?
I like Jack in the Box. It's probably been a while, though. I can't remember. But I like Jack in the Box.
You probably just order a burger and fries, huh?
I like, you want to, you're good on these hacks. You want a good Jack in the Box hack?
Tacos?
No. In terms of, like, the hamburgers, like, the sourdough Jack costs more than, what's it called, the Jumbo Jack?
Jumbo Jack.
Yeah, Jumbo Jack.
Yeah.
It costs more than the Jumbo Jack. Ask for a Jumbo Jack on sourdough bread. Boom. You're spending 40 cents less.
Okay.
Seriously. No, it works. So I'd like a Jumbo Jack, but on sourdough bun. And it's 40 cents less, 40 or 50 or whatever it is, than the sourdough Jack.
All right.
Don't tell me I don't know about Jack in the Box.
All right. They do a lot, though.
It's a big menu for a fast food.
They do a lot. They got the breakfast all day though, which I don't understand why McDonald's doesn't do that. Kind of feels like a missed opportunity. But who am I to tell McDonald's how to do business? I think they've done just fine without me.
Still number one.
Yeah,
They're doing all right.
I think they've done just fine without me.
Yeah.
All good. We'll see how it goes. Have you seen this? Have you watched Love Is Blind season 6 yet?
I have not, but that's on the list. My wife says she got a rec at the office too. She wants to watch it.
Yeah, I'm already there. Tomorrow the new episodes drop. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah.
But there's a big controversy, and I want to get y'all's take on it when the internet goes nuts. I immediately caught on to this. I was tweeting about it.
Okay.
TMZ has it now too. It's pretty effed up.
Really?
It's pretty effed up, sir. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you about that when the internet goes nuts. But coming up, let's go around the NFL. We got some big news surrounding the Houston Texans. Plus, C.J. Stroud gets advice from one of the OGs around the league next.
How did Andre...
to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so it's Instagram following season. Saquon Barkley has followed, and James Roy was the first one who caught this. He does a good job spreading the word. I think he's got a podcast as well. Shout out to him at N1 Texans fan on Twitter. Does a good job aggregating. Tank Dell and Brevin Jordan have been added to the list of guys that Saquon follows on Insta. Also got a little Nico Collins action there.
So it started out with
coming to town.
It started out with CJ and Nico.
Yeah,
I mean CJ and Tank.
Yeah,
and now he's added Nico.
Yeah, Nico's at the
Nets
top.
is going to be like, oh, he's looking for schools in the area.
Brevin Jordan.
And I heard he was looking at homes in River Oaks.
You heard?
This just in, Saquon Barkley looking at homes in River Oaks.
I heard he's in the building right now.
He's looking at schools for his kids in the Pearland area.
I don't know it's true. I just heard.
Ah, man.
Okay, now you got me all caught up in this.
I'm just thinking about here's my vision. This is where my head goes here. On top of the obvious that he makes your football team, I'm just looking at the marketability.
Oh man.
Like Saquon, like when you walk around and you see, like, that's cool. I'll look up at the banner. Oh, Devin Singletary, cool. He's holding his shoulder pads with the 26. That's cute.
Yeah.
Saquon with the long cross earring. He's holding his shoulder pads like the shoulder pad pose. Then you walk down. Oh, look, there's CJ. There's Tank. There's Nico. Keep going down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in on this Saquon thing.
No, the marketing.
I'm in on this Saquon
The marketing
thing.
opportunity. Well, just think about Mike Evans too. Have Mike Evans
Give me
holding his shoulder pad.
Give me Saquon.
Get out of here.
Give me Saquon.
Get out of here. Both of them.
Give me Quan.
But Mike Evans would be like plastered on that wall. Number 13, the 713, new uniform.
Saquon's coming out and modeling the uniform.
Either one of them. I'll
26.
take them both. I want them both.
But
you do have me caught up on this now.
No, I just want you to close your eyes, John.
I don't want to. What are you going to do?
I want you to close your eyes.
Throw something at me?
No, I'm not. Dude, I'm not telling you to take a sip of your. By the way, is that cup big enough for you, buddy?
I got a Stanley.
But what?
I'm in the club. I got a Stanley, baby. Look at that.
Boy, that has to be the cheapest Stanley there is.
No, this is the 40 ounce.
Come on, bro.
Price it. Google it. That's the 40 ounce, baby.
Man, that's a Stan lie.
Shout out to our girl Holly Krebs over at Low T Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just imagine this, John. Just close your eyes. Just pretend.
I'm going to close one eye because I don't trust you.
Just pretend, man.
I'm
Come
pretending.
on. What am I going to do?
You're going to throw something
what do you
at
think
me.
This is? No, I'm putting my hands up. All right. Close your eyes. I'll close my eyes, too.
Okay, mine are closed.
Okay.
Why'd you open your eye?
You already had yours open. It's July. It's hot. It's the first day of training camp.
Mm-hmm.
We're live right there. Same place we were last year.
50-yard line, baby.
The fans are in the stands. It's full.
Mm-hmm.
The new uniforms are on display. Practice jerseys. CJ's out there, all that. Practice concludes. Bzz, bzz, text. It's Texans PR. You guys got Saquon today.
Ooh.
Joining us now straight off the practice field.
Yeah.
Texans running back Saquon Barkley.
That's when you say.
How you doing, Saquon? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here.
Yeah. Now that's when you say it just got real, right? Yeah. That would be pretty sweet.
Now, does it hit as hard if you do it this way? If you go, bzz, bzz, hey, you guys got Mike Evans today. It doesn't hit, man. Doesn't hit as hard.
You are out of your mind.
It just doesn't hit as hard, man.
Figging straighten this guy.
Doesn't hit as hard. We've been seeing him. We've seen him around.
Out of your mind.
We've got good receivers. Like, it just doesn't hit as hard.
You are just.
No, it doesn't hit as hard. I'm not saying it doesn't hit, but it doesn't hit as hard as Saquon coming out here with the long cross earring. We're seeing screen passes. We're seeing him running wheel routes. We're seeing, like, cuts and all that. We're seeing Bobby Slowick in his bag. The rookie class.
You've
Saquon
lost it.
coming out here.
This is the moment you've lost. Can you imagine?
All right, listeners, loophole 713-572-4610.
Mike Evans.
Which one hits harder with us at training camp with our interviews? Is it Mike Evans joining the show, or is it Saquon Barkley joining the show?
Let me set up Mike Evans first, all right? Mike, because we see him walking across the field after practice, straight toward our broadcast area there.
Yeah.
You see Mike Evans with that H-Town blue practice jersey, number 13.
Yeah.
Sleeves on both arms, tatted up. He's just walking across. Surefire first ballot Hall of Famer coming to In the Loop.
It's cool.
To cut it up for a while.
It's hitting.
Galveston's own. He's got that H-Town, flavor going on. You can't tell me that doesn't hit better than Saquon.
Nah, Saquon coming out there.
We got a Hall of Famer coming on next on In the Loop.
Those big ass running back legs that he has, Paul's. He's walking out. He's got like the leg tats. He's got the towel around his neck. He's got the earring. He's got. Oh wow! Look at that eye black, man. Looks so much better in person. Saquon Barkley joins In the Loop. Sports Radio 610.
Give me hey, we got a Hall of Famer joining us next. You know who it is. Boom. Let's go to break.
I think Quan's coming, man.
Well, it is
I think
interesting.
Saquon's coming. It's cheap.
I'm
That's the other thing is it's cheap. It's going to be like 10, 11 mil.
Yeah.
Bring that element. Bring that Christian McCaffrey element.
Shorter term.
3 years, 33.
It's going to be a shorter term contract.
3 years, 30.
He's playing us, but he might be telling the truth.
You think he's playing us?
Of course, they want to put this stuff out there. They want people talking about now he's following J.J. Watt.
But it's not. But there's not much of a running back market. That's my whole thing. My whole thing is there's not much of a running back market. Like it's the impact of the running back position hasn't died. Like for all the people that say you can find things, it doesn't die. Like a badass running back impacts a game just as much as he ever has.
And we are very adamant about that.
Yeah, like it hasn't died. There's just a lot of them, and there's a lot of teams that have them. But I don't like. Who are you competing with? The Chargers? And y'all got financial issues.
Yeah, and they already can't pay a running back.
Give me Saquon, man. Damn.
The reality is there is no wrong answer here, but
that's easy for you to say.
There isn't.
It's usually what the guy with the wrong answer says.
No.
All right.
Mike Evans or Saquon Barkley, tell me the wrong answer.
Is it too far-fetched, 936, is it too far-fetched to think that the Texans can both sign Mike and Saquon?
No, and thank you very much for saying that. I think it is absolutely on the table.
Saquon's about the same price as Dalton Schultz. Like, it's nothing. And you have the quarterback on the rookie deal, and you have one of your top receivers on a rookie deal in Tank Dell, and you have your edge guy on the rookie deal.
Yes.
So, no.
But thank you for that, because it is one of my more irritating things that are going on right now when it comes to the Texans. You can't have both. Yes, you can. You can have both. And it's not difficult, and it's not going to break the bank, and you're going to have plenty of cap room left over, and still be able to draft.
And I'm going basic. Bitch, on the first Saquon question. So I apologize in advance. It's happening.
Yeah. How so? You
got to go to the generic one. Sometimes you just got to do it.
Like what? How does
y'all
it
know
feel?
Y'all know how In the Loop
how
interviews
excited are you?
No, y'all know how In the Loop interviews are. We're always. I think we're looser with players. It's not like a podium thing. But you know the first question. Come on.
And?
Y'all know me.
What is it?
Saquon Barkley joining us straight off the practice field. Saquon, how's that heat compared to what you're used to up there in New York?
Get out of here.
You got to.
He would throw his headset off.
Nah, he would say, man, I got to tell you, it's pretty hot, you know.
Like, this heat
a different kind of heat.
It's a different kind
I'm used to the north, man. This is a real intense heat right here. It's got to be the go-to. Cam Newton had some advice for C.J. Stroud. This was his advice for C.J. Stroud when it came to keeping the main thing.
If you no longer can play this football game, make it be because of the reasons why I'm not playing. And it's because somebody feels as if I'm not adequate to play. It's not I ain't slap a chick. It's not gang violence. Right. It's not DUIs. It's not I punched somebody in the jaw I kept the main thing. I had an unbelievable team behind me. A lot of quarterbacks that I looked up to was going out. Michael Vick was going out. Donovan McNabb was going out. So I had to fend for myself. You got Justin Fields, you got, Kyler Murray, you got Lamar Jackson, you got Dak Prescott, you got so many Patrick Mahomes, you got so many quarterbacks now that you can say these are all resources for me. Right. But I don't want you to feel that you're in this alone. because that's not the case. Because way before there was Cam Newton, there was Randall Cunningham.
Right.
There was Donovan McNabb, there was Michael Vick. And even Jamarcus Russell for the sake of mentioning, Vince Young for the sake of mentioning. These guys allowed me to be who I was.
Right.
And you owe a due diligence now as my son is starting to play. You're going to be the guy that he's looking up to.
Right.
Dad, I want to play with CJ. You don't know no damn CJ.
All right, there you go.
That's good advice. Yeah. Yeah. You know, learn and learn from those that are around you and before you.
Hank Williams Jr. tickets coming up next 10 minutes. Hank Williams Jr. What do you know about Hank Williams Jr.?
He's got some hits. It's beer drinking music, man. You feel like you're on
what kind of beer? Lone Star?
Sawdust floor.
Lone Star. Isn't Lone Star your go-to?
No. Only when I was poor in high school.
You went Lone Star over Keystone? Did y'all have Keystone back then?
Yeah. You ever heard of a beer called Castle? Kassel?
No.
It was Keystone. But they had Keystone too.
Castle?
Castle.
Okay.
Yeah. Not good.
Hank Williams Sr. is
99 cents a six-pack.
Hank Williams Sr. is no longer with us, right?
Correct.
Which one sang the Monday Night Football?
Hank Williams Jr.
Oh, so this?
Yeah.
You think he'll sing Are You Ready for Some Football?
I don't know. I actually
You have to.
Don't you?
You have to. I don't care if it's I don't care if it's not a hit or anything. If Hank Williams Jr. performs and he doesn't sing I'm Ready for Some Football. And not only that, if I'm the rodeo committee, I'm telling Hank Williams
that he
Jr.
has
this.
to.
Well, I'm telling him he has to do it, but he has to do like a Texans remix version, like back in the day when he'd be like,
you can't tell
"We
him.
got Frank Allen." Now he's got to be like, "We got CJ, Nico, and the boys." Like he's got to do like a Ready for Some Football like Texans
Shot at
version.
Vandermeer and Andre.
Well, something like that. He's got to do. He's got to do like a
got
Texans.
Mark and Andre.
Yeah.
And Harris on the lines.
CJ's got his boys. They're ready to go. Texans looking to get to the Super Bowl. Are you ready for some football?
Yeah.
He's got to do that. But he has to at least play Are You Ready for Some Football?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know if he does. That's a very specific thing, and it's not one of his. It's not on an album.
But it's his most famous song.
Well, it may or may not be his most famous song, but
it has
it's up
to be.
there. It's up there.
Anyone who's been to a Hank Williams Jr. concert, can you tell me if he sings Are You Ready for Some Football?
I can't imagine that he does. I'm looking at his songs on Spotify, and it's not on there. It's not. This is Hank Williams Jr. right
Nah,
here.
Are You Ready for Some Football?
A family tradition.
Are you ready for some football?
You have sung the verse on this song. I guarantee you.
Are you ready for some football?
I guarantee you, you've sang the hook on this.
All my rowdy friends are here for Monday night. What day is Hank Williams?
I'll have to look. Ready for it? Here we go. Come on, you've sang this. Why do I drink?
To get drunk.
Why do you all smoke?
To get high.
You know this is it.
Oh, dude.
Figgy, you've sung this.
Dude.
What?
Figgy. He's coming March 4th, which is a Monday night. He's got to sing All My Rowdy Friends Are Here for Monday night.
Get the hell out of here.
He's got to sing.
Ron says he's never heard this song.
Whatever.
You've heard this song.
You've got to sing All My Rowdy Friends Are Here for Monday nights. You have to. Hank Williams Jr.
This
on Monday
is
Night
legendary.
Football? Come on. You have to. Monday night.
It's on a Monday night?
Yeah. He's got to do it.
Yeah.
He's got to open with that. With the spinning stage and everything.
I don't think he's going to do it.
Okay, then he shouldn't be allowed.
Well, of course he's going to be allowed.
He shouldn't be allowed. He shouldn't be allowed to the concert.
Ready?
We're good, John. You've made your point. Mike Evans. We mentioned Mike Evans. Apparently he's different. According to Jameis Winston. This was Jameis Winston on Pardon My Take, talking about why Mike Evans is a little bit different than your average receiver from the state of Texas?
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, like, you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. It doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's going to take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston, Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different.
I love that. And he's not wrong on the water part. I think people around the water just...
Because Galveston is known for, you know what? I don't know
what they're known for. I've never been there, but I know they have an ugly beach. Seawall's cool.
My trainer once told me some wise words I can't remember no words.
Can't remember what he said, but it was wise. It was absolutely wise.
Matt Miller did it. He did what I hate. Matt Miller of ESPN. A matter of fact, I think I'm going to have to unfollow. Just one tweet.
What did he say?
Pre-combine take, ... Mm-hmm. The Patriots should not, in bold, draft a quarterback at number 3 overall. This roster isn't ready for a rookie QB and would just set his development back. This isn't Houston with a Hall of Fame left tackle and solid supporting cast. This is closer to Carolina, and we saw how that worked out.
Damn. Where was that at last year?
Yeah.
Hall of Fame, left tackle.
I didn't know Texans had a good supporting cast last year. Was Matt Miller saying that? I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
I damn sure wasn't saying it.
No.
Yeah,
nobody was.
He probably saying the same thing he's saying right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're going to make me look up whether he's ever sung Monday Night Football in a concert.
Who, Hank Williams Jr.?
Yeah.
Let's give you a chance now to go see Hank Williams Jr. You can figure out for yourself if he's going to sing Are You Ready for Some Football? Caller number 9. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. You're going to see Hank Williams Jr. Monday nights. All your rowdy friends at the rodeo. Lopez is all about this jam.
Who's not?
No, it's a good jam.
Outside of Ron.
Jam. Yeah. Very good one. A lot of people trying to get these tickets.
Yeah.
It's Around the League here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. CJ Stroud, what is his favorite snack? Plus, the internet reacts to his alleged snack that he had after Travis Scott's celebrity softball game. That's next. First, I want to tell you about Texans turf. It's the best thing I did for my
Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts. CJ Stroud, favorite snacks. Cam Newton asked him what his favorite snacks were as he watched tape. You have any guesses for what CJ Stroud likes to eat while he's crunching tape?
Favorite snacks?
Snacks.
Is it savory or sweet?
I'm gonna say
like chips or candy. Basically. Savory or sweet?
I'm gonna say Skittles.
Neither. I was gonna say Skittles.
Neither.
No.
Dang.
Rice cakes. I don't know.
Here it is, right here. Cam Newton, CJ Stroud.
What's your preferred snacks? Because it's a lot of film watching.
Fact.
The preferred snacks that it's a can't miss for your whole, you know what I'm saying, film watching.
So I got an OG. I got Case Keenum. You know, he been in the league in a minute. Case hilarious,
Houston.
dog.
Yeah.
Hilarious. So they weird though. Like they drink Celsius and like
bougie.
Yeah, like fruit drinks. And, you know, for me. I'm going to get a little liquid IV, put it in the water. I'm eating seeds. I'm a seed guy.
Ranch or barbecue?
I'm plain Jane. I'm
No!
I'm salt.
The whole right side of your, inside of your mouth going to be raw.
It ain't going to be smelling like pickle. I like Starburst.
All right,
I like
Starburst.
Snickers. You know, but I mostly like seeds.
Seeds is a good call. Durable.
Like sunflower seeds?
Yeah.
Is that a good snack, though?
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, you get some sodium, but who cares? You're going to get sodium anyway and a bunch of stuff.
Every time I say snacks, I just think about LeVar Ball and Jason Whitlock. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like I said, and going back to Whitlock, I don't think he can comment on anything but snacks.
Now, that's a little harsh.
It's going to be harsh because he want to be harsh
So
on
you
me.
disrespect
Guess what?
women and people for their
no,
weight?
that's what you say. I didn't say nothing about no weight.
No, you just said that to me.
Like I told him, I'm not even worried about you right now. Keeping your life.
Only thing he could talk about is snacks.
That one has a long shelf
Dude,
life.
how hilarious would it be to just be one of like the Ball brothers' friends and just go over there and witness like?
I bet you it's more than you.
Man,
can
your
handle.
dad cool as hell.
Yeah, well.
And they're like, no, he's not. Are you kidding me?
That's exactly
Like,
what.
Dad, come on, Dad.
It's like Asante.
You live with him.
Asante Samuel Sr. was talking crap about. He was talking crap about Sauce Gardner. Mm-hmm. But by the way, he's calling himself La Sauce and saying he's recruiting. What are you talking about, man?
Whatever.
But Asante Samuel, someone said something like, "Hey, Asante Samuel Jr., get your dad." And Asante Samuel Sr. was like, "You don't think my son knows I talk bleep? You kidding?"
Yeah, but see, they would be like,
Snacks.
"You try living with him."
Snacks.
Every day is a bit much. That's a bit much.
I got the internet going nuts.
I actually didn't mind this. Anthony Rendon has the internet going nuts still. Had it going nuts for a while. Basically, with an honest answer. I say it all the time. If you want your guys, your sports heroes, the people you follow to be honest, don't criticize them when they are.
Top priority for you?
That's never been a top priority for me. This is a job, so I do this to make a living. My faith, my family come first before this job. So if those things come before it, I'm leaving.
Is it a priority?
Oh, it's a priority for sure. This is my job. I'm here, aren't I?
Do you want to be here?
I don't want to talk to you guys at 7 in the morning or whatever time it is. So.
Do you want to like be here playing baseball?
I have answered your question. So why do you keep picking at it?
Oh, yeah, you technically answered it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, I would have advised against him saying it out loud, but I'm not going to condemn him for being honest.
Condemn? That sounds dramatic.
Well, that's what you would do. Condemn has various meanings. It's not like you're condemning them to death or something.
Seems dramatic, man.
Not dramatic.
How about just criticize?
It's a good word choice.
Is it?
Yeah.
Dramatic, man.
Yeah. Okay. That's like your
You're
opinion.
going to crucify him too?
No, I'm not going to crucify him.
Okay. Just making sure.
But
Trying to stay on your theme.
But you can use crucify in that and it not being literal. It's like condemn.
I think that would be dramatic too,
It
though.
would not be literal.
I understand people getting upset. I understand
But I appreciate his honesty.
Well, I mean, his actions speak.
And he's not like
he's been half-assing. He's been half-assing since he got that deal.
He's not mailing it in.
I would say he is.
He's mailing it in?
I think he's a quitter.
He's had an incredible career.
Yeah, but he's been kind of mailing it in lately with them.
Has he?
Yeah, it happens.
I don't know if he has.
I think it's a rule. I think when you go to the Angels, you have to.
Yeah.
Shout out to Josh Hamilton. Like as soon as you go to the Angels, you just gotta, mailing it in.
I mean, what's Bryce Harper thinking over there, by the way?
Over where, with the Phillies?
With the Phillies, not Bryce Harper.
Mike Trout?
Trout.
He said that getting traded would be the easy way out. He went hardo. That's what he said. They asked him about it. He said, I'm in it for the long run. If I got traded now, it would be getting the easy way out.
Well, he has to know he's not going to win.
Well, they got Ron Washington now.
Okay. Well, that'll give you about 4 or 5 wins. No, I'm not being cynical.
4 or 5 wins?
Yeah. I'm not being facetious or smart or whatever. I mean, they're still not going to win.
I got the internet going nuts.
CJ Stroud, Amber Rose. These are the reactions. These were the shorts on the internet. Courtesy of, we're going to start with a young honky kid. I think he's like 16.
Mm-hmm.
This was his reaction. Then we're gonna transition into kind of millennial reaction and a little bit of Gen Z reaction.
Okay.
From all of the demos. Let's start with the 16-year-old honky.
I'll be completely honest. I don't know why I'm making this short at all. I saw this on my Instagram and I was like, you know what? Let's make a little short about this. Let y'all know. But Amber Rose and CJ Stroud were seen together leaving a softball game. They were together. And yeah, it looks like another brother has fallen for Amber Rose. Another athlete, another celebrity. The same woman that was with Wiz Khalifa was married for like 4 years with him. And that Amber Rose is like 40. CJ Stroud's like 23. Wild age difference, in my opinion. But
what do you mean in your opinion?
Just my opinion. Another man has fallen for Amber Rose. I don't see the hype. My eyes, my white person eyes, but maybe he sees something. I don't know. But another one has fallen for her again. What has she got that just no one else has? I don't know.
Okay. How do you like that reaction? That you gonna subscribe? You clicking the subscribe after that?
No, but I think it was funny. He was right about the wild age difference. There is a formula.
Right. That was Caucasian Tyson. Here's the next reaction to CJ Stroud and Amber Rose. I think we're going millennial now, right? We're getting more millennial African American.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Yeah. Here's millennial African American reaction.
Okay, so Amber Rose is trending for being seen with the athlete half her age, quarterback CJ Stroud. And she liked the long hair and the long because she was like, if I can't have Wiz Khalifa, I'll have something like it. Okay, yes, there's a double standard. Men do it all the time, but it's equally as disgusting even though women take more scrutiny. Okay, at this point, predatory women gotta be their own type of athletes because they're definitely out here chasing and catching. Also, where are the young thoughts? Like, how do y'all keep losing to these 40-year-old ex-it girls? Like, Ruby Rose and Ice Spice wasn't available? It's even funnier, this was like an all-star celebrity game, so you know half the men there know Amber Rose. Just take her to a steakhouse, son. Don't take her to a game with all her exes. Amber Rose wearing all black like we can't see her. We see your blonde ass. Looking like a store mannequin.
All right. So there you go. There's that reaction. Would you click the subscribe after that one?
Nah.
No?
It was okay.
Okay.
It's good.
I thought it was pretty good.
It was good.
I thought it was funny.
I'm interested what else he's got to say.
Maybe.
All right, here's the next one.
Quarterback CJ Stroud was seen leaving Travis Scott's celebrity softball game with Amber Rose, which is hilarious because when she turned 18, CJ Stroud had not even been born yet. Well, the funniest part has to have been their conversation because he is super religious. So when she asked him if he had protection, bro pulled out the All-22 tape and showed how good his offensive line was this season.
Is CJ on his way to blowing his whole career?
Can't get up, hey yo, I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up, hey yo, I'm slipping.
That's
good, but I don't like his voice.
Yeah.
His voice is irritating.
Here's the final one, and I think Lopez might like this one.
CJ, what you doing, bro? What you doing? You a young man. Look, you can have fun and have your life, but you got to understand what's going on out here. These people are hunting, man. They hunting for real. You can't be so oblivious to say, oh, it's not going to happen to me. I'm too small for that, and da-da-da-da-da. This person likes me for me. Bro, you need to wake up. Look at Jalen Green. Look at Marcus Jordan. These things are high stakes, man. You got to be aware. You got to be really, really careful. Great luck.
Now, that guy I would follow. I think that's the best advice that CJ's had out there. Who was that, anyway?
Not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
Yeah, but I would follow him.
He was on shorts. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
Got to follow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I'm a big fan of Gabe Davis, and he's had the internet going nuts for a while now. Just because it seems, number one, it seems obvious he's not going to be a Buffalo Bill, and it became abundantly obvious because he posted a more than 7-minute video, farewell video, to Bills fans. At which point, at the end of it, he posted some of his stats and where he landed. It was almost like a resume, like sending it out to some of the general managers out in the NFL. But a 7+ minute farewell video. I'm not sure Randy Moss or Andre Johnson would have done that. But Gabe Davis on the market and seemingly likes to post long videos.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stats in there, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Some very, very interesting stats, to say the least.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so we're still kind of in the middle, and I don't think is there really ever not a recruiting period in college football anymore?
Not anymore.
Like everything's a college football recruiting period. So there's a young man, I guess he's making his trips. He has his trips laid out, and I saw someone who follows a college. I won't specifically say it, but it's not anyone we know. But they quote tweeted like the kid's visits, and they said something like, "If what I've read about him is true, then hard pass." Here's my thing. These are freaking 17-year-olds, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you don't know if it's true, if it's out there, because it's normally like in the back streets, why would you even mention it? Like, I love college football. I don't get into this recruiting because of stuff like that. But why would you, if you don't know if it's true or not, why would you even put that in the atmosphere?
That's a game that I would never play. College recruiting, writing about it, covering it. I know it can be lucrative. I know a lot of people watch it. But because of stuff like that that you're saying about, you said 17-year-olds. We're talking 15, on 14 on some of these guys that start getting offers and stuff. That's just, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of guys who do it really well, and I know that there's like some,
and it's lucrative. It can be a good business.
No, and they do it with integrity. So I'm not like questioning them, but there's a lot of like fans that get way too into it.
Yeah,
I could never be like, hey Johnny, congrats on hitting puberty. Where's your next visit at? Let me know. Like I'm not into that.
I don't even like. Some people just they anticipate and read everything about it. All I want to know is who they signed and then tell me about them. Are they good? I mean, that's all I care about after the fact. But now it's another reason why I would, if I were a football coach,
especially how crazy college football fans are.
I wouldn't coach college football, man. I just wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't coach it?
No, I would do everything I could to get into the NFL level rather than college. It's 24/7, man, and you never have an off season. And the strain on your personal life and family, at least in the NFL, they have off. They have like a legitimate get out of here moment, for weeks on end. And then they work hard, during the season, as coaches do and players do. I would not coach college football. Just wouldn't do it.
Especially if
I had a choice.
Well, especially like the big time programs where it's just never stopping.
Never.
Some of them have advantages though, where you can, but like just the grind. By the way, I'm pretty intrigued by Willie Fritz over at U of H.
I saw you tweet that.
No, I put it on the show rundown.
Oh, is that what it was?
I think you should do a weekly with us.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah,
if he wants to.
Mm-hmm. He's a hell of a coach.
I mean, I know they got like wherever they got to go, but I mean, hey, what better place than here, sir?
Yeah, there's reasons to be here.
Yeah, there's reasons, man.
Yeah.
Come on down, Willie. Yeah. We got you. We got your back, man.
I can think of 4.6 reasons.
We're pulling for you. Andrew Lockett, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. You're a weasel. Coming up next, franchise tag. Who's going to get tagged? Who's not? What does it mean for the Houston Texans next?
In the Loop.
I am more excited about free agency than the draft. You can hit the draft. You can do it, but you can't.
prices for over 30 years. Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More.
Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Saquon Barkley, he's following Brevin Jordan, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins on Instagram.
And J.J. Watt?
He was already doing that.
He already was? I just saw the
JJ's already a
screenshot.
star. CJ too.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's following guys on Instagram. He's also not going to get franchise tagged, which means he could be available in a few weeks to be a Houston Texan.
How does that make you feel?
Ordering my customized jersey right now.
You getting it already?
The Saquon jersey. We don't know what's going to happen with Devin Singletary. I don't think that there's going to be a starting opportunity for Devin Singletary. I think perhaps the market could speak to Devin Singletary to where you could bring both. Perhaps. I mean, I don't know how much he's going to get. Last year he was backup running back. So maybe you can bring both those guys in and Devin Singletary can be kind of like your change of pace type of cat. I don't know.
I think Singletary would welcome it more than anybody.
Regardless, though.
Yeah.
Devin's going to have to come off of 26.
He probably would have to come off of 26.
You're going to have to come off of that.
Probably have to do that.
If you are going to be back, sorry.
But he would welcome him, I think, ahead
Might pull a Brevin Jordan.
Anybody.
No. You're not going to be able to do that. Not with Quan. Yeah, Saquon, you're going to have to let him have that 26. Sorry about it. Can't have that.
No, I agree. But I think he would be happier than anyone. That'd be perfect.
Singletary, I don't know. Singletary might want to find a chance to start. I don't think that exists, though.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I don't think that exists.
He might look, but I don't know if it's going to be out there.
It doesn't exist. So maybe you get both of them back. Bobby Slowick gets motor. He gets Saquon. Comes out here, does his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Rocks the new jerseys. Yeah, sign me up for it.
It's going to be an exciting time, man. This from now until...
Well, you better tell him what you said about him.
After the draft. What did I say about
You said you didn't want him on the team.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you weren't excited to talk to him.
That's not even close to reality.
You said I would rather have Mike Evans.
Yes, I did say that. That doesn't mean I don't want Saquon. I'm the guy that was banging the table this morning when Sean and B. Scott were like, well, actually, B. Scott was more on my side, but when they were saying, no, I don't. They're not going to do that. Why? Why do you think they're not going to do that? Unless you know something, and maybe Sean does, and that would be too much. And I'm not saying they said this exactly, but that's what's out there. Yes, you can. You can get them both.
When's the last time you unfollowed someone online?
Saquon.
We're talking about this because Saquon's following a lot of Texans players now.
I normally don't unfollow anyone or block anyone other than spam bots and porn.
Mm-hmm.
Man, those porn things have been popping up like crazy.
They keep you on your toes, man.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden, like, who commented on this? Oh, wow. Hello.
Want some?
Yeah. Hello. Have y'all been getting as many of those as I have?
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah.
There's a few.
But those are the only ones I block.
Oh,
I never block anyone. Never.
You block the porn bots?
Yeah, and I guess I've unfollowed some that I've just like had enough. It's just too much of one thing over and over again.
Okay.
But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Biggie, when's the last time you unfollowed someone?
Usually I unfollow somebody if they're one, ain't following me, and two, if they're making my timeline a little weird, retweeting a lot of crap I don't want to see.
Yeah.
You can turn off retweets.
Yeah, but my point, like, if they ain't even following me, then it's like, why am I following this person?
I don't care if anybody follows. Well, I'm glad they do.
I feel like he's thinking about specific people with these retweets.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah, sometimes I'll follow like an artist or something like that. If they retweeting a bunch of BS stuff.
So are you one of those people that has like you follow 1 million people and then you want to get follows that way?
Nah.
Okay.
Okay.
I follow back.
Yeah, exactly.
I follow back.
No, I'm not a big fan of that.
I follow people that I feel like could be a little bit interesting.
Let's look at who Figgy follows. You looked at mine earlier. Yeah, you saw mine. Let's look at Figgy's
Yeah,
follows.
because we were talking about like, he's following CJ Stroud and everything else.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Let's see who Figgy is.
I'm worried about this.
Let's see who Figgy is.
If we're trying to get to the bottom of Saquon, we got to get to the bottom of Figgy, see what he's up to.
Figgy recently followed, you know what? This isn't so bad. Let me see if I can find somewhere. Texans Fan Battle Podcast.
Okay.
Crenshaw, Fifth Ward Crenshaw.
Okay.
We've been following each other. Those
okay. Let me get some of the newer ones here. Kay Michelle.
Yeah, she's an artist.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh wow, she is definitely an artist.
What's her best song?
I don't
R&B
know.
singer. I can't remember.
What's your favorite song that she sings?
She looks like she can sing.
Well, I don't have a favorite song from her, but she released a country song, I want to say back in November.
She sings
I just got
country?
hip to it.
Oh, yeah?
No, she's an R&B singer, but she did a Beyonce.
That's who he's
back
following.
In
Okay.
November.
Yeah.
What's it sound like? Like, can you hum it or something? Like,
Sounds
what's
like
the song?
It sound like a country song.
Okay.
She
Okay.
did the country. She's an R&B singer, and she dipped off into did a country song.
You seem like a big fan.
Yeah. Ice Spice.
I'm a fan of Ice Spice, man.
Figgy recently followed.
She got
Ice
a song called "Think You the Bleep Bleep," but you really a fart.
Yeah. She was wearing an upside down cross by next to Taylor Swift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Taylor Swift hanging out with Satan worshipers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at the Super Bowl. That's what the internet said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sage Steele.
Okay.
I'm sensing a theme with his follows here.
What? They all look good.
They're all attractive.
Yes.
Okay.
What are you telling it? Greg Grissom.
Hey.
Shout out to Greg Grissom.
Okay, he's got Greg Grissom.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
GG.
Mm-hmm.
Texans president.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Let me see the verified followers here. He doesn't have any. You don't have anybody verified following you?
No, I got a bunch.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong page.
Yeah, man. What are you trying to
look, watch.
You're trying to put my man out there like that, man.
Following. Verified followers.
Yeah, there's a lot right there.
Oh, there they are. They didn't pop up
the
a
whole
second
thing,
ago.
hater.
They didn't pop up
What's
a
going
second
on,
ago.
man?
Yeah, what's he saying,
Yeah.
man? All right, we've gotten to the bottom of this. Okay?
Lisa Ann. Still a theme. Figure what's gotten into you.
I got some cool followers.
Yeah, obviously.
So he likes the.
Yeah. No, it's for work, man.
Content kings over here, man.
It's for work.
Okay.
It's for work.
All right, there you go. That's Figgy. We got to the bottom of that. So Saquon is following Texans players. So we'll see. We'll see how that ends up going. No franchise tags yet. You got plenty of time. You got
March 5th?
Yeah, you got a couple of weeks. So you don't want to just slap it on.
It's very rare these days.
Yeah, you want to try to figure out, can we work out a long-term deal here, or is it going to be a necessary type of thing? So no Texans are going to get franchise tagged.
Very doubtful. Very doubtful any Texans get franchise tagged. For sure.
Still trying to figure out that song that Figgy was talking about.
She looked like she could sing.
Well, I'm actually not surprised y'all never heard of K. Michelle, but she's an R&B singer.
Well,
she was on.
You couldn't give me a song.
I'm not that big of a fan of her where I'm playing her stuff, but I heard she did a country song.
Oh, you heard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because everybody's talking about the Beyonce country song, and this other artist named Azalea Banks mentioned K. Michelle, saying she did it better.
Yeah.
So I went to go hear it.
And then you saw her avatar.
No, I'm hip to her. Y'all not hip to her.
So did
she from Memphis too?
All right.
Oh, she's from Memphis. Okay. Learning more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Learning more and more.
I liked her blouse.
Again, I'm not shocked y'all never heard of K. Michelle.
We're trying to
I know
figure
they ain't y'all
out
demographic.
the drives walking into a weird convo. We're trying to figure out based on Saquon Barkley following Texans players now on Instagram. We tried to see who Figgy follows to maybe get a vibe if we could pick up a hint on Figgy.
Yeah.
And there was a theme, but there was you were just trying to get to the bottom of it.
Figgy's
there's an artist he says he likes, but he couldn't name a song.
Yeah, but she had a heck of a blouse.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I've said this repeatedly over the last few days. I'm not a huge music fan from females. I'm just very.
Oh wow.
Yeah, very few females
Kenny
register
Smith?
with me in terms of music.
Figgy said, "Damn, Kenny Smith."
Well, I mean, it just doesn't do. There's
who are
like right now country music. Lainey Wilson, is one of them. Obviously Beyonce.
How about Loretta Lynn? Go old school.
I mean, I like.
What about Reba?
Yeah.
I mean, she just not
really. Huh?
I like her.
What about the Judds?
Love Winona.
Yeah.
Not like it's not about their greatness. Like Reba, I mean her greatness, and I like Reba.
It's your taste.
I just don't like Reba relative to how great she really is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't put her on that pedestal.
I'm not gonna when I put like I got a country music kind of a traditional Texas kind of combo mashup of the artists that I listen to, and there may be 2 females on there.
Okay.
Lainey
I'm
Wilson
just curious.
and a newer gal named Morgan Wade right now are the 2 that are on there. I've just never where I was going with that. Was I mean, there's a chance if I follow them, I mean, it possibly was birthed in a moment where they had a nice pair of pants on or a nice blouse or something on, and here we are.
I was stunned by Ron earlier shaking his head that he'd never heard Family Tradition from Hank Williams Jr. Now, I know people have different tastes.
That's a lie. That's an outright lie.
That's where I'm going with this. I know people have different tastes, but you can't tell me that you've never walked in at KU, a country bar, because it was playing. At some point, it was playing in that bar.
Listen, I have. It's not at KU. I lived in Nashville.
Well, that's right.
I've never heard that song before.
I think your memory needs to be jarred.
We were playing it.
They were playing it.
Oh, and you ain't never heard that one?
No. Yeah. Tyler was in there letting it ride.
Yeah.
Well,
why do I get drunk? He kept saying that. Yeah. I ain't heard that one. What is it called?
Family Tradition.
Hank Williams, I know Monday Night Football.
Yeah. Thank you. And he's got to play that at his concert. We were having this debate.
I heard that on the way in.
He has to. You have to.
You're going to be disappointed.
That's what I said.
You have to. It's Monday night, too.
I mean, you're the first person I've ever heard say that, and I don't disagree. I think it would be a great come out if I'm being completely honest
well,
with you.
Well, it's based off of one of his songs already, right?
Ooh, man, you don't give me the line. Don't give me the line.
I don't
even remember the jingle.
I think the tune is similar to one of his songs already.
If I had it, I could tell you if it was one of his more popular songs. But, yeah, no, I mean, I think it'd be a hell of an idea, especially playing in an NFL stadium.
On a Monday night.
Fair.
He's playing on a Monday night.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great, but I've seen Hank. I was very, very, very disappointed.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he drunk or was he sober?
No, he was sober. And now he may have been drinking. Are you talking about sober? No, I mean, I think he was sober at the time.
Yeah.
Like literally on stage sober, but I'm sure he was drinking.
Yeah.
But everybody else in the stadium was damn sure drinking. It was in Little Rock, so you got that's the context that's necessary. They literally announced they're selling no more alcohol about halfway through his first song. And I'm not a guy that gets there to see.
Gonna be a problem right there. That's going to be a problem.
I mean, how you gonna sit through a whole Hank Williams Jr. concert and not drink beer?
Dang.
I mean, they were fighting and drunk in the stands, and in the so it was just like, man, what the hell am I doing?
Yeah, we got to stop this.
Nonetheless, I'm sure it'll work out a little better. And I doubt very seriously the rodeo's gonna quit selling alcohol.
Hell no.
Hell, they ain't gonna do that.
Man, so was he just not?
He wasn't on.
He wasn't putting on a show, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, Hank's a little bit older, and the songs are great. They are what you think they are, but I've said it again multiple times. I like for somebody to leave it all on the stage.
Yeah.
And you get some of these artists when they get to a certain age, they just can't leave it on the stage.
You think George Strait still leaves it on the stage?
I don't think George Strait ever left it on the stage.
Yeah.
I think George is one of about 5 guys. George is one of about 5 artists in all of music that can literally just stand up there and sing and sell out as many nights as you'll have him.
See, my guy.
I think Hank probably left it all out there. Parker
McCollum is kind of like, there's some people who think that he does a little bit too George, and he's not there yet, to where he's not moving around as much. And I like Parker.
Well, I love Parker, and I agree with you. He is the traditional guys, whether you think Parker's music is traditional or not, the traditional guys. The Joe Nichols, the Justin Moore's a good buddy of mine. Some of those guys, like they're going to be more stand around, singing, playing an instrument, and telling you to get your ass up kind of deal. So I can get down with any of it. Hank didn't really.
You got to get your ass up now because you're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Yeah, that's right. We ain't going to let Hank bring you down over here as The Drive is alive. Clint's in the building. Tyler is in the building as well. Figgy just texted me. Hell, I had never heard of that damn song either. Didn't have it. That's
what the whites used to do.
Maybe still do, Pat. I didn't have it. Not heard that one. And I mean, everyone has appeared to be a bit disgusted when I said that.
I think you're lying.
It's just such a great and usually well-known party song, you know?
I don't know.
Well,
if,
I mean,
I
you
don't,
don't know.
I don't know if it was at Ron's family reunion. So I don't know that Ron's pawpaw. I don't know that Ron's pawpaw was.
And listen,
I don't know if old Dirty Red's dad was playing Hank Williams.
Now listen, I'm gonna tell you, I lived in Nashville for 5 years, and I was on the chase. So I'm not gonna sit there and say that I did not fall up into spaces. Hey, do you know what the chase means? I didn't fall up into spaces. That didn't. Listen, I got a little Charlie Daniels. I know a little bit of that.
Now I'm surprised that Charlie Daniels is on your radar and family tradition.
There's a reason. Charlie Daniels, one of my good friends, married his goddaughter. So I mean, there was a little bit of there. I heard a little bit of that.
There was
but
a tie.
like when you say party stuff, the one that is Journey. That was what I walked into a lot.
Just a small town girl.
I walked into that one a lot.
Yeah.
That was
one of the best voices in music ever.
But that song they were playing, that one I'm not familiar with.
Why do you drink?
Hank, why do you roll smoke?
Get high.
Why must you live out the songs that you wrote?
Such a classic.
I believe you. I just didn't have it.
Stop and think it over.
I didn't have Soul Glow. It's all right.
And I can't. And I'm beyond disappointed.
What's he talking about?
He doesn't have Coming to America.
Oh,
I didn't. I do now.
Well, he had never heard that before in his life. He had never heard this before in his life. Just let it shine through, yeah. He had never heard. Let it shine through. He had never heard that one. That's all right. But I hadn't. I was disappointed.
I know it now.
You got it now. You know, while we're on it, I just want to say, and Tyler Clint has said this several times, that he has had to step up for me a bit in my absence, especially with the likes of those Area 45 fellas and that Sean Bajani, who I've done nothing to but clearly has it out for me.
Ron Hughley.
You said he had stepped up. You stepped up and you had to kind of step up for me. You did it to Tyler when I was not here. As you made Tyler come clean about a discussion of the turd list.
I think that's important in our relationship, us three. I think we got to come in clean and being honest, and telling the whole truth.
And I think it's important that I follow that. And I think I think he was overly judgmental earlier today before you arrived. And I told it to him to his face. I did not tell him that I was going to bring this to the air.
No, you didn't.
But I did tell him to his face. I think that's a bit judgmental. I really do.
It probably was.
What did he say?
It was not even the words. It was the look on the face of utter disgust. You know how when you say, and if you can't feel this, man, I don't know if I can have a beer. Like, I don't think Tyler in that moment was going to ask you for drinks after the show. And Tyler will go to drinks after the show every day. He said, and the people on YouTube and Twitch, pay attention, you can see me. He said, like that was the first thing. Like, it hit him in the face.
It shocked him.
Like, it hit him in the face. Like, he said, why is Clint tweeting about The Bachelor?
Oh.
and the look on his face, Clint, was like, what the?
Yeah,
I said, what's
man.
wrong with The Bachelor? I said, no, I haven't watched it, but I could see myself getting into it. I've watched shows like it. But I mean, he gets really judgmental, right? Like, he just carries over from yesterday as he's judgmental. You think I didn't hear that little slip in of, what is the worst show on HGTV? All of them. Like, you did this. He's really judgmental about his TV watch. But I mean, the look on his face of utter disappointment and disgust because you were tweeting about.
Was it shock or disgust?
It was disgust.
Okay, I could understand the shock because I don't know that I'm the kind of fella that most folks would know. Here's the deal.
Now you seem to be knee deep into it.
Oh, I am.
That was a hell of a tweet.
It was as much as effort you gave in any of the rom-com Fridays. You were into that.
I almost did a video. I mean, here's the deal with the reality TV stuff. I'm not a big fan of it, particularly Bachelor and Bachelorette. Like, the concepts really irk me. My wife is a big fan of several of those shows, and from time to time, I'll sit down and watch an episode. Well, I messed around and watched a couple of episodes last season of Bachelorette, actually. I think it was. Yes.
Oh, Bachelorette, yeah.
I watched a couple of episodes with my wife, and this guy, Joey, is a tennis player from Hawaii, tennis coach from Hawaii, and he's just like he sticks out like a sore thumb because he's a good dude, right? I mean, like my biggest problem with these is a huge chunk of the participants on either side, guy or girl, bachelor or bachelorette, they are in it for the attention.
Yeah, you got to have it. CJ's not going to survive on those.
Correct.
You got to be a little wild.
Correct. And so it really just turns me off. But Joey was a good dude. Seems to be genuine, sincere. Made it pretty far in last year's Bachelorette, and then they announced that he's going to be the Bachelor this year.
Oh, how
so
about
I was
that?
like,
nice guys win.
I'll give Bachelor a shot with my boy Joey doing his thing. He is a genuine, sincere dude that I think legitimately is looking for love and looking for a wife and not just trying to be the center of attention with 25 gals or however many it is. I'm sure he enjoys it, but it seems like he's in it for the right reasons. And so I've watched with my bride this year. And Joey has not disappointed. I think on several fronts he has done a tremendous job.
Is this getting better for you, Tyler?
I mean, it is.
It's getting worse.
I mean, maybe you ought to watch it and take some notes from Joey.
I think you'd get into it.
No.
Come on.
No.
I think you would. You were hardcore into the rom-coms.
I love cinema and I love movies. Not much reality television has ever done it for me.
You don't have a bad reality TV in you. You don't have a reality TV show in you because I got a couple.
No,
I've never. With the wife.
There's never been much that attracted me to him.
You don't have a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills in you.
No,
so I've got Atlanta and Potomac.
I ain't got none of those in me.
I got them.
I got Bachelor if the person's right, and I've got Challenge.
I think the last reality show I watched.
Oh, you were on that challenge. Huh?
Was like some construction dude, but he was dating chicks, but he wasn't really. They thought he was a millionaire or something, but he really worked in construction.
Sounds
and didn't
like
have a lot of money.
Bachelorette.
No, it was like regular Joe or something.
Did you watch the?
I don't know.
And they come clean. He lets them know at the end he's middle class and not wealthy, and they got to decide whether that's about right for reality. Look, I mean, it is the format is disgusting for America to be so in love with a show like last night. My man Joey went on a group date with 6 or 7 of them, and
that sounds great.
And when he gets home, right. And they're pretty respectful on these.
Should have led with this.
They're pretty respectful on the dates, when it's a group date, right? There's not a lot of PDA. Well, he gets home, and all these girls sit on the couch, and he goes in one of those side rooms, and he walks out and calls them out one by one.
Slobs them all down.
Every one of them.
Joey. Come on, Joe.
Same blue shirt, same denim jacket. I mean, just back to back to back, and them gals just leaning in there. I'm like, do you realize that chick that just left the room just got off his mouth?
Yep.
Do you realize that? And they just go like, I would be if that were. Now I look at a lot of things through the lens of my daughter. Like I would be sick
if she was a part of it.
Oh, I mean, in my opinion, for a woman to put themselves in that position. And for lack of better terms, chasing a dude literally before the slobber of another chick evaporates off his lips. I got a little bit of a problem. And I'm a dog. Now, don't get me wrong. This is coming from a real dog. I mean, I spent about 40 of them single now. I mean, but damn, that right there just, whoo.
Yeah, I had a little.
That crawls up my spine now.
Okay. Yeah, I had a short
Where'd you think
run there. I didn't know where you going. I had a short run there with the old Flavor of Love that moved to New York, that moved to Real Chance at Love. I had a little moment in that, but I couldn't pick up The Bachelor or Bachelorette. There was some, but like, what's that show? I think Pendergast had a friend that was on it, or one of his wife's friends that was on it. It's on Netflix. I've given about 4 seasons of that. Blind.
Love is Blind?
Love is Blind. Yeah.
My wife is big into that.
I've given about 4 seasons of that. I had to step out about 2 seasons ago, but that can reel me in. That can reel me in.
But for me, reality TV, any of it, to be honest with you, is it's crazy because the cast always changes typically, but it's so much about like I would never sit down and watch a full season of Bachelor. if it weren't for like a dude like Joey. Like I think that he is just he is just a good ass dude, man, and treats, other than kissing multiple in one night, like in one about 2 hour span.
Yeah, he did.
Other than that, he's the kind of dude that respects the hell out of him. Like if he don't like him, he just flat says, "Hey man, look, this
ain't gonna work.
This is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. This ain't good to hear. I think you're a great girl, but I just ain't feeling the chemistry we need." You mean walk you to the car?
Oh, he walks him to the car.
Walks him to the car.
That's nice. Carries their bags.
Holding hands, yeah.
Carries their bags like CJ.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, I just – the format I really struggle with, but Joey's a good dude. It's quality time with my wife. And I thought I'd do a little quick evaluation on Twitter, at Clint Stoerner, if y'all want to see that for all my Bachelor fans.
I look forward to seeing your evaluation.
Yeah.
How many episodes are we in?
Oh, man, there's 6 girls left, so we're probably 4 or 5 in.
Oh, never mind then.
I don't know how quickly, maybe even more than that. Oh, it's worth it, though, man.
Is it?
You binge.
I jump in there?
It's a good binge, yeah.
I can jump in there? I was looking for something to watch last night.
It's a good binge. Joey's good people, man.
Now, I feel like I want to do it now because of Tyler.
Why don't you just focus on NCIS?
You want me to tell you the best part?
I finished New Orleans.
Let me tell you the best part, Ron. There's just this little gal in there that's kind of one of you can tell she's got a wild streak to her. Good looking gal. She's made it to the final.
Okay, I like it.
Well, the girl, one of the girls kind of turned against her for some reason early on, and if you watch it, you could tell she's not. This girl looks a little bit sheltered, a little kind of homely looking kind of deal, and this other one is you can tell she's wild and dresses the part and talks it and walks it. And anyway, this old gal started bagging on. They got into an argument basically. Well, she goes to Joey and tells Joey trying to get this gal kicked out. And Joey was like, and I don't know that he did it on purpose, but I like to think that Joey was like, if you come to me with another girl's name in your mouth, like you ain't got no confidence, man, get the hell out of here. And then one of them, that night that she was gone, another little gal started chirping at her.
I'm going to watch it, Clint.
And Joey just kicked that one up out of here. It was so good, man.
I'm going to try to get caught up. I'm going to step in and watch it.
So you don't want me to tell you what? You want me to tell you everything that's going on?
Stop. Tyler, why don't you step up? Let's watch it all.
I want you to stop.
I am not going to watch that.
Let's watch it. All right, listen.
Scared you'll like it?
Nope.
All the horse crap stuff you do, and you as a team, you wouldn't watch.
Whoa! What horse crap stuff I do?
You'll sit around and give a 5-star rating to a BS rom-com, but you won't watch.
You sprained your thumb playing too hard on punt return.
That was a long time ago.
Great point. You fell in the living room and broke your ribs. I mean, you won't watch Joey, my boy Joey on Bachelor.
Is this how the show's going to go today?
I'm just telling you.
I'm just saying, step up. I'm starting it tonight. All right, something else that is starting, not tonight, but started today is the day that the 2-week period for franchise tags are open. So teams around the league, you might start seeing within the next couple of weeks, guys get tagged. And this just leads me to a space because I look at the Texans. I only think they got a couple of guys that you would even look at tagging. That's Dalton Schultz, and I wouldn't touch it. And then Jonathan Greenard. The second person today I've heard called Greenard. Mike Tannenbaum, he did it again.
John Greenard.
Yep, said that. Those are the only two. I heard Sean. I listened to the morning show. I heard Sean and Brandon. They were talking earlier. Sean brought up the punter. And I just can't do that. I mean, if you can't be the first team in history to franchise tag the punter. So I'm out. I can't do that with the punter. I think he's a good guy. You got a good player. You got to figure out a way to keep him. But I'm not franchise tagging. So to me, it's Schultz and Greenard. And for me, Greenard is really the only one that I would think the Texans should even consider. I just really find it interesting to get to a point where I think if we did a poll, Tyler, I think most people would be, at least from the feel that I'm getting from Texans fans, that they would be out on franchise tagging a Jonathan Greenard. And I feel like the feel I get from many people, I've listened to people talk about it, discuss it, and people on Twitter and all this and that within the Texans fan base, that, yeah, we can move on from Jonathan Greenard. I'm not saying the Texans can't. I'm not saying there's not an avenue of how they could bring this defensive line up without Jonathan Greenard. I just think we need to calm down a bit. That dude was your best defensive player last year.
Johnny Greenard.
Right, and the health is an issue. If that's a concern, I think that's very fair and valid. But last year, I mean, he got you to, week 15, and had he not got injured there, Clint would have made some money. All right, potentially. He may have gotten to 15 sacks, but I mean, 12 and a half sacks, and not just the sacks, the pressures. He was clearly, to me, the most consistent, best defensive player on this team. I just find it interesting how people feel, or some people feel like he is somebody that's just kind of, I don't want to say easily replaceable, but not that big. You lose your best defensive player, I think we got to at least sit down and think about that first.
Well, you lose Jonathan Grenard, and you've now got holes all in that defensive front, with the exception of Will Anderson. I mean, you've got and you're talking about a defensive front that the head coach has said you've got to upgrade, and then as you said, you lose your best player, both your best pass rusher, and I guess Will's probably better against the run. Definitely the upside of Will is better against the run, but
he's a better complete player right now.
Absolutely,
today,
I agree. So yeah, look, I have not thought, to be honest with you, until you brought that up in prep, I have not thought a whole lot about the franchise tag in Houston. But I don't know that it doesn't make sense with Jonathan Grenard. You're talking about a guy who, first and foremost, is a game changer, an impact player on your defense. You're talking about a guy that you may not want to commit long-term to until you see another year of at least 14, 15, if not 17 regular season ball games, another double-digit sack season, and even more importantly, you would like to buy another year for Will Anderson to get closer to his ceiling. Like, I would feel a lot better about the guy opposite Will Anderson if I saw Will Anderson play at that ceiling, at or above that ceiling that we know is there consistently for 16, 17 games. Another year of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just – like, right now, I think it is risky as hell to go into a season without another pass rusher, edge rusher that's right now – as good or better than Will Anderson.
Yes.
Like, Will Anderson cannot be your best edge rusher. Not if you plan on winning a Super Bowl this year, making a run at a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah. No, he can't. No, he can't be. And he's going to need help.
Yeah,
on the other side.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that to minimize or disrespect Will. I'm saying he ain't good enough right now to be the sole edge rusher that can consistently get pressure, consistently collapse a pocket, and plays with that same level of energy that we know he plays with. Like that ain't the answer.
No, and to me, if you're going to move past Jonathan Grenard, I mean, I would assume that you have a plan of somebody that can at least take that or do it better. Take what he did, take his production, or do it better and have a greater impact on it. I'm not saying that he is a must have to return. I just find it interesting that the best player on this team's defense last year, the most, you said, like, if there was anybody that you said that showed closest to a game changer defensively most consistently, I think it was him. And to just move through that, I don't know. I'm at least tagging him to where it's like that is the last resort that I know I'm going to at least have him for the next year. I would love to get a deal done and work something out that's good for both sides, but I'm gonna I would at least consider tagging him so I don't just flat lose him.
Look, I agree. Unless you have a foolproof plan on the flip side of
it. Yes. And I've seen teams do that, but we'll have to look at that. All right, we'll get you ready for what you need to know in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hour coming up next, and I got to get an understanding right now on March 20th where we are with the Astros, what the expectation level in our mind is. We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about
With the Odyssey app, whether you're at the gym, on the field, or walking around the block, find your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line always will hold you accountable. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. From the text line, March 20th. Ron's living in the future. Apparently, I said March 20th. I believed it. I think I did. February 20th.
Talking about what?
Is what I meant in the tease there. I'm pretty certain I said March 20th. February 20th. February 20th. I wanted to get thoughts before we get to that. Make sure you're listening. It is Tuesday. And every Tuesday and Thursday during radio season, which we are in, rodeo season, which we are in right now, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets. And today, in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours, we said yesterday, hooking folks up with a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll on March 6th on Wednesday. Coming up March 6th on Wednesday, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll at the rodeo coming up March 6th. So you'll have a chance first in the 3 o'clock hour, and you'll have a chance in the 5 o'clock hour. So tell a friend or seven, and have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll coming up.
I could get myself good and worked up for a little Jelly Roll, man. Be honest with you. I can get myself talking about a guy that I think leaves it all on the floor.
Yeah,
I think Big Jelly gets up there and gives you everything he got.
I'd like to see what his Apple Watch says.
What kind of calories he's burning on that stage?
Out there and lets it go.
Wonder if he's tracking that kind of stuff. If he's gonna walk his 5K, his ass better be.
He should be. You said, well, he gonna run that 5K, ain't he?
No, he ain't running nowhere.
I thought he was gonna try to.
I think the deal is there may be some slight jogging every now and then, but I think it's just finish. I think Big Jelly at 475, Big Jelly ain't he better not try to run nothing. We're gonna lose an up and coming artist on a 5K that somebody convinced him to do.
What if he had that in him? What if he was just overweight but could run a 5K. Could you imagine? Like,
Ron, that may be like one of the more unlikely athletic. Not I'm not talking about Jelly Roll. I'm just talking about like a 400+ pounder giving you a 5K.
5K, yeah, all the way, run it all the way through.
I mean, I gave you a 5K, ran it all the way through, and I felt like my head was going to blow up. I mean, I was maybe 20 pounds overweight. I mean, it was awful. I don't know how. I mean. God, I mean, do you think if you had to at 300 plus, you think you could have got one in?
5K? No, hell no.
I mean, it's not physically possible, is it?
No, not where I was. Absolutely.
I mean, I don't think.
He's a lot further than I am. But he'll, as you said, he'll leave it all out there, and you'll be able to have your chance in the 3:00 hour. So once we get to that, make sure you're listening the whole way through for your chance to win a pair of those tickets to see Jelly Roll. All right, Joe Espada, the new manager for your Houston Astros, talking about expectations. This is what he had to say last week as the Astros get started and they are in camp in Florida.
I think expectations here are to win a championship, and I know that those things are not going to change. And my relationship with them continues to be the same. We're going to communicate. I'm going to be transparent how I see things and their roles on this team. So that really helps me transition into this new role.
All right, straight up, where are we at right now? Astros fans, you can join in on this conversation. Drive family, join in on this conversation. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we communicate. You can do that by messaging all of you on the text line, 713-572-4610. Jump in on this. What's the expectation? Is this a World Series or bust team? Right now, the Astros right now, is it World Series or bust? And let me explain what that means. That means if these jokers don't win the World Series, I don't mean like, hey, they can win the West. They could then get to their 8th straight ALCS. But if they lose the World Series, if they don't win the World Series, the season is a disappointment. Not a failure, a disappointment. I know how you get about failure. Yeah. A disappointment. Is this a World Series or bust team? Across the board, all the betting sites, from Caesars to FanDuel to all of them, DraftKings have the Astros fourth when it comes to wins, projected wins, behind the Dodgers, Braves, and Yankees in the league. Across about 92 to 92.5 is where it's set. Is this a World Series or bust season for the Houston Astros?
I can't be that. I can't get there, Ron. I mean, you can say failure or disappointment. I am not. Like, I can't get there. If the Astros go to the ALCS and lose, or get to the World Series and lose, then to me that is I find it very difficult to be damn sure call it a failure, but be disappointed. I mean, look, I would be hurt because I'm a fan, obviously, but like when you get down to it, disappointment. I can't get there. I can't get there for me. But they are, just for the sense of the phrase, they are in a World Series or bust. Do everything you can, flip every stone, and the expectations are to win a World Series. Yes, absolutely. They're in that window, squarely in that window, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. But I can't get disappointed if they don't win it all.
979 H-Town fan, who is a frequent responder on our YouTube and Twitch, says it's pro sports is always championship or bust. No, it's not. I disagree. I get you have your opinion. Like, I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust for the Texans next year. Like, I don't think we're in that territory. I'm seeing many people jump in on this. Someone said ALCS or bust. Losing in the World Series is not a disappointment unless they were to get swept. If our run ends in the ALCS, that is a disappointment. Yeah, it is hard for me to go World Series or bust, just because I have so many questions with their starting pitching. I think they just have too many questions right now with the starting pitching for it to say, all right, bona fide, like this is a team where I look at against the Dodgers, the Braves, in particular those teams, like they can right now, I think the promo that runs for the morning show that Seth and Sean talk about is really a strong one. Like, you can look at everybody in that rotation and in your mind say, man, this right here, if this happened, they would be, if this happened. But you could also look at every one of them and see how it could go the other way and not be crazy that it could happen. So I think it's hard for me to get there as if I were in Atlanta, it's World Series or bust. If I were in L.A. with the Dodgers, it's World Series or bust. I think the Yankees fans are lunatics. But I got
a message for those Yankee turds.
I mean, they got Soto. I'd probably get myself to that point too with that.
Absolutely.
But that boy just, I mean, when Verlander right now is the one guy that you feel the best about, and at 41, that it's just there are just some questions there. I love their lineup. I love their bullpen, especially those back three that me and Tyler did an exercise. Who comes in? Who do you feel good about after those three? And then it was Seth Martinez, Rafael Montero, because Roflo said that last week. Quickly, a little bit at the end there, I was like, "Oh, you're right there." But still, with that, I feel it's just their starting pitching pulls me from. They got to raise that trophy at the end. That's just where I'm. So I can't get there yet. ALCS, I'm with you. Win the division, get in at the very least. Their pitching has me pulled off a bit. All right, we love to look in the rear or in the what's that mirror called?
Windshield.
We love to look in the windshield. Not the rearview mirror, but we are going to take a moment to look in the rearview mirror. I did not have windshield. That windshield, that'll grab you every now and then. But if we look in the rearview mirror on this Texan season, what was the most disappointing, surprising situation that occurred with this team last year? The most disappointing thing that occurred with this team. We'll discuss that next.
All right, February is always
There's joy in every journey. 2024 Santa Fe available early 2024.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we continue rolling through. And we were talking about it on the other side. What is it a disappointment? Or is this team a World Series or bust? Is this team, the Houston Astros, is this season, because I think seasons are different, is this season a World Series or bust for the Astros? Someone said this is an ALCS or bust team because we didn't acquire any other big names besides Hader. The Astros did not add the pitching they need. I see a big step back. A failure this season would be not making the playoffs. The Astros are doing things no other organizations have done in modern era of baseball.
No. That's we got to. Now you're flirting with discipline. Like if you get in the playoffs and you mess the bed early on, it would be very disappointing.
If they lost early,
yes, it would be very, very disappointing. Look, I mean, if you get in the playoffs,
I'll see you in October.
I hope you do. And like Framber Valdez messes the bed the way he did last year, and you don't have answers, and you're not just so powerful that you continue to chug along, even though your ace at the time or who you thought was going to be your ace is struggling. Like those are all very, very, very big disappointments. Like I think the Astros are different, Ron. I look at the teams you named. I mean, there's certain teams out there that their checkbook has written a check that their mouth just can't cash, right? Unless you win a World Series. The Dodgers, the Yankees. Who was the other one you named?
The Braves.
The Braves. Hell, I mean, I don't know exactly where the Rangers fall in that category, but they sure blew the lid off. They wrote some checks last year.
Behind the Texans in terms of win totals.
The Astros.
The Rangers were behind the Astros. I'm sorry. I said the Texans. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Ron, like I think there's certain teams that the expectation, there's context, I guess. Like when you go out and you just write checks to anybody and everybody, and you just bring in a dream team, like it's World Series or bust, right? And it, to me, it is. If that's your method, then it is a disappointment if you don't win it all, right? But when you're a team that was built the right way, that's managed the right way, that's winning because they can retain players, the chemistry is great. When they need to make a move, they go make a move. They develop players from within. Like that, to me, that's a little different level of expectation. Like you're not trying to buy a championship. Like you built a World Series contender with staying power that has proven year over year now to be a real contender and a threat to win a World Series. As long as you're still that, to me, I can't get disappointed. Now, after all the success you've had, and while they haven't gone out and wrote a bunch of wild-ass checks, they've still got one of the better lineups in baseball. As you said, they still got the bullpen, the best bullpen in baseball. If their starters are right, they've got as good a starting rotation as anybody. If those guys are right. Now, that's a big if, right? But if those guys are right, they've got as good a starting rotation as anybody in baseball. So, I mean, the expectations are still to go out there and compete for a World Series. Like we can't just make the playoffs and wet down your leg and all of a sudden that is a major disappointment.
They're above that. Like someone texted in, it's World Series or bust to me and feels different because of how they blew it last year. Blowing games 6 and 7. I'd imagine they're talking. I would say the way that the Astros lost last year would probably would have me feeling a certain way about the response they need to have this year. That was a damn near shocking way that they lost that game when they had 2 games at home and they just got blown away in both of those games. So again, I just it's hard for me. You still got to separate, each team from each year, and ALCS feels like the space where I wouldn't be disappointed. Everywhere else. Now, it is subject to change. if we get new evidence on what type of team this is, or they make some additions, then it's something different. Like someone texted in, what if they add Blake Snell? Well, hell, I'm gonna judge them a bit differently if they add a more proven pitcher in their rotation. So it'll be interesting to look at this year, but this has been a team that I think has lived in the World Series or bust world for a while, and I'm curious where people are this year. All right, the expectations are not just raised for the Texans, but I think people would be disappointed if they didn't finish a certain way. But speaking of disappointment, last year, the Texans had an amazing season, but it's crazy. They had an amazing season when they didn't get much from certain guys that I think you expected and that they expected, at least when they drafted these guys, to get something from them. Let's look at, because I've seen some people texting on this as well, what disappointed you the most about 2023? Because I think if you really look down deep at it, there are several candidates out there that disappointed you.
I got to go with Dameon Pierce, and it's not aimed directly at Dameon Pierce personally, because I don't think he could help it. But coming into this season, we thought we had a 1,000-yard back. We thought we had a workhorse back that ran with a level of physicality that I wish the rest of this roster had on the offensive side of the football, that was very, very promising with low mileage, and we thought we would get a ton out of him for 4 or 5 years. We thought it was going to be a great fit in that Bobby Slowick 49er system. And to be honest with you, I thought it was going to be the catalyst to C.J. Stroud playing well and Nico and Tank having a chance and this team having a chance to win some ball games, because you didn't have to completely lean on the shoulders of a rookie quarterback, a rookie wide receiver, another wide receiver that you hadn't seen blossom at all. So for me, Ron, I've got to go with Dameon Pierce. But to your point, there is a handful of guys on here that boy could definitely win this award. But it's Dameon Pierce for me.
He just stopped playing. Like that's
he wasn't even in a 3-man rotation at the end.
You could have never told me that.
I guess he wasn't in the 3. He wasn't in the 2 deep at the end of the year.
You couldn't have told me that. Like I think there are other spots. Like someone texted in Dameon Pierce, and someone will text in one I will get to, but. I don't know if it gets any worse than that, especially for an individual. As you said, I don't think it was all specifically on him. But there is no way you could have told me at the beginning of the year when I said I thought he might get over 1,200 yards rushing.
Yeah.
There is no.
Say that again. You mumbled that. I'm sorry.
When I said, I even lied there. When I said I think he could get up to 1,300 yards rushing, like there is no way you could have told me that he was going to be relegated to sticking his arms up in the air in the T formation on kickoff. That's what it came down to for him.
Yep.
He didn't even get to touch it half the time. He was just kickoff. That's it. Like that's where he was. Not even in the, like it wasn't even a fault Singletary was going to be the guy. He just didn't get touches in the playoff games. Like down the stretch. Like
Ron,
that you couldn't have told me.
Ron, I wish you'd have saw him in the post game show with me and Sean after he ran the kickoff back. And of course, look, he's a stand up
dude.
Stuff. He's a pro now, and so he came in the room the same old Dameon Pierce. Carrying the football, game ball, excited to talk about that. But you knew we had to get to what the hell was going on at the running back position. And in true Dameon Pierce form, he stood there and answered the damn question. He didn't duck and dodge it the way that Bill and probably Bill O'Brien would have people do, and damn sure the way Nick would prefer it be done. But he answered the question. If you'd have saw the look on his face and the hurt and disappointment in himself and in the situation, it's wild to think that's that guy that we watched and we had on the show several times last year for his job that he was doing at the running back position to just be – I mean, he was lost. Like Ron, he was,
and probably a bunch of different ways. Lost not just on the field, but just lost on what the hell has happened.
Yeah, and he's not the kind of guy that would go, man, hell with these coaches, man. It ain't the system. To hell with these coaches, man. What the hell's going? Like I honestly believe that he was like genuinely and sincerely lost in a sense of, man, I really don't know what the hell I got to do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know how to get out of this hole. I don't know what I've got to do to get more run. Or at this point in time, hell, he had decided he was going to go with, I can't fix it in a regular season. It's something I got to fix in the offseason. I mean, here we are in the midst of a 10-win season going to the playoffs, and that's the running back's response. So I mean, it was wild to see how lost he was as a player, man. Like painful. Like you could tell he was hurting.
That's why I would have said Petrie, I think, would give him a run for his money. Except Petrie was still playing at the end.
Yeah, he got benched but got back on the field.
Yeah, and like he was still playing, and there was some. But his performance, both of those guys, I thought would potentially step into Pro Bowl level.
I thought they'd be the leaders.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, those this team needs to go to their voices.
Yeah,
and
look,
one of them was on kick return, and one of them looked like, as you said, confused. He looked like his head was spinning.
Critical moments. He's standing next to D'Amico Ryans on the sideline. That's something I never thought I'd see out of Jalen Petrie. A couple of others that definitely got votes. John Mechie. I mean, we're at a point where look.
Is that disappointing though?
I would say I'm disappointed. Yes, I'm at this point. I'm concerned. Like I'm concerned that chalk it up to what I don't know how high I wasn't as high as most on John Mechie coming into the when he went to the NFL. I wasn't as high, but it doesn't look like he's going to get even remotely close to living up to that second round draft pick. The other one is just flat out has been disgusting is Kenyon Green. I mean, but the more surprising one to the question or the bigger disappointment was Dameon Pierce because you expected so much out of him. But Kenyon Green,
it's just hard for me because I didn't expect nothing from those final two.
Fair.
Nothing. All right, coming up, franchise tag window is officially open, and there may be some good news for the Texans if they want to be involved in this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable as you might feel it is
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock, which means it's the 3 o'clock hour. This is the time. Sorry about that.
I thought you were really fixing to bring something.
I was like, always trying something new out. Okay.
That growl ended with 3 o'clock. I thought you were fixing to really drop something, man.
When I did it, I felt like I was doing.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
In my mind, I thought I was about to go. I guess I'm about to go Legion of Doom. Oh, what a rush! I'm about to go Hawk and Animal.
You were trying out something new.
Who knew when they walked out there that guy would be the father of an All-American linebacker at Ohio State and a Pro Bowl player for the Rams? But anyway, 3 o'clock, this is the hour in which you have a chance to win a pair of tickets. It's rodeo season every Tuesday and Thursday. In the 3 and 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets. And today, it will be Jelly Roll. So stay tuned in this hour. You must be listening. In this hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets the first time, and then again, obviously, in the 5 o'clock hour, you'll have a second opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll. So every Tuesday and Thursday, you will have a chance during rodeo season. Now, it is not just rodeo season. Now it is officially franchise tag season, as the window has opened today, and this is coming out of New York. Clint, the franchise tag window is open Tuesday. Not expecting the New York Giants to have Saquon Barkley play on the $12.1 million tag this season. He played on an adjusted franchise tag this season at 10.1, but there are some scenarios that a tag can be used, including as a placeholder for a long-term deal. But the two sides are expected to talk at the Combine next week in Indianapolis. The window closes in 2 weeks. But they are not expected, and that's been widely reported today, not expected to put him on the franchise tag. So this does appear to at least look like he will have a chance, if he wants to go to free agency. He'll have a chance to test the waters. And I am just, as for the Texans fans, and as somebody who covers the Texans, I am hoping that the Texans are interested in this as well. I hope so.
Boy, you ain't never lied. I mean, I am absolutely stoked about this offseason, the potential of the Texans landing a Saquon Barkley. Look, I'm driving in listening In the Loop, and I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I damn near had a chubby. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Did you get yourself going?
Well, I mean, they got me going.
Hell yeah.
I didn't get myself going. They got me going. I mean, Landry and Lopez were going back and forth with this deal of, hey, man, imagine if In the Loop is training camp 2024 Texans live show from NRG right over there, and all of a sudden after the show, I mean during the show after practice, they're coming up, joining In the Loop, Houston Texans running back Saquon Barkley, and Landry was really selling it with the cross earring hanging way down, the huge quads, and then Lopez was being the Aggie that he is. Of course, he was real high on Mike Evans, and he was selling Mike Evans in that scenario. So it just got me good and worked up about what could be with the Houston Texans and Saquon Barkley. I've seen several of the different predictors out there that are saying, you know, this running back here, this receiver here, this running back there, and Saquon Barkley is consistently linked to the Houston Texans. And I am absolutely stoked about it. And by the way, set aside my Texans fandom here, it's time Saquon gets his ass up out of New York.
They're not going anywhere.
They ain't going nowhere fast. And Saquon Barkley has gone above and beyond. And I know, look, he's been injured some, and
he ain't getting that many endorsements either for being in New York.
Ain't that the damn? He has benefited none from being in the Big Apple.
Getting that many.
I mean, here's the deal with Saquon, man. Like, I want to see Saquon Barkley in a different uniform. Period. The football bug in me wants to see Saquon Barkley toting the rock for somebody other than the New York Giants. It's well past time. I hope it's in a Texans uniform. The Cowboys are running back needy. The Baltimore Ravens are running back needy. The Eagles are going to end up being – I mean, you got some really good football teams that should be competing that you would think would be go all in on Saquon Barkley. So I hope it's Houston for selfish reasons. But, damn it, I'm just ready to see him in a different uniform, man.
Yeah. Someone texted in, has Barkley had one healthy season? Sure. Altuve gets hurt all the time. Nobody's checked up about the 5-year contract for $125 million.
Really happy.
You have to take in.
I mean, he single-handedly carried that organization to a playoff.
And won.
And won, didn't they?
Yeah, they won on the road in Minnesota.
I mean, last year.
I'm just saying, you got to take. There's some risk. There is some risk with things. I can't get myself past this, fellas. I just wonder, do the Texans view their need for the improvement at the running back position as much and as high of an issue that we do? I wonder if they view it as much of a problem as we do. I mean, I think they know they need to improve it. But I want, like, to me, if you go and get a Saquon Barkley, you're saying, all right, man, I'm going to try to throw my money and get the best in the game or somewhere close to the best in the game at that position. I wonder if they feel like it is that dire for them. Because, I mean, I do. I think I don't want to say it's that dire. I think they need to add a impact Pro Bowl level proven offensive player to their team that's in the skills position, and I think running back would be a big one. I just wonder if they view running back as much of a...
They've got to. They've got Ron, there's a couple of things that I feel strongly about. And
like they don't think like, well, we can fix this with like, just give me like Zach Moss and then like we'll draft somebody. Like I just wonder...
Two things.
I wonder where their mind is on this.
Two things. There's no way that coaching staff sits over there and like argue and debate over whether this run game was worth the flip last year. Oh, well, look at Devin Singletary average this per carry, or that you watch this run game, and there's nothing in the run game that gives you any confidence whatsoever. Again, we're looking at it through the lens of the Final Four teams. We're looking at Super Bowl, AFC championships, and beyond the third round of the playoffs. The Baltimore Ravens, when they got where they get the AFC championship, right? And you lost in the second round. Like, we're talking about second round and beyond teams. Like, there is nothing about this run game, whether we're talking about up front or at the running back position, that leads you to believe, yeah, man, we're good, man. We can kind of ease into fixing this thing. We can kind of ease into loading up this run game. Nothing. There's nothing Nick Caserio can say or do that says, yeah, man, we're close. You got 19 games of you're not close, man. Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryan, you got 19 games of not being close, right? That's got to be a thing of the past, talking about how close you are, number one. Number two, there's no way those same guys watch last year's tape and go, this C.J. Stroud, we're going to ride this to Super Bowls for the next 10 years. You got to help the guy, man. You have got to help the guy in a major, major way. And standing idly by and doing it running back by committee and hoping guys develop, and Kenyon Green and the youngsters come along and give you a chance, that's not getting you over the hump, man.
I wonder, because I think they view improving the front seven as a major thing that they want to do. I think they look at, all right, we've got to step up our defensive line. I think they look at that as a major thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't look at, all right, we need to add big time at our receiving.
I agree with that. I don't think they view that the same way I do.
And I don't know if and then at that point, I don't know if they view, we got to go and get Saquon Barkley. I hope they do. I could see them saying, well, if we could just maybe Zach Moss wasn't a good one. We could just get Swift. We could get DeAndre Swift.
I'll take that.
You know what I mean? We don't need that big of a difference maker. So I do wonder where they are. We will clearly see where that shakes out. But Saquon Barkley, that's one to watch. We know he will not be franchise tagged, so it does appear that it will be a lot of it in his cards on what he wants to do and where he wants to play next year.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the College Football Playoff Committee, they've been working, and we've been getting many updates on what the playoff system will look like next year. We know there's going to be a 12-team playoff. And the committee has unanimously approved the 5+7 model. And Clint, that is the playoff board of managers unanimously approved this model, which will guarantee that the 5 highest-ranked conference champions inclusion in the expanded 12-team field this fall, along with the 7 highest-ranked teams behind them in the college football poll. So it'll be 5+7, the 5 top conference winners, and then 7 at large basically behind them. And that is interesting because, Clint, right now, how many power conferences do we have?
4.
4 with the Pac-12 broken up. So now it will be a conference champion from one of the non-Power 4 schools, so a Mount West or, a Conference USA, something like that. So 5+7. Your thoughts on this? And I think Notre Dame, they really jump out in this because they're not a part of a conference. And with that, they cannot finish in a seed higher than 5th, no matter if they're the number 1 team in the country and they're 13-0 or 12-0. It does not matter. They cannot they cannot finish in seeds 1 through 4 because they're not a part of a conference. That may make them move.
Which is unbelievably important because what that means is they can't get a bye. So you're talking about because the top 4 teams in this new playoff schedule, the top 4 teams get a bye. And Notre Dame, with no conference affiliation, cannot finish any higher than number 5 in the college football playoff bracket, even if they are number 1 in the country in the college football playoff rankings.
And that's huge, Clint. The first 4 teams get a bye.
Absolutely. It's a big right now in pro football. I personally believe it's the number 1 advantage in all of sports when it comes to winning a title, and that's going to be the case in college football. Not only are you the best teams coming in, but now you're the healthiest and you're the most rested football teams, and you've had 2 weeks to prepare for your week 2 opponent. So it is a huge advantage. I love this by the College Football Playoff Committee because Notre Dame needs to be in a damn conference.
Yep.
Like this being independent thing it's worked out in the past. I don't like it. I think you need to be in a conference.
If I'm the Big 12, I'm coming hard.
If I'm everybody, I'm coming hard. Hell, the SEC ought to come hard for absolutely, man, absolutely. So I love it, number 1, for that reason. And the more I think about it, by the way, the 6-6 model, which was 6 conference championships and the 6th highest ranked teams remaining to make your 12, with the Pac-12 dissolving and you ultimately having the Power 4 now, and the Power 4 have poached a good chunk of your quality group of 5 football teams. I don't know that in a perfect year that you want 2 champions, especially champions that could potentially have 2 losses coming out of the AAC or the Mountain West or whatever. Like those it's no longer Central Florida and no longer even SMU, U of H, Cincinnati. It's no longer BYU. It's no longer those teams, right? I mean, there's a Memphis is a good one that's
Tulane.
Tulane, Memphis are 2 good ones that are still out there. Look, they're all
Liberty
good. No disrespect.
made it. Liberty made it.
And obviously Oregon State. Liberty's a good one, but Oregon State and Washington State, who don't have a conference affiliation right now, beyond this year, I think they're Mountain West. I think is what they're gonna play in this year, but not be a member of. So, look, the Notre Dame aspect of this thing, I absolutely love. The 5 conference champions getting the automatic bid versus 6. I absolutely love. At first, I thought, well, wait a minute now. You're just squeezing the little man out. 5 is right. Given that you've got 4 Power 4 conferences and you'll have 1 group of 5 conference champion, I would imagine that team will get in. And then you've got 7 at-large bids.
And there's still a chance that you could still get to. Like, I mean, if they have played to a level and they're ranked up inside that top 12, that top 10, they'll get in.
Right. You just may not get to buy.
That's fine.
The only thing that kind of makes me wonder about this deal here is all of a sudden, I didn't know this, and I haven't covered college football as closely the last year and a half, 2 years as I did before, but all of a sudden this College Football Playoff Board of Managers is making this level decision. They unanimously revised the criteria, right? I'd never heard of the College Football Board of Managers.
You got them now.
All of a sudden, there's a board out there making these major decisions that I was not aware of. So, but tip the cap to them, man. They did. I think they did what's right. They did a hell of a job. I think all of this stuff, whether we're talking about NIL, transfer portal, or expanded college football playoffs, any way you slice it, those things need to be fluid. Like they need to be, hey, here's how we're going to do it, and I don't give a damn when it is, as long as it's not within a couple of months of the final standings, right? Like you've got to be able to make adjustments and put some parameters on these things and make it all make sense as so much change is going on right now in college football. They got this one right, Ron.
Notre Dame to me is the story. Are they going to be J.J. Watt and just dig their heels in with this independent thing? Or are they going to finally get themselves in a conference? And them swinging to whatever conference they go to can change the landscape of things. Like if they go and stick with the ACC, which they have affiliations with, where a lot of their other sports, they are ACC teams, that will then strengthen the ACC, and maybe Florida State chills out with what they've been trying to do.
Yeah.
And if the Big 12 is somehow able to swoop in and keep them right there in the middle of the country, or the Big 10 gets stronger with them, now you got something. And then you could say to yourself, hey, we'll bring in Notre Dame and partner Notre Dame if you're like the Big 12 and bring in Oregon State or one of those schools that are left out. So there's a lot that could happen, but I think Notre Dame's going to have to get their ass into a conference at this point. All right, we have got to dive into one of the most amazing things in American history. I cannot believe what has happened, not just in American sports history, but in American history. We have got to discuss this. And when you hear this, you'll never be the same. I promise you. That's coming up next.
All right, I know there's a ton of y'all out there, none of us in this studio because we got great hair, but I know there's a ton of y'all out there that you look in the mirror and you just don't like what's staring back at you. You get ready, you go.
and John Harris have you covered as we head towards the 2024 draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Tyler, I believe, wanted to use the breaking news sounder on Marcus Haynes. Not kidding.
Oh, you's ready?
Nah, he wasn't gonna. Tyler's really picked up the effort on when it's good to use the breaking news sounder. But they've signed Marcus Haynes, your Houston Texans. Marcus Haynes. I'm gonna say he played with the Broncos because there's a photo of him running what appears to be on kickoff. As Clint looked at the photo and said maybe preseason kickoff. As he's from Old Dominion, 6'4", 240. He's going to be on this team and in camp. So that is the latest news. For many of you out there, I just wanted to let you know because some people want to know every single move that is made, even for guys who aren't going to make the team in Marcus Haynes. And I want you to be there as your sports leader. We'll let you know.
Well, this has got to be one of those Bill Belichick, Nick Caserio. I went and watched guys at small schools work out in 6 foot of snow and risked my life to get there and sat in the rain and watched. And boy, I found me a diamond in the rough.
I don't know. Marcus may be a killer on special teams.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, he may be. I'm just telling you. He was a killer in the streets in 2023 during the season.
Oh, was he?
Not he wasn't killing anybody.
He was in the streets.
He was in the streets.
Off a team. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he may have been on a Peace Squad or something somewhere, but I believe he's fresh off the streets. So it would definitely be one of them diamonds in the rough if this one hits, boys.
Yeah. Yeah, so Marcus Haynes, he is the latest Texan. Tyler and Clint, we've been talking about, Drive family, we've been talking about Mike Evans. And that's going to be a conversation point, especially a day like today when the franchise tag opens, and we'll see if he's tagged. We'll see what the Bucks do, but he is a guy that has been connected with the Texans. And we've talked about the Texans needing a special, proven Pro Bowl level player on this offense in the skill position. And he could be one. You two want a piece of him big time. I wouldn't mind him either. But to further let you know of how special he is, here's Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston had some words on what makes, and he played with him. Right, he was there when he threw his 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions. But Mike Evans was on the other side of a lot of those. So he knows Mike Evans personally. Let Jameis Winston, the W-eating, crab leg, misunderstanding, stealing, little handsy in the Uber ride, Jameis Winston take you home on how special Mike Evans is.
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, like you have a different way of life. What? You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. It doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's gonna take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes. But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different. I don't classify him as like the regular Texas receivers.
This man is a damn national treasure, dude.
That's water got that salt in it. Doesn't discriminate
against anybody.
Water has no soul.
I just want to say this. It is one of the most amazing stories in American history that Jameis Winston convinced multiple teams were going to do it, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers ultimately did it. That through all the interviews, he convinced them that's a guy I want to hand my franchise over. It's one of the most – no, seriously, because you all stop it. You know it. We've heard it. You let James – like you can David Mulligetta, whatever, Lee Steinberg, whatever agent can prep him as much as – but you know if Jameis starts talking for 5 minutes plus, Jameis is going to come out. And these Gyms, which he's dead ass serious. I mean, he believes this, Jack.
Didn't crack a smile once.
It is coming out, and Jameis is within 10 minutes of a conversation will get you to, what the hell's this guy? What's this guy talking about?
They're one with water.
And he convinced multiple teams were going to do it. He convinced them. I'm going to hand it over to him. I'm gonna hand it over. I'm gonna hand over the keys to my friend. The way that C.J. Stroud convinced, he did it too. It's one of the most amazing things in American history.
He was so serious on this, dude.
What? How did he have? Who was running the Bucs at the time? It's amazing, Clint.
Water has no soul.
It's unbelievable. What
the hell's he talking about?
Like he's not trying to be funny. He is dead serious, and I don't know how anybody takes the guy serious. Like I don't know how anybody says, and I'm not talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hell, I can somewhat understand why Tampa Bay would draft him at that point in time. He was a 21-year-old. I mean, maybe they thought he'd grow up a little bit. Like that's grown. How many years has he been in the league?
Oh hell, I don't know, man. What was that?
I mean,
him and Mariota.
It's got to be 7.
At least, not more. At least, yeah. He rolled it out for about 4 years with Tampa. Then he's probably been in New Orleans for about 3 or 4 himself.
I mean, this is a grown-ass man, and he sits up there and talks like that, and he is dead. He is dead serious. I don't know how any general manager, head coach, offensive coordinator, quarterback coach ever takes that guy serious and literally wants him in their quarterback room. I'll be honest with you. I've heard players in New Orleans. I've heard players talk about how much of a leader he is. You can kiss every bit of my ass in town square to city meet. No, he doesn't.
He does too. All of them fools followed him on that offensive line when they decided to give that ball to Williams to hand that ball off at the end of the year instead of take that knee like Dennis thought he was doing.
Yeah, no, that's there ain't anybody that follows that right there. I question you. I mean that is
so genuine though. It's like he has like a childlike joy, but he's just so dumb.
The salt and water.
Well, you would like to think he's trying to be funny, and he's not.
Right. No,
he's dead ass serious.
This is like a philosophy he stumbled upon that he's got to share with the world.
So are you two different? Is Baytown close enough to water?
Like, are you surrounded by water?
Like, the only thing in the place that's not closer, that is closer to the water would be Galveston because it's an island. But
we are built different. He's right.
Baytown is not an island.
He's right, though. I'm built different, man.
I think they got a beach.
Water has no soul.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Think about water.
He would have been better off going southeast side of Houston, east side of Houston, chemical plants, blue collar, like being brought up in that world. You know,
they're one with water.
Like that would have been a better, but he went with the dirtiest beaches.
Like
in the world.
I think he got up and killed that. Got done with that podcast, shook him up.
But one of my favorite parts is, Galveston's known for. Well, I don't know what Galveston's known for, actually.
But they grew up in that.
So clearly, you're talking about something you have no clue about.
Get up in the muck. No, stop it. No, people talk. What are you smoking? Nah, man. I think he's clean.
The most interesting.
Get up in the muck.
I think he's clean too.
How he convinced the Buccaneers?
Ron, the more interesting thing is if you watch some of his quarterback workout drills, they look like that sound is.
This is one of my favorite videos.
Like the whole deal, the whole thing is just like, what is he doing?
He
like,
runs through those tackling passes.
Like, hey, man.
Yeah. Oh, when that tackling dummy got the best of it, stiff arm. I mean the ball security contraption got the best of it. That's really good.
Stumbling
Have
out
you seen
of
that
there.
one?
No,
I've
seen him.
seen that.
Him, and he
I'm talking about where he's just where he's working his feet and stuff.
Yeah, he's moving in within the pocket.
Which I'm a guy that I need effort. Like you got to show me something, man. But I mean,
everything he's got.
What he's doing, what he does when he works out is like it's like he's trying to fool the coach that he's working hard. You know what I mean? He's that guy that
ain't fooling.
There's so much extra put in every movement that he wants everybody to believe how hard he's working. In reality, it's like, no, you should be.
You're right. I've never met someone who was completely extra, but not on purpose. He's extra, but he's not. He's not doing it on purpose. Wow. Like I feel like you just because in these interviews they just say silly things. All right, hey, what do you? What would you go with, Jiffy or almond butter? And
water has no soul.
I mean, I bet you he could work an answer to that thing. Let me tell you why I go with Jiffy. And then
tell a lot about person if they choose Jiffy now.
And you're sitting there thinking, yeah.
I mean that's like it's like a sales class. It's like a sales class, right? They set you up a product that you've never tasted or that you don't like. You've got to try to sell it to me.
Just shut up, man. He's that guy that knows everything about everything. Something he thinks he knows something about everything. He like my Uncle Jeff. My Uncle Jeff, boy, I mean, he'll tell you everything about anything, but don't know a damn thing. And I apologize, Uncle Jeff, but it's true.
I need Casario to start really, really scouting like Hawaii and some other universities close to water.
Why? Just get to Baytown.
Yeah, I mean, get over the dirty, man. We got guys coming up all over the place.
What you say down there at South Padre, just really getting some time. Man.
That's why Casario came here, the Bayou City. It all makes sense.
Coming up, your chance. We'll do it as soon as we come back on the other side. I've taken enough of your time. On the other side, your chance as soon as we get back to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll. That's coming up next on The Drive.
All right, get ready for the weather at Academy Sports and Outdoors. You don't know what weather.
You're doing a great job,
Progressive offers you savings without sacrifice. So save big when you bundle home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Jameis Winston, he's always bringing it. He's always bringing it. All right. Let's do it right now. We said on Tuesdays and Thursdays during the rodeo season, your chance to win a pair of tickets each time in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hour. We have reached that time. Caller number 5. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, your chance right now to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll will be here March 6th at NRG for the Houston Rodeo. Your chance to do that right now. Tyler will set you up, and if you are caller number 5, you will win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll. So that is coming up March 6th, and that is one I'm intrigued by. I said that yesterday. I'm intrigued by that. He was I think in the top 4 or 5 for me to potentially go check out. That's one. I'm like I said yesterday, I'm intrigued by his story, and I've heard a little bit. He seemed like he mixes a little bit in it, right? He would be, as you were talking about yesterday, wouldn't you say, kind of the newer age country?
Yeah, the newer age country where you're starching your jeans to the crease and tucking your long sleeve in with a cowboy hat and cowboy boots on. He is definitely a little bit of he's varied away from that middle line, if you will, a little bit. And I think that happens. That's happening a lot in the last 10 or 15 years in country music, and I'm here for it. I like Jelly Roll, man. There's several of those artists that may have not fit in the box of country music 10 or 15 years ago. There's several of them that I am a fan of, and Jelly Roll is one of them. He's definitely got a draw. His story, I think, appeals to people.
Absolutely.
I think the fact that he's 470 some odd pounds appeals to you everyday music fan. I think the story is very, very interesting, and most importantly, the dude can absolutely sing. Yeah. The dude can absolutely sing. What is that, Tyler? Is that an hour set at the rodeo?
I believe usually right around 60 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, like I don't know if Jelly can hold. His music will hold you an hour.
You mean his known hits or something?
Yeah, I think to me Jelly's got 5 songs that I can stand up and get down to and give you damn near every word to. Once you get beyond that, it's going to have to be the more intimate Jelly Roll fans that go a little further back, which I'm sure that a good chunk of the fans that'll be there.
But you ain't opposed to hearing a little something new?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I think some of his newer stuff that appears to be a little bit more in line with what you hear in the background right now, and some of his older stuff, I would imagine. I know Jelly, hell, at one point he was rapping.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he did. Who was he in Tennessee? Oh, what was that white rapper?
The Tennessee guy?
Yeah, oh God, what's his name? Come on, Tyler, you know it. No, you don't. Somebody will text.
A big name?
He's not real big.
Lil White.
That's not who I was thinking of.
If it was, he's not. That's not very creative.
No, that's not.
I mean, unless he was 475 pounds and he was named Lil White, I guess that would be kind of catchy.
Jelly Roll and Lil White song Tennessee Rap.
Well, anyway, my point was I'm sure he'll fill some of that space with and show you some of his range that he can do multiple things. It's I imagine whatever Jelly Roll's got, you're going to authentically get every bit of it.
Yeah. So that's coming up March 6th. Your chance to hear that, to hear and see Jelly Roll, and we do have a winner, Jaime from Houston. Jaime from Houston is our winner. Be listening.
You got that name in English?
Yeah, Jaime. Be listening in
you got a guess? That's Spanish for something.
Oh,
Me.
Give me a guess.
Walter.
Winona Ryder.
I mean, it's
Walt.
it's Jamie. Chief.
Jaime.
I
need to see it spelled.
It's Jamie.
I could have spelled it. I could have pulled up Jamie. I was thinking an H may have let this thing in there.
How you spell Jose? Hose?
Yes. When you say Jose, I know it. If you say Jamie, I got the J. When you say Jaime,
I ain't quite got that one.
Might be an H. Might be an H in there. All right, coming up 5 o'clock. Your next opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll. That's coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening at the Bubba Sparks. Thank you, text line. That's
Georgia, not Tennessee.
Is that Georgia?
I almost said it, but he's definitely a Georgia Bulldog guy.
Is he? I thought he was in Tennessee a ton. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, he may be in Tennessee. They don't tell him where the hell, but he is a Georgia Bulldog
Bubba
through and
Sparks,
through.
He's a Georgia guy. I thought I don't know why. During my time there, he was really, really out there a lot. All right, we've talked about a lot of different running back options. We talked about Saquon Barkley. We've talked about a few. I'm wondering, Clint, if you heard, all right, this is what the Texans are going to do. At the running back position, an upgrade there, a place that they're going to spend free agent money is Austin Eckler. Your thoughts? If you heard that, if you saw at 28 years old, 5'10", 200 pounds, they're going to go with Austin Eckler. Your thought, would that be something that you would be excited about, something that you could roll with, that you would feel good about if that's the place that the Texans went, Austin Eckler, instead of a lot of the other guys we've thrown out, because he's someone we haven't talked about.
Right. No, look, I like Austin Eckler in it because, I mean, you look at the way in which Christian McCaffrey plays the game and the way in which San Francisco is using Christian McCaffrey. I think literally the closest thing you're going to get is Austin Eckler and how he's used, like how heavily he's used in the pass game, the strength and his forte being – the screen game and catching the quick game and things of that nature. I would not be mad at Austin Eckler at all. Now, the problem with Austin Eckler, though, is that's going to take a different level of commitment from Bobby Slowik, right? I mean, that changes just being a run, having a good run game, having an effective run game, even being a run-dominant football team. He's not a guy that you want to go into.
Never had 1,000 yards in his career rushing.
Right. But, I mean, the appeal about Austin Eckler is the all-purpose yards, rushing and receiving together. I mean, hell, even in a bad year, it's typically pretty good. So, I mean, look, Saquon Barkley is number one for me. Swift would be number two for me. I would not be disappointed with Austin Eckler, but you got to do more offensively than just Austin Eckler.
See, Clint, Tyler, I started to learn my lesson. When you have examples in the past, that a 28-year-old running back from the West Coast that was a really good receiver as well as a runner, getting to that age that comes to the Texans. That's what David Johnson was.
Oh,
that's what David Johnson was a guy who thought, like everything you explained.
Sent a chill down my spine. Don't say
felt like David
like
Johnson at 28 years old.
Ooh.
Like when I look at it right here, 2022, his stats, he rushed for 915 yards with 13 touchdowns. But to Clint's point, he had 107 receptions for 722 yards and 5 touchdowns. Then last year, he rushed for 628 with 5 touchdowns, went to 51 catches for 436 yards and a touchdown. That's a pretty big drop in his – and he played with Herbert for most of the year, but that's a pretty big drop-off right there from the last 2 seasons from him, man. I just – listen, do I think Austin Eckler right now would be an upgrade over Singletary and what you got from Dameon Pierce? Yes. But like I said, I will never kill them for trading for a great player. I don't know that I think right now
Austin Eckler or signing a great player. I don't think Austin Eckler is a great player right now. And to me, boy, if you're gonna go for it, I think you gotta go for it. I wouldn't be a huge fan of this.
I would not be a huge fan, but it would be an upgrade, and I would have to wait and see what Bobby Slowick, because Austin Eckler would require Bobby Slowick to do things differently. I would prefer the Saquon Barkley down to the DeAndre Swift, because to me, all you got to do is try to hand the ball off to him. Like that's not the deal with Austin Eckler. No, all you got to do with these guys, with Saquon Barkley all the way down to Swift and anybody in between, all you got to do is turn around and run your offense that you ran last year, turn around and hand the rock to the running back, and your team's going to be, I personally believe, significantly better. Austin Eckler is not that same type of player. You would have to adjust pretty drastically in order to make an Austin Eckler signing make sense.
At 28, yeah. Now we're starting to hit that range, and he'd probably have a decent amount of money to pay him. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we mentioned Saquon Barkley right there, and I mentioned that on several of the trackers around the NFL, Saquon Barkley has been linked to the Texans. And a lot of folks are saying that it's because of social media. I'll tell you exactly what that means, and I got a question for the fellas. We've been talking about Amber Rose. I wonder. I'll explain, and we will discuss next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics.
Houston Insider Access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, boys. There's a lot of smoke around Saquon Barkley, being on the Texans' radar and likely ending up with the Texans. I don't know how much of that is hot take. I don't know how much of it is real. Now, the one thing that I think a lot of people follow, I heard In the Loop talking about this. We've had a texter text in and talking about this. Apparently, Saquon Barkley, he followed the following Texans players on social media. I believe it was Instagram, right? It's what the youngsters do anyway. CJ, Tank, Brevin, and Nico. So 4 of the young studs on the offensive side of the football in Houston. And I got one question, boys. Is Is this legit Saquon Barkley following Texans players because there may be a little bit of where there's smoke, there's fire kind of deal, and he may be real interested, or is this Amber Rose effect?
No,
huh?
No, I think it's all calculated and a tactic by Saquon Barkley and his representation, kind of running his account. Hey, just start adding some of these Texans. Just create some conversation. What the hell? Where are you getting Amber Rose in this from?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, C.J. Stroud is probably a pretty popular player right now. He's probably more popular right now than he's been in a while. He's definitely top of conversation. Boy, if
we've gone past more than his football portion.
Correct. If Amber Rose would have happened before the Super Bowl, this could have been real interesting on Super Bowl Row here. Look, I would
have had a lot of questions for it.
I just now all of a sudden, CJ, I would venture out to say that CJ is viewed as a cat that's a little bit more fun to hang with and kick it with today than he was 2 weeks ago. I don't know. I'm just going out on a limb here and guessing. But and then Tank, is his dude. Brevin likes to get out a bit. He's a man among town. Is that how you say it? A man amongst town. I don't know what Nico's story is. We had a pretty good year. I just wonder if that's all the hype and the
all
hoopla.
the offensive guys.
Yeah, hype and hoopla, or is Saquon Barkley legitimately interested? Let's keep these fingers crossed in hopes that he is. Guys, I feel like I may have dropped the ball on y'all. I feel like I may have
come clean, man.
Well, I mean, look, I feel like months ago.
Safe space.
Months ago, well, ain't nothing safe about this space with this hot mic. But months ago, I feel like I may have mentioned that we need to get some Trill Burgers in here, and I was going to make a call.
I do remember.
And, of course, it hadn't happened.
Go ahead.
Hadn't made the call.
Damn. I wasn't going to bring it up.
Well,
$100 for a year and a half.
I was just scrolling a little. I was just scrolling a little social media in the break here. Did y'all see what Bun did at the Super Bowl?
I did not see what Bernard did.
Not at the Super Bowl. It was at the
All-Star game.
NBA All-Star
game.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this dude. I mean, it's just a matter of time before Trill Burgers is like a several unit chain. Bun B found I believe it was All-Star Lounge, I believe is the name of it. I may be messing that up. But in Indianapolis, All-Star Lounge, apparently they found a place that had a kitchen that would rent the space to them. And they rented the space and were offering Trill Burgers in Indianapolis. I'm assuming that's a random place. I'm assuming I've seen pictures. It's not attached to the stadium or it's not in like that. Or in the arena, I'm sorry, not the stadium, but the arena or anything like that. It looks like it's in a random plaza, Ron. And Bun B had to make a post of it is over an hour wait right now, and he videoed the line of people waiting to get Trill Burgers at a random store.
Not even where they knew it was going to be.
No storefront. No storefront. All social media driven, and Ron, it's like I said, it's a plaza, like a strip center, and it doesn't look like you can fit another person on that damn sidewalk underneath the cover. It's snowing outside, or it's been snowing outside. There's snow on the cars and on the roof, and it's as far as you can see. There's a line out there, over an hour, up to an hour and 45-minute wait to get a damn Trill Burger in Indianapolis.
Have you had one yet?
No, I've not had one yet.
Tyler, have you had one?
I haven't, man.
I'm very disappointed.
I have.
Where'd you do it at? You cheated. You dirty.
Lord bless
you did it. No, you didn't. You did it at the game.
I did. Yeah, we were. How many tickets did I have at this one? 6. We were at the game.
Yeah.
And
I bet you didn't buy 6 burgers.
And they came. Well, I didn't buy them. They were there. They came in the suite. The suite.
Oh, at our suite?
At our suite. The suite dropped off Trill Burgers and damn near hurt myself.
Did you know I was in the press box?
I don't think you were there.
I haven't missed a game since you've been here.
I didn't know you were in the press box.
I haven't. Yes, you did. I have not missed a game.
I don't
since
remember. I don't remember you being there.
Ron, I did miss a game, didn't I?
Yep.
When my baby was born.
Yep. Around that time.
You better. I'm gonna check the calendar. You better hope that was it. If you got sent Trill Burgers to the
They were there.
Well, if you got your hands on Trill Burgers and you knew I was in the stadium, and not many things I would expect you to walk up to the.
I went to the well twice.
And you didn't think about me at all?
No, I when I ate them, no, I didn't. I was thinking about the burger and that little special sauce they have on there too.
Well, I'm gonna get.
Courtney loved it.
Tyler, I'm gonna get us some.
Please get us some.
I really want to try one.
I'm getting 2 Trill Burgers brought up here. You want what kind of fries you want? I don't even know what they offer, but if they got regular fries, if they got sweet potato fries, you want sweet potato fries?
No,
I don't need it.
Just regular ones for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the deal is you can't let him taste them.
Oh, I won't.
Nothing. Fries or the burger, all right?
It's for me, Ron. Back off.
That's fine. I don't need it.
You think you boys think he's got
Very
you
good.
think he's got a chain of Trill Burgers for? I bet he's got another location in Houston.
He's doing it smart. He's not rushing it.
I mean, bro,
he's not rushing it.
It's time, Ron. It's time to rush it. Like if you can have a pop up in Indianapolis during All-Star Weekend,
how people make mistakes,
and your haste makes waste. Not in this situation, no sir. They've got it perfected.
Oh, it's coming. But they've been smart. There are people who, like, I thought they may try to pull the trigger before now.
I bet Bond's got another location in the city of Houston before the end of this year.
That would make sense. Like it's really grown.
That story. Like
where at? Where do you think he goes?
I think he's going to be over on the Galleria side. He's right down here now.
Yeah, he's down here. Yeah.
So I think he goes over. I think he goes over Galleria way. What do you think? Where do you think he goes?
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. I thought maybe he might slide somewhere in Katy or somewhere.
He could go anywhere he wants to. He could go anywhere he wants to, and I think it's going to make perfect sense. But
they're really good guys, I'm telling you.
I'm gonna get us hooked up, man. Before Friday, this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, one day we're gonna get some burgers up here, man.
2 of them.
I promise you. Red 22. All right, I've got a.
And patties.
You boys got any? Y'all got any pet peeves?
Yes. One that stands above the rest.
I've got a new one. I've got a new one, and I've got a confession.
God, I don't know if I got a number one.
My new one, my new pet peeve right now is the process to unsubscribe from emails.
Oh,
is ridiculous.
Because it's not just hitting the unsubscribe.
Some of them you can hit the unsubscribe across the top, but it has gotten to a point now to where you got to scroll down and find in the fine print unsubscribe, and then it takes you to another website, and you've got to input your email address, and then confirm it.
I'm with you. Spam emails alone drive me nuts. Then you got to go through that whole process.
Are all ads spam?
No, not necessarily.
I mean, because I think a lot of mine are targeted. Like I think they have stolen my email address or received my email address from somewhere, and so I'm getting ads, and I don't know if that's referred to as spam.
It's annoying. I can't shake those bastards. Everything I got that I got for Christmas for the family, those ads just keep popping up.
Ron, the more
I just can't shake them. I've unsubscribed. I've done everything.
It's like herpes.
The more I unsubscribe, the more emails I get.
Yes.
That's how it works. Oh, flare up or spam.
It's awful, man.
Damn it.
It's my new pet peeve, man. I can't just one button. I can't one click unsubscribe. I think that's. I think it should be illegal. Keurig's wearing you out, huh?
I cannot shake them.
I think it should be illegal. Like we should be able to unsubscribe. They can't continue to make it more and more difficult to unsubscribe.
It's insane.
From what Tyler would call spam. I can play with. I can get with you on spam. I can call it that. That is absolutely a pet peeve. My confession along with this pet peeve, Ron. You mentioned earlier. Who were you talking about a little earlier about? It was the tennis player and her husband.
Serena.
Serena. What happened? What was that story?
Serena and Alexis.
Alexis is a guy, right?
Yeah, her husband. He said it was Ryan Clark on the pivot saying, what have you learned in your union? He said to use washcloth. Said he didn't use washcloth before.
Did he use anything? I got
his hand.
Ooh.
Just soaked it up with his hand.
Well, I'm glad he learned that lesson.
I got a confession,
down the
boys.
crack of his ass.
Oh, no.
I got a confession.
Don't.
I'm a hand man.
Oh, dude.
What are
you gotta have something to scrub yourself with.
You don't have a loofah? You don't have it. You just put the soap in your hand and lather it up in your hands, then wash your ass and your balls and stuff.
Yeah, with my hand, yeah. Yeah, I was always.
And then you go and wash your face too, and then you do. Then you.
I try to start with my face. I try to start, but there have been times when I've I got to get my face, and it's maybe some suds transferred from other parts of my body. I'm a hand guy though.
Dude, you got to change that.
I used to be a loofah guy, and then I saw how many germs like loofahs hold. So I decided to go straight. So let me ask you this. What do you think the difference is of if you carry a loofah from your ass to your face, if it's my hand from my ass to my face?
I just don't like to run my hand up my ass when I'm cleaning my ass, and then clean other stuff with it.
What if it's a loofah? You do the same thing with a loofah?
I don't clean my face with the loofah.
But you're still carrying your.
How do you get like all up in your crack and in your gooch area?
With my hand.
I don't. Yeah.
With my hand.
Yeah, I'm out.
See, now I know you. You probably be having doo-doo underneath your fingernails. Like, I just don't believe you sit there and get it all out. Get it all out. I bet you if we did something, you probably got it. You don't even know it. You got like a little bit of doo-doo in the corner.
I don't think I've ever had doo-doo.
If you're going in to get it.
I've got these babies now. Now it's become a little bit of a problem. But
I'm very thankful to know now that you change your towel out as often as you do. Yours is a lot more dirty.
First thing I do, I I don't hit the hair every day, but I hit the hair, the face with my hand, and then I use a loofah.
Okay, so the only difference, at least 90% of the time, the only difference is you grab the loofah and wash the rest of your body, and I use my hand.
It's a big difference, man.
That's a big difference.
What is the difference?
It's just there's crevices, bro.
There's same thing, and I can get my hand in there.
I don't. Yeah, but
are you a loofah guy or are you a rag guy?
I'm a loofah guy.
I'm a something guy. Loofah, rag, something.
Tyler, is it me or does Ron look disgusted?
Very.
I mean, and the people rolling in on me, like this person texted in, I bet Ron is a guy that don't pee in the shower. Whatever.
I pee in the shower, too.
I peed in the shower. First time I took a shower with Cordy, peed in the shower.
If you don't pee in the shower, you're a communist.
I
did. And but you coming to me talking about this man watching the crack of his ass with his hands.
How about I used to run the bar. Just take the bar soap and run it all over the body, including the crack and everything.
I'll be honest with you. I feel better about that than you just running your hand right.
But are other people using the bar?
I never thought about it like that.
See, that's how pink eye happens.
I don't think I've shared a bar.
From the text line, thank you, Clint. You're a real man, hand only.
I don't think I've shared a bar of soap since maybe my brother when I was young. And the stuff he did to me, he deserves.
There's a lot to process.
Are y'all serious about this? Ron, I feel like Ron's like as disgusted as he's ever been with me about using my hand. Like you don't want to have the conversation.
I'm thinking about I'm just thinking about
shaking my hand
when I grip up with you. Like
all the people that you've gripped up before, you're worried about me with soap on my hand washing my ass.
I just know now. I know because I know you right hand dominant, so I know that's the hand you're using.
Old dookie hands.
I do a little bit of all of it. I mean, I get both hands involved. Squirt the soap in the hand and go to work.
Honestly, listen, I really want to know from people. We're not going to stay on this. We got to go. I just want to 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, seriously, do you not use anything when you in the shower and you bathe? Do you just go soap to hands to just clean everything, your face, your hair, your ass, all of it? No hand, nothing on it. Because I am blown. I've seen 3 people tell me I'm disgusted or I'm overblowing it, and is this a thing?
Well, I need look here. While we're on that, can we get the people that have looked into the kind of germs and bacteria that loofahs carry overnight, and let Ron know how disgusting that actually is?
But they carry it because of where they travel to, and your hand is traveling there.
But after I get
the
through,
new generation is soft. I'm a hand man. I'm with Cliff.
I rinse my hands off. I wash my hands and I rinse them off along the way.
And he had the audacity to stare me down because I may go 2 weeks with my tab.
That's all I can think of.
In 2 weeks, I think you could. 3 weeks is what it was.
I've really
more
fallen
like.
off, fellas. All right. Coming up, I want to hear. We're at 3 weeks. Easy right now. Coming up, I want to hear. Seriously, are you hands or are you not? Lady, if there is a woman in here texting in and she's out here without nothing, I've really got a different thought. Anyway.
That'd be awesome.
Well, I guess there is some parts of that would be. All right. We'll get there. And straight up, is this World Series or bust for your Houston Astros?
I'm a bare hand man.
I know you are. Is this World Series or bust? I'm a loofah. That's coming up next.
you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I am blown away with the numbers that I'm seeing, Tyler, on both YouTube and Twitch. I done just had two grown-ass men also walk in here. Our Balls Park our engineer, Aaron, they both walked in here, straight hand guys.
You
bare hand man.
I'm not gonna lie to you. By the judging of this, and I would say we're probably around. We're between YouTube and Twitch. We've got to be pushing 200 messages on this in the last 8 minutes. And it's at the very least 60-40. It may be 50-50 on this.
Dude.
It's 60-40. I use a towel. Like, we got some people who are disgusted. To the person who said, now I have used Perk Plus on everything head to toe with the loofah. That's interesting. I want you to go ahead and grab you some Dow, some kind of soap or something. Hand guy all the way. So someone texted in, definitely a loofah guy. Would you wash your car with your bare hands or do
Exactly. You need fabric of some sort to exfoliate, to really scrub that grime and dirt and nasty off you.
Then someone came.
Shower more than once every 3 days.
I shower twice a day, sir. And I use a loofah both times.
And you ain't sweated in a week. You don't have no dirt and grime you're washing off you.
If you see my armpits, it's like Niagara Falls over here.
Oh, let me guess. You don't like to touch your armpits without a loofah or a rag too?
Well, I mean, I can touch them without it. Doesn't bother me. But if I want to really get in there and clean my pit, I got my loofah.
Yeah, it's really the back end for me. That stops it for me. As someone texted in, Ron, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Quit being soft. And then the very next text is, Ron, you should be disgusted with Clint on this thing.
Feels like
Lou said
I
you
completely disagree.
Lou just said make sure your crack is the last thing you get.
Look, the times that I've gone from the backside to the have to wash my face or something, it hadn't been real comfortable moments in my life.
But just had to do it, huh?
But I had to do it right here.
And at that point, you didn't think, well, let me get it.
All joking aside, here's how I've become just a bare hand man. It was bar soap, rub all over the body, right? And I looked there. Sometimes there were hairs stuck on the bar soap, and I thought, that's kind of gross.
Still better than
so I put the bar up. And I said, I'm going to do the loofah thing, right?
There you go.
So I did the loofah thing for a while, and then I started reading things about loofahs, right? A study published in the Journal of Clinical Microbiology found that loofahs can transmit species of bacteria that may cause infection, making them particularly dangerous for patients with weak immune systems. Joel Schlesinger, MD, board-certified dermatologist. Also, he advises going loofah-less. I just not that.
How long would you stay with your loofah?
Longer than most, I would imagine. I'll admit I got a lot of work I need to do in the self-care department.
Were you rising past 6 months on a single loofah use?
I wouldn't doubt. I never timed it. I wouldn't doubt it. I was more of like when it started to, how a loofah has it's tied together in the middle.
Starts getting frayed.
Well, when the old
loofah. So you were going until it
when one of the old loofah would start hanging, when my loofah would start hanging a bit. When my loofah would start hanging a bit, I decided I needed to get a new one.
Again.
And then,
the look he had on disgust when I told him I would go for a towel for a buck.
That's all I can
think of. And he's banging into loofah until the damn thing rips apart.
It's the same.
Till it unravels.
Right.
Go to the next one.
I made a change. I used a loofah for a couple of years, and I realized I'm not going to run to freaking Walgreens every time I need a new loofah. Or the alternative is to let this one stretch out, and then I started reading about all this bacteria. I was like, no, I'm not doing it. Like I'm bacteria. Why just let bacteria grow on something in my shower like it does on walls and floors and creases and all that, and then go, well, I'm gonna pick this thing up and put it in my face. No, I just prefer to use my good old man hand.
Yeah,
right.
Courtney orders that bad boy. Comes about 5 in a pack, maybe every 3 months. We're in and out on them loofahs. This person here texted in. I wondered when I was surrounded, but Tyler hung in there, so I didn't think of it. But I wondered when it was 3-on-1 in here. As someone texted in, I hate to pull the race card, but as a black man, this is the first time I've ever heard someone using their hands to bathe.
Well, let me tell you this.
Now, I'm not going to say that's just one of those numbers, but.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, and I think I'm qualified more so than anybody in the room, including you, Ron, being a black man. I think I'm more qualified to answer this one because I know for a fact I've showered with more black men than Ron Hughley has. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Maybe have. You probably have. You're congratulations.
I don't know that I ever recall somebody carrying around. There may have been some loofah, a couple of loofahs.
They have towels?
They're a towel like that goes around you to dry off with.
Towel. Yeah, they was in there just nasty.
I don't.
I'd like for you to get Darren.
I could be wrong
right now to tell me if Darren Woodson was running his hands up his.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's a large number of.
I'm not going to say you're not right.
Black males that I've showered with in my time that were going hand or hand because it was on the wall the little soap. What? It had to be hand. I'm positive the majority of them weren't carrying around loofahs or rags. Positive. Now that may be an athlete thing. That may be a just ranch off before you go home kind of thing. Get that must off of you. But I'm just telling you. I mean, it's not as nasty as. I mean, I don't care what you say, Ron. It's a look on your face.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, we're going on 10 or 15 minutes of him just like looking like
man.
He won't even make eye contact. He won't make eye contact with me.
When Parker and Aaron looked when they came in here, I had to reevaluate myself for around 13 seconds. Well, what am I doing here? Like, do I need to go home and throw all this stuff in the trash and just go ahead and ladder this thing up?
Think about what you're doing, Ron.
Yeah, maybe I'm the crazy one. The way they walked in here on.
You're running a loofah full of bacteria all over yourself, and then you're getting out using an old ass towel with bacteria in it with mold growing in it and rubbing it all over yourself.
You think you know someone?
I mean, see, what I'm taking from the conversation, Ron said he has face soap. I need to get me some face wash.
Yeah,
I need to better take care of myself. But it's gonna happen with my bare hand.
Hey man, this person, Doug, I need to know from this person. When this person would text in and said, "Yeah, man, I banged out that Pert Plus head to toe and cleaned myself." Like, what were you going through in your life? Like, cause in my belief is, if you got this Pert Plus, there has got to be some soap somewhere in the house. You could have pulled out one of the hand soaps. There's got to be a soap somewhere in the house. Or was you like, I want to try this Pert Plus?
What's Pert running 59 cents a bottle?
Oh man!
And just, you better have had on some good deodorant with that. My man said I went Pert Plus head to toe.
I mean, if you're Tyler, did you say you're a rag guy or a loofah guy?
I'm a loofah guy.
I mean, if you're a rag guy, how often are you changing rags? Are you going through rags once a shower?
I have had my own washcloth seasons, my rag seasons, and you change your rag out every 2 to 3 days.
See, no, I can't do it.
I change my loofah probably every 2 weeks or so.
I think my wife showered in my shower not too long ago and left a washcloth in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just sitting there getting moist every day in the shower and then molding up and then moistening and molding up because now she takes baths most of the time. So it's like, I don't know. I would just keep the shower nice and clean, use the old bare hand. Get to work, man.
Get up in there.
Get up in every crack, man.
To each his own. To each his own.
All right. Are the Astros World Series or bust? Is that what you're feeling? And when I say that, you would be disappointed if they did not win it all this year. Is that the level of expectation the Astros are at? We'll discuss that coming up.
StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. Online only. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, remember, coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour, that will be your second opportunity to win a pair of tickets to go see Jelly Roll at the Houston Rodeo March 6th. Your chance, your final opportunity today to win a pair of tickets to go see Jelly Roll. All right, I want to hear from people. We're going to open up the phone line, 713-572-4610. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line, you can chime in as well. I wonder, because I looked at the win totals, fellas, and the Dodgers, their projected win total is like 104 with everything they've added, Ohtani and that group that they already had. I mean, Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Betts in the middle of their lineup is crazy, not to mention the rest of what they have with the pitching. And then behind them were the Braves and the Yankees, and then the Astros at 92 to 92.5 wins is where it had been set through most betting services. And I'm just wondering, when you look at this team, is this a World Series or bust season? Not every year is. Not every year is. Not every year you can look at it, you could say, like last year, at some point when the injuries occurred, when you knew Altuve was going to be hurt for a long time and you had, you don't know. You don't know. Is this year right now, walking into it, a World Series or bust? And when I say World Series or bust, it means you'll be disappointed if they don't win it all. Just like, Clint, we've established already today, February 20th, you'd be disappointed if the Houston Texans didn't repeat as AFC South champions, right? You would be disappointed. It would be a disappointment to you if the Texans didn't win the division again.
Yes, I think it's for me that would be fair. Yes.
So just to get an understanding of the groundwork here, would you be disappointed? Is this World Series or bust for this Astros team? Let me start with the big psycho. Tyler, is this World Series or bust, Psycho T, for you? This Astros team, as you look at it, is it World Series or bust?
Yes.
Really? Is it this way every year for you? Is that what you're saying every year?
In recent years.
But you look at it, this is World Series or bust?
Yes. Because, it's cliche, but we always say they're cliche because they're true, right? You just never know when this window or a similar window is going to open up. You don't know. And right now, it is very much still open, if you ask me.
Yeah, someone text in 100% because you don't know what happens with Bregman and Verlander. Hell, there's a few others.
Framber.
Also as well. Kyle Tucker, is this World Series or bust? Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think the outlook on the Astros season is World Series or bust because that window Tyler just spoke of is wide ass open. And everything you do is with the expectations that you're going to get better, you're going to add talent, and you're gonna move one step closer to putting yourself in position to win a Super Bowl. A World Series. So yeah, look, I think they are in a World Series or bust phase of the organization right now. Yes.
I just don't look at this. When I look at this team, and then when I look at what else is out there, I think the Dodgers and Braves have put themselves in a situation. I'm not saying the Astros can't play with them. I just think they put themselves in a big situation where it's like, man, these teams, they are absolutely loaded. And if I were looking at them and if I'm a Dodgers or Braves fan, hell yeah. Anything else, not even just reaching the damn thing. I just look at the Astros, Clint, and their questions in starting pitching is what holds me back from it. I think Astros fans should be beside themselves if they don't make the playoffs. I think Astros fans, I would say, should be, and this one's hard too because the division is a lot stronger. The Rangers are really good. The Mariners, like if you look at the American League win totals, it's Yankees, Astros, and then Rangers, Mariners. Those are the top four in the American League. But I would still be in a place when I look at the teams and the experience and the bugaboo or what they have been over the years as a bugaboo for those teams, I'd be disappointed if they didn't win the division. I think, to me, if they got to the ALCS, that would be a point where I'd say, all right, I wouldn't be disappointed in the Astros when I look at what they have compared to everybody else. Now, this may change, but right now, when you just have questions, I think even with Verlander and Framber and Javier and Lance and Hunter Brown, I just feel like they have too many questions at starting pitching to say, yes, this is, if they don't win it, I'll be hot.
Well, look, I mean, I think they're a World Series or bust team right now. I think there can be two styles of those teams. The teams out there that are trying to buy a World Series, like the expectations are you win a World Series, and if you don't, then you're disappointed in your team and you're disappointed in your efforts, and heads are going to have to roll. I believe with the Astros, sure, they're in a World Series or bust phase, but I'm not disappointed if the Astros don't win a World Series. As a fan, I'm hurt, but I'm not disappointed that they don't win a World Series. Miss the playoffs, disappointed as hell, heads got to roll. Get into the playoffs, and in the first round, you mess the bed and you get pushed out of the playoffs, you get bounced out of the playoffs early, disappointed. No doubt about it. But if they are once again one of the legit contenders for a World Series, and they make a deep run in the playoffs, I cannot be disappointed. Now, I think they're in a World Series or bust phase of the organization. That's all their moves should be with that in mind. But I'm not disappointed if they don't actually end up getting to one or winning one this year.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I just it's just when you think like whatever the sport is or bust, it is. All right, man, we got everything that I feel confident and comfortable with to go get it. And I just think the starting pitching, for me personally, watching and covering this team, the starting pitching compared to some of those other teams, I think still have too many questions to get there. And that's what stops me there.
Well, here's where I'm at on that is I believe more strongly in the team that is built from within, that's retained a good chunk of their players, that have developed from within, all the way up to their manager at this point in time. And they have great chemistry in the locker room. They got great leadership. Like I believe in that. And ultimately the last 7 or 8 years, 6 years, 7 years, that 7 years, I guess, you got the Verlander drop, 7 years, that's proven to be a lot stronger than all these teams that try to buy championships. And so I'm leaning into all of those things with my level of expectation or my level of disappointment if they don't perform, more so than those teams going out and buying more talent and accumulating more talent. I've seen the Astros overcome those teams year in, year out over the last handful of years. And so on paper, they may not look as good as some of those teams that are accumulating talent, but for me, it doesn't change my expectations for the Astros.
No, and I see some people rolling through here, man. I think we have the best, someone texted in, I think we have the best lineup and the best bullpen. You would say if you've got a great lineup, and I think the Astros have a lineup that has the opportunity to go head-to-head with anybody. I think they've got the best hitter on the planet, and they've got other pieces when you talk about Altuve and Bregman and Tucker. Like, they've got a lot of pieces. You would feel like if we've got a great lineup and we've got the back end of a bullpen that they have, that Verlander and Framber and Javier will figure some things out.
Yeah.
It is just – I've listened to that promo for a couple of weeks now that Seth and Sean from the morning show put out. If boy, you could look at every one of the starting pitchers and see the positive potential out of it. But then you could also look at every one of them and you could easily get to a space where you can see it going left. And that is the part that kind of stays with me.
Yeah, look,
you're right. You're right, Texter. You got a great offense, great lineup, and I've said it, the best bullpen, I think.
Well, look, I mean, here's what I try to look at things when we're having this level, this conversation, of kind of that 30,000-foot view of what this year's team looks like, what the expectations are, what's considered a disappointment, what's not. Like, to me, the surplus of pitching that the Astros have, like, in order for them, for the starting pitching to be bad enough to where this team isn't a serious contender come October, right? That would mean Verlander gets snatched up by Father Time. That would mean Framber Valdez is more of who we saw the second half of last season and in the playoffs than what we saw the previous 2.5 years. That would mean Christian Javier and Hunter Brown don't develop at all. That would mean that Lance McCullers comes back and is a shell of himself before. Luis Garcia comes back and can't even be a bullpen arm in the playoffs and a innings eater in the regular season. Jose Urquidy gets injured again. You see what I'm saying? It would take so many negative things or so many pitchers to backslide or fall off a cliff for the season to just be doomed that I just don't believe it's going to happen.
Yeah, not doomed. But to win a title.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, like to me, if we get into the playoffs and all of a sudden starting pitching has been the reason why we look at this thing and it didn't work out again, it would take a lot of guys that either didn't develop, fell off a cliff, ended up being a lot lesser pitcher than we thought they were, didn't get healthy again for a second and third time. I mean, it would take a lot of – they've got a lot of options. And if just 2 or 3 of them work out, I think they're going to be all right.
No, I think they're going to be all right. I just that is what holds me to say they should be in the camp of the Dodgers and the Braves as just World Series or bust. By the way, Tyler, I want to apologize. I feel like I kind of helped you lose some money yesterday.
Boy, did I ever.
Boy, I just thought I'm glad you brought that up.
I went heavy.
No, you didn't help him. He's when you brought it up, he said he's already on it.
But I probably really pushed him.
I did double down because of that.
Yeah, I almost downed because of it. I almost called you.
I mean, I'm sorry, man. That's why exactly what I said. I just can't do it.
You ain't got to apologize, bro.
28-3.
Did you see how that game started?
Yes, they had 4 points for like ever.
They had
Iowa State. Yeah.
Iowa State had 6 points with eight minutes left in the first.
And they somehow corralled it to 23 at the half. But still, 28-23 at the half. What did they had to get? 132.5. Was that
131.5?
130. That was easy. Then these fools, both these teams, 2 of the best defensive teams, as it was proven, and bad shot makers in college basketball, then just waltzed out in the second half in the 40s, both of them.
Yeah, I had to pay out to my
you
bookie.
Get into the deal where you can't, you don't know how to be able to replicate that in your mind of, I think they're going to go to the free throw line like 25 times here in the last 10 minutes of the game. And Jamal Shed is going to be the guy who goes every time. Shout out to him. He might be the best point guard in college basketball. But, man, I felt bad, man. I saw that.
I knew what I was doing,
It was
man.
90 seconds left, and I thought, well, hell, they still may have a chance. Then Iowa State's just fouling down 11.
It did hurt my pocketbook. I had to pay out for the first time in quite a while.
Just fouling down 11.
I'll get you a bet tonight, Tyler, to get you back in the green.
All right, coming up as soon as we get back. No, we won't mess with you. As soon as we get back, your chance to win our final pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll March 6th. Your chance to win that coming up next.
122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
All right, as I said, we do it every Tuesday and Thursday during the rodeo season. In the 3 and the 5 o'clock hours, every Tuesday and Thursday, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see someone at the rodeo. Today, Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll. There it is. Your chance, and your next chance is right now. Caller number 4. Caller number 4. 713-572-4610. Caller number 4 right now. You have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll March 6th. It's a Wednesday night. Your chance to get out there and do that. We'll be doing it as well Thursday. Luke Bryan are the tickets you have a chance to win on Thursday. But here is your final chance right now. Tyler will take care of you. 713-572-4610. Jelly Roll. What's the number one Jelly Roll song that you would be there standing up, singing with it? The one you're like, all right, this the one I know how you get. You have your Coors Light in one hand, you may have your lady in the other hand, and you get what's the one number that Jelly Roll has that gets you going?
That one that was just playing is pretty hot. I mean, that's Need a Favor is pretty hot for me. Son of a Sinner's a pretty good one. The one that he has with Laney, what's the name of that one? Save Me. They're all like deep, heartfelt. That one right there would probably get me up, and they'd all get me up and out of my seat and singing. But that one right there would probably have me forgetting that I'm in a public place and singing a little louder than I probably should.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. So you have a chance. Check him out. Tyler will set you up. As we said, each and every Tuesday and Thursday during rodeo season, your chance to win a pair of tickets. As we said, Thursday, Luke Bryan. We'll have that for you in the 3 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned listening to your Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610, for your chance to win on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All right, Clint, some big news coming out of college football. College football, they have unanimously approved the 5+7 model for the new 12-team playoff. The College Football Board of Managers. You've had a lot of.
Didn't know they existed. Didn't know they existed.
I didn't know they had. How long do you think they've existed?
I don't know. I've not covered college football in the last couple of years as closely as I had previously, and I just don't remember hearing of anybody other than the College Football Playoff Committee. I didn't know there was a board of managers.
I did not either.
But hey, here we are.
I
applaud them for the decision that you're fixing to announce.
Yeah, but the 5+7 model is this: that they've approved that it will guarantee the 5 highest ranked conference champions into the expanded 12-team playoff. It will start coming up this season, this fall, along with the next 7 highest ranked teams. Those will be the 12 teams in the playoffs. So when you hear that, you know right now, because the Pac-12 has ended and they have now spread across the country and the other Power 4. There are 4 power conferences right now. So it looks like the winner of the Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC, and the ACC, those champions will automatically get in with a bye. And then the 5th highest ranked team in that and that is a conference champion. So that could mean Tulane, that could mean Memphis, that could mean any of those conferences
Boise
out of the
State.
Power 5. Yes, Boise State, that has been a team that has flirted with it. Liberty last year.
Yep.
So it can be that, and then the 7 would be the rest of the top there. And so like last year, Oklahoma didn't get in to a New Year's Day bowl, they would get in this setup because I would assume Liberty would have been the highest ranked conference champion outside of those four, and they would get in, and then it would be the next highest 7. So that is the news there. That is one part. The second part to this is now to get a top 4 seed, you have to win your conference. So there is that team that is out there, Clint, that refuses to get their asses in a conference, that now, even if they have won all their games, Notre Dame was voted number 1, they've been number 1 all season, they would not get a bye. They couldn't be ranked higher than a 5th seed in this new format and would have to play the opening round because even if they're ranked number 1, they're not a conference champion because they're not a part of a conference, and they would have to play and not get a bye even if they're the number 1 team in the country. So that is the first part, how they have separated that with the Power 4 teams and the top 5 highest ranked conference champions getting byes, well, the 4 getting byes and then automatically getting in. And now this paints and puts Notre Dame in a spot, Clint, where they've got to make a decision right now on what they're going to do because they are at a clear disadvantage with not being in a conference.
I love it for every reason you just mentioned. I think Notre Dame should be in a conference. As a college football fan, just a fan in general, I think it's more enjoyable if they are in a conference competing for a conference title, knocking teams off along the way, or having the opportunity to get knocked off in a conference title game. So I love the fact that it encourages them to get into a conference. Don't know what conference that would be. I would imagine it to the highest bidder. I'd imagine they're all going to come after Notre Dame. But I personally, I don't have any ties to Notre Dame, so I personally believe that college football is better if Notre Dame is in a conference. So I love them pushing that.
Could you imagine how pissed Sean would be?
Oh, look, I'm going to tune in the morning. I can't wait to hear the take from obviously a guy that went to Notre Dame and is a lot more in tune to what being independent, the goods, the bads, the plus, the negatives. Nobody's more dialed into it than Sean. I mean, I just look at it from a fan's perspective. While they play a great schedule, it's not a knock on Notre Dame. I would just like to see them be affiliated with a conference. I think the ACC would be great. The ACC needs another powerhouse to be in that conference. I think it would be great. So I love it for that reason. The Notre Dame angle. I think it was necessary because it was a 6-6 model. The 6 conference champions, highest rated conference champions, and then the 6 highest rated ranked teams that were remaining. Obviously, as you said, with the Pac-12 going away, there's now only 4 power conferences, so there's no reason to assure 2 Group of 5 or smaller level conferences their champions to get in. You would guarantee that, and I don't think that's the best thing for college football for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, there's a huge drop off in talent, but number 2, with all of this conference realignment that's gone on, the majority of the better teams that were in Group of 5 have been poached. It's exactly to a Power 4 team now. Houston. U of H is one of them. Central Florida is one of them. BYU is one of them. Cincinnati is one of them. I mean, it just the list goes on and on, and so now you've got Memphis, Tulane, Boise State. You've got a handful. Oregon State and Washington State now on the West Coast. They're going to be dangling out there, but you've really got, 5 or 6 schools that you would want to be one of those 6, and so you narrow that down to 5, right? So now you've got a non-Power 4 conference, one that could get in. So one of your Liberties or your Tulanes or your that can get in at that point in time, which I think is enough. Now, any other team that plays himself into the top 12. At that point in time, should be able to get in if they indeed one of the smaller schools do, so be it. But I like the move of them changing that format. And I'll tell you what I like even more, Ron, about all this is with all the changing around the college football landscape, with whether we're talking about expanded playoffs, NIL, transfer portal, independence, whatever you're like. This all has to be a very fluid situation. It can't be like the wild, wild west in transfer portal and NIL. It can't be the wild, wild west for the next 10 years. Like they've got somebody, some board, somebody's got to come together and put some parameters on this joker. And so I tip my cap to the college football playoff. What was it? Managers committee, managers. What were they?
The college football board of managers.
Board of managers. I tip my cap to them for changing with the time, not being afraid to change. I know it was a vote, and it was a group of individuals that voted on it. I get it, but I just think this is very fluid, and change has to happen year over year to get this thing right.
And listen, I know everyone's going to go hard. They should just let Notre Dame go to the ACC, so this thing just kind of evens out. And it's like you
mean the SEC and the Big Ten should just let them go?
And the Big 12. Like, just to even this out, because if they go there, now maybe Florida State calms down. Now maybe but it's chaos. Nobody, it's all for themselves. And I could see the Big 12 commissioner, who has been really aggressive here of late to help his conference to try to get another big dog in there after losing Oklahoma and Texas. But it would just make so much more. They've been in the ACC and most of the other sports, and I don't want to see the ACC and bust up, especially when you start to look at Clemson and Florida State. Because if those two start to ride through and just say, to hell with this, I want to jump. If they get Notre Dame, I think that would make them healthier and make them calm down. And now, the four conferences we can roll.
It would make them healthier, no doubt. If you're Notre Dame,
I get the feeling the Big Ten is probably saying, the hell with that. I'm gonna get their asses right.
Big Ten, they ain't waiting on nobody. The SEC ain't waiting on nobody. But you look, I've said this before. If I'm Notre Dame, I'm beating the door down to the Big 12. I mean, it's the path of least resistance when it comes to the Power Four conferences, the ones that are still alive in terms of being the big boys. That is the path of least resistance to a national championship game year in, year out. Versus, look, Clemson's down. It's a popular thing right now to beat on them. I don't think they're gone. Florida State is right there. I don't think Miami's going to be gone. I mean, you look at that ACC, although it's closer than I first thought.
Yeah.
But you look at the Pac-12 teams that are joining the Big 12. It's still middle of the road teams, with the exception of maybe Utah, who I think is underrated. If I'm Notre Dame, I'm trying to get in the Big 12 as quickly as I can. So we'll see what happens with Notre Dame.
Yeah, they don't want to see Kansas.
My bad.
5 o'clock fire.
Market here, I'm telling you, they're in the playoff next year. All right, the franchise tag window is open, and it opened up today. This is coming from New York, Clint. So this is, I think, positive news for those who are hungry for the Texans to add Saquon Barkley. The Giants aren't expected to pay Saquon Barkley the $12.1 million tag that it would take this season. It would go up from last year because he was tagged. Last year he played on an adjusted tag, franchise tag, this past season. But they can still work out a long-term deal. They're going to meet and talk in Indy at the Combine next week. So we'll see if they get something big, something more long-term finished or completed. But it does look like, since they're not going to tag him, he's going to be a free agent. And he'll be able to listen to the Giants, but he'll also be able to listen to other teams. And with this thought, how confident are you that the Texans are involved in this? Or at least the Texans are involved, talking, trying to at least see what it would take to get.
I hope they are. Man, look, D'Amico gives me hope, man.
Yes.
D'Amico gives me a lot of hope. I'm 75% sure they're in the mix. I'm 75% sure they're in the mix.
They have been connected a lot.
Bottom line is this: say what you want about the running back position. You add a game changer to your roster, to a roster that's already a second round caliber playoff team, man. You add the right guy that's one of a handful of game changers in the league, man. That guy's as valuable as anybody on the roster, with the exception of the quarterback. I mean, that guy is as valuable as anybody. He's going to touch the rock. He's going to be responsible in pass protection. He's going to catch the rock out of the backfield. If that guy can stay healthy, man, it is money well spent. And I hope Saquon Barkley and the Texans are tied at the hip, and I hope this thing happens. Look, the Texans fan in me wants him in Houston. Either way it goes, And I've been that way from jump, by the way. I wanted him in Houston last year. But anyway it goes, the football fan in me wants him out of New York. Like, I want to see Saquon Barkley in a different uniform. I want to see Saquon Barkley, what he looks like.
You feel like you were feeling when Christian McCaffrey was sitting there stuck in Carolina.
Yes,
and now
absolutely.
Now you see him. Well, look at this cat.
Absolutely,
now he's first team All Pro.
Yes, Ron. That's a great comp, man. With the exception of last year, and I'm talking 2022. He was responsible for 80-something% of their offense, and it's like that was the last ditch effort for him to say, "I'm going to give you everything I got. Let me see if I can will us to a damn playoff run," and it wasn't good enough. It's time to get him out of there, man. You put him with one of these contenders, the Cowboys,
and he willed them to a playoff run, and they gave the quarterback $80 million.
Yeah, man, come on, bro. Look, you talk about the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Texans. Who else in the AFC? Ron?
Ravens
the
teams.
Ravens
talking about looking for running back.
I mean, man, there's some really good football teams out there that are in the market for a running back. I just want to see Saquon Barkley in something different, preferably a Texans uniform, but for sure out of New York.
Yeah. All right. I'm curious this question for people out there. We're talking about franchise tags. I think Jonathan Grenard would be the number one guy for the Texans. Would you want the Texans to franchise tag him in order to guarantee that he would at least play next year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, get you a new ride, man. Who doesn't want to get a new ride in 2024? I got good news for you if you're in the market. Ron Kraft Chevrolet, they have
draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
First down, Colts at the Indy 42-yard line. Ellinger shotgun. Ellinger fakes the give. There's pressure. Rasheem Green. And here's a throw. Here's a pick. Grenard to his right. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Pick 6. Jonathan Grenard.
There's Jonathan Grenard. And listen, you guys can disagree with this if you like. I don't know if you do. I think Jonathan Grenard was this team's best defensive player throughout. If you talk about the most consistent potential game record, I felt like Jonathan Grenard was.
I don't even think it's close.
Johnny Greenard.
Yeah. When you take in the whole year, I think Stingley came on late, but hell, he missed 7 games, and in his first few games, it wasn't a big impact. I think Will came on late in the second half of the season.
Christian Harris came on late.
Christian Harris really came on late. Blake Cashman, I would argue, would be right behind Jonathan Grenard, but I think he was this team's best defensive player. Now, I'm not saying, because of that, you just have to sign him. But I said that in the tease, is franchise tag, the window is open today. Over the next couple of weeks, we'll see teams franchise tag players. And sometimes franchise tag happens because, all right, one, you're just ensuring yourself that, hey, I got him, all else fails. You're still trying to work out a long-term deal, which I think both sides would really want. But you franchise tag guys to make it seem like, all right, I got this guy. Or at the very, very least, or at the very, very worst, you got to trade multiple picks to get him from me. So I think that's when you look at that from the franchise tag that way. But I said it, would you franchise tag him to make sure that he's on the team? Someone texted in, the Texans are definitely on the rise, but I feel like you guys think they're further along than they actually are. At best, they are the fifth best team. If you franchise tag Grenard, I think it makes it harder to sign him to a long-term deal for essentially less money than would have franchise tagged him for. No doubt Grenard was the best, but he can't stay healthy. He played 15 games last year, did have the ankle injury, came back in the playoffs for this team. So it was the most healthy that he has been. I just find it interesting. Do you all think it's difficult to replace your best player on defense? Your guy who was a 12.5 sack guy that may have got even more of that if he didn't miss the final 2 games. I get the feel, and maybe I'm off, but I get the feel that people are like, yeah, we could roll without Jonathan Grenard. We could fix that. And I'm like, really? I want to hear the plan.
John Greenard.
Of fixing that. Because to me, Clint, you're losing your best defensive player. You've said it, your best guy, the chance to wreck the game. Whoa. I am surprised many people don't sense that as more of a potential major loss.
Yeah, look, if you move on from him, you better have somebody in the holster that you got a really good chance to get. And I'm not talking about a draft pick. It's got to be a proven defensive end that can get after the passer, that can also play the run. Look, I'll be honest with you, I would be comfortable with a guy that maybe is just really, really, really good against the run and isn't the best pass rusher in terms of having double-digit sacks and all that kind of deal. And then you roll the dice on Will Anderson's ability to get to the quarterback, and maybe you use some depth players that are specialty situational pass rusher type deal. I would be okay, but that guy better be a bad man against the run. You've got to have
as good as Will is.
Yeah, you can't let Grenard walk, and then again just kind of hope your young guys mature. Hope you find somebody, in the draft, middle rounds. To me, you've got you've got to stay with Grenard and find out a way to get Grenard, whether it's franchise tag or contract. I mean, you got to find a way to keep him around, or you better have a damn good replacement in hand. Because look, your depth is not good at that position.
Yeah, you can't go Barnett and just say we're going to roll there.
I think you've got good depth, but you don't have depth that's waiting in the wings and ready to step in and do what Jonathan Grenard does. I do think you have good depth right now, but you don't. The depth is not obviously starter quality or with a ceiling that you hope somebody develops into to be starter quality. And I tell you, your depth's not waiting in the wings to become a big time playmaker, and I'm not ready to roll the dice that on exactly what Will Anderson is. I
said it right now. I am not 100% sure right now today that I believe that Will Anderson will be better than Jonathan Grenard. I hope so. I think it'd be big for the Texans, and I think he's had a great start. But I'll watch them too. Am I 100% certain? Yeah, man. In 2 years, Will's going to be the clear better player between the two. I'm not there yet.
Well, look, I think the
and
big,
damn sure not next year.
The big question mark is, and I'm talking more about next year. The big question mark is, do you think he can rush the passer the way that Jonathan can? Do you think he has the twitch and the ability to rush the passer the way that Jonathan Grenard can?
And can be productive with maybe someone less than
correct
on the other side
correct,
or on
correct.
the defensive line.
Yeah. So for me, I think that's the question is, do you want to roll the dice with one of your depth players or finding a lesser player and playing with a lesser player the whole time the head coach telling you, the defense coordinator telling you that they've got to get better in the front seven? Do you want to do that and you want to really, really hope and pray and hang the season on what Will Anderson can do at the defensive end position, essentially alone, if you don't go out and find somebody equal to or better than Jonathan Grenard? I'm not ready to go there yet.
No, listen, and I'm seeing this from the text line. A couple people text in, Grenard and Cashman are essential to this team. They both need to be here. And like to the person that said, I think you guys – and I don't think you're just speaking to us, many of us, that people are overvaluing what the Texans are or further along than where the Texans are. I'm going to tell you what right now, if the Texans aren't thinking it's time for us to get past the step that we were in last year, AFC Championship game, that should be the goal. Hell, you want to say Super Bowl, that's fine. But that should be, yes, but that should be the goal, is to get a further step than you were. And that is to the AFC Championship game, and now you're in the game to get to the Super Bowl. Like, that should be the next natural step and goal. And for you to do that, if you're going to lose your team's best defensive player, you can't replace him with Chop Robinson and expect that you're going to have this team and to play defense the way it did. Now, if you're going to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and let him ride because we got a deeper plan. Like, we're going to let him ride because we're going to bring somebody in that we think is better, right? This happened, and I know many of you don't like to hear my Kansas City stories, but this happened in a similar moment. The year after Mahomes' first year he started, they lost to the Patriots. They had Dee Ford. Dee Ford had 15 and a half sacks. And they said, same situation with JG. They said, no, we're not going to franchise tag him. And I'm sitting there like, well, what the hell are they going to do? I mean, he's got his flaws, but this is a guy that can get after the quarterback. This is what him and Chris Jones that made sense. And about a week later, they traded a first and a second round pick for Frank Clark in Seattle. And this is when Frank Clark was one of the best all-around defensive ends. It was like, okay, they had a plan. I don't know how I feel about trading a 1 and a 2.
Right.
But they had a plan.
Yeah.
And they had a plan and upgraded that position because they were going for the next step, which was the Super Bowl. Oddly enough, they did it the next year. To me, the Texans should be in the same space. All right, I'm good. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say they can't be successful without Jonathan Grenard. But they can't, to me, they can't go, all right, man, we're going to place Jonathan Grenard with Chop Robinson and Barnett. I think, I'm sorry, partly, maybe I'm thinking too highly of what the Texans should be next year. But I think they are in let's compete to get into the AFC Championship game mode. And you can't do that by just saying we're going to lose our best defensive player and replacing him with a rookie or Barnett. Woo! Sorry about that.
No, look, it's a great comp, man. It's a perfect point. I mean, the head coach said they got to get better and they got to improve that defensive front.
Line, yeah, and to lose their best guy,
and you lose your best guy. That's the best pass rusher you got. That's really good against the run. That plays with twitch and speed. And now all of a sudden, the need to upgrade got significantly bigher.
Oh, cool. You said, "Hey, yeah, man, we're gonna check with the Raiders to see what they got to do to get Max Crosby." Okay, all right. I'm hearing you.
Yep.
I'm hearing you. All right, coming up. I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm just saying, throwing it out. All right, coming up. That would change the whole look. Him and Crosby, Will Anderson. I don't even think about that. All right, what was the biggest disappointment with the Texans last year? I know there are a lot in your mind. It could be individual players, things that you were surprised by. The biggest disappointment in 2023 for the Texans. We'll get there coming up next.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, a few people talking about Jonathan Grenard. One person asking about, didn't we draft, not one, a couple people asking about Dylan Horton, third round defensive end from TCU. And I would say this, and I think you would echo this, Clint, Tyler, just like last year with John Mechie, man. The first thing is, like, we're hoping this guy just gets healthy. Just overall with his body. I mean, he left the team to get himself healthy from that standpoint, and still with that to depend on that. Like I said, you lost this would be losing your best defensive player from last year. Like the Horton thing would at most be for depth whenever he is ready to go. Very similar to what it was with John Mechie. So. We'll see. I got no problem with the thought of, all right, like we could do this a different way without Jonathan Grenard. But it has to be somebody that's better than him. And for me, like Brian Burns, the difference in money that it would take to get a Brian Burns and Jonathan Grenard, hell, to me, their talents aren't that different to me. Like if one's going to cost $7 to $10 million more, their talent is that different. You know what Jonathan is. He is exactly the type of guy they love, and anybody would love in the locker room. We've seen it from Lovey years to Cully years to now with D'Amico. Whew. Brian Burns. It got to be better than Brian Burns. Like if I break it out, it's got to be a great established young player for me to pass on that.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's just you've got to do something, whether it's an all-around player, whether it's elite pass rusher, or it's an elite edge defender for the run. I mean, you've got to be special at that position. In some form or fashion, you have got to be special at that position. You've got to add. You've got to upgrade. At least at one of your interior defensive line spots, defensive tackle spots. And so, I mean, it's just you subtract Jonathan Grenard from the mix, all of a sudden you've got to do two things, not on the defensive front, but on the defensive line. And so it is what it is. And there's no answer in Houston. I don't believe there's an answer in the draft unless you moved up and hell, there ain't no answer in the draft. That is a guy that you guarantee could get run from and could help you get to the next level. So whether it's JG or it's somebody else that's an upgrade, I think your point earlier about Kansas City was spot on. It's if you firmly believe that you are at the very least a second round caliber team with hopes and dreams of getting to a Super Bowl, you got to make these decisions, spend a little bit of money.
Yeah, you do. All right, let's start with you, Clint, because I see some people chiming in on this. What was the biggest disappointment? It was a great season, and we've talked about it a lot, of all the positive things. We watched the best playoff win against the Browns where they beat the hell out of them. We watched them win the division on the last game of the regular season. We watched C.J. Stroud grow and appear to be potentially one of the top quarterbacks in this league for years to come. We watched Will Anderson grow. We watched a ton this year. We watched D'Amico come and change a complete culture, Bobby Slowick, and everything that happened this year. But there were some things that you're like, damn, boy, that was a real disappointment. Boy, we had a hell of a year, but this occurred. What are the biggest disappointments? I got somebody texting in, Clint, the biggest disappointment was the Carolina game. The biggest disappointment was the Carolina and Atlanta game. The biggest disappointment for me was when, you were there. You couldn't even go to games anymore because of the Carolina game. The biggest disappointment was the injury to Tank Dell. What were the biggest because you think about a lot of that. a lot of that and how different maybe the season is with some of those moves. What's the most disappointing to you?
Look, I think if we're talking from a player's perspective, I mean, I think you got several players: Dameon Pierce, Jalen Petrie, John Mechie, and Kenyon Green are your what I would categorize as I'm disappointed in their production. Let's put it that way, because it's not all on them. It's some of the guys. It's situations, it's health, it's different circumstances for each one. But when I look at the players, those are the four guys that are in the conversation, and Dameon Pierce is number one. I thought that the Houston Texans had a 1,000+ yard rusher with low mileage coming out of college that you would expect to be a really good to great back in this league for 4 or 5 years at the very least in Houston. I thought the marriage of him and Bobby Slowick in that San Francisco system was going to be absolutely beautiful. I thought Dameon Pierce, again, was mature beyond his years in terms of a player and was going to be able to tote the rock in a way that you didn't need C.J. Stroud to be special so often. You could slowly develop with him instead of forcing him, throwing him to the sharks, so to speak. So I think for me, and I know it wasn't all Dameon Pierce, I feel for the kid, man. I feel drastically for the kid, deeply for the kid. I mean, he was hurt when we had him in the post-game
you could tell.
Post-game show for the Texans.
I mean, it has to be.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I think it's Dameon Pierce because of what it ultimately would, if things would have panned out to just be on par with what he did his first year. The run game for the offense, the Texans would look totally different. The outlook for this offensive line would look totally different. And luckily, C.J. Stroud was good enough to overcome all of it. But Dameon Pierce for me is the biggest, and not him personally. Again, I want to reiterate, it's not him personally. It's the falling off of a cliff, if you will, of a back that I thought was going to be promising here. In Houston, Dameon Pierce, to me, and it's not. There's not even a close second. Ron.
December 4th, from that date on, against the Jets, 4 touches. The Titans, 1 touch. The Browns, in an ass kicking, at home against the Browns, 3 touches. A high water mark here late against Tennessee, 8 touches. Against the Colts. In that pivotal game, this was the one to get to the playoffs. You win, you're in. They won the division. 0. Didn't touch the ball. Didn't touch it in any manner. 0 touches. Biggest game of the year in the regular season. Playoff game, another ass kicking. 3. Final game against Baltimore, none. He didn't touch the ball.
Yep.
He didn't play. He became a kickoff return guy. And he didn't play.
Yep.
That like someone texted in, the biggest disappointment. Or the great season, but probably the most disappointing player, Dameon Pierce, thought he had potential to be special. Hell, I did too. I wouldn't have thought from December 10th that that he's in here with less than 20 touches the rest of the way, and they played 2 playoff games.
Yep.
Like that. I never ever saw coming either. So I think it is Dameon Pierce by a mile. And like you said, I just ultimately, I think coming down with it, I think we all looked at it and said, all right, this is probably the right decision that Singletary gets the carries and that they run, because for some reason, no way to explain it. I mean, I guess multiple ways to explain it, but they just didn't run the football as well when he got the ball. So he understood it. But boy, it is hard to think of what he did the year before with a less offensive line at times in far less games, what he was able to do, and to think that you can come in here and he's just not even being used. He's not even playing.
Yeah, Ron, the crazy thing is
you'd have never told me that.
Well, the crazy thing is, and as everybody knows, I don't subscribe to this. It was the system, and he's not. I mean, inside zone and outside zone, to some degree, is in every offense. Like, it's not like Dameon Pierce had never ran what Bobby Slowick was asking him to run.
Yeah.
Like he's done that.
Pep Hamilton had no part of that in his.
Pep Hamilton ran inside zone like he was raised up by Bill O'Brien. I mean, it wasn't. And outside zone obviously is a little bit different, but that's maybe not the staple of other offenses, but it's in the offense. And so the falling off of the cliff is just what is mind-boggling, man. The good thing, here is the silver lining on all this stuff, not Dameon Pierce, but as a whole, because I think it's Dameon Pierce, Jalen Petrie, John Mechie, and Kenyon Green. I mean, these are all guys that either played extremely well as a rookie or were premium draft picks, or both, if we're being honest. So,
Kenyon Green is just disappointing.
Oh, disappointing as you could imagine.
But it was pretty early on where I didn't expect him to do anything.
Right.
So that lessens it a bit.
Yeah, I mean, but to think that this team had the success that they had with those four guys falling off is even wilder than just thinking about the season the Texans had, because I thought Dameon Pierce, from experience sitting across the table from him, Jalen Petrie, experience sitting across the table from him, I thought those two guys were going to be two of the bigger, more vocal leaders on this football team once they got established. And Dameon Pierce, as you said, wasn't even getting run the last month and a half of the season. And Jalen Petrie late in the season in some of the more important games, he's standing next to D'Amico Ryans, and they got six. They had six safeties injured throughout the year.
Yeah, I
was defensive backs. I'm sorry.
I was surprised. Him taking a very clear step back. That one caught me off guard too with Jalen Petrie. Well, I thought he was about to show he could be a top safety in the league.
The silver lining is, can Jalen Petrie get back to even remotely close to what we were expecting out of Jalen Petrie? Can Dameon Pierce contribute at the running back position, which I hope they swing big and go get Saquon Barkley or Swift or one of these guys, and Dameon Pierce, again, is a backup, but he proves that he's better than what he was this year and can at least contribute. Can Kenyon Green, because there's a left guard problem, can Kenyon Green have some kind of miraculous recovery and contribute on this offensive line where there are real questions interiorly at the center and the left guard position? And John Mechie, if this guy can contribute in any way, and let's say the four deep at the wide receiver position, if any of those four guys, they have two of those four guys step up